The Ether World, a sprawling virtual realm, offered players unparalleled freedom. They could inhabit a vast array of characters, each with unique skills and destinies. But among these countless avatars, one stood out, Baek Uziel. A single player dedicated a decade of their life to this character, a testament to the game's immersive power and, perhaps, a hint of obsession. A young man with sharp features and intense eyes sits before a computer screen, a smirk playing on his lips. "It's me," he seems to whisper, a hint of anticipation in the air. He takes a sip from his mug, his expression shifting to one of mild confusion as he stares at the screen. The game, it seems, is acting strangely. A flurry of error messages flash on the screen. His character is deleted, strange new content has appeared, and he cannot log in. Panic begins to set in. He wonders if there has been a system update. His confusion deepens as he realizes something is fundamentally wrong. These game updates usually merge him into his character. This time, something different is happening. He sipped his coffee, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. A final boss. He mused, the weight of the upcoming challenge settling upon him. Well, it doesn't make sense that there would be a monster with magic nullifying skills in a magical world, he muttered, his gaze fixed on his computer screen. Reports of players' characters being deleted flashed across the screen, a troubling sign. Is this a bug, or something more sinister? The ominous announcement filled the screen. Dark Demon Dragon, 13th moon of the Black Knight, has appeared. A colossal, shadowy dragon filled the panel, its presence radiating malevolent power. A chilling revelation: there is a cult-like organization called Dark Demonic Humans. The image shows a shadowy group, cloaked and ominous, their faces hidden, suggesting a widespread conspiracy. A dark mage, hands cradling a sphere of malevolent purple energy, unleashes a surge of shadow and flame. The power is palpable, a prelude to something far greater. From the swirling chaos, the dark demon dragon emerges, a terrifying beast of shadow and darkness, its arrival heralding a catastrophic event. A young man, seemingly unfazed, reflects on the unfolding catastrophe. His confession reveals a focus on personal gain rather than the larger narrative at play. The disruption of the established lore troubles him. A Stark system interface presents a crucial choice: engage the Dark Demon Dragon in combat. The young man's resolve solidifies, he chooses to participate, driven by a desire to display his prowess. A young man, his expression one of quiet determination, stands before us. His eyes, a striking gold flecked with blue, betray a hint of weariness. The narrative reveals a crucial detail about the game's world: this young man is unique, the sole character unable to wield magic in a realm where magic is commonplace. His inability is not a weakness, but a defining characteristic. He stands poised, a gleaming sword held at the ready. The intensity of his stance underscores his reliance on skill and strategy, rather than magical prowess. His eyes, narrowed in intense concentration, reflected the purple energy surging around him. The weight of the battle, the pressure of imminent danger, was palpable. A flash of light, a blur of motion, he vanished. The text confirms what his swift movement implies: the young man possesses the blink spell, a technique of instantaneous teleportation. His opponent, momentarily stunned, is left vulnerable. A figure is thrown back by an unseen force, the very air around him twisting into a vortex of purple energy. The impact is clearly immense. He crashes into the earth, a massive fissure spider webbing across the ground. The narrator's voice cuts in, stating bluntly, he will die immediately due to the speed and impact. The prognosis is grim. Baek Uziel, the character profile box informs us, possesses a skill called Blink that features mana leakage syndrome. Despite the devastating impact, a crucial detail is revealed: he nullified the penalty. This ability is pivotal to his survival. Unlike other spells, Blink is merely a movement ability. For 10 years, he's been the only character in the game who eschews magic in battle. A shadowy figure lunges. He counters with a furious flurry of bladework, defying the magical onslaught. A young man, his face etched with weariness, gazes into the distance, his expression a blend of exhaustion and grim determination. The purple hues of the background suggest a world recovering from a cataclysm. The scene shifts abruptly. Now, we see the same young man, but in a different setting. Disbelief, bordering on shock, paints his features as he mutters, "Huh? What? Did I really kill it?" He seems to be struggling to process a momentous event. Still within his modern-day room, the young man sits before his computer, a self-satisfied smirk forming on his lips. He plans to boast online about his in-game achievement, slaying the Dark Demon Dragon. This reveals a crucial detail: the previous scene was within a virtual reality game, though the weight of the experience is palpable. A jarring system message explodes across the screen, revealing the devastating consequences of his actions within the game's narrative. Because the wrong ending has been reached, 90% of Ether World has been destroyed. The casual boasting is now rendered horrifyingly significant. You were close. Closer than anyone else, in fact. You almost reached the true ending. But the game urges you on. The true ending remains elusive. He awoke with a gasp, disoriented and alone in a strange room. The chilling question, "And where am I?" echoed his confusion. A gasp escapes. This appearance. Beck Uziel. This is Beck Uziel's prologue quest. No way. The young man's eyes widen, disbelief etched onto his features. This is not simply surprise, it's a visceral reaction to something profoundly unexpected. He clutches a crumpled piece of parchment, ancient script swirling across its surface, a language unfamiliar yet somehow resonant. This is not merely a language, it's a key. The realization dawns: this is the Ether World, and he, Beck Uziel, is trapped within its enigmatic embrace. The weight of this discovery settles upon him heavily. He walks alone, a figure shrouded in the twilight, his face etched with a profound weariness. A chilling premonition hangs in the air. The thought strikes him: could this be the true ending? No one has ever reached it in the last 10 years. He pushes aside the doubt, his memory sharp. If his memory is correct, this is all about to change. The urgency in his actions is undeniable. Right after Beck Uziel wakes, everything will shift. He bursts through a dilapidated doorway, his movements filled with desperate purpose. A group of cloaked figures, their faces obscured, stand resolute amidst a blizzard. Their presence heralds an impending confrontation. The harsh winter landscape amplifies the tension. Inside, a young man with silver hair reacts with grim resignation. Damn it! They're already here. His words confirm the arrival of the cloaked figures, signaling an unavoidable conflict. The cloaked figures, now closer, move with purpose. One, clearly a leader, bellows a defiant "Yes, sir," demonstrating unwavering loyalty and commitment to their mission, whatever it may be. Back inside, the young man with silver hair sighs, accepting the reality of his situation. There's a limit to how long I can avoid them. His quiet acceptance hints at a long-standing evasion that is now at its end. The system message appeared, a stark blue box against the ethereal background. You can use the skill, blink. A gasp of disbelief followed. What? He whispered, a mixture of shock and wonder evident in his tone. I can use blink? The revelation hung heavy in the air. 10 years prior, a dating simulator designed for a female audience launched. However, it unexpectedly garnered a significantly larger male player base. The narrator explained, the game featured a diverse cast, ranging from easily controlled but efficient characters to exceptionally challenging but ultimately more powerful ones. This detail foreshadowed the implications of the blink skill. Beck Uziel, a notoriously difficult character in the game, is introduced. His features are described as terrible, highlighting his challenging nature within the game's context. The scene shifts to a computer screen displaying the player's name, Beck Uziel, confirming his identity and role within the game world. A question arises regarding new forum posts in the Ether World, signaling a potential development or update within the game's community. A player's frantic online posts detail a catastrophic in-game event. A seemingly random dark demon dragon appeared, obliterating their characters' data and leaving them unable to log in. The sheer unexpectedness of it all is palpable. Another player, Bunupwinsis, adds to the chaos. She describes the unbeatable boss, a dark demon dragon with 99% magic resistance and overpowered absorption abilities, effectively making it invincible to standard attacks. A sudden realization dawns. Ah, this must be it, a voice seemingly whispers, hinting at a connection between these seemingly random online complaints and something much larger. A cloaked figure, his face obscured by shadow yet a knowing smirk playing on his lips, stands amidst a swirling vortex of purple energy. Three similar figures loom behind him, their faces indistinct. Their collective purpose, to assist an otherworldly force, known as Personagate, in conquering this world. The conquest has begun. This momentous achievement, long sought, is finally realized. The narrative shifts, suggesting a swift transition. The scene changes abruptly. A young man sits before a computer, his expression a mixture of grim determination and resignation. He acknowledges the inevitable conflict, he cannot avoid the coming fight. He resolves to at least give it his best shot. A faint glow emanates from his screen, hinting at the impending struggle. A young man with glasses sits hunched over a keyboard, his face etched with concentration. 10 years of honing his skills have brought him to this point, the culmination of focused dedication. He stands, a figure silhouetted against a gargantuan, shadowy dragon. A sword of light blazes in his hand, ready to meet a monstrous foe. The stakes are clear, this is a battle for survival against overwhelming power. The narration shifts to explain the character, Beck Uziel, whose weakness is so profound even experienced players avoid him. He is, in fact, less than a supporting character, a liability. Despite his overall ineffectiveness, a single detail is revealed: Beck Uziel possesses magical abilities. This small detail hints at a potential for future growth or strategic advantage, despite his current weakness. A monstrous entity, its form a swirling vortex of purple shadow, unleashes a blinding white blast of energy. The sheer power of the attack threatens to consume everything. A young man, his face illuminated by the same purple energy, smiles cruelly. His expression speaks volumes about the immense power he wields and the callous disregard for the destruction he has unleashed. Another young man, clad in white and wielding a gleaming sword, stands poised for action. He seems ready to confront whatever devastating force the previous panels revealed. The battle lines are clearly drawn. Beck Uziel's blink spell is revealed, a powerful ability capable of teleporting him short distances. The visual depicts a shadowy dragon emerging from purple energy, highlighting the spell's intensity. The spell allows for rapid, short-range teleportation, covering 3 to 10 meters. A close-up on a sword emphasizes the speed and precision required. However, the text reveals a significant drawback: the spell's cooldown and mana cost are exceptionally high. There's also an unspecified penalty. Beck Uziel's eyes glow intensely, foreshadowing the imminent use of his mastered skill. The visual focuses on his determined gaze. The final confirmation: Beck Uziel has achieved mastery over the blink spell. He lacks a mana stat, therefore, his actions consume no magical energy. The protagonist's obsession with this character stems from the complete dependence on his skill level for success. A violent clash erupts. Powerful blows are exchanged. You have defeated the final boss, the 13th moon of the Black Knight. Heavily laden with ancient relic great items, the player reflects on his accomplishment. A sudden, grim realization dawns on him. 90% of the ether world has been destroyed because the wrong ending was reached. Confusion etched his features as he whispered, "WH what?" The crimson hues surrounding him hinted at a potent, unsettling magic at play. A sudden, sharp cry pierced the silence. "What?" The sheer terror in his voice mirrored the stark, overwhelming fear painted across his face. The intensity of the moment was undeniable. His eyes, wide with disbelief and a dawning horror, reflected the growing unease. A gasp escaped his lips, a silent testament to the unfolding chaos. He landed heavily against a cold stone wall, his body limp, a victim of some unseen force. The dust motes danced in the dim light, settling slowly as the weight of the situation sank in. Overwhelmed, he clutches his head, a torrent of confusion washing over him. "What's going on?" he whispers, his voice barely audible above the rising tide of disorientation. His eyes widen as he takes in his surroundings. A shattered mirror catches his attention, a silent testament to a recent disruption. "A mirror," he mutters, a dawning realization spreading across his features. He stares into the fragmented reflection, his own eyes mirroring the disquiet within. This is. He begins, his voice trailing off as the truth dawns upon him, a truth as unsettling as the broken glass. Episode 1 begins. A figure, breathless and injured, collapses to the ground, the title Escape the Chase, stark against the dark backdrop. He gasps, a single word escaping his lips, this is. The unspoken implication hangs heavy in the air, he stumbled upon something incredible, and incredibly dangerous. A pursuer appears, his hand moving towards what seems to be some sort of device or weapon concealed in his pocket. The tension is palpable. This is the entrance certificate to Stella Academy. It's hard to believe, but. He stares at the certificate, disbelief etched on his face. A wave of doubt washes over him. I need to be logical about this. That voice told. The young man stared down at the document, his wide, golden eyes reflecting a profound sorrow. The weight of the last 10 years pressed heavily upon him. His pursuers, enraged, burst into the small hut, their voices echoing the fury of their hunt. Their crude insults revealed the desperation of their search. A figure, cloaked and distant, spots the hut in the snowy landscape, unaware of the drama unfolding within. The hunt is far from over. Panic etched itself onto his face. What now? He muttered, the weight of his predicament heavy in the air. A clenched fist slammed against a wall, a sharp crack echoing his internal struggle. He knew what he had to do, yet the sheer impossibility of it threatened to crush him. But I can't fight them either. Despite his fear, a spark of resolve ignited within him. A subtle shift in his posture, a determined glint in his eyes as he silently vowed, I do. He stared, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. In a dating sim? The question hung in the air, a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation. The implications sank in. 90% of the continent was under Persona Gate's control. The scale of the invasion was breathtaking. A colossal, purple dragon unleashed a wave of raw power, a violent eruption of energy that threatened to consume everything. He weighed the risks. The skill was powerful, but he couldn't move for 2 seconds after using it. So anyone could. The unspoken threat hung heavy. A blinding flash. A resounding HWAIO. The attack had landed. The force of it was staggering. The game, it seems, lacks a singular true ending. Instead, multiple paths diverge, leading to varied conclusions. A blinding flash of light, the word blink cutting through the darkness, signals a rapid shift in time or space. A lone figure stands, back to us, amidst a golden aura. The question hangs heavy in the air, has this one hope? His posture suggests a burden of immense responsibility. Snow falls on a desolate, mountainous landscape. The stark beauty of the scene underscores a sense of isolation and the passage of time, returning us to the present moment. He walks, the newly acquired skill blink now available. The implication is clear, this power is crucial to his mission, a potential key to overcoming his seemingly hopeless situation. He hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. The command was blunt, unexpected, use the blink ability, now. But this was different, this wasn't a controlled game. This was real. A surge of panic threatened to overwhelm him. His eyes widened, reflecting the growing sense of dread. The situation was rapidly escalating. His thoughts were interrupted by a harsh realization, they were already upon him. The threat was imminent. Despite the terror, a grim determination settled over his features. He had no choice but to try. A desperate plea cuts through the blizzard, don't let him escape. The urgency underscores the gravity of the situation. He runs, a blur of motion against the white expanse. The young man is pursued, his breath misting in the frigid air, his determination etched on his face. Blink. Come. The instructions are simple, yet the weight of them settles heavily. The young man's eyes burn with fierce concentration. The timing of his next move is ingrained, a visceral reaction honed by rigorous training. His face is grim, a testament to the strain he endures. He's ready. But there's a significant drawback to this technique. The inherent risk is about to be revealed. He lunged, sword flashing, a furious die, echoing his intent. The attack was swift, brutal, a desperate gamble. The blow landed, a searing energy impacting its target. A flash of turquoise light marked the decisive moment. His eyes widened, reflecting the shock and the dawning realization of defeat. The weight of his failure pressed heavily. What is that blink? A question hangs in the air, a subtle unease replacing the previous tension. After using blink, the user is always paralyzed for 2 seconds. So it's actually good. A man's voice, sharp and insightful, cuts through the frigid air. The implication is clear: this blink ability is a powerful tool, but its temporary weakness is being exploited. For us? Wait, how is that bastard moving? The question underscores the unexpected turn of events. The previously effective tactical advantage is now a critical disadvantage. A figure sprints across the snow-covered landscape, defying the expected paralysis. The visual emphasizes the unexpected speed and agility, highlighting the opponent's countermeasure. I have to use the uneven terrain. The character acknowledges the necessity of adapting strategy based on the environment. The previous plan has failed, requiring a new approach. He plans to use the terrain to his advantage. This is a crucial strategic decision, highlighting his tactical prowess and understanding of the battlefield. Since players at this stage lack the ability to control flash steps, they will be unable to progress to the next level. This reveals a crucial game mechanic and explains a limitation faced by players, setting up a challenge for our protagonist. A blinding flash of light momentarily obscures his vision. The blink effect suggests a rapid movement or a teleportation technique. This signifies a crucial moment of action and unpredictability. He's been thrown backward by a powerful force, the impact sending him sprawling. The visual action emphasizes the force of the attack. This demonstrates the danger he faces. A voice cuts through the blizzard, a command echoing across the snow-covered landscape: people who can use magic, come to the front. The urgency in the tone suggests a pressing need. 3 figures emerge from the swirling snow, cloaked and hooded, their faces partially obscured. A faint magical aura emanates from them, confirming their magical abilities. The scene is tense, hinting at an impending conflict. Observing from a distance, a young man's eyes widen in alarm. His thoughts are clear: are they trying to use magic? The question betrays his apprehension, recognizing the potential danger. A magical assault commences. Beams of purple energy, akin to arrows, streak across the snowy expanse. A warning rings in the young man's mind: use blink to dodge the magic arrows flying at you. This highlights the immediate and life-threatening situation. The young man braces himself, gritting his teeth, a determined look on his face. So I could. He mutters, preparing to use his power. The panel ends on a suspenseful note, highlighting the character's resolve in the face of peril. A wave of energy explodes behind him, propelling the man forward across the snow-covered landscape. Emerald projectiles streak across the sky, narrowly missing their target. He slams his foot down, shattering the ice and creating a powerful surge of violet energy that sends a shockwave outwards. The young man, his breath misting in the frigid air, braced himself against a powerful gust. He barely avoided being consumed by a shadowy vortex erupting from the frozen ground. He let out a shaky breath, muttering, "That was close." The near miss underscored the gravity of his situation. With renewed determination, he resumed his flight, the words the last part, echoing his resolve to finish what he had started. He gasped, a silent, desperate intake of breath. The strain etched on his features spoke volumes. The harsh, desolate landscape mirrored his internal struggle. His explanation hung heavy in the air. Mastering the blink spell required absolute precision, controlling the distance flawlessly. This next phase demanded near impossible timing. Canceling the blink spell within 1/10 of a second proved the true test. Failure here meant certain setback. A fist clenches, knuckles white against the falling snow. The tension is palpable, the coming confrontation is undeniable. He stands alone, a lone figure silhouetted against the vast, desolate expanse of snow-covered peaks. The wind whips around him, a silent testament to the isolation he feels. He's right there, the cry rings out across the snowy landscape, shattering the silence. A group of pursuers emerges from the swirling snow, their intent clear. The hunt has begun. The biting wind whips around him, a blizzard mirroring the storm brewing inside. He assesses the situation, the vast distance a stark challenge. It seems the only way to overcome this insurmountable obstacle is a desperate, all-out assault. To eliminate them all. His face hardens, a grim determination etched into his features. This is the path he has chosen. It's the culmination of a lifetime's dedication, the spell he's honed to perfection. This is no mere incantation, it is the apex of his magical prowess. He studies the spell's parameters, the digital interface shimmering before him, a stark contrast to the archaic magic itself. His focus is absolute. The system reveals his newly acquired ability, Blink. A short-range teleportation spell with a brief cooldown. Its limited charges suggest strategic use is crucial. The young man bursts forth, a blur of motion, leaving a trailing vortex of snow. He's utilizing his new ability to escape a pursuing pack of soldiers, his escape fueled by the desperate need for survival. The toot-toot sound effects emphasize his swift movements. A young boy, eyes wide with a frantic grin, leans from a window, his expression a mixture of urgency and desperate hope. He's clearly in the midst of something perilous. There's no time, he hisses, his face tightening with a grim determination. The urgency of the situation is palpable. Two figures, cloaked and grim, stand amidst a falling snow, their faces etched with a fierce resolve. They are clearly tracking someone. I found that bastard, a voice shouts, as a man in a coat tumbles through the snowy landscape, pursued. The chase is on. A desperate flight across a snow-swept landscape. Three figures, cloaked and running, are pursued. A voice rings out, sharp and commanding, stop right there. This is the beginning of a tutorial, a lesson in survival. The pursued one, a young man, is shown utilizing a skill called Blink to evade his pursuers. His inner monologue reveals a tactical disadvantage, those wearing magic boots possess superior speed. He continues his frantic escape, using Blink repeatedly, his movements blurring. The exertion takes its toll, he notes his own skill's limitation. Each use diminishes his stamina, straining his memory. Already caught up in the chaos. A critical warning flashes, failure to control distance during teleportation could result in fatal collisions with objects. He's struggling, a desperate look in his eyes as he strains against unseen forces. But then, a glimmer of resolve. His eyes sharpen, the young man declares, if I use it, it's different. A subtle shift in the energy around him signals the activation of a new ability. A blur of motion, a figure cloaked in shadow unleashes a blinding flash of energy, a wave of power rippling outward. The attack is swift, decisive. The young man, eyes gleaming with triumph, lunges forward, a predator closing in on its prey. His expression speaks of victory hard won. He grins, a triumphant I did it, echoing in the aftermath of the clash. The battle, it seems, is over. Whispers of disbelief ripple through the onlookers as the reality of the young man's power dawns upon them. He's a mage? The implications are staggering. An older man, his face etched with a mixture of shock and dawning horror, watches the scene unfold. His gaze is one of profound understanding, the weight of the event pressing heavily on him. He sprinted through the blizzard, a blur of motion against the white expanse. Each step was a desperate lunge forward, his breath misting in the frigid air. Carefully, more carefully. He muttered, his face strained with concentration as he navigated the treacherous terrain. The weight of his mission pressed heavily upon him. A stark revelation, those who completed the tutorial faced an insurmountable obstacle, mastering blink distance control and continuous blinking. This fundamental skill separates the novice from the adept. A jarring thud echoed through the silent woods as he stumbled, the harsh reality of his limitations becoming brutally clear. The young man's desperate attempt to control his movements failed. Across a blizzard-swept landscape, a lone figure utilizes Blink, traversing the treacherous terrain with impossible speed. His pursuers, aghast, question the very sanity of their target. Attack that bastard from a distance, the leader bellows, recognizing the futility of close-quarters combat against such an elusive opponent. The tutorial continues, demonstrating a more advanced technique. Purple energy streaks across the snow as the lone figure evades a barrage of projectiles, his movements a blur. Dodge it! The command rings out, a desperate plea against the imminent danger. The system message confirms it, magic leakage syndrome is in use. This dangerous ability, a desperate gamble, will leave its mark. Two figures, propelled by a surge of violet energy, streak across the scene. The sheer force of the unleashed magic pushes them forward, a desperate flight to escape. One of them, his face a mask of grim determination, unleashes the power. A furious violet energy explodes from him, reflecting his desperate struggle. A blinding flash of light engulfs the scene. The figure, clad in a long coat, is violently thrown backward, propelled by an unseen force. He slams into the ground, the impact jarring. His face, contorted in a grimace, reveals the intensity of the blow he's just endured. A fierce determination burns in his eyes. Rising with gritted teeth, he pushes himself to his feet, his body trembling with exertion. The fight is far from over. The tutorial's final challenge: traverse a treacherous canyon using the blink ability. The stakes are high, failure means death. Success! He reaches the other side, ready to meet up with passing mages and complete the tutorial. The gravity of the situation settles in, one mistake, and he dies. 0.1 seconds. A fleeting instant, yet escaping proves far more challenging than it sounds. The protagonist's predicament is immediately clear: time is of the essence. However, a stark transition. The brevity of the word underscores the gravity of the situation. The ease of the statement belies the immense danger. The problem, he realizes, is directly before him, an immediate, unavoidable threat. His grim expression mirrors the desperate urgency of his predicament. His pursuers are closer than anticipated. The man's increasing anxiety is palpable, the distance closing rapidly. The landscape, harsh and unforgiving, offers little respite. Only 100 meters separate him from his pursuers. The visual depicts their imminent arrival. His blink ability, possessing a 3-second cooldown, might be his only chance, but the window of opportunity is incredibly narrow. Driven by a desperate need to survive, he makes a grim decision. His pursuer, enraged, bellows, "This son of a bitch, you aren't going to stop?" The chase intensifies in the desolate, snowy landscape. With a ferocious cry, "I'll send you to hell," a deadly strike is launched. A stark revelation: the tutorial's difficulty is brutally clear, 99% of players fail. The stakes of this desperate struggle are now profoundly amplified. A desolate, snow-swept landscape stretches before us, a panorama of jagged peaks and swirling blizzards. The harsh beauty of the environment underscores the isolation of the scene. The narrative voice clarifies a crucial game mechanic: the player has a comprehensive view of the surroundings, unlike in reality. This perspective stems from the monitor's omnipresent vantage point, allowing for an awareness exceeding what's normally possible. A young man, his face etched with a chilling fury, stands amidst a blizzard. The harsh winds whip at his coat as he grits his teeth, the unspoken rage practically radiating from him. His anger intensifies, the words, "But this is reality," hanging heavy in the frigid air. This is no mere game, this is a harsh, unforgiving truth. A cloaked figure strides purposefully through a snow-swept landscape, the wind whipping around him. His gait speaks of lethal intent. He holds a sword, his grip tight. The thought of killing doesn't trouble him, his resolve stems not from filial duty, but from unshakable confidence in his own victory. Suddenly, a warning, "They're here," shatters the quiet intensity. The arrival of his enemies alters the situation. A trio of cloaked figures, their faces partially obscured, pursued their target through a blizzard. "Catch that rascal right now," one of them commanded, their breath misting in the frigid air. The urgency in their voices underscored the importance of their quarry. The chase culminated in a violent confrontation. A lone figure, agile and defiant, skillfully parried the spear thrusts of his pursuers, demonstrating remarkable combat prowess, their movements a blur in the swirling snow. His pursuer, momentarily stunned, found himself facing a chilling declaration: "Idiot. You're done for." The words hung heavy in the air, the implication clear and unforgiving. The target is 8.7 meters away. A tense focus, a breath held. The moment hangs heavy. He watches, a grim determination etched onto his face. The weight of the situation is palpable. A violent cough rattles him, a stark reminder of his vulnerability. The fight is far from over. The chilling certainty of blood on his fingertips washed over him. Blades clashed, a fierce whirlwind of steel in motion. The hooded figure deflected a blow, his counterattack a blur. He was escaping. A desperate chase across the snow-covered landscape began. A desperate chase unfolds across a snow-swept landscape. The fleeing figure, pursued relentlessly, is urged on by the desperate shouts from behind, "Don't let him escape at any cost." Each strained breath, each pounding footstep, underscores the urgency of the pursuit. The pursuer's face, contorted in a grimace of frustration and determination, speaks volumes. His inner turmoil is palpable. How do I? The question hangs unanswered, mirroring the precariousness of his situation. The fugitive, his escape momentarily successful, lands on a snow-covered rock. He surveys his pursuer, already formulating his next move. The brief respite is palpable, only deepening the stakes of the ongoing confrontation. His pursuer, barely containing his rage, mutters a frustrated, "Using magic again." The implication of the fugitive's repeated use of magic becomes clear. This isn't just a chase, it's a contest of skill, and the pursuer is being outmaneuvered. His inner monologue, "If I just dodge it," suggests a shift in strategy. The word "now" explodes across the page, signaling an imminent and powerful attack. The context makes it clear, the pursuer's shift in tactics is about to manifest. The aged mage unleashes a torrent of arcane energy, his face contorted in a desperate effort. The raw power surges outward in a dazzling display of light and crackling energy. A hooded figure, swift and deadly, retaliates with a fiery counterattack. Blades flash, leaving trails of incandescent energy in their wake as she weaves through the explosive chaos. A young man cries out in pain as he is struck by the full force of the mage's attack, the impact throwing him off balance. Explosions rock the landscape as he desperately attempts to escape the deadly barrage. The intensity of the conflict escalates with each passing moment. Amidst the devastation, a lone, snow-covered branch appears. A single word, sharp and clear, cuts through the chaos: "There." He lunged forward, eyes blazing with furious intent, a raw power radiating from him. A blinding flash of light erupted, the air crackling with raw energy as a devastating blast engulfed the area. The force of the attack carved a massive chasm into the earth, sending tremors through the land. A boot crushes a crumpled document, the final remnants of a failed plan dissolving into dust. A hooded figure, his face etched with concern, mutters, He's not here." The absence of someone expected creates a palpable tension. The camera focuses on a young man's face, eyes wide with a fierce determination. The caption reads one of the. This suggests he's about to confront a significant threat. A blinding flash, a sudden blink, precedes an unseen, powerful attack. The visual intensity hints at a confrontation of immense power. Two cloaked figures stood amidst a blizzard, their faces grim. The biting wind whipped around them, a stark contrast to the tension radiating from their forms. A figure, shrouded in purple, collapsed, a stunned whisper escaping their lips, "What happened?" The scene crackled with residual energy, traces of a recent, violent confrontation. A young man, his clothes torn and stained with blood, stood over a fallen foe. A dagger, still dripping, was clutched in his hand. The cold brutality of the act was palpable. A ragged breath escapes the young man's lips, a pained huff marking his exertion. His face, streaked with grime and sweat, reflects the strain of his effort. He focuses, his eyes hardening with determination. The urgency in his internal monologue is clear: he must finish this before others catch up. The stakes are high, and time is running out. A voice cuts through the air, laced with surprise and a hint of suspicion. The question hangs heavy: "Who on earth are you?" The inquiry signals that the young man's unusual speed has not gone unnoticed. The young man's response is revealing. his reaction speed surpasses even professional gamers, a statement that hints at extraordinary abilities, though he is careful to qualify it as being limited to the realm of games. A sneer twists the man's lips as he declares, "As long as I protect my face and neck, that dagger won't even scratch me." His confidence is chilling, a stark contrast to the desperate struggle unfolding before him. A blinding flash of blue light erupts as the swordsman's attack connects. The impact is swift, decisive. He unleashed a devastating ice wave, the frigid energy radiating outward in a powerful surge. The warrior's face, contorted in grim determination, reflects the intensity of his attack. His blade crackles with icy power. A chilling smirk spreads across his face as he watches the effects of his attack. Now let's watch that face, he thinks, anticipating his opponent's reaction. Damn it! A guttural curse escapes the lips of a seasoned warrior, his frustration palpable. The weight of the battle, the near miss, hangs heavy in the air. Yeah. The young man stands amidst the carnage, his breaths ragged. A fallen comrade lies nearby, a stark reminder of the brutal encounter's cost. The grim reality settles upon him. He is not unscathed. "You little brat. Just because we went easy on you." The older warrior, his features twisted in rage, unleashes a torrent of scorn. His previous restraint shatters, revealing a simmering contempt beneath the surface. A blur of motion. The young man, fueled by adrenaline and defiance, launches a desperate counterattack. His every muscle tenses as he explodes into action, leaving a trail of motion lines behind. The young warrior, eyes blazing with defiance, grips his blade, the steel humming with barely contained power. A surge of energy crackles around him, a prelude to the storm about to break. His attack, a blur of motion, cleaves the air. The force of the blow is palpable, a visible wave of energy rippling outwards from the point of impact. His opponent, face contorted in grim determination, counters with a powerful parry. "I won't let you have your way," he roars, his voice a testament to his unwavering resolve. The clash of steel reverberates. A brief moment of stalemate, followed by a triumphant grin splitting the warrior's face. "All right," he breathes, a hint of grim satisfaction in his tone. A cruel smile twists the lips of a man, his face etched with malice. A guttural sound escapes him, a prelude to something terrible. A blizzard rages across a desolate, snow-covered landscape. Strange, floating islands dot the horizon, evidence of a world defying gravity itself. The scene underscores the perilous escape underway. The young man sits alone amidst a desolate, snow-swept landscape, his weariness palpable. He is clearly exhausted, his posture reflecting the weight of his circumstances. He questions his situation, realizing that even in this dire circumstance, the rules of what he perceives as a game should not limit his survival instinct. The thought strikes him that the system designed to hinder escape is being circumvented. His internal monologue continues, asserting his agency. He will not blindly obey a flawed system if it jeopardizes his survival. His eyes narrow, a flicker of defiance igniting within him. The realization that he can transcend the limitations of the game's system dawns upon him. He draws his sword, a decisive action born from his newfound resolve. This is no longer a game, it is a fight for survival against impossible odds. A figure, cloaked and wielding a sword, stands before a company of soldiers, their faces obscured by hooded cloaks. The scene is bleak, a swirling snowstorm obscuring the landscape. Tension hangs heavy in the air. The leader of the soldiers, his face contorted with fury, glares at the lone figure. His anger is palpable, a storm mirroring the blizzard raging around them. This confrontation is about to escalate. With a sharp, decisive movement, the soldiers respond to their leader's unspoken command. Their unified "yes sir" is a testament to their unwavering loyalty, even as they advance into a dangerous situation. The lone figure, unyielding, meets the soldier's advance with a steely gaze. The words, "You dare fight," hangs unspoken, a challenge echoing the impending clash. His eyes blazed with a fierce determination as a golden light pulsed behind them. A faint blink signified the activation of some hidden power. The sudden impact left him reeling, his vision blurred and his expression one of pained confusion. A disoriented "huh" escaped his lips, reflecting his bewilderment at the unexpected attack. His opponent, his face marred by blood, glared back with furious intensity. The Korean onomatopoeia suggests a desperate, strained effort. I don't feel any sense of guilt at all. A chilling declaration of self-preservation in the face of death. After all, I only killed them to survive. The justification, cold and stark, reveals a character hardened by necessity. His face, etched with the weight of his actions, shows the toll of survival. He dispatches his pursuer with brutal efficiency. The fight is swift, a testament to his honed skills forged in desperate circumstances. Two figures watch in horrified disbelief, the aftermath of his escape leaving them speechless. Their shock underscores the gravity of his actions. He flees, his pursuers left behind. The escape is a desperate dash for freedom, the weight of his choice is heavy on his shoulders. The urgency speaks volumes about the consequences he's still running from. He dispatched one attacker, but the quiet aftermath only fueled his apprehension. The next confrontation wouldn't be so simple. A chilling silence descended. Had his pursuers finally given up the chase? His question was answered instantly, brutally. They hadn't given up. A sudden, sharp realization pierced him. A curse escaped his lips, a single word of pure frustration. They were using magic to conceal themselves. The ambush was sprung. Two figures materialized from the hidden magic, weapons drawn, intent on destroying him. He cursed, frustration etched onto his face. The spell, he realized, was far more potent than he had anticipated. Its effects were overwhelming. A blinding flash of light momentarily obscured his vision. The intensity of the spell's energy was almost unbearable. A figure in a gray hooded cloak sneered, "Serves him right for being so cocky and acting up." His words revealed the aftermath of a conflict, a judgment passed on a defeated opponent. The camera sweeps across a vast, cratered landscape, blanketed in snow. The scale of the destruction is palpable, a testament to the power unleashed moments before. A young man, blonde hair windswept, plummets through the air. The whiz sound intensifies his desperate descent, and his face is etched with both fear and defiance. His fall is a direct result of the previous explosion. His eyes widened, a stark terror etched onto his weathered face. The weight of an unspoken dread hung heavy in the air. It maintains the same momentum before and after use. The words hung in the air, a chilling guarantee of the artifact's power. A violent gust of wind, a deafening shhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. He stood amidst a desolate, snow-covered wasteland, his breath clouding in the frigid air. What the? He stammered, his voice barely a whisper against the vast, silent expanse. The devastation was complete. He plummeted, a crimson stain blooming across his pristine coat as the world tilted violently. The impact, a resounding quang, echoed through the desolate landscape. A man watched, his face contorted in grim satisfaction. The fight, it seemed, was far from over. His breath hitched, a chilling announcement hanging in the air, "Now there are two of them left here." The weight of the words settled heavily, a grim prediction of the impending confrontation. The young man stood, a bloody dagger clutched in his hand, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. The hunt was far from over. The harsh wind whipped snow around two figures cloaked in gray, their faces grim. The taller man, his expression strained, leads the way, a sense of urgency radiating from him. His companion trails behind, silent but equally vigilant. The leading man's internal monologue cuts through the silence of the blizzard. He cannot evade his pursuers forever, a decisive end is required. He lunges forward, his resolve hardened. A predatory glint in his eyes, he declares that he has already deciphered his opponent's fighting style. The confrontation is imminent. He lunged forward, a blur of motion. His only weapons, the blink ability and that dagger. The fight had begun. His opponent stood defiant, a battle cry echoing across the snow-swept battlefield, "Come on, bring it on." In a flash, he disappeared. The only indication of his movement was the sudden blink of light and the glint of the dagger arcing toward his opponent's heart. The attack landed. Alright, I've got you, he declared, the power of his strike evident in the wave of icy energy that erupted. A guttural growl escapes the warrior, his body contorting in a spasm of pain as the enemy's attack lands. The threat is clear: suffer. The crimson-clad figure recoils, a sharp "huh" escaping his lips. The swift counterattack leaves him momentarily stunned. The tide has turned. The attacker presses his advantage, his words as sharp as his blade. Earlier, you kept running away like a rat who's never fought before. The scorn is palpable. A chilling smile spreads across the younger warrior's face. Thanks for helping me get better at it, he smirks, his words a final, cold victory. His growth has been fueled by this brutal conflict. I'll kill you this time. The words hang heavy in the air, a venomous promise born of years of conflict and simmering rage. This isn't a mere threat, it's a declaration of intent, a culmination of past failures and present desperation. A foot descends, heavy with intent, the impact a muted thud against the snow-covered ground. Blood splatters, a grim testament to the violence unleashed. The attacker's brutal efficiency speaks volumes. A spear, propelled by blinding speed, arcs towards its target. The lines of motion blur, highlighting the ferocity of the attack and its imminent impact. This is not a defensive maneuver, this is an aggressive strike meant to end the conflict decisively. Using blink head-on puts me at risk of getting counterattacked. Is he trying to lure? The thought hangs unfinished, a stark realization of the danger and a suspicion of a deeper strategy at play. The attacker's gamble is evident, and the defender is forced to contemplate a calculated risk. A blinding flash erupts as the sword cleaves the air, leaving a trail of shattered ice and a lingering, ethereal glow. His eyes widen, disbelief etched onto his face. No way. He gasps, the weight of the impossible situation dawning on him. The impact of the blow sends him reeling, a fierce struggle ensues, the clash of steel echoing in the frozen wasteland. Two figures, cloaked and armed, emerged from the swirling snow, their approach silent yet ominous. A third, larger figure is partially obscured by the snowdrift, suggesting a powerful presence watching from the shadows. A chilling realization dawned: the initial attack was a calculated maneuver. He had been targeted from the very start. A surge of experience points flooded his system. The young mage had clearly overcome some challenge. He sits, bleeding, in the snow. His sword lies discarded nearby, a grim testament to a hard-fought battle. The distinct sound of a blade being sheathed echoes through the frigid air. The young man, wounded but alive, has survived the ordeal. He stands amidst a crimson tide, the stench of blood thick in the air, his back to the viewer. A ghastly figure, partially obscured, looms behind him, stained with the same brutal carnage. His eyes snap open, a stark realization dawning. That's right, this isn't a dream, he whispers, the gravity of the situation settling upon him. This confirms the horrifying reality he's facing. The scene shifts to a violent struggle, two figures clash amidst a desolate landscape. The whispered words from the previous panel take on a horrifying new context, and first murder. The brutal reality of his actions, his first kill, seeps into his awareness. He stood alone amidst a desolate, snow-swept landscape, the biting wind a constant companion. A single breath escaped his lips, a silent testament to the harsh conditions. A pained groan escaped him, the weight of his injuries evident. He clutched his side, wincing at the sharp sting. He located something amidst the snow and debris, his expression shifting subtly. Ah, found it. There's around 2 million credits. He murmured, a hint of relief coloring his voice. He secured 2 million won, a fortunate windfall, though hardly a fortune. But his newfound wealth offered little solace. A far greater challenge loomed. Before him stretched a treacherous, snow-laden cliff face. His only option, however perilous, was to traverse it. He calls out into the desolate landscape, his voice a fragile threat against the vast, indifferent expanse of snow and ice. Hope, a flickering candle in the wind. That's. A lone figure stands on a snow-covered precipice, shouting, I'm over here. The vast, treacherous chasm before him emphasizes his isolation. He's asking if the others can cross, stating there's no bridge nearby. His companions, watching from the other side, discuss the situation. Their decision to wait reflects their concern and anticipation for his actions, reinforcing the danger of the situation. With a burst of raw power, he launches himself across the chasm. A brilliant golden light erupts as he propels himself forward, leaving a trail of energy behind. A surge of energy erupts, the young man in the tan coat recoils, eyes wide with the shock of his own power. He's clearly unprepared for its intensity. The aftermath settles, revealing a breathtaking vista of floating islands suspended amidst a snowy landscape. The young man breathes heavily, muttering, "What was that?" The question hangs heavy in the air, hinting at the profound implications of what he just witnessed. A figure cloaked in gray observes, their words echoing the young man's uncertainty, but a blink won't be able to control the direction and distance. This commentary reveals a limitation to the power just unleashed, foreshadowing potential future challenges. A figure, powerful and swift, landed with a resounding thud, the ground cracking beneath his feet. The force of the impact sent a shockwave radiating outwards. From a distant, snow-covered peak, two cloaked figures watched. A voice, filled with suspicion, wondered if they were connected to the boy. One of the cloaked figures gasped, a sudden flash of alarm crossing his features. A fiery explosion erupts, the young man barely escaping. "Shit," he gasps, the word echoing the sheer terror of his near miss. He watches the aftermath, eyes wide with alarm. The scale of the blast is clearly visible. He is clearly shaken, but his focus remains sharp. His gaze sharpens as he assesses the threat. Are they with that mercenary from before? This is dangerous. The implication is clear, he anticipates a significant, coordinated threat. His internal monologue reveals his predicament and strategy. Dodging all magic with it is not possible. I have to find the next floating stone. He needs a new way to evade the incoming attack. A dark figure unleashes a powerful, swirling purple energy blast. The sheer force and potential lethality of this attack underscore the danger our protagonist faces. He braced himself, a surge of power coursing through him as he prepared for the inevitable confrontation. The icy ground cracked beneath his feet, a testament to the raw energy he commanded. With a determined stride, he launched himself forward, the words "I'm going" a silent vow echoing his intent. The ground shattered under his powerful leap, a clear demonstration of the force he wields. A blinding flash of light erupted as he unleashed a devastating attack, his body a blur of motion. The raw power sent shockwaves radiating outwards, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. He plunged, a desperate grasp reaching for the icy ledge far below. The wind howled, a brutal symphony accompanying his fall. Fingers scrabbling at the snow, he clung to life. I survived. He breathed, the words a testament to his resilience. But the relief was short-lived. A surge of fire erupted within him, a searing inferno threatening to consume him from the inside. Or maybe not? The question hung in the frigid air, a grim counterpoint to his earlier victory. The flames intensified, twisting his features in agony. I'm going. He gritted, a fierce determination hardening his gaze despite the encroaching pain. The words carried the weight of a final decision. He unleashed a torrent of power, a swirling vortex of ice and lightning, leaving a trail of shattered ice crystals in its wake. The lingering energy dissipated into sparkling shards of ice, drifting away like snowflakes on the wind. A witness gasped, disbelief etched on their face. Someone just used two attributes in one magic spell, as shown in the tutorial? The implication of this feat was profound, far exceeding what any novice mage could achieve. A figure emerged from the blizzard, their face partially obscured by a hood, their light blue hair a stark contrast to the icy landscape. The weight of their presence announced itself, a silent challenge echoing in the crisp air. A desperate cry, echoed across the snowy landscape as two figures tumbled down a treacherous slope. The sound of their bodies scraping against the snow, yakek dash, punctuated the chilling scene. A young man, his expression one of stark alarm, stood amidst a group of cloaked figures. A single exclamation point, captured his silent shock as he witnessed the scene before him. The frigid wind whipped around them, highlighting the harsh, unforgiving environment. A woman, her face partially obscured, brushed off gratitude for a recent act of kindness. I didn't do it to receive any gratitude, so don't mind it, she said, her tone suggesting a weariness with societal expectations. The cold, snowy landscape reflects her aloof nature. A young man, observing the woman from afar, commented on her voice. She's got the prettiest voice I've ever heard in my life, but she seems kinda difficult to approach. His internal monologue reveals a nascent attraction, hinting at the potential for future interaction. The narrative shifts abruptly. A stark image of fire and shadow reveals crucial world-building information, although they're known as bandits who pillage nearby villages. The ominous tone foreshadows conflict and suggests the looming threat these bandits pose. The perspective shifts back to the woman from panel 1. She speaks, her voice laced with determination. The moment I escape this cliff, I enter the territory of the mages and the dark. Her words suggest a perilous journey ahead, implicating a deeper struggle beyond simple survival. A young man, cloaked against the biting cold, stands before a shimmering, obsidian gateway that has just materialized in the snow-covered landscape. The air crackles with unseen energy. He collapses, gasping for breath, his face etched with exhaustion and a dawning realization. The promise of additional reward for developing the story for the Constellatio project suddenly feels far less appealing. The weight of his task overwhelms him. He choked back a sob, the weight of his first battle heavy on his young shoulders. The grime and blood caked on his clothes spoke of a brutal struggle. The flash of memory, his first blink, his first kill. Survival's price was steep, etched into the lines of his face. The confession hung heavy in the air, a stark truth: he killed a man to survive. The chilling simplicity of the statement mirrored the brutal reality of his experience. Let's leave this place for now. The decision is made, a retreat from a difficult situation, though the tone suggests reluctance. Wait. A pause, a hesitation. Something has caught his attention, interrupting the planned departure. Although this leaves a bitter aftertaste. I have to think realistically since I have no money. The protagonist acknowledges the unpleasantness of the situation but accepts the pragmatic necessity of leaving due to his financial constraints. A figure, cloaked against the biting wind, urgently calls out, "This way." The desperate plea cuts through the swirling snow, guiding the viewer's attention toward a small group huddled near a distant structure. The group, identified as the mages from the tutorial, is revealed. One mage, more vocal than the others, exclaims, confirming their identity, prompting a reflection on their purpose in the unfolding story and the potential significance of their presence. The mages, now clearly seen, respond in unison, "Yes, I am on my way," their collective affirmation suggesting a shared goal, implying a task of considerable importance. The panel's composition reinforces the unity and focused intention of their response. Doubt clouds the faces of two mages as one observes, but to cross this cliff, he'd have to be at least a third-class knight. Could that young boy do such a thing? Their skepticism highlights the seemingly insurmountable obstacle and raises questions about the boy's capabilities, creating a dramatic tension. A figure, cloaked and disoriented, landed heavily in the snow, a faint escaping their lips. The impact sent a tremor through the frozen landscape. Two individuals, bundled against the biting cold, watched the distant commotion unfold. Their expressions were a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. A hushed whisper cut through the snowy silence, "Is that a jumping type of magic?" The question hung in the air, hinting at a deeper understanding of the events unfolding. The source of the earlier commotion became clear: a young woman, surrounded by hooded figures, stood defiantly. Her gaze was unwavering, revealing a quiet strength. "That's a blink," one of the hooded figures exclaimed, their disbelief palpable as they witnessed an impossible feat of speed. The other, a young man with reddish-brown hair, mirrored their astonishment. The young man's eyes widened as he was suddenly propelled through the air, a trail of bright energy in his wake. "How is that possible?" he gasped, the impossible speed leaving him breathless. A figure cloaked in gray emerged from the inferno, their eyes burning with intensity. The sheer power radiating from them signaled a significant escalation in the conflict. A cloaked figure, engulfed in a fiery vortex, plummets. The intense heat radiates outwards, a maelstrom of orange and red consuming the scene. A warning rings out, "Hey! Watch out!" as a wave of searing flame explodes from the falling figure. The urgency is palpable. Reacting swiftly, a young man in a brown coat launches himself forward, a surge of energy crackling around him. His eyes are narrowed in fierce concentration. He barely avoids the fiery blast. Now, standing on a desolate, windswept precipice, he gazes at two cloaked figures retreating into the storm clouds. The aftermath of the explosion swirls around him. A system notification appears. Blink's cooldown is 3 seconds. The young man's quick reaction was calculated, a strategic maneuver within a limited time frame. He saw his opportunity, a precarious foothold in the swirling chaos. "That will work as my foothold," he muttered, his eyes narrowed with grim determination. A surge of power coursed through him, a violent backlash. The effort was immense, a silent scream escaping his lips, "Ugh." The strain proved too much, he lost his grip and plummeted. Doomed to fall, the thought flashed through his mind before the world turned into a blur of colors. He plummeted, a desperate prayer escaping his lips, "I hope I land on just one." The weight of his fall, the uncertain destination, etched a palpable fear onto his features. The impact jarred him, a sudden, bone-deep chill gripping him as his hands scrabbled at the icy surface. He had landed, but the cold, unforgiving grip of the ground offered little comfort. He propelled himself upward, a desperate lunge for purchase. The youth's coat billowed around him, a stark contrast to the harsh landscape of snow and ice, as he fought against the relentless forces pulling him down. A fiery eruption propelled him skyward once more. The intense heat seared his skin as the ground was left far behind, the quang of the explosion echoing in the frozen waste. A cataclysmic surge of blue energy erupts, the raw power threatening to consume all. "To die," a voice cries out, lost in the maelstrom. The aftermath, a desolate landscape, scarred by the recent battle. Two cloaked figures stand silhouetted against the gray sky, dwarfed by the destruction they've wrought. One of the figures, a young man, stares in disbelief. "What was that magic just now?" he whispers, the shock etched onto his face. An ice spear, imbued with lightning, had clearly been the weapon of choice. The other figure, a man with intense eyes, muses, "Furthermore, the caster precisely calculated the trajectory without wasting any mana." He speaks with a knowledge that hints at a far greater understanding of the event's true significance. The question of who wielded such power hangs heavy in the air. Two figures, cloaked and huddled together, stare in disbelief. "Impossible." One whispers, their voice laced with stunned horror. The sheer improbability of what they've witnessed shakes them to their core. A young man, bruised and battered, clings precariously to a rocky outcrop. The vast, snow-covered landscape stretches before him. Despite his injuries, a grim determination hardens his gaze as he mutters, "Seems I live anyway." Survival, against all odds, has become his new purpose. He walks towards a group of cloaked figures, their faces obscured by shadow. The weight of what has happened still hangs heavy, but a new confrontation begins, and he is no longer alone. He offered a heartfelt, "Thank you for helping me just now," his gratitude evident despite the chilling winter backdrop. The blue-haired woman, his apparent savior, remains silent, her expression unreadable. The woman departs swiftly, leaving him alone in the desolate snowscape. A single, barely audible "ha" escapes his lips as he watches her go, a mixture of confusion and lingering apprehension clouding his expression. He's clearly still processing the events. A chilling revelation: in reality, most of such activities are carried out by the dark demon cult, a grim voiceover states, accompanied by a terrifying image of shadowy figures engaged in dark rituals. This sets the stage for a conflict far larger than the initial encounter. He stands resolute on a snow-covered peak, a single thought bubble above his head, but even that ends here. The protagonist's determination is palpable, signaling an impending confrontation with the dark demon cult. He stands alone, a figure shrouded in the twilight. His expression is one of quiet determination, even confidence. Demonic humans will no longer pursue him, they don't even know who he is. His new anonymity grants him freedom from his past. A shift in focus. This young man, seemingly unburdened, faces a new challenge. The prospect of enrolling at Stella Academy doesn't seem daunting to him, he believes it will be easy. This casual demeanor hints at either immense self-confidence or a naive unawareness of what lies ahead. A figure, cloaked and indistinct, plummets from the sky, a brilliant, golden light exploding around him as he falls. He scrambles desperately, his fingers gripping the edge of a cliff face, the wind whipping through his hair as snow falls around him. Below, a group of onlookers, their faces partially obscured by the swirling snow, gazed upward in stunned disbelief. To perform such a feat, one mutters, the question hanging heavy in the frigid air. Their astonishment speaks volumes. This is no ordinary feat of strength or skill. A hooded figure sits within a carriage, cloaked and silent, the only sound the rhythmic clack-clack of wheels on snow. The scene is hushed, heavy with unspoken tension. The young man's face is etched with exhaustion and a deep, unspoken sorrow. His eyes, heavy-lidded, reflect the weight of the world. A stark contrast, a child's bright, innocent face beams, the word Moem, radiating from him like sunshine. The image pulses with a vibrant hope that cuts through the preceding gloom. Uziel's unwavering gaze holds a quiet strength as she offers her support. Yes, I believe in you, Uziel. Her words carry a weight far beyond their simple phrasing, a testament to her faith in the young boy's potential. The revelation hits the parents like a bolt of lightning. Did you just say that my son has mana leakage syndrome? The mother's voice trembles, her face a mask of shock and fear as she clutches her son. The gravity of the situation settles heavily in the room, a stark contrast to the boy's previous innocent determination. The boy, Uziel, stares at his own hand, a growing sense of dread replacing his earlier optimism. There's no way. The unspoken question hangs heavy in the air. The stark blue hue of the panel accentuates his dawning fear and uncertainty. Are these? He wept, a raw, shuddering sob escaping him. Wea. A sudden jolt, a sharp swish, threw him forward. His eyes widened, fear replacing the tears. He clutched his head, a groan escaping his lips. Ugh. The disorientation was palpable, something had gone drastically wrong. A calm voice cut through the chaos. We're going to arrive in Lazoica, the satellite city of Arcanium, soon. The announcement offered a glimmer of hope amidst the unsettling events. The caravan halts in the snow. A young man, dressed in a coat far too warm for the occasion, directs a brief respite, a weary sigh escaping his lips as he utters, "Let's take a break here." Despite his initial anxieties, a subtle shift in his demeanor is noticeable. He observes the situation with a newfound calm, whispering, "But things are going fine, considering how worried I was." Magic permeates the ether world, but within its cities, advanced transport systems like trains, flying ships, and warp holes ensure safe travel. We're bound for Lazoica, where we'll board a flying ship. The narrator marvels at Beck Uziel's exceptional achievement in gaining admission to Stella Academy, a prestigious institution teeming with geniuses and nobles from across the globe. His enhanced senses, a consequence of the leakage syndrome, are overwhelming. Sixth sense and detection acceleration are constantly active. Without them, he'd be dead. The details of his affliction are revealed: a 3% strength, 5% agility, and 10% sensitivity increase, powered by his own mind, but at a cost. The scene shifts to a young boy, clutched protectively by his mother, as a shadowy figure observes from the background. This seemingly mundane scene is framed by an ominous statement: it is a kind of inherent curse. The curse, however, granted a crucial ability. It allowed him to detect mana with his heightened sixth sense, a silver lining amidst the peril. The boy's predicament is further clarified. His accelerated senses are a double-edged sword. While they enhance his awareness, the speed at which he perceives the world is dangerous. Any threat approaching faster than a normal human could detect would still catch him off guard. Next, we examine the characters' stats. This is crucial to understanding their capabilities within the game's world. The narrative reveals that the original Beck Uziel possessed exceptionally low sensitivity. However, it seems a portion of the stats from a fostered character has been transferred, significantly altering his capabilities. Beck Uziel's stats are displayed: strength, agility, and endurance are relatively low, while stamina and sensitivity are unexpectedly high, suggesting a significant boost from the transferred stats. Skills are measured in levels, while stats are measured in stars. This establishes the game's internal mechanics. The protagonist reflects on his extensive experience with this game, revealing he dedicated over 10 years to mastering it, yet even then, could only reach 8 stars in stamina and sensitivity. This contextualizes the current high level of sensitivity as truly remarkable. A final assessment confirms the stats transfer and resulting high sensitivity. The implication is that Baek Uziel has undergone a significant, game-altering transformation. The solution to mana leakage syndrome lies within Stella Academy. A sigh escapes her lips. Reluctance weighs heavily, she doesn't want to go, and wishes for assistance. Ha! Unexpected notifications appear, catching her attention. The voyage to Arcanium has begun. Departure is announced, signaling a pivotal shift in the narrative. A young man, clearly out of place amidst the opulence, surveys his surroundings with wide, uncertain eyes. His nervousness is palpable. Another passenger voices his disdain, revealing a class-based prejudice against the young man's presence. This underlines the social tensions inherent in the world. The young man finds himself facing a group of haughty nobles, their disdain clear in their postures and expressions. The scene sets the stage for an unavoidable conflict. A young man, his expression unreadable, stands amidst the hushed tones of his surroundings. He seems oblivious to the weight of the world pressing down on him. Suddenly, two sharply dressed men confront him, their voices sharp. One accuses the young man of sighing at them. Their hostility is palpable. The young man's apparent indifference only fuels their ire. The outburst from one of the men startles the young man, pulling him from his reverie. Annoyance flickers across his face. The sudden noise and the escalating confrontation clearly irritate him. Did he say buy-in? A question hangs heavy in the air, born of uncertainty and perhaps a dawning suspicion. Why, Your Highness? The stammering greeting reveals a servant's nervousness in the presence of royalty. The young woman, the object of his address, is veiled in mystery. A gasp escapes the servant's lips, the situation has taken an unexpected turn. The regal bearing of the young woman conveys a sense of quiet power. The young woman, her identity still shrouded, walks away, leaving the servant and a shadowy figure in her wake. The scene hints at intrigue and secrets yet to be unveiled. The young man's gaze softens as he looks down at the girl beside him, a stark contrast to the haunted expression in her crimson eyes. A palpable tension hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken anxieties. His thoughts drift, his expression hardening. So she's. The unspoken portion of his statement is a chilling realization, a weight of knowledge settling upon him. A grim revelation, the girl is a main character, her fate intrinsically tied to the game's narrative, regardless of the choices made. The implications are heavy, foreboding. The narrative shifts to a stark warning: in some possible futures, she suffers a brutal death. This establishes the high stakes and the potentially devastating consequences of actions within the game world. Another horrifying possibility: a shameful event forces her from public life forever. Her suffering takes a different, equally devastating form. The weight of his knowledge becomes unbearable. He mused, I heard she's popular with the male players, but she sure is pretty, his gaze lingering on a fleeting image. The comment reveals a casual observation, hinting at a game world where attractiveness holds some weight. A moment later, the man's hunger takes precedence. He decides, maybe I should eat something, his stomach rumbling subtly, a small detail in a larger context. His eyes widen in a sudden realization. A can of something is in his hand, a meager meal. The look on his face suggests disappointment, his expectations have not been met. He alters his plan, declaring, I'll just eat once we get to Arcanium, his resolve shifting. This indicates a significant location called Arcanium, presumably with better options. An announcement echoes through the hall, a gathering is called for everyone. A woman with silver hair, sharp eyes, and a confident air stands poised to address the assembled crowd. A young woman, her expression a mixture of anticipation and apprehension, is urged to proceed to the first floor. The urgency is palpable. A sharply dressed man sits calmly, his composure unwavering. He informs those present that their arrival in Arcanium is imminent, 10 minutes. The weight of his words suggests significant events are about to unfold. A young man, his brow furrowed in anxious anticipation, whispers a question to himself, is it finally starting? The tension is building. The young man's resolve solidifies, he mutters, let's do this, a clear declaration of his readiness to face whatever lies ahead. A lone carriage, pulled by two weary horses, traverses a desolate, snow-covered landscape. The dim light of a lantern casts long shadows in the twilight, highlighting the harsh, jagged peaks of the surrounding mountains. The journey is clearly arduous. Inside, a young man slumps against the carriage wall, exhaustion etched on his face. He is clearly weary from the journey, his posture heavy with fatigue. The boy's eyes snap open. A spark of determination ignites within him as he declares, "I'm gonna be a mage when I grow up." His ambition, even in this harsh environment, is palpable. His gaze falls upon a worn, leather-bound book, a second-hand magical text, a testament to his parents' sacrifices. This book represents the culmination of their hard work and their unwavering hope for their son's future. A mother cradles her feverish child, whispering a desperate plea for help, "Doctor." The scene pulses with a palpable sense of urgency and fear. The question hangs heavy in the air, a chilling uncertainty: Beck Uziel's memories? Or the chilling revelation dawns: my memories? The weight of this realization is crushing, the panel's darkness reflecting the character's internal turmoil. He jolted awake, a cold sweat clinging to his skin. The lingering effects of a nightmare, or was it a memory, left him breathless and disoriented. A hand instinctively went to his temple, the throbbing a stark reminder of the ordeal. His eyes, wide and haunted, reflected the turmoil within. "Oh, you're up?" "I was just about to wake you," a calm voice broke through his distress. The interruption, though well-intentioned, offered little comfort. The rhythmic creak of wooden wheels on snow punctuated the silence. Travel? Escape? Or a journey into the heart of further uncertainty? He stretched languidly, a sigh escaping his lips. The young man seemed utterly relaxed despite the desolate, snowy landscape surrounding him. A young woman, cloaked in gray, stood silently before him, her pale blue hair visible beneath the hood. An air of mystery surrounded her. Relief washed over his features as he mused, "I'm glad the timeline is closer to modern times rather than the Middle Ages." The weight of a potential historical setting seemed lifted from his shoulders. A magnificent airship, seemingly defying gravity, entered view. The caption below explains, "to make long-distance travel convenient," revealing a key element of this world's technology. Lezdika lies on the route to Arcanium, a city renowned for its magic towers, mage knight orders, and 5 prestigious academies. Arcanium houses the most powerful academy in the land. Stella, unaware of her latent abilities, decides to check her skill set. She discovers she possesses mana leakage syndrome level 1, granting her increased strength, agility, sensitivity, and a sixth sense that detects mana within a 12-meter radius and automatically activates acceleration when danger is sensed. This ability, however, consumes her mental power to activate. Beck Uziel suffers from mana leakage syndrome, a cursed physique preventing him from accumulating mana within his body. His grim expression reflects the burden of this affliction. However, his condition grants him a unique advantage: heightened sensory perception, enabling him to sense incoming attacks even without directly facing them. The image shows him dodging projectiles with impossible speed, a testament to his developed sixth sense. This sixth sense, though invaluable given his lack of mana, is taxing, rapidly depleting his mental energy. Its use is unsustainable for extended periods. Beck Uziel's stats reveal his current limitations: a complete absence of mana, low stamina, and moderate strength and agility. His high sensitivity score reflects his acute senses, and his mind power, while at 1 star, is already at 43% capacity, highlighting the mental strain of his enhanced perception. He possesses a single skill, Blink, currently at level 0. Uziel reviewed his stats, a grim expression settling on his face. The path to power was far from clear. The maximum stat level is 9 stars, a virtually unattainable peak in this world. This revelation weighs heavily on him. He focuses his current meager resources on improving his sixth sense and reaction speed, a practical strategy given his limitations. His mana, however, is another matter. The young man's primary concern now is his mana leakage syndrome, a debilitating condition hindering his progress. A mischievous glint shines in his eyes as he gestures, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. He's ready. The young man, sword at the ready, receives the order to depart. Three cloaked figures stand silently by a waiting cart, their faces obscured, as the journey begins. A magnificent airship, its sails billowing, descends from the heavens. Their destination is clearly not reached by land. Inside, an opulent setting awaits. The urgency of the journey gives way to a formal setting. A woman, concerned for the safety of those present, politely asks them to be seated. One of the men, his expression a mixture of amusement and disbelief, observes a young man in a brown coat. The question hangs in the air: has this newcomer never been on a flying ship before? The scene shifts to a conversation among the group. It appears the group considers itself among the most prestigious in the world, and is clearly disdainful of this newcomer's apparent lack of experience, seeing it as an insult. The young man, visibly relieved to have escaped whatever ordeal he just went through, lets out a sigh of relief, a small frog seemingly illustrating his inner thoughts. The other man's irritation grows. His expression hardens into a simmering anger. A young man in a dark suit, his face contorted in a wide, almost manic grin, exclaims excitedly amidst a crowd. His expression speaks of a momentous discovery, a secret revealed. The camera abruptly shifts to a close-up of the man's eye, now wide with shock and disbelief. The sudden change in expression hints at an unexpected twist. A single exclamation point floats above him, emphasizing the intensity of his surprise. Princess Hong Bayan Adalabad of the Adalabad Kingdom is introduced. Her solemn expression and regal attire convey a sense of gravity and perhaps foreboding. The princess stands regally, surrounded by the same crowd from the initial panel. Their previous excitement is replaced by a hushed awe as they witness the princess's appearance, hinting at her importance and the potential ramifications of the young man's discovery. Her crimson eyes burned into him, a silent promise of conflict. A tremor ran through the young man, his unease palpable. His nervousness was mirrored by his flustered courtiers, whispers of "Your Highness," filling the air, a testament to the weight of their shared apprehension. The revelation hung heavy. Hong Bayan, the woman before them, is identified as this world's villainess. Her fate, it seems, is sealed. Doomed to constant conflict with the story's heroine, her end is foretold, a tragic death. The narrative unfolds, revealing a young woman, relentlessly bullied and ultimately expelled from her academy. Her suffering seems almost predetermined, as if orchestrated by unseen forces. The implication hangs heavy. The game's developers, it seems, had designed her fate to be one of constant misery. A young man, encountering the exorbitant prices of the game world, mutters about the expense. A buzzing sound, intensifying, suggests a looming system malfunction. 10 minutes until arrival in Arcanium. The announcement hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the young woman's quiet contemplation. Well, either way, this right here is my reality now. A declaration of acceptance, a quiet resolve in the face of the unknown. Dawn breaks. A new day, a new reality. The implication of a fresh start hangs in the pale morning light. A young man, his features soft yet determined, speaks with an older companion whose smile hints at a knowing amusement. Their conversation unfolds amidst the soft glow of an interior space, hinting at a place of comfort and perhaps clandestine planning. The younger man's internal monologue reveals a critical urgency. He needs to upgrade his nature physique to secrets of nature physique as soon as possible. His survival depends on it. This necessity underscores the gravity of his situation. This urgent need dictates his next move. He must go to Stella. The stakes are impossibly high, stopping the end of the world and treating his own life-threatening syndrome. A young man, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation, stands with arms crossed, a palpable anxiety radiating from him. He wrestles with a profound doubt: will he truly survive in this harsh new world? His internal monologue continues, a stark contrast to his outward calm. He acknowledges a recent success, but the shadow of impending danger remains heavy. The answer to his unspoken question looms large. Three cloaked figures, their faces obscured yet eyes burning with an ominous purple glow, stand as a tangible representation of the threat. His fear is palpable, a desperate wish for aid underscores his vulnerability and the daunting challenges that lie ahead. The Constellatio project offers a special reward, downgraded versions of in-game items and skills, plus experience points. He considers his options, weighing the pros and cons of choosing returning light or praise of the flash as his reward. The system informs him that due to the advanced nature of the blink skill, only a slightly enhanced version can be acquired as a reward. Intrigued, he wonders, what is that? The mystery of the reward deepens. He's frustrated. The system won't provide him with late-game items because he's considered a newbie. His options are severely limited. The protagonist considers an alternative, bulbul glasses. A glimmer of hope appears in this otherwise restricted environment. He decides to go with the bulbul glasses. The narrative subtly shifts to a sense of acceptance and pragmatic adaptation. The protagonist receives the bulbul glasses. They are revealed to be an item containing all the information he's collected throughout the game, a clever workaround for his newbie limitations. This reveals a layer of player ingenuity within the game's mechanics. Exposition clarifies that players created diverse methods to store information, highlighting the game's flexible, player-driven nature. This establishes a key aspect of the game's world-building. He activated his device, a digital interface appearing before him. The command Open folder initiated the process. This is clearly a magical data repository, allowing access to vital information. The folder opened, revealing a series of categorized files. Among them were symbols denoting creatures and possibly artifacts, indicating a comprehensive bestiary and item database. His investigation is clearly progressing. A crucial piece of information is revealed. The target of his investigation is the eldest daughter of the traitor, Dutch Malf. This clarifies his objective and adds a layer of political intrigue to the unfolding narrative. A disdainful whisper cuts through the opulent hall. Yikes, how dare she show her face here? The speaker's contempt is palpable, hinting at a history of conflict with the unseen subject. A young man with spectacles, dressed in a modest brown coat, reacts with a surprised, "IL?" His expression suggests a mixture of apprehension and perhaps a touch of pity. The scene subtly introduces the protagonist's connection to the scorned woman. A character profile box appears, abruptly revealing key information about Il Malf, a fake heroine and ice lightning mage, with peculiar eating habits and a tragic backstory directly tied to her family's downfall. Her eventual demise is also foreshadowed. The narrator prepares to explain IL's predicament. To explain IL, the fake heroine, there is one thing I have to point out. This sets the stage for a crucial world-building revelation. The truth is unveiled. Ether World is a game based on the romance fantasy novel, Don't Love the Princess. This single fact contextualizes IL's role and the nature of the world itself, setting the foundation for the overall narrative. A young woman, her eyes sparkling with determination, stands close to a man, their faces inches apart. She grows stronger by facing the villainous schemes of Hong Bayan. The narrative shifts. Unlike in the original novel, Il becomes the false heroine in the game, while Flame assumes the true heroine's role. Il's fate is sealed. She cannot survive any narrative path, ultimately losing her position as the heroine. A young woman with long, silvery blue hair walks through a grand hall, her expression pensive. The thought, somewhere before, echoes in her mind, hinting at a past memory, a familiarity with this place that unsettles her. The woman's inner monologue reveals her intention: I should get ready to hop off. This suggests an imminent departure, implying a sense of urgency or perhaps a need to escape a situation. As you are already aware, an older man states, his face partially obscured but his tone serious and foreboding. His words suggest the impending events are no secret, leaving the young woman with little room for surprise or denial. Even at this moment, dark demonic humans continue their invasion by opening or liberating ancient dungeons to encroach upon the magical world from the backworld. The weight of this ongoing threat hangs heavy in the air. Two students, witnessing the opening ceremony, openly express their boredom at the headmaster's speech, highlighting the contrast between the gravity of the situation and the mundane reality of daily life for the mages in training. Their attitude subtly foreshadows the challenges ahead. The headmaster continues, explaining that an oath ceremony will be held for the 4 top-scoring students and the freshman representative. This establishes the immediate context for the students' upcoming actions. However, the brightest one. A subtle hint of anticipation hangs in the air, the focus on a single individual suggesting a pivotal figure is about to be introduced. He's the student who entered with the highest score. The narrator confirms the importance of this individual, their academic achievements highlighting their exceptional capabilities. So that's the famous Ma Yuzeong. The name is finally revealed, solidifying his status and hinting at a pre-existing reputation. He's the character that best fits the phrase, "Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one." This statement elevates Yuzeong beyond mere academic achievement, positioning him as someone destined for greatness, possibly even possessing exceptional power or influence. The grandiose declaration foreshadows significant events to come. Even if I can't reach the true ending, I must at least aim to avoid. The narrative shifts to an internal monologue, revealing a character's determination and hinting at a challenging objective or a looming threat. The use of true ending suggests a narrative with multiple possible outcomes. A young man, his brow furrowed in contemplation, seems to weigh a difficult decision. Uncertainty hangs heavy in the air. A young woman, her expression somber, speaks of facing rejection. Her words hint at a larger conflict, perhaps a battle against a powerful enemy. The young man from the first panel dismisses his own importance within the grand scheme of things, likening himself to an insignificant non-player character in a village. His self-deprecation is striking. The young woman, now holding a radiant staff, seems to possess significant power, contrasting sharply with the previous panel's discussion of insignificance. This suggests a hidden strength, possibly hers or related to the conflict she mentioned. A young man, his brow furrowed with worry, reflects on the consequences of proximity to a certain individual. He fears that her unsettling influence, which impoverishes those around her, will inevitably affect him as well. From afar, we observe an elderly figure addressing a group of students at what appears to be an academy. The students stand formally at attention, their faces mostly obscured. The setting suggests an important ceremony is underway. The ceremony concludes. A wave of relief washes over the students as the announcement is made, a shared exhale of tension. The students erupt in cheers of celebration, signifying the successful completion of their enrollment at Stella Academy. The joyous scene signals the end of episode 2. A young man, his face etched with weariness, lets out a single, weary, ha. The subtle tremor in his shoulders betrays a deeper struggle. His gaze hardens, reflecting a grim determination. The words, "to survive in this Stella Academy," hang heavy in the air, revealing the harsh reality of his situation. The young man ponders his choices, a wry smile playing on his lips. The system, it seems, operates with at least some semblance of ethical constraints. He muses, "Let's see, what should I pick?" His selection triggers a system message: the item's grade is too high and will be severely downgraded. The consequences of his actions are immediate and apparent. A crucial piece of world building is revealed: narrative power. This force governs the story's progression. Continued exploration of unexplored story branches will increase this power. The young man's expression shifts to one of grim determination. The implications of the system's message are clearly weighing heavily on him. The system confirms the request can be fulfilled. In the ether world, recalling information about hunted monsters or acquired knowledge was impossible. He smiles, adjusting his new bulbul glasses, a solution to this very problem. The bulbul glasses description details their function: perfect recall of any seen knowledge, though they consume mind power to activate. A bulbul folder and a seal are listed as special features. He deemed the situation satisfactory. This world, he realized, was undeniably real, offering a chance to regain abilities lost to him. A sudden recognition flickered in his eyes. "Aiel," he whispered, a hint of hope entering his voice. A young woman with long, light blue hair, clad in a simple gray cloak, walked through an ornate palace hallway. A book was held gently in her hands. A hushed warning followed: "Shoo, she will hear you." The stakes were clear, discretion was paramount. His special glasses allow him to identify and analyze characters. A woman in the distance is identified as the fake heroine. He is clearly surprised by this revelation. The current world is revealed to be the game, Ether World, based on a novel about Aiel, a heroine who lost her family. Aiel's story concludes with her marrying the male protagonist. A young man with glasses, his expression thoughtful and slightly apprehensive, stares off into the middle distance. A subtle unease hangs in the air. the narrative shifts to reveal a woman's past. She led an ordinary life, enjoying novels like Don't Love the Princess, until she was transported to a fantastical world. This sets the stage for the current events. Despite numerous attempts by players, numerous failures are shown in the image, implying a significant challenge within this new world. This emphasizes the difficulty the young man faces. He dismisses the situation with a dismissive, self-deprecating remark, "Well, it's got nothing to do with me," but a lingering doubt is palpable. His skepticism is challenged, however. He questions if his feelings, possibly premonitions, are merely his imagination, as he observes two figures in a grand hall, setting the stage for a potential encounter. He dismissed the unsettling vision as a figment of his imagination, a fleeting thought in the quiet of the cafe. The camera pans to Stella Academy, a grand institution nestled amidst rolling hills, a beacon of arcane knowledge. A chilling revelation: the dark demonic humans, mages who embraced otherworldly power, transforming themselves into monstrous beings. The narrative shifts back to the young man, his expression hinting at a growing unease. The weight of this newfound knowledge presses upon him. Students are summoned to the podium. The scene is tense, anticipation heavy in the air. 3 students stand before the podium, their faces, illuminated, radiate a certain star quality. Their appearances signal their significance. A young man observes them, his internal monologue revealing his assessment. Each student shines, embodying the archetype of a main character. He is clearly impressed. His internal monologue continues, expressing awe at one particular student's combination of striking handsomeness and intelligence. Ma Yuzion, a prodigy with a mana status of 9 stars, possesses the potential to rival deities themselves. His innate ability to control all the elements establishes him as a true natural genius amongst geniuses. The looming threat of bad endings hangs heavy in the air as the narrative focuses on Ma Yuzion's presence. His arrival is the catalyst for events to come. The implication is clear: Flame's actions are now completely dependent upon the unfolding situation involving Yuzion. The stage is set. He holds the informational advantage, therefore, unnecessary risks should be avoided. The heroine possesses a unique ability to cleanse those corrupted by demonic influence, but she also has another, undisclosed power. He observes the celebratory applause, his expression unreadable, a calculated detachment in his posture. A monstrous shadow, a dragon's head, erupts from a purple vortex, its single, glowing red eye burning with malevolent intensity. A whispered no hangs in the air, a futile protest against the encroaching darkness. Now that he thinks of it, the protagonist, a young man in spectacles, notices an unchecked notification. This subtle shift in his awareness hints at the impending shift in the narrative's focus. The young man, seemingly unconcerned by the looming dragon, reflects on a game system notification. He comments on the unexpected reality of wearing his in-game attire, indicating the blurring of lines between the game world and reality. This foreshadows the need to utilize the game's mechanics to overcome the real-world danger. His gaze sharpens, a newfound determination hardening his features. He realizes the significance of the game's mechanics in providing crucial information to navigate this crisis. The subtle glowing effect around him underscores his connection to the game system. The game's world is based on the novel, but the story diverges significantly. This sets up a crucial point of conflict and intrigue, a discrepancy between source material and adaptation. A character, possibly the protagonist, reflects on the potential benefits of befriending someone from their own reality within this game world, highlighting the importance of alliances and strategic maneuvering within a potentially unpredictable environment. This underscores the player's need for careful navigation of this altered reality. The sprawling campus of the Magic Academy filled the horizon, a testament to the power and prestige of this institution. Inside a classroom, a young man sat among his peers, his gaze fixed on the professor, a palpable tension hanging in the air. His expression hinted at a silent turmoil, a conflict brewing beneath the surface. The weight of expectation pressed upon him. A golden pocket watch, a symbol of time's relentless march, appeared, held delicately in someone's hand. The word "having" is the only text, emphasizing the moment of possession. A pocket watch, its chain shimmering with an inner light, hangs suspended in darkness. This is no ordinary timepiece, it holds a power that surpasses even the most potent magic. Possessing this watch guarantees preferential treatment and service, exceeding even those with the highest magical warrior licenses. Its influence speaks to a world where power is not solely defined by magical prowess. The exams are about to begin. All personal items, except writing materials, must be stowed away. Those who require glasses will be examined beforehand. The meticulous preparation highlights the gravity of these assessments. Stella Academy's curriculum rivals the rigor of top Korean universities. The students, seated in anticipation, are about to face their first exam on their very first day. This underscores the institution's demanding standards and the high stakes inherent in their education. It's the first day, and the students are informed that their upcoming exam is called the Class Organization Exam. A teacher explains that this is, in fact, a class placement exam. His expression conveys a sense of urgency and perhaps foreboding. A student, clearly apprehensive, admits to having no idea what the exam entails. The exam, we learn, is completely separate from the notoriously difficult entrance exam. The implication is that this class placement exam is also likely to be challenging in its own way. A young woman with striking red eyes sits amongst her peers, a palpable sense of unease emanating from her. The academy's atmosphere hangs heavy with unspoken anxieties. A single thought escapes her lips, barely a whisper, of course, most of. The narrative shifts to Baek Uziel, whose admission to the academy stands in stark contrast to the expectations of the elite. He entered as the last-place student among 1,141 applicants. His internal monologue reveals a quiet desperation. "I've already gotten in, can I just hand in a blank page?" Baek Uziel sits at his desk, a document lies before him, the weight of expectation is palpable. The detail of the document is inconsequential, the narrative focus remains on his internal struggle. A classmate observes Baek Uziel, offering a seemingly dismissive comment, "He's already like that." This suggests a history of underperformance, perhaps even a pre-existing expectation of failure amongst his peers. Astonishment ripples through the examination hall. He's already finished the exam. A young man, his brow furrowed in weariness, sits alone, a stark contrast to the frantic energy around him. His exhaustion speaks volumes. This was far more than just an academic exercise. The weight of expectation, the crushing burden of destiny. This young man, his eyes blazing with a dark fire, is not merely a student, he is the harbinger of ruin. His birth itself was a prophecy of destruction. Looking at geniuses only intensifies self-comparison. The narrator's contemplation is interrupted, highlighting a subtle insecurity beneath his outwardly confident demeanor. A young man admits to frequent use of unspecified items while playing, a detail whose significance remains unclear. His expression hints at a possible underlying unease or concern. The question about the glasses foreshadows a potential problem or oversight, setting the stage for a forthcoming confrontation and highlighting a crucial detail possibly overlooked earlier. The sharp tone suggests an impending reprimand. The man examined the intricate device in his gloved hands, a subtle frown etching itself onto his features. His expression hinted at a complex calculation, a silent weighing of possibilities. The air crackled with unspoken tension. A young boy, his face contorted with apprehension, sat across from him. The weight of the unspoken question hung heavy in the air, a palpable anxiety radiating from the child's posture. He was clearly awaiting a critical response. The implication of the missing piece of the bulbul glasses was heavy. Its absence, a significant detail, hinted at a larger threat unfolding. A call was proposed, the stage was set for confrontation. He couldn't sense any mana. A crucial oversight, he'll remember to ask beforehand next time. Ah, yes. A pair of spectacles is offered, a subtle detail hinting at the upcoming test. The young man, now wearing the glasses, smirks. A mischievous glint in his eye suggests he's contemplating a risky strategy. What if he cheated? The exam concludes abruptly. The examiner's stern demeanor and the command to hand over the papers create a sense of urgency and potential consequences. A young man in glasses, clad in a school uniform, stares in disbelief as papers swirl around him in a burst of magical energy. His expression shifts from mild confusion to utter astonishment. Ha, he murmurs, his voice barely audible above the magical chaos. The papers continue their ethereal dance, but the young man's bewilderment deepens. His mouth hangs open, widening as he processes the surreal sight before him. Who, he breathes, his voice filled with a growing sense of incredulity. A man in a long coat, calmly observing the scene, reveals himself as the source of the magic. His expression is one of controlled power as he states, "I just finished 3." The implication, 3 important tasks were completed and their result causes this magical disturbance. The young man, still reeling from the magical display, processes the implications. He mutters to himself, "I didn't. I finally escape F class." The weight of his words speaks to the significance of the event. Escape from F class, seemingly an impossible feat, has been achieved due to the actions of the man in the coat. A young man, his expression one of mild confusion, utters a single word, "Huh?" The question hangs in the air, foreshadowing an impending confrontation. A sharply dressed man, his face contorted with barely suppressed fury, barks a demand, "You, give me those glasses right now." The urgency in his voice highlights the significance of the glasses, suggesting they possess power or hold vital information. The man's anger subsides, replaced by a thoughtful frown as he examines the glasses in his hand. "Isham, there's no way," he mutters, acknowledging the unexpected turn of events and possibly the implication of his discovery. A young man in a uniform immediately obeys, responding with a crisp, "Yes, sir." His obedience emphasizes the power dynamic and the seriousness of the situation. A wave of realization washes over the previously confused young man. Was I caught? The panel's stark simplicity and the character's sudden apprehension underline the gravity of the situation he has now inadvertently fallen into. "What do you think, Doctor?" The question hangs heavy in the air of this opulent, yet dimly lit study. The doctor's hesitant response is cut short. A taller, imposing figure enters, his concern palpable. The tension ratchets up, something serious has occurred. "Understood." The young man's quiet acceptance seals the grim fate revealed earlier, a weight settling upon him as he acknowledges the difficult truth. A confession hangs heavy in the air. "To be honest, I did cheat. It would have really been trouble if its original functions still worked." The speaker acknowledges a deceptive act, highlighting the potential consequences had their deception been discovered. The speaker continues, a note of self-preservation coloring their words, "It happens. Please be careful moving forward. Lucky me as long as I don't get caught." A pragmatic acceptance of their actions is coupled with a clear understanding of the risks involved. The camera pans to reveal a grand, imposing academy, a sprawling fortress-like structure, hinting at a world of privilege and power. This is where the events unfold, a location of significant importance. A reflection on a change in circumstance. "It's been a while since I've graduated university, so it feels weird to be a high schooler again." This reveals a significant shift in the protagonist's life, a regression in age and status. A golden pocket watch, bearing the Stella Academy insignia, hangs delicately from a chain. This is the symbol of entry into the most prestigious magic academy in the land, a testament to exceptional magical aptitude. A young man, a student at Stella, fidgets impatiently at his desk. He decides to leave the ceremony early, eager to put his newly acquired academy watch to use. A stern-faced instructor addresses the assembly. The atmosphere is formal, the weight of expectation heavy in the air. He demands order, instructing students to remain seated. Our young student, still seated, anxiously awaits the next phase of the ceremony, unaware of the events that await him after this entrance ceremony. The command rings out, "Then, begin the exam." The weight of the words hangs heavy in the air, signaling the start of a crucial evaluation. A student, a glint of mischief in his eyes, murmurs, "This is quite tricky." His expression hints at the challenging nature of the assessment, foreshadowing the complexities to come. The stakes are made clear. Students are assigned to classes F through A, and even S class, based solely on this exam's results. The gravity of the situation becomes undeniable. The student's internal monologue reveals his anxieties. "What are the odds that they'll expel me?" The fear of failure and the potential for expulsion underscores the high-pressure environment. The subsequent text box confirms that a failing grade leads to automatic assignment to the F class. My Yuzeong sits in a classroom, his gaze distant, a stark contrast to the other students diligently taking notes. He is bored, profoundly so. This is a young man accustomed to effortless achievement. The panel focuses on Yuzeong, highlighting his name and emphasizing his ennui. The weight of his extraordinary intellect and privileged background hangs heavy in the air. A simple declaration, his defining characteristic is boredom. The statement underscores the central conflict, a brilliant mind stifled by a lack of challenge. He comes from the world's strongest family, possesses unparalleled genius and talent, and finds everything too easy. This establishes his extraordinary abilities and the root of his dissatisfaction. A critical revelation: Yuzeong's future actions, whether benevolent or malevolent, will depend on a single female lead. This foreshadows a crucial relationship and a turning point in his story. Dark demonic humans are mentioned, hinting at a broader conflict in which he might play a significant role. A surge of crimson energy erupts, crackling with raw power, emanating from the outstretched hand of a figure shrouded in shadow. The intensity is palpable, a visible manifestation of immense magical might. Well, his biggest issue is his family to begin with. The statement, delivered with a weary sigh, sets the stage, highlighting the protagonist's familial burdens amidst his seemingly greater challenges. Wait, can I use the bulbul glasses on this too? The question, laced with hopeful curiosity, reveals a technological element within the narrative, a tool, the bulbul glasses, offering a unique functionality. A hand gently rests on the young man's shoulder, a subtle shift in the narrative dynamic. The proximity suggests a mentor-student relationship or perhaps something more complex. The young man's slight flinch indicates apprehension. A man, his face a mask of grim determination, looms over a frightened young woman. His gaze is intense, conveying a silent threat. He is clearly in control of the situation. The man picks up a pair of spectacles, their frames intricately designed with a small lock. I'll examine them, he states, his tone devoid of emotion yet promising a thorough investigation. The young woman's internal monologue reveals her fear: if the magic on the glasses is discovered, she'll be expelled. The stakes are high, and the consequences severe. Panic sets in as she begs, "No, no. Please." Her fear is palpable, highlighting the desperate situation she's facing. Relief washes over him. The original functions of the system were not active, it would have been disastrous otherwise. He examines the document, the text glowing faintly. The realization dawns: he can now achieve first place. A surge of energy erupts from the document, he is overwhelmed by its power. His success is undeniable, but it leaves him with lingering questions. A man's face, etched with grim determination, fills the panel. His eyes, narrowed and intense, betray a deep concern. The scene is charged with unspoken urgency. A young man, his spectacles perched precariously on his nose, reflects on the recent events. "That must have been too much for Baek Yuzeal," he murmurs, his expression a mixture of worry and understanding. The weight of the situation is palpable. The man from the first panel, his features sharper now with command, issues a sharp order: "You over there, go bring Dr. Grayan." The urgency in his voice leaves no room for doubt. A subordinate, partially visible, is already in motion. Another young man, witnessing the unfolding scene, is clearly perplexed. What's up with him all of a sudden, he wonders aloud, his question highlighting the sudden shift in the atmosphere. He adds, "I even wrote my answering process." The implication of a disrupted, carefully planned response suggests a serious, unforeseen complication. Dr. Grayan, the magic engineering professor, is introduced. His distinguished air is immediately apparent. He adjusts his spectacles, a subtle glint of arcane energy sparking within their lenses. A colleague observes Grayan, stating, "But he didn't cheat. I can't feel any magic tool energy from the glasses or his items." This statement establishes the context. Grayan has been accused of using enchanted tools unfairly, but a thorough investigation reveals otherwise. Professor Lee Hanwal, witnessing the exoneration, reacts with amusement, saying, "Ho, how interesting. To think I'd see this in my lifetime." Anyway, Professor Lee Hanwal, apologize to the student and guide him well. His jovial tone suggests a light-hearted resolution after a moment of tension. Crayon, showing genuine remorse, offers a sincere apology. I made a misunderstanding. I apologize. This demonstrates his character and commitment to fairness. A hand nervously adjusts a stack of papers, revealing an exam with indecipherable script. This is the class placement exam, a crucial test determining one's path in this world. He has nothing to lose, the stakes are high. It's time to check the exam. A young man, his expression a mixture of apprehension and determination, examines the daunting task ahead. The weight of the unknown hangs heavy in the air. Driven by ambition, the young man meticulously examines his notes, a glint of determination in his eyes. He believes this newfound knowledge represents a pivotal opportunity, escaping the dreaded F class and potentially achieving a much higher classification. The scene shifts to a grand building, its imposing facade hinting its secrets held within. A sign above the entrance, though partially obscured, reads Bibliotheca. Inside, a figure pores over ancient texts, the script arcane and indecipherable to the untrained eye. A single page, marked with a crimson seal, holds particular interest. A man's eyes widen in recognition as he reads a name, Professor Lee Hanwall. This seemingly simple detail sets the stage for a pivotal encounter. He reviewed the documents, a barely audible yeah escaping his lips. The information contained within confirmed his suspicions. A dismissive, apparently, yeah, underscored the gravity of the situation. He knew the implications, the pieces falling into place. Princess Hong Bayan, from the most renowned fire magic family, is introduced. Her lineage holds immense power and influence within the magical realm. Jeremy Scalvin, who surpassed his elder brothers to claim the crown, is another key figure revealed. His ascension reflects a considerable shift in political power. The image shows the Full Moon Tower, the world's greatest magic tower, highlighting its significance as a center of magical power and likely a point of contention. He offered a curt, almost weary smile. I'm glad they were to your liking. His tone hinted at a deeper, unspoken meaning. Professor Deltaman's explanation of this year's class placement test revealed a crucial innovation, a new question type designed to assess adaptability. The true nature of the test's challenge became clear. The first 3 questions were exceptionally difficult, meant to push even the most diligent students. More significantly, the core of the evaluation wasn't in the answers themselves, but in the approach. A student's ability to recognize unsolvable problems and move on quickly was key. The implications hung heavy in the air. However, those questions weren't meant to be solved. The statement revealed a deeper layer to the evaluation, one that went beyond simple academic prowess. Of the other 100 students who attempted the entrance exam questions, only 3 answered all 3 correctly. Among the new students, only 3 answered all the questions correctly. This is significant, hinting at an exceptional level of aptitude or perhaps something more. A new student, Beck Uziel, appeared suddenly, like a comet. His origins, however, remain a mystery. The scene emphasizes the contrast between his dramatic arrival and the enigmas surrounding his background. Beck Uziel's exceptional performance on the entrance exam is even more remarkable considering his failure to solve any other problems on the test. This raises further questions about his abilities and background. The impossible score defied all known mathematical principles, countless formulas and equations failed to unravel its enigma. Could this child possibly be a genius? The question hung heavy in the air, a silent acknowledgement of the extraordinary. The document confirmed it. Special admission was granted due to the boy's unique ability to control blink, a talent held in exceptionally high regard. He harbors a quiet apprehension, a subtle unease etched onto his features. We'll find out soon enough, he murmurs, the words hinting at an impending event of significant consequence. The news of class assignments, posted on the bulletin board, ripples through the student body. One student voices his anxiety, I'm stressed about what class I'll get. The weight of this seemingly routine announcement reveals a deeper tension. The system of class assignments holds significant, yet undefined, power over their futures. His frustration is palpable. The inconvenience of checking class assignments in person underscores a jarring shift from the ease of his previous life, a world where technology provided instant access. I can't believe I have to check class assignment in person. In the game, I could check this with just one click, he laments, highlighting the significant difference between this new reality and the digital world he once inhabited. Another student, his face a picture of wide-eyed surprise, adds a layer of mystery to the situation. His reaction suggests that the class assignments themselves are more than simple academic placements. The implication of something unexpected and potentially disruptive hangs in the air. Whispers circulated among the assembled students. One young man, his expression a blend of weariness and subtle apprehension, overheard a comment about someone achieving a perfect score on the magic application portion of the entrance exam. Unfazed, the young man declared his intention to simply check his class assignment and leave, dismissing the surrounding chatter. His gaze fell upon the results board, revealing an unexpected outcome that left him utterly bewildered. A look of disbelief washed over him. He couldn't believe he hadn't failed, despite answering only 3 questions. Beck Uziel's brow furrows in confusion. Something is deeply wrong. The presence of Beck Uziel on Earth is a profound anomaly. The implications of this anomaly are immediately apparent. A young man, inexplicably transported, possesses an elite ranking, placing him within the upper echelon of his world's power structure. Uziel's unease intensifies. The situation is clearly escalating, his growing apprehension palpable. A surge of purple energy enveloped him, leaving the young man disoriented and overwhelmed. 2 shadowy figures loomed behind, their presence adding to the unsettling atmosphere. This can't be. What's going on? He wondered aloud, his wide eyes reflecting his confusion and fear. The majestic academy, a beacon of power and prestige, was revealed. This is the location where destiny will now unfold for the protagonist. A significant shift in the narrative's trajectory was hinted at. I'll run into the main characters in Class S way more often now. Getting involved with the protagonist. He resolved to remain inconspicuous, a quiet whisper in the bustling halls of the academy. I'll just have to try my best to keep a low profile, he murmured to himself. The scene shifted to Professor Lee Hanwall's office. A mountain of paperwork lay before him, a testament to the administrative burden of his position. His expression was grim, his gaze fixed on the documents. He scanned the documents, a thoughtful escaping his lips. The weight of the information was clearly evident in his expression. Are those the exam papers for this year's freshmen? The question, posed by an older woman, cut through the man's concentration. Her inquiry hinted at something more than simple academic curiosity. A knowing smile spread across the woman's face. I heard that there are especially many interesting freshmen this year. Professor E. Deltaman of the Stella Academy's Council of Elders, she had a reputation for discerning exceptional talent. This year's intake clearly held something unique. The image shifted, revealing Prince Adalabet, heir to the Kingdom of Flames. The caption clarified, the chosen successor, at the age of 12, purely because of his magical prowess. His youth and power were both striking and ominous. Hei Wonriang, successor to the Magic Tower Master, is introduced. His imposing presence hints at the power he wields. A woman, seemingly an examiner, remarks on the difficulty of crafting this year's exam, given the elite student body. She subtly hints at the intriguing nature of the questions. A student, presumably taking the exam, diligently answers a question. The panel emphasizes the exam's demanding nature and the intense focus it requires. The word second dash suggests multiple questions remain, adding to the suspense. The age of rote memorization and theoretical magic is over. A new era dawns. The grim reality of this shift is laid bare. Over 1,000 out of 1,141 students failed a recent exam, leaving their answer sheets almost entirely blank. In fact, most couldn't even get a single answer correct. The implications for the future of magic are stark. But amidst the widespread failure, an exception emerges. Flame, a commoner admitted on the principal's recommendation, displayed exceptional talent, rivaling even my Yuzion. The narrative hints at further surprises to come. My Yuzion and Flame are considered geniuses, yet Yuzion scored lowest on the entrance exam. His surprising aptitude, however, defied expectations. A woman questions the man's interest in the new student's scores, hinting at a particular student's exceptional performance. The woman expresses astonishment, noting that a student solved complex questions without prior knowledge, raising suspicions. The man examines a file revealing a photograph of Baek Yuseong, the student with the unexpectedly high scores, confirming suspicions. So the child the principal personally granted admission to is different, huh? Is that it? A question hangs heavy in the air, a subtle hint of intrigue regarding this student's exceptional circumstances. A mage. The revelation is whispered, carrying the weight of unspoken potential and a mystery yet to unfold. Whether it's a coincidence or if he really is special. The uncertainty underscores the gravity of the situation, leaving the outcome hanging precariously in the balance. My mom told me not to come home if I don't make it to Class A. The pressure mounts, revealing the immense stakes for this student's ambition. The weight of parental expectation intensifies the urgency of the situation. A group observes a series of glowing tablets etched with arcane inscriptions, their faces a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. The texts hint at a complex magical system, integral to the world's underlying power structure. Is he Baek Yuseok? The question hangs in the air, revealing a critical piece of information, the identity of the person they're discussing. His appearance is about to become a major plot point. I can't believe it. How can someone like him get into Stella? The speaker's disbelief highlights the unexpected nature of Baek Yuseok's presence, suggesting he is somehow out of place amongst this elite group. I'm questioning Stella's standards now. This reinforces the unexpectedness and opens questions about the standards and social norms within Stella, a place of apparent exclusivity. Not that it matters. This dismissive remark suggests a shift in priorities, implying a more pressing concern has overtaken their initial surprise. The casual dismissal foreshadows a larger narrative purpose. A list of names, a roster perhaps, is shown, and a single thought bubble emerges: my name's not here? The implication of absence from this official register is ominous. The scene shifts to a classroom. A student contemplates the ranking system. Even Kyle, who scored perfectly on the theory section, is only ranked 17th. This highlights the fierce competition and the unusual nature of the current situation. His eyes widen in sudden realization, a single word escaping his lips: oh. The ellipsis hints at a significant, yet to be revealed discovery. Why is my name written there? A question born of confusion, a seed of intrigue planted in the narrative. The most special grade that all students dream of, Class S. An elite designation at Stella Academy, the finest magic school. Unlike other grades with multiple classes, Class S boasts only 41 students, each a pinnacle of magical prowess. Exclusivity defined. Assigned to Class S? The protagonist's disbelief is palpable. This feels like a mistake, an overwhelming prospect. This unexpected placement, he fears, will only hasten his already short lifespan. A grim premonition hangs heavy in the air. He gestures sharply, a subtle tremor in his hand betraying his inner turmoil. The weight of an unsolvable problem presses down on him. The question hangs heavy in the air: how does one confront an unprecedented challenge? His frustration is palpable. He runs a hand through his hair, the weight of the situation evident in his posture. Crazy, he mutters, the word barely audible. The assessment concluded. 3 questions were answered incorrectly. Even Princess Iziel of the fallen Mold Duchy managed 2 correct answers. This failure to answer even basic questions correctly, questions answered flawlessly by insects, places the subject definitively below even insect intelligence. You should think of yourself as a bug and do it again. Do you understand, Bayan? The command hangs heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the power imbalance. The older woman, her purple dress a stark contrast to Bayan's kneeling form, presses her point: listen to me, Bayan. The scene is tense, the unspoken weight of expectations palpable. Her face contorts, the words sharp and cutting: you can't become the shame of the kingdom. The gravity of the situation, the potential consequences for Bayan and the kingdom, are laid bare. The matriarch's words hung heavy in the air: you have to become a better existence than your sister. The weight of expectation, of a legacy to surpass, settled upon the young man's shoulders. Her gaze, sharp and probing, bore into him. You understand what I mean, right? The unspoken threat, the implied consequences of failure, were clear. His response was immediate, yet tinged with a chilling formality, "Of course, mother." But the subtle tremor in his voice belied his outward composure. His quiet defiance, born from a place of profound misunderstanding, finally broke through. "Why are you tormenting me?" The question, laden with years of suppressed pain, cracked the carefully constructed facade of his obedience. Baek Uziel finds himself in a classroom filled with unusual classmates, a situation he finds less than ideal, though he clarifies that he had no intention of socializing with high schoolers anyway. The narrative shifts to a conversation revealing that Uziel's parents protested his placement in the S class, but the school's response was simply that he met the requirements. Uziel, accepting his situation, acknowledges his outcast status with a subtle smile, hinting at a deeper understanding of, or perhaps acceptance of, his unusual circumstances. The system's class assignment policy is clarified. Class placement is dynamic and changes based on performance after every test. This alleviates any concerns about permanent marginalization. A young man, seemingly a student, sits pensively at his desk. He muses that a male student will rise through the ranks, and that he'll learn more about this later. His expression hints at an underlying anticipation, possibly regarding the power dynamics within his school. Another student, with purple hair, sits alone, a look of concern etched on his face. He reflects on the implications of a game which, in the context of this school and earlier panels, not included here, is clearly tied to considerable power and potential betrayal. The scene shifts to a classroom. Two students are shown diligently studying. The narrator's previous statement is further clarified. Approximately 5 students have the potential to betray the magic system inherent to the game. The potential consequences are ominous, suggesting a significant struggle is brewing. The first student's face is shown in close-up, his expression now one of sharp calculation and suspicion. The subtle shift in his demeanor highlights the gravity of the situation unfolding, setting the stage for potential conflict. Professor Lee Hanwol, the instructor of the prestigious S-class, introduces himself. His presence commands attention, hinting at the exceptional nature of his students. The professor reveals the exceptional talent of one particular student, a 7th class magic warrior, a level unheard of. This sets the stage for the unique individual about to be introduced. The young man, the previously mentioned 7th class magic warrior, is shown again, emphasizing his unique standing amongst his peers. His quiet demeanor belies his immense power. The curriculum is unveiled, a rigorous 3-year high school education designed specifically for magic warriors. This reveals the context and structure of the setting, hinting at the challenges ahead. He surveys the room, a hint of weariness in his eyes. "Any questions?" he asks, the air thick with unspoken tension. His demeanor suggests the meeting has already reached its critical point. A young woman with striking silver hair and crimson eyes stands silently, her expression unreadable. The weight of expectation hangs heavy in the air around her, a sense of foreboding subtly underlines the scene. A comment cuts through the silence. "To think Hong Bayan, who follows the rules more than anyone, is late." The speaker's tone is laced with surprise and perhaps a touch of concern. He adjusted his bulbul glasses, a device clearly designed for some form of analysis, murmuring, "Let's use the bulbul glasses to check." The air crackles with anticipation. The grim pronouncement hangs heavy in the air, "Guaranteed to die." A chilling premonition of unavoidable tragedy. A young woman, her silver hair a stark contrast to her crimson attire, is shown in profile. Her expression is one of quiet resignation as she accepts her fate. "You could say that it's the inevitable fate of a villainess," she reflects, acknowledging the grim prophecy. The man with the bulbul glasses calmly instructs, "You should go and sit at your seat." The implication is clear, the impending doom is not to be avoided. His tone is devoid of empathy, perhaps revealing a callous detachment to the unfolding drama. He tilted his head, a single, questioning escaping his lips. The slight furrow of his brow hinted at his unease. His eyes widened, a dawning comprehension, or perhaps alarm, etched across his features. A barely audible, "What is" trailed from his lips, hinting at the gravity of the situation unfolding. The sun shines brightly on the imposing architecture of the Royal Academy. Chapter 9 begins. Within the academy walls, a powerful elemental magic erupts. Professor Hongpil, a master of fire magic, unleashes her might upon a younger student. Professor Hongpil, identified as an elemental class fire element professor, stands defiant, her anger palpable. The student lies prostrate, the force of the attack evident in her helpless posture. The consequences of the professor's actions are clear. Her eyes, burning red, betray the turmoil within. A single word escapes her lips, yes. The weight of unspoken sorrow hangs heavy in the air. The older woman's words cut deep. You can't afford to become like me, who was chased out of the kingdom and is holding on to some stupid professor position. The harsh reality of her exile is laid bare, a warning against a similar fate. The elder woman's grip tightens on the younger's face. Her gaze, sharp and full of unspoken warnings, conveys a lifetime of regret and the bitter knowledge of power lost. This confrontation is not merely a disagreement, it is a legacy being passed down, a stark choice laid before the younger woman. Her crimson eyes blazed, reflecting the inner turmoil that etched itself onto her face. Scratches marred her delicate skin, a testament to recent struggle. A silent scream resonated from her very being. The weight of her unspoken words hung heavy in the air. Problems composed of magic I haven't learned, spells I haven't learned, formulas I haven't learned. This was not merely a statement of fact, but a cry of despair, revealing the insurmountable challenge she faced. He slumped in his chair, muttering, I'm screwed. A palpable sense of dread hangs in the air. His brow furrows in confusion. Just how is he here, he wonders aloud, the question reflecting his bewilderment and frustration. This unexpected presence clearly throws his plans into disarray. The young man continues his internal monologue, a hint of resignation coloring his thoughts. Then again, they've been working hard since they were young, so I'd be frustrated too. He begins to rationalize the situation, seeking understanding rather than immediate solutions. He adds, and the S-class isn't exempt to that. Of course, there are very few cases where someone is demoted. His reflection reveals the strict rules and the rare exceptions within this hierarchical system. Still, it's pretty amazing. The young man, surrounded by his classmates, marvels at the extraordinary reality unfolding before him, a world where magic and power are palpable. A young woman, her brow furrowed in concern, silently wishes for a way to prevent the coming turmoil. The weight of the impending chaos already presses upon her. A figure, imposing and clad in dark attire, enters. His presence alone hints at the power struggles soon to erupt. Order will be restored, but not without cost. Professor Lee Hanwal, a renowned figure known for hunting demonic humans, addresses a class of aspiring combat mages. He formally introduces himself, stating, "It's nice to meet you all." His presence signals the start of a crucial lecture at this prestigious academy. Whispers ripple through the student body. One student remarks, "So that's the famous Professor Lee Hanwal," highlighting his legendary status and the students' awe. The discussion subtly reveals the high stakes and intense pressure within this academy. Professor Lee observes his students, his gaze sharp. He notes, "It looks like a lot of talented students are here," acknowledging their potential while subtly hinting at the upcoming challenge. The professor states the academy's purpose directly. "As you all know, this academy is a place where we foster combat mages." This declaration sets the stage for the core lesson of the day. Professor Lee Hanwal outlines an assessment. He explains, "I don't expect all of you to follow, but he demands, however, I'd like for all of you to show me your best within that time frame." This sets a challenging yet fair expectation for the students. The instructor surveyed the classroom from his position at the head of the long rows of desks. His gaze held a hint of weariness, yet his posture remained rigidly erect, betraying an underlying authority. "Good, then, let's start the class," he announced, his voice low but carrying across the room. The words were a formality. A young woman, distinctive with her long silver hair, stood hesitantly near the entrance, her arrival seemingly having disrupted the unspoken rhythm of the room. The instructor, now standing before a lectern, opened a large, ancient-looking book. His attention was firmly fixed on the young woman, who remained silent, a subtle tension hanging between them. Her crimson eyes, stark against her pale skin, betrayed her unease. A silent question hung in the air. Something happened? The unspoken words hinted at a significant prior event, a disturbance that overshadowed the commencement of the lesson. A keen gaze, magnified, focuses intently. The eyes, a striking gold flecked with blue, reveal a calculating intelligence. Isn't it? The unspoken question hangs heavy in the air. The prophecy unfolds: I sell dies by fire, Hong Bian perishes by flame in I sell's hand. The weight of fate hangs heavy between the two figures. He feels a pang of sympathy but maintains his distance. The weight of his inaction is palpable, a quiet resignation etched onto his face. The girl, her silver hair cascading down her shoulders, watched the boy with a mixture of concern and curiosity. His wide, frightened eyes mirrored the tremor in his voice. Her expression hardened, a stark contrast to the boy's fear. Red eyes, filled with an unfamiliar intensity, betrayed her inner turmoil. The shift was palpable. The girl's distress was evident, mirrored in her crumpled posture. The boy, equally disturbed, sat rigidly beside her. A shared unease hung heavy in the air. He slumped in his chair, a picture of dejection. The thought of sharing a classroom with such prodigious talent, even as a known underachiever, was clearly disheartening. The classroom was filled with students, heads bowed over their books, a palpable sense of intense academic competition hung in the air. He understood that their current studies would inevitably propel these students to global renown. A classmate, a young man with a sly smile, observed him. This was no ordinary school. The weight of future global influence rested heavily on the shoulders of its students. He stroked his chin, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his features. The weight of the situation pressed heavily upon him. Things are getting twisted right from the start. His unspoken worry hung heavy in the air, a premonition of the tangled path ahead. The instructor, a man with steely eyes and graying hair, addressed the class. Before we begin, he announced, the weight of his words hinting at something significant. A student, his expression one of apprehension, murmured, the staff succession ceremony. The gravity of the event was palpable. At Stella Academy, two significant events loom: the staff succession ceremony and the familiar contract. A young man, poised and elegant in his academy uniform, holds a slender staff, a subtle aura of power emanating from him. He is ready. A figure in a dark coat surveys the scene, his gaze sharp and calculating. He confirms the arrangements. His plan is underway: seize the opportunity, and take what he wants. The young man's expression is one of grave concern as he cautions, the process of switching the staff once picked is very complicated, so I hope you choose carefully. The weight of his words hints at the profound consequences of this decision. In the ether world, a mystical figure holds aloft a radiant staff. The narrator explains, in ether world, the staves only respond to a person who they deem as worthy of commanding them, causing a resonance effect. This world-building detail establishes a fundamental rule governing the magical artifacts. The young man continues his explanation, emphasizing the inherent limitations of the staves. It basically means that you can't use a high-level staves just because you want to. This underscores the importance of careful selection. The most suitable staff for my position is a wand. Wands are typically wielded by the Knight class, known for their rapid-fire magic. Since he belongs to the S-class, he shouldn't encounter any difficulty achieving resonance. Whatever. You can think what you want. One student, eyes narrowed in suspicion, questions the other, huh? The scene is tense, the unspoken question hanging heavy in the air. The suspicion deepens. Who are you? He demands, his gaze unwavering. The question reveals an underlying power dynamic, a clear challenge. A beat of acknowledgement. I see, so? The response suggests a grudging acceptance of the situation, a subtle shift in power. The first student's expression twists into a cruel smirk. He delivers a cutting remark, revealing his true nature: you should pick a staff that fits your status as a commoner. The words expose a deep-seated classism and his intention to belittle. His eyes widened, a flush creeping up his neck. Fear and disbelief warred on his features. One young man, his face contorted in fury, yelled at another, whose expression was one of controlled annoyance. The tension crackled between them, palpable even from a distance. He dismissed the information with a dismissive tisk, his gaze already elsewhere. The decision had been made. He would continue his course despite the perceived insufficiency of data, emphasizing the need for careful observation by his companion. A young man's brow furrows in contemplation. That staff is. He thinks, his gaze hinting at a profound discovery. The camera focuses on the staff itself, a slender, elegant weapon, its dark wood inlaid with gleaming gold accents, hinting at power held within. A voice, authoritative and dismissive, cuts through the young man's thoughts. The rigid rules of the academy are stated: regardless of talent, students are limited to middle-low-class staves. However, a crucial detail emerges: another middle-high-class staff exists besides the Ed Marietta Mirai, a piece of information that significantly alters the possibilities. Everyone must gather before the staff. A ritual is about to begin. A young man, his expression troubled, holds a glowing, ethereal staff. The energy pulses faintly. A young woman, her eyes blazing with intensity, grips a powerful staff, its gem glowing ominously. The magical energy around her crackles. A shocked whisper cuts through the air: Prince Scalvin, too, has chosen a middle-class staff. This unexpected choice ripples with significant implications. The rarity of middle-class staves, wieldable only by certified magicians, is questioned. The implication is that such staves represent a significant level of magical power. One young man, brimming with confidence, declares he can also wield such a staff. This sets up a competition, or at least a demonstration, of magical ability. Another young man, his eyes alight with challenge, confidently instructs the observer to watch closely. The visual shows him poised to perform a feat of magic, setting a high expectation for the spectacle. He boasts of showcasing true S-class talent. This confirms the high stakes of the upcoming magical display and establishes a clear standard of excellence in this world. The visual shows the start of an impressive magical event. A surge of violet energy erupts from a clenched fist, crackling with raw power. The force is immense, a palpable wave of destructive potential. The energy blasts outward, striking its target. Two figures are caught in the wave, reeling from the impact. One figure lies unconscious, his body limp on a shimmering surface. The aftermath of the attack is stark, leaving him vulnerable. A second figure observes, a grim acceptance in their expression. The words, "I guess a middle-high class is impossible," confirm a crushing defeat. He breathes heavily, a defeated sigh escaping his lips. "Yeah, it'll be better for you to give up," his opponent stated, the words carrying the weight of inevitable defeat. The boy stumbled, his grip on his staff loosening. "Hey, get a hold of yourself," a concerned voice urged, the tone laced with worry. The weight of destiny settled upon the scene. The owner of that staff has already been decided. The declaration hung in the air, a judgment passed. The staff succession ceremony will determine which staves the student will use during their time at school. The student finds the upcoming staff selection process mildly bothersome. Despite the minor annoyance, the student expresses anticipation for the ceremony. A young woman, possibly a mage, participates in a ceremony. The event's significance is underscored by the staff succession previously mentioned, which this likely represents. The staff succession ceremony at Stella Academy, a prestigious institution, is as exceptional as the academy itself. This is no mere formality, it holds profound significance. A large group of students stands, their backs to us, awaiting the commencement of this pivotal event. The anticipation hangs heavy in the air. Despite the outward appearance of choice, the students don't actually select their staff, the staff, in fact, chooses them. The power dynamic is subtly reversed. A lone figure, elegantly dressed, strides confidently forward, a clear indication that the selection process has already begun. This is not simply a ceremony, it is a demonstration of power and influence. A young man in a sharp uniform stands before a towering staff, its crystalline tip glowing faintly. He gazes at it, a subtle contemplation clouding his features. The city stretches out behind him, a blurry backdrop to this moment of quiet reflection. His inner monologue reveals a shift in perspective. Previously, he would have chosen a different path. Now, in his current position, he carefully considers the implications of his choices. This is no longer a matter of simple preference. The narrative delves into the world building, explaining that staves are categorized into two types: wands, the short form, and staffs, the longer variant. This seemingly simple distinction hints at deeper implications regarding the magical system. A young man, his eyes wide with disbelief, stared at something off-panel. A faint tremor ran through his posture, a subtle indication of his mounting unease. The young man, now identified as Uslek, stated his name simply, a stark contrast to the turbulent emotions that still rippled beneath the surface of his calm demeanor. This simple declaration implies a significant shift in his immediate circumstances. The question hung heavy in the air, the unspoken implications of the choice far outweighing the apparent simplicity of the query. Uslek's nonchalant response, "just anything," hints at a deeper apathy or perhaps a desperate resignation. "Don't cause trouble for the professors," one young man cautions his companion. A simple request, yet it foreshadows the simmering tension between these students. The other boy agrees, but his compliance lacks conviction. The subtle shift in their body language hints at underlying conflict. The tension explodes. A challenge is issued, a fight is brewing. Uslek Chechbalin, son of Marquis Chechbalin and Prince Jeremy's underling, is revealed. His title, however, is a cruel irony, highlighting the contrast between his privileged background and his thuggish behavior. He's not just a student, he's a bully, and the escalating conflict confirms it. He examined the small, intricately carved staff, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his young face. A subtle unease clouded his expression. A fellow student, his voice sharp with urgency, pointed towards a distant location. The scene shifted, revealing the stark reality of their situation. "That should be the highest one here. A middle-high class." The young man's words hung in the air, heavy with implication. His gaze, focused on something unseen, hinted at a deeper understanding of the staff's significance. A middle-high class staff is usually used by pro-magic warriors. The narration confirmed the young man's assessment, revealing the true power held within the seemingly simple object. The implications of its presence were far-reaching. The boy's expression is one of weary resignation. Even the most skilled magic warriors struggle to wield even mid-grade staves, a testament to their power and rarity. This magnificent staff, however, is more for show than practical use. Its existence serves primarily as a demonstration of wealth and prestige. A young man with blonde hair smirks, his hand gracefully resting on the staff's intricate carvings. He possesses the power to effortlessly wield this remarkable artifact. A blinding flash of light erupts, signaling the staff's immense power unleashed. The staff Haywan shows, the Hayden Amikatan, is revealed to be a middle-class item, a surprising development. Princess Hong Bayan's selection, the Suaviter La Haven, is also middle-class, further emphasizing the unexpected nature of these choices. This year's selection process is deemed crazy, highlighting the unusual nature of the staff choices. Frustration and disbelief are palpable. A discarded staff, identified as an Uslek, lies on the ground, adding a layer of intrigue to the situation. A blinding flash of light erupts, accompanied by a powerful shockwave. The sheer energy is overwhelming, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The figure lies prone on a fractured expanse of ice, his form still. The words, "he failed to resonate," hang heavy in the air, a stark testament to his failure. Concern etched on their faces, onlookers gasp. "Oh no, he seems to have gotten hurt pretty badly," one of them murmurs, the gravity of the situation evident in their tone. A subtle smile plays on his lips, a glint of mischief in his crimson eyes. A musical note floats nearby, hinting at the confident rhythm of his thoughts. He stands tall, a figure of quiet power. Dressed in a sharp blue suit, he casually holds a magnificent, ornate sword at his side, its golden hilt gleaming. The cityscape behind him reflects the ambition that radiates from him. The S-Class and A-Class will undergo a joint staff succession. This announcement carries significant weight, foreshadowing changes in power dynamics and alliances. He stands before two gleaming weapons, a thoughtful expression on his face. The choice weighs heavily on him, as he muses, "Anyway, I wonder which one I should choose." The outburst cuts through the air, "You bastard." The raw emotion hints at a history of conflict, a brewing storm of animosity. His internal monologue reveals a cynical assessment of the situation. How much of an extra is he? This suggests a character who is calculating and perhaps views others instrumentally. A hooded figure emerges, cloaked in an air of mystery and power. The purple magic swirling around him underscores his potent abilities and perhaps hints at his involvement in the unfolding conflict. The staff's ownership has already been decided. This declaration hangs heavy in the air, a subtle threat woven into the simple sentence. A young man with piercing red eyes and a knowing smirk appears. His expression speaks volumes, a silent confidence bordering on arrogance. This is Edmure Edemirai, a name to be reckoned with. Doubt clouds the speaker's words. I don't think even he could handle Edmure Edemirai. The implication is clear: Edmure is a force of nature, someone beyond the reach of even those who might otherwise seem untouchable. He holds the ancient blade, its ornate hilt gleaming, his crimson eyes reflecting the light. A power stirs within him, palpable even across the distance. With a sharp, focused movement, he unsheathes the weapon. The air crackles with arcane energy, a visible surge of power. He stands poised, the blade extended, radiating an aura of raw magical force. The very air around him shimmers with chaotic energy. A wave of energy erupts, and another youth watches in stunned silence, his eyes wide with disbelief as the power unleashed dwarfs his own. A young man, his grip firm on a strangely ornate cane, stands poised. The air crackles with barely contained power, faint, ethereal light surrounds him. News spreads amongst a group of students: a new student has managed to take a position on the high mid-class staff. Their astonishment is palpable. The young man with the cane simply states, "Well, I expected this." His calm demeanor belies the magnitude of his accomplishment. He stared, dumbfounded. Hell! The thought echoed in his mind: did Flame lose his mind? Anyway, the narrator explains, Flame also possessed another high mid-class staff, Terryvon. However, this is where the route splits. The narrative's outcome depends on whether Flame obtains Terryvon. If he succeeds in securing Terryvon, it unlocks the My Yuuzhan route. The image shows My Yuuzhan and Flame together. A plan is forming. He needs to use Flame to bring My Yuuzhan to their side. He stood on the precipice, the boy in the blue uniform, a storm brewing within his usually calm eyes. The weight of unspoken words pressed down, a burden visible even in his posture. A subtle shift in his expression, a hardening of the jaw, a flicker of defiance. The Korean word, a sound of disdain, escaped his lips. His silent anger turned inward. A girl, her uniform mirroring his, walked away, leaving behind a discarded staff, the symbol of her power. The scene was bleak, hinting at a fractured bond and the unspoken consequences of a choice made. A young woman, her expression unreadable, stands poised against a shimmering, ethereal backdrop. The scene suggests a moment of quiet contemplation before a significant event. A boy, his gaze sharp, directs a command: "Yeah, grab Terryvon." His words hint at a plan unfolding, one that may not be universally welcomed. A sudden, sharp sound pierces the air. The boy's reaction, a bewildered "what?" reveals a surprising turn of events. The plan has hit a snag. His concern deepens: she's not interested in Terryvon. What's going on? Does she not know about it? The unexpected lack of interest throws his plans into disarray, hinting at a deeper misunderstanding or a more complex situation than he anticipated. He worries, she may lack crucial information. Either way, the situation is dire. The risk of jeopardizing other promising paths weighs heavily on him. Driven by necessity, he resolves to entrust Terryvon to her. A powerful light erupts, the transfer begins. A figure in blue strides confidently away, leaving behind a radiant trail. The sudden appearance of a bright circle and the word blink indicates a rapid shift in time or location. The girl's alarm is palpable. When did he? She questions, her surprise evident. A calm, almost mocking, hi, is the nonchalant response. The seemingly casual explanation follows: I just wanted to help because you looked lost? The subtle shift in the narrative suggests a hidden motive beneath the surface. He dismissed her with a curt, bye, then, a gesture as cold as his tone. Her departure left him alone, a subtle shift in his demeanor evident as he noted something amiss. A slight smirk played on his lips. Something strange, he mused, the air thick with unspoken suspicion. His concern deepened. He genuinely wanted to help her, offering to assist in her decision-making process, but her reticence was baffling. Her sharp retort, "Mind your own business," revealed a defensive posture, hinting at a deeper, unresolved issue. A young woman, her face partially obscured by shadow, listens intently. She senses the presence of a staff perfectly suited to her. The suggestion is made that she is capable of wielding a powerful weapon, implied to be the staff mentioned previously. A gleaming blue staff, imbued with potent energy, is revealed. A young man smiles confidently, his expression hinting at the young woman's potential. He believes she is more than capable of handling this weapon. A sudden, unsettling noise jolts the young man, his companion startled beside him. He's clearly alarmed, his question hanging in the air, "What is this noise?" The source of the disturbance is revealed, a powerful, ethereal blade materializes before him. The young man's fear is palpable, the sudden appearance of the weapon clearly unnerved him. "That scared me," he mutters, the lingering unease evident in his posture. He stands, now visibly gripping a gleaming sword of his own, his face a mixture of shock and dawning comprehension. The sudden appearance of the weapon seems to have triggered something within him, a latent ability perhaps? Flame was meant to handle this, but he's clearly overwhelmed. A single, stark word underscores his failure: shit. His uncertainty is palpable. A nervous stammer, reveals his lack of control over the situation. The question hangs heavy in the air: why? The stark crimson backdrop emphasizes the gravity of the situation, foreshadowing a significant betrayal or unforeseen consequence. A young man, impeccably dressed in a sharp blue suit, stands amidst a futuristic cityscape. He carries a long, ornate sword at his side, a stark contrast to his refined appearance. His expression is one of grim determination, his eyes filled with a chilling resolve. The weight of his predicament settles upon him. "It's my Yuzion," he acknowledges, the name a burden heavy with implication. His fate, it seems, is inextricably bound to this individual. A wave of energy, a vibrant blue, surges forth, leaving a trail of shimmering light. The sheer power is palpable. The young man, skepticism etched onto his face, questions aloud, "Is that even possible?" His doubt hangs heavy in the air. Another young man, a smirk playing on his lips, casually holds a gleaming golden weapon. "Now a lot," he replies, his tone laced with an almost chilling confidence. The implication is clear: the previous event is far from unprecedented. A young man in a blue uniform stands amidst a hazy, ethereal cityscape, a question mark hovering above his head. He seems lost in thought, a slight furrow in his brow hinting at uncertainty. A scene unfolds of a gifted musician, her skill foreshadowed. The narration reveals that my Yuzion's interest will hinge on this young woman's exceptional talent. But a crucial caveat: should she choose a different path, a drastically different narrative will emerge. The narrative branches here. The young woman walks away, leaving his sword behind. The perspective shifts to another figure, presumably my Yuzion, observing her from behind. The stage is set for a potential encounter. The location of Terivon is revealed, it lies within reach. A pivotal question hangs in the air: what will Flame do now? The weight of the decision rests heavily upon her. The consequences of Flame's choice are laid bare, my Yuzion's attention will turn to her. This carries significant implications, hinting at potential danger or opportunity. Flame, seemingly unaware of the looming threat, is shown a potential for a happy ending. Her expression reflects surprise and uncertainty. A young man, his face etched with concern, watches a scene unfold before him. His anxiety is palpable, born of a deep uncertainty about the outcome. His expression hardens. The weight of responsibility presses down on him, a critical decision hangs in the balance. A young woman, her form partially obscured, stands amidst a surge of energy. The scene hints at a powerful magical release, the consequences of which remain unknown. A sudden gasp escapes the lips of a nearby observer, a clear indication of the unexpected turn of events. The air crackles with anticipation. A young man, his expression curious, inquires about the staff choice of his companion, a young woman with a guarded demeanor. His casual question hints at a deeper significance to the selection process. The young woman's curt rejection underscores the high stakes and personal importance she places on this decision, her emotional reserve betraying a fierce determination. A second young man appears, his hurried approach and agitated demeanor suggesting an escalating conflict centered around this same choice. The young woman, despite the escalating tension, asserts her unwavering resolve. Her life hinges on this choice, revealing a desperate determination against insurmountable odds. What the hell do you know about staffs? The question hung in the air, sharp and accusatory. It revealed a simmering resentment, a clear challenge to the speaker's perceived expertise. He looked bewildered, his companion equally perplexed. Their shared confusion hinted at the weight of the previous accusation, underscoring the mysterious nature of the staffs in question. Terry Vaughn? The name, whispered with uncertainty, introduced a new element of mystery. The implication of its significance was palpable. A subtle shift in his expression indicated dawning realization, a silent acknowledgement of the weight of the name Terry Vaughn and what it represented. The mystery deepens. His eyes blazed, a searing intensity reflected in their golden depths. A crimson mark pulsed on his forehead, a sign of the power surging within. The young man's face, etched with worry, betrayed the strain of his efforts. His uniform, crisp and formal, offered no comfort against the encroaching turmoil. He gripped the gleaming blade, its sapphire edge radiating a cold, potent energy. This was no ordinary weapon, this was a tool of immense power, potentially capable of altering the very fabric of reality. A young man, a look of utter bewilderment on his face, grips a staff appearing out of nowhere. "Why is this in my hand?" he cries out, the question echoing his internal confusion. A second young man watches the first, a mischievous glint in his eye. The question hangs in the air, is he gonna try to take the staff? Anticipation crackles between them, the unspoken tension thick with the potential for conflict. His exceptional talent will soon be recognized by a wider audience. A question hangs heavy in the air, why is he picking up this strange staff? The young man's eyes widen in a sudden realization, fear etched upon his face. A young woman, her face partially obscured, stands amidst her peers in a grand academy hallway. The atmosphere hints at the weight of expectation and unspoken competition. This year, 2 students resonated with high and mid-class staffs, a remarkable achievement. However, one student uniquely used only a blink during the magic manifestation exam, a detail that stands out amidst the extraordinary circumstances. A young woman's worried expression fills the panel. Her unspoken apprehension hangs heavy in the air. Did something go wrong? The thought crosses her mind, a question born of uncertainty. The young woman's unease deepens. News of her absence has spread, overshadowing all else. That's all they talked about today, no matter where I went, she reflects, a growing sense of isolation settling upon her. The arrival of 2 new high-mid-class students at the academy sent shockwaves through the staff. The news spread like wildfire, instantly. Confusion clouds the young man's face as he grips his sword, his companion watches, equally perplexed. He confesses his inability to comprehend the situation unfolding before them. The young woman's worried expression intensifies. She questions the identity of Terry Vaughn, a name newly introduced into the narrative, highlighting the sudden appearance of a previously unknown element. The narrative shifts to a new perspective, emphasizing the mystery surrounding Beck Uziel, a character's absence defying expectations and hinting at inconsistencies within the established narrative structure. A stark shift in tone and setting. Darkness consumes the scene, revealing a malevolent intent. The declaration he's trying to show off to me unveils a deliberate, arrogant display of power. Dismissing the past, she sighed, it's pointless to think about it now. A wave of weariness washed over her. The young woman, clearly irritated, challenged her companions, "You kids, do you think I'm a nerd or something?" One of the girls retorted, "No, you always say there's nothing to do, so you end up studying." The young woman's defensive "it's not like that" highlights the underlying truth of her friend's observation. A young woman, her expression a mix of playful annoyance and mild curiosity, challenges Flame, "But Flame, why do you always call us kids? We're the same age." Her question hints at a casual, yet slightly strained dynamic between them, revealing underlying differences in their personalities or perceived social standing. Flame responds with a dismissive, "It's just a habit. I've always been treated as older where I used to live," explaining his seemingly ageist habit while subtly revealing a past that may hold significance to his current actions. This suggests a possible history of responsibility or authority. The young woman's concern shifts. She inquires, "Then, are you going to study alone today too?" Her question displays a concern for his potential solitude and suggests a shared activity, hinting at a closer relationship than initially apparent. Flame's reply, "Not alone. There's a special supplementary meeting coming up, so I'm going to attend that. Anyway, I'm off," reveals a prior engagement and concludes the brief exchange. The mention of a special meeting hints at an important event within their shared social or academic circle, potentially setting up future plot developments. "Alright, let's go to a cafe together next time." The girl, brimming with youthful energy, waves goodbye. The casual invitation hints at a budding friendship, but a subtle undercurrent of something more is implied. A sudden collision. The girl cries out in pain, clutching her head. The sharp ouch and her pained expression reveal an unexpected and jarring incident. "Hey Won-Riang." The boy's concerned whisper reveals a name, a connection to the injured girl, and foreshadows a deeper storyline beyond a simple accident. He insisted he was fine, but his strained expression belied his words. The girl beside him, her brow furrowed, clearly doubted his claim. Her concern was evident as she pressed him further, noting his less than reassuring demeanor. The girl considered his possible worry over her, but dismissed the notion quickly. He revealed his plans for self-study, prompting her to mention her own schedule at the exclusive S-Class training hall. The subtle tension between them shifted. His dedication to training was underscored by her playful but pointed jab at his sincerity. A young man with lilac hair, his expression etched with weariness, stands beside a girl with brown hair who looks at him with a mixture of concern and curiosity. Her unspoken question hangs heavy in the air. The girl's hand moves, a gesture of dismissal or perhaps a disbelieving wave as she reacts to something unseen but palpable to her. The girl turns away, her whispered assessment echoing the tension of the scene, "How bland." Her judgment reveals a perceptive nature, perhaps indicating a deeper understanding of the situation than initially apparent. A young woman, clad in a dark purple and gold uniform, expresses her bewilderment. Her question hangs in the air, "Why is she still?" The question is cut short. The immediate concern overrides curiosity. This is not the time for such inquiries. The scene shifts. A sign, bearing the inscription KOIOI, hangs above a doorway, hinting at the destination. The stage is set for a confrontation. The female lead and the villainess of a romance fantasy novel are about to clash. This is no mere quarrel, it is a pivotal moment that will shape the narrative's trajectory. All the key players are present. The tension is palpable, a prelude to the impending conflict. The narrator emphasizes their presence, hinting at the significance of their individual roles in the events to follow. The host, a formidable figure known as Kyle, commands attention. His A-class status is highlighted, underscoring his prominence and influence within this setting. Given the presence of many S-class students, Kyle's presence is expected but still noteworthy. The narrator subtly increases the stakes, emphasizing that this is no ordinary gathering. Astonishment ripples through the scene. One student, his eyes wide, murmurs, "To think even my Yuzeon would be here." The implication hangs heavy. The arrival of this prominent figure is unexpected and significant. The narrative shifts to a stark declaration: "My Yuzeon, the acknowledged male lead of this world, is interested in Baek Yuzeal." This statement establishes a pivotal plot point. A powerful figure's attention is drawn to another, setting the stage for conflict or intrigue. "It's definitely no coincidence," a second student observes, his tone sharp. The casual dismissal of chance underscores the deliberate nature of the events unfolding. Something is afoot, and these students perceive it. A hand slams onto a table, the sharp sound mirroring the intensity of the unspoken. Baek Yuzeal possesses prior knowledge. The scene emphasizes the mounting tension and hints at a secret or conspiracy. A hushed conversation begins. "Hey, did you hear?" one student whispers, setting a curious tone. The news is revealed. "Wow, really?" Historically, there were only 5 people who managed to grab those. The implication is that some rare achievement has now been accomplished by 2 more individuals. Doubt and disbelief follow. Blink is basic magic. How is that possible? One student questions, highlighting the unexpected nature of the achievement. Another student adds their perspective, revealing that their parents considered blink magic to be rare garbage. This sets up a significant contradiction. The hall finally fell silent, allowing a young woman to exhale, her shoulders relaxing slightly as she rests against a wall. She clutches a small, thin object, a book, perhaps? A hint of relief in her posture. A young man, his expression a mixture of disbelief and fascination, voiced his astonishment. He'd read the original novel thrice before arriving here, yet the unfolding events resonated with an uncanny familiarity. His bewilderment deepened. The ease with which he connected with these current circumstances felt unnatural. The feeling that it felt too right, weighed on him. A group of young women, clad in school uniforms, chat animatedly in a sun-drenched hallway. One asks, "Are you going to study on your own, too?" The question hints at a shared academic pressure, perhaps a competition or impending exam. The focus shifts to a young woman with brown hair, a gentle smile playing on her lips. Her expression suggests a quiet contentment, a subtle hint of secret knowledge. The young woman's smile widens into laughter as she reveals a startling truth. "I realized that I'm in a novel from the present, so I can't." The unfinished sentence leaves the audience hanging, hinting at the unexpected limitations or opportunities presented by this revelation. A young woman, her face a mixture of uncertainty and recognition, murmurs, "She's Jackie, I think?" The implication of a long-lost connection hangs heavy in the air. The scene shifts to another young woman, leaning against a wall, her expression one of weary resignation. She sighs, "It's quite hard to be a student at this age." The casual comment reveals a world where schooling is a significant challenge, even for those seemingly privileged. The second young woman's eyes widen, her gaze intense and focused. A subtle shift in her demeanor hints at a dawning realization or a sudden memory. He stood protectively beside her, his arm a silent promise of safety. Her gaze, wide and trusting, rested on him, a clear sign of her reliance. Their conversation continued, the young woman's slight stature emphasized by his greater height. He seemed less tense now, perhaps reassured by her presence. A dismissive, almost bored, "Ah, is that so?" hung in the air, a subtle shift in the young man's demeanor. A barely contained chuckle, a hint of amusement, played on his lips. The tension, though not completely gone, eased visibly. A young man, his expression enigmatic, bids farewell to a girl with a soft, "See you later then." His words hint at a deeper connection, a shared secret perhaps, veiled beneath the polite formality. The girl, alone now, tilts her head, a soft escaping her lips. Her slight confusion suggests an unspoken question hangs in the air, a lingering uncertainty about the young man's true intentions. A sudden interruption. Startled, she exclaims, "Huh?" The unexpected appearance of another figure disrupts her pensive solitude, foreshadowing a change in circumstances. According to the original novel, Il and Hong Bayan are scheduled to attend this meeting. This revelation hints at a potential conflict, given the tension already established between these individuals. 2 students watch with evident amusement as a third, Bayan, maintains a composed yet guarded expression. Their contrasting reactions foreshadow the unfolding events and Bayan's likely central role. Il, her expression unreadable, observes the scene. Her silence adds a layer of intrigue and suggests she is carefully assessing the situation, possibly strategizing. It's a supplementary meeting for students needing to improve their grades. The implication is that this is unusual or unexpected, leaving the characters seemingly stunned. Baek Uziel, it seems, didn't solve anything other than the infamous 3 questions from hell. This adds a layer of mystery and suggests a connection between these questions and the unusual meeting. A summons. A special supplementary meeting. The young woman, clutching her books, felt a tremor of apprehension. This wasn't a routine event. The news hit her like a bolt of lightning, the possibility of S-class advancement. Her heart pounded. This was an opportunity beyond her wildest dreams, a chance to rise above. If, then he's dangerous. The implication hangs heavy in the air, a subtle shift in the narrative's focus from simple observation to a more serious, almost fearful assessment of an unnamed individual. Uziel, seemingly unfazed, is questioned about his presence. The inquiry hints at a clandestine reason behind his arrival. He deflects the question, revealing his participation is due to poor grades, a seemingly inadequate justification for the implied gravity of the situation. The scene shifts, revealing the reason for the initial question. Uziel's unusual calm contrasts sharply with his companion's apprehension, suggesting the gravity of the upcoming event. A female voice narrates the infamous difficulty of the upcoming placement exam, nicknamed 3 Questions from Hell, foreshadowing a significant challenge in establishing a high-stakes environment. Frustration creases the young man's face as he mutters about the unwelcome presence of someone he clearly dislikes. His expansion plans are already underway, but this unexpected complication threatens to disrupt his carefully laid schemes. His expression shifts. The arrival of this particular individual, Beck Uziel, presents an unexpected opportunity. This is not a setback, it's a change of tactics. The young man, now composed, reveals the true nature of the problem, a cleverly designed trap aimed at forcing a mistake. The situation was orchestrated to lead him into error. Doubt gnawed at him. He listened intently, a furrow in his brow, questioning the speaker's assertions. Confusion and skepticism warred within him as the lecture continued, leaving him utterly bewildered by the speaker's argument. The lecturer, Beck Uziel, continued his presentation, a piece of chalk in his hand, illustrating a complex point to a classroom of attentive students. The name, Beck Uziel, hung in the air, a confirmation of the speaker's identity. The implication of his earlier words began to settle in. A hand clenched, the air crackling with barely contained power. The sheer force threatened to shatter the very air around it. Confusion etched across his face, the young man stared, pen dangling from his slack hand. His disorientation is palpable. A sneering face appeared, a stark contrast to the bewildered student. Yourself, he hissed, the question laced with dark amusement. The weight of the unseen event hung heavy in the air. His eyes widened, his mouth agape in silent horror. What the hell, he breathed, the words barely audible, reflecting the sheer disbelief. Uziel slumped onto the steps, a sigh escaping his lips. Ugh, oh well, he muttered, his shoulders slumping further. The weight of expectation clearly bore down on him. His eyes widened behind his glasses. The casual dismissal from before was replaced by a look of dawning comprehension, even apprehension. 3 questions from hell, he thought, the gravity of the situation settling upon him. If dirt cries, it's decomposing. A simple diagnosis, delivered with a chillingly precise confidence. The speaker finds the current predicament absurd, noting that Kyle, a peer, managed a similar problem through sheer luck. However, the implication is clear, Kyle's luck was a fluke. Similar issues would likely overwhelm his abilities. The narrator's concern heightens. A classroom scene unfolds. One student, gesturing emphatically, questions another, what? The implication is that a significant development or problem has just arisen, demanding an immediate response. The second student, concern etched on his face, responds with a pointed question, do you think your method will still work then? His doubt highlights the potential failure of a previously devised plan, now complicated by unforeseen circumstances. The concerned student continues, his words carrying a sense of foreboding, but then, you will have to do everything differently. The change in approach reflects a critical shift in strategy, necessary to adapt to the new reality. A voice cuts in, offering a critical observation, not because it was what the testmaker intended you to do. This reveals a deeper layer to the situation. The existing method, while flawed, was not the intended course of action, suggesting a larger, manipulative plan at play. The initial student, now visibly shaken, mutters, "You're right." His defeated tone and internal reflection, "Eek, did I kill his confidence too much?" confirm the weight of the new information and suggest a potential shift in their dynamic. The previous confidence is shattered, leaving room for a re-evaluation of their plan and relationship. 2 students, meticulously dressed in their academy uniforms, stand before a chalkboard. One, holding a notebook, observes as the other carefully writes complex equations.
The scene is one of focused study, hinting at a demanding academic environment. A young woman's face registers disbelief. Her internal monologue, "How is this possible?" The other students are. Trails off, reflecting an unexpected situation that disrupts the established order of events. A sense of impending disruption hangs in the air. Another student, her eyes filled with a mixture of concern and suspicion, makes an observation. Acel and Hong Bayan should have gotten into an argument too, she notes, highlighting the unusual calm amidst the expected conflict, furthering the unsettling atmosphere. A final thought bubble punctuates the scene: is this okay? The question hangs heavy, emphasizing the growing unease and uncertainty over the seemingly unnatural tranquility. Baek Uziel's deception is revealed. A young woman's expression reflects her dawning realization of his calculated actions. The weight of his betrayal settles heavily on her. A young man, burdened by the situation, wishes for an escape from the responsibility weighing heavily on his shoulders. His desperation is palpable. Another young man offers a dismissive comment, suggesting the first young man should disregard the troubling information. A subtle power dynamic plays between them. A young man with a sly smile leans forward, his hands clasped together. He seems to be considering a question, perhaps a challenging one. "Me anyway," he implies, his expression suggesting he is more than capable of handling whatever was asked of him. The scene shifts to a classroom. A teacher, with neatly styled silver hair, stands at a podium, addressing his students. "Today, we're going to look over the placement exam problems," he announces, setting the stage for a review session. The teacher's demeanor shifts. A subtle weariness crosses his features as he reveals, "And I managed to solve one of those," implying the difficulty of the exams and perhaps hinting at the student's struggles. His expression darkens, a frustration simmering beneath the surface. He mutters under his breath, "By teaching some stupid noble bastards," revealing the source of his irritation and the likely low-quality education of certain privileged students. He received the lowest score on the placement exam. This fueled his determination. He would prove his superiority. A smug smile plays on the lips of his rival, who seems confident in his own abilities. A young man, his brow furrowed in confusion, sits at a desk, a pen clutched in his hand. His inner turmoil is palpable as he questions the cryptic phrase, "3 questions from hell," clearly bewildered by its implications and the actions of one Kyle. "I'll just be honest," he mutters, his resolve hardening, signaling a decision made regarding the mysterious 3 questions. Another student, his expression sharp and worried, observes the situation, voicing his concern. Is he saying Kyle's doing it wrong? His suspicion hints at a critical misstep by Kyle, adding weight to the young man's previous confusion. The initial student is now visibly unnerved by the intense scrutiny of his peers. Their stares intensify his anxiety as he worries about the consequences of his honesty. Baek Uziel's chilling smile reflects a calculated ruthlessness. His confidence betrays a deeper game at play. A nervous tremor runs through the other boy as he anticipates the revelation. His wide eyes betray his apprehension. The sound, kukuk, hints at a nervous chuckle, perhaps a forced attempt at composure. The truth, a shocking twist, is revealed. The actions were deliberate. A sinister plan unfolds. She resolved to get it over with, a quiet determination etched on her face as she sat amongst her peers in a classroom. 2 students, their faces partially obscured, stand before a chalkboard filled with complex magical symbols, discussing the intricacies of an arcane system. A cloaked figure raises a staff, radiating an intense golden light, questioning the sudden, inexplicable surge in magical energy. A close-up reveals a young man's intense, focused gaze, his yellow eyes glinting behind spectacles, suggesting a sudden, insightful realization concerning the magical surge. The problem, as stated, involves the soil splitting when it cries. A peculiar issue, indeed. A direct solution can't be shown, but the error in approach can be identified. The initial problem focused on earth, but what if the affected element were water or wind? This highlights a crucial oversight in the student's methodology. The student's success was purely coincidental. His understanding of elemental manipulation is clearly lacking. That's. A look of dawning horror crosses the young man's face, his eyes wide with disbelief.
Another student, seemingly unfazed, continues writing on the chalkboard, dismissing the outburst with a casual, "Anyway, this is supposed to be." A young woman, witnessing the scene, registers a palpable sense of unease. Her expression reflects the weight of an unspoken dread. A young woman's eyes, wide with concern, reflect the gravity of the situation. The unspoken weight of the problem hangs heavy in the air, a shared burden. Both she and her companion are distracted, caught in the undertow of a pressing issue. A young man with vibrant green hair, a sly smile playing on his lips, prepares to unveil his solution. "I'll show you how I solved it first," he declares, a hint of playful arrogance in his tone, as he gestures towards a small book in his hands.
His confidence suggests a clever approach, though the details remain to be seen.
"No, I don't know," she responded, her voice laced with uncertainty. This simple denial carries immense weight, hinting at a larger mystery she's unwilling or unable to reveal. The young man nervously waved his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips. His smile faltered, replaced by a look of stark terror.
"Ah, fuck. If I get involved with someone like my Yuzion," he muttered, covering his face in dismay.
He let out a heavy sigh, his shoulders slumping. "Forget tomorrow, I don't want to see you again for the rest of my life," he declared, the weight of his words heavy in the air. He dismissed the event, attributing it to the telephone's interference.
A mundane explanation for an unsettling occurrence.
Confusion clouded his features as he pondered the recent visit. The man's motives remained a mystery, leaving him perplexed. A young man, Hong Bayan, was observed patiently waiting, raising questions about his purpose. The scene hints at an impending meeting. Bayan, dismissing the encounter's relevance to himself, chose to swiftly move past the situation, implying a pressing matter or a deliberate avoidance of confrontation. The young woman with rose-pink hair, her uniform hinting at an academy of some prestige, walks down a dimly lit hallway. A young man, similarly attired, stands before her, a subtle tension in his posture.
"Why didn't you explain the solution earlier?"
The pink-haired woman's accusation hangs in the air, her sharp gaze fixed on the young man. Her frustration is palpable, hinting at a critical situation they both share a stake in. A nervous tremor betrays his outward composure. "I just didn't have anything to say," he stammers, a hint of guilt in his eyes, the unspoken implying a deeper reason for his silence. He hadn't wanted to announce his solution in such a public place. The woman, her eyes narrowed, pressed him on this point. He protested, claiming it wasn't the reason for his actions. Undeterred, she demanded a full explanation of his intentions. His shocked reaction, a wide-eyed, speechless "what?" revealed the extent of his surprise. A tutor, his voice laced with polite deference, assures his student, "Yes, yes, of course, my lady.
But you only got 3 questions wrong." The young lady, clearly unconcerned, dismisses his reassurance.
"Not at all," she replies, her expression betraying a hint of frustration. The true source of her unease, she reveals, is not her minor mistakes but her inability to solve the problems. "The only thing embarrassing is the fact that I still don't know the solutions to these problems," she states, her disappointment clear.
He reviewed her application, a faint smile playing on his lips.
"She sounds like a model student," he murmured, impressed. Addressing the princess directly, he continued, "You're a princess, so you should have a lot of friends who you can ask." His tone suggested a practical solution to her problem. The young man leaned forward, his expression turning serious. "Out of all the 1,141 freshmen, if you count the people who got the 3 questions from hell right, there are only 3 people, including you." The gravity of the situation settled upon them.
The princess's predicament became clear.
"So now I'm in a bit of a tough situation," she admitted, her voice laced with a hint of despair. He smirked, a glint in his eye.
"Yeah, didn't you figure that out while solving them?"
The implication hung heavy, his nonchalance underscored the complexity of the problems he'd just solved.
A realization dawned on his face. "Now I understand why I'm in the S-class."
The weight of his newfound understanding settled in, his self-assessment speaks volumes. His gaze intensified, a hint of understanding and perhaps a touch of regret.
"And why Flame held me back?"
The subtle shift in his expression reveals the emotional cost of his revelations. Flame was forced to acknowledge the existence of Beck Uziel, an extra who hadn't been part of the original narrative, thus disrupting the established order. A young woman, her expression laced with concern, questions Flame's worried demeanor. He assures her not to worry, hinting at a hidden reason behind her unusual behavior.
The woman reminds Flame of an outstanding request, a favor she expects in return for his assistance.
Flame expresses his confusion at the woman's use of low-level mercenary weapons, questioning her, a mage, wielding such tools. A young woman with striking crimson eyes and long, silvery pink hair stares intently, her expression unreadable. A single ellipsis floats in a speech bubble beside her, hinting at unspoken tension and simmering conflict. A male figure, his hands meticulously tracing over complex script, declares, "Great, then I'll tell you the way to solve this question first." The implication is clear, a challenge has been laid down, and a solution is about to be revealed. He points to the script, announcing, the method is, a change of perspective. The introduction of this seemingly simple yet profound concept hints at a deeper, more strategic approach to problem solving than brute force. The young woman, her crimson eyes glinting, offers a single, curt response, "Yup." Her agreement underscores the significance of this unconventional approach, confirming its potential effectiveness in the face of the unresolved challenge. The young sorceress's magic is strictly by the book, leaving her creatively stagnant. A significant loss to Flame has further hindered her progress. Her mentor acknowledges her limitations, stating that he can't offer direct insights just yet. However, he intends to guide her towards a breakthrough. He proposes a nonsense quiz as a means to that end. "Then, I'll see you tomorrow, Uziel." The young man's words, though seemingly casual, hold a subtle undercurrent of anticipation, hinting at a meeting of significance. A wave of apprehension washes over him. He can't use his abilities now, yet he's already drawn unwanted attention. The stakes are clearly rising. The revelation that only Flame has ever used this particular ability provides crucial context, illuminating both the rarity and potential danger of his powers. This sets up the tension as a young woman, unseen before, enters the scene. Her downcast eyes and somber expression speak volumes, foreshadowing a significant event, and deepening the mystery surrounding her and her connection to the young man's predicament. Beck Uziel's eyes widen, reflecting the gravity of the situation. He is clearly anticipating a difficult request. A young woman with striking pink hair approaches him, her gaze intense. She states her intention to ask a question of great importance. Uziel, sensing the weight of her unspoken query, nervously asks what she needs. The anticipation hangs heavy in the air. She explains the inherent impossibility of logically explaining something illogical, highlighting the absurdity of the situation. The nonsensical nature of the question is emphasized. Despite the inherent illogicality, she shows comprehension, suggesting she grasps the nature of the situation, however perplexing. He offered a fair compensation, but she was incredulous. "What?" she questioned, her expression a mixture of suspicion and disbelief. The setting, a grand, opulent hall, hinting at a world of privilege and power struggles. The scene shifts to a study, lined with bookshelves brimming with ancient texts. He sits across from her, a document between them, a test, perhaps. The atmosphere is tense, the unspoken questions hanging heavy in the air. He explains his actions, though she remains unconvinced. "I don't understand why you're paying me just to understand 3 questions on the placement test," she states, highlighting the unusual nature of the situation. He replies simply, "I have my reasons, so just tell me." The focus remains on her perplexed expression. His final statement is a pointed observation, "Aren't you embarrassed to ask me for help, who got all the other questions wrong?" His words sting, revealing a layer of underlying tension and perhaps a shared history. Driven by an unwavering resolve, he declared, "If I can find the answer, I'm willing to do anything." His determination, a desperate gamble, hints at the stakes involved. Doubt clouded her features as she questioned, "But why did you ask me specifically?" The implication of a deliberate choice adds a layer of intrigue to the situation. She explained, "These trick questions were meant to be unsolvable, but my Uzion, Flame, and you managed to answer them." The revelation underscores the protagonist's exceptional abilities, setting the stage for future challenges. A sudden realization dawns, a hand reaches for papers, a muttered, "No, wait," revealing a crucial piece of the puzzle. The protagonist appears to have made a critical discovery that contradicts previously held beliefs. A confession of ignorance follows. I didn't know all the details of the world building. I didn't even know there were trick questions like these. This unexpected revelation hints at a deeper, more complex narrative underlying the initial problem. The young woman, already intimately familiar with the novel's intricate plot, despite lacking first-hand experience within the game's world, possesses a crucial advantage. This foreknowledge is about to prove invaluable. He makes a simple request: transform his staff into a magic sword. A seemingly minor alteration, yet it subtly highlights his proactive approach to navigating this new reality. The blacksmiths of her kingdom, she assures him, possess the skill to easily complete this task. This underscores the kingdom's advanced capabilities and its readily available resources. His response, "It fits my style," reveals more than just a preference for aesthetics. It signals an individual unafraid to adapt and a calculated approach to personal combat readiness. He hesitates, confessing his feelings of inadequacy. The weight of his weakness burdens him, making the prospect of revealing it a daunting task. "I really feel like explaining to her that I'm a cripple," he admits, his vulnerability laid bare. The question hangs heavy in the air: will he proceed? His apprehension is quickly dismissed. "Sure, I'll do it. That sort of thing should be easy," he declares, a newfound confidence masking his underlying insecurity. The other character's excited response reveals a layer of manipulation, perhaps exploiting his insecurity. The panel reveals Hong Baiyan's weakness, a vulnerability yet to be unveiled to the world, foreshadowing future conflict and character development. A dramatic shift in perspective reveals the consequences of that weakness. The visual impact underscores the gravity of her plight. Only in her second year will she fully understand the extent of this hidden flaw, highlighting the long-term consequences of the event. A young man, his face etched with uncertainty, whispers, "In that case." The unspoken question hangs heavy in the air, a palpable tension building between him and an unseen person. He continues, "Do you?" His inquiry hints at a risky proposition, one fraught with potential consequences. A young woman, her eyes blazing with a fiery red intensity, stares silently. Her expression communicates a profound unease, her silent reaction speaks volumes. The weight of the previous question settles upon her, prompting her internal turmoil. The young man, undeterred, offers a playful but pointed clarification: "I'll give you an example. What's between a knee and a knee?" His seemingly innocuous question masks a deeper purpose. This is not idle curiosity. The simplicity of the riddle disguises the complex idea he intends to convey. A young woman, her crimson eyes wide with confusion, murmurs, "The back of the knee." The question hangs heavy in the air, hinting at a puzzle far more complex than it appears. A young man, his expression animated, explains, "The answer is in dot." His words reveal a cryptic clue, one that demands imaginative interpretation. He urges her to approach the riddle with an open mind, advising her to calm down and look at this question. His encouragement implies a solution based more on lateral thinking than pure logic. The woman's doubt deepens. "But would it be possible to memorize creativity?" she questions, highlighting the seemingly impossible nature of the challenge. The inherent paradox reveals the core difficulty of this unique test. A young woman with long, pale hair and crimson eyes stares intensely, her expression a mixture of defiance and fear. A tremor runs through her, hinting at the immense pressure she's under. Across from her, a young man shakes his head, a single word escaping his lips: "No." His concern is palpable, but he seems powerless to alleviate her distress. The young woman's gaze flickers, her worry evident. She acknowledges the importance of mastering spells and techniques but clearly struggles with a deeper, unspoken issue. A burst of golden light surrounds her, swirling into intricate magical runes. This isn't merely spellcasting, it's a profound insight, a vision beyond the constraints of conventional understanding. The young man's expression hardens with realization. He understands now that true magic transcends rote memorization, it demands a deeper understanding, a connection beyond mere technical proficiency. Spells are not merely learned, they are truly seen. The young woman, her crimson eyes fixed on her companion, concluded, casting them. A pause hangs heavy in the air, thick with unspoken implications. Her counterpart, a young man in a smart uniform, counters, suggesting that she possesses superior analytical skills and judgment.
This subtle challenge highlights an ongoing tension between them.
A broad smile spreads across the young man's face as he playfully adjusts his collar. His amusement underscores a confidence that borders on arrogance, hinting at his own assessment of the situation. A young man's face is partially visible, a bemused smile playing on his lips as he utters, "That's fascinating.
I have no idea what I'm talking about."
His nonchalant tone hints at a deeper, unresolved mystery.
A young woman, her eyes wide with confusion, poses a question: why did the man say to the horse while putting him to bed?
Her inquiry sets the stage for a series of riddles. The young woman, sitting across a table from the young man, continues her perplexed expression. He reveals the answer to her riddle. The answer is, "It's past your bedtime." The playful, slightly absurd nature of the riddle underscores the light-heartedness of their exchange. The young man, now fully visible, enthusiastically explains another riddle. Rock began to roll, but paper and scissors were stationary. His playful gesture emphasizes the punchline.
Get it? Because they don't move and they're stationary. He proclaims triumphantly.
A young woman, her face strained, barely contains her emotions. Her eyes are downcast, and a faint blush colors her cheeks. A boy, observing her, smirks knowingly. "Oops, she'll explode any moment now," he observes, his words hinting at an impending emotional eruption. The young woman's eyes flash crimson. Her composure shatters, a potent, barely controlled rage begins to simmer within. Despair etched on her face, she whispers, "Please, please." The plea, barely audible, underscores the desperation of her situation and the weight of her unspoken burden.
A young man, his expression a mixture of confusion and slight bewilderment, murmurs, "I'm getting a bit emotional."
The casual, almost self-deprecating tone hints at a deeper emotional current he's struggling to understand. His eyes widen, a sudden realization dawns. He's witnessing something extraordinary, something he's only seen before in a game, a genuine smile from a princess.
Across the table, the princess smiles, clearly pleased by his reaction.
"As expected of a princess, your creativity is on another level," he remarks, awestruck by her imaginative prowess.
The princess, cheeks flushed, shyly covers her mouth. "All right, that's enough.
Give me the next question," she requests, eager to continue their unusual game. The sprawling metropolis of the capital city looms large, its imposing architecture casting long shadows under a twilight sky.
This is the heart of the kingdom, a place of power and intrigue.
A young man, impeccably dressed in a dark blue uniform, strides purposefully through the city streets.
His expression is one of quiet frustration.
His frustration deepens as he recalls a recent encounter.
3 hours wasted on pointless questions with Hong Bayan.
The weight of this unnecessary delay presses upon him. Her rigid way of thinking is a weakness, but it's one he plans to exploit. He needs to quickly modify the Terivon into a magic sword to increase his capabilities. The task is not insignificant, but certainly doable, given what he's already achieved. Enough planning, he needs to hurry and purchase his textbooks for class.
A young man in a dark blue uniform walks away from the viewer, his back turned.
The setting sun casts a long shadow, highlighting the worn brickwork of a nearby building in a city blending the old and the new. His purposeful gait hints at a pressing matter. A young woman with pale skin and long, light pink hair poses a question, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Know what a nonsense quiz is, by any chance?" she inquires, her voice laced with intrigue, hinting at a deeper mystery.
The young man, now facing the woman, responds thoughtfully, "Nonsense? I think I've heard of it."
His tone suggests familiarity with the concept, though the uncertainty in his voice implies a lack of complete understanding of what this nonsense quiz might entail.
The stage is set for an intriguing development. He smirked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "I asked what's between a knee and a knee, remember?"
The question hung in the air, a playful challenge. The young woman glared, her face flushed.
"Come on, don't glare at me like that."
Her annoyance was palpable, but a hint of uncertainty flickered beneath the surface. A page filled with complex formulas and symbols lay open. The implication was clear: magic, in this world, was a precise science. "It has formulas and techniques you don't know," he stated, his smugness intensifying. His expression shifted, becoming serious. But for a mage, the most important thing is, the weight of his unspoken words hung heavy in the air, promising a crucial revelation. Magic, she mused, is surprisingly malleable, even the slightest shift can trigger profound growth. But the young woman before her lacked a crucial element for true mastery: creativity. Her expression was far too serious for his liking. A confident smile touched her lips. "Of course I did," she confirmed. "I'm glad you understood. Let's start right away." The instruction is given, signaling the commencement of a test or trial. The girl, her eyes burning with an unsettling intensity, poses a riddle: what would the man say to the horse while putting him to bed? The question's cryptic nature hints at a deeper, possibly metaphorical meaning. A new riddle is presented: what happened when rock, paper, and scissors entered a race? The girl's response, a simple "I don't know," reveals her uncertainty, setting the stage for a potential solution or further testing of her intelligence. A boy, grinning mischievously, offers his own input, interrupting the solemn atmosphere. His cheerful demeanor contrasts sharply with the preceding riddles. Her eyes, wide and red-rimmed, darted around, a nervous tremor in her expression. A palpable anxiety hung in the air. "Then what did the cloud say to the ocean?" she stammered, the question hanging between them like a fragile, unspoken threat. Relief washed over her face as she whispered, "You got it right." The weight of her unspoken secret, finally acknowledged, visibly lifted. A bright, genuine smile bloomed across her features, a stark contrast to the apprehension moments before. The answer had been found. A sly smile plays on his lips, a glint in his eyes hinting at a mischievous plan. He seems utterly confident, almost smug. He walks purposefully through the city streets, shadowed by several figures who appear apprehensive. The atmosphere is tense. His expression shifts dramatically, a look of stark regret and fear replaces his earlier confidence. Overwhelmed by the weight of past mistakes, he confesses to himself, "I didn't expect to actually believe what I said." The implication is clear: his previous confidence was a facade, masking deep-seated self-doubt. Hong Bayan, a powerful magician with an exceptionally sharp mind, is introduced. Her image suggests a complex character. A young man, walking through a city street, confesses to feeling guilty despite knowing the woman he is following is the villain. His conflicted emotions hint at a deeper involvement. He nervously checked for understanding. You understood everything I said, right?" Even though it sounds kinda complicated. The weight of his explanation hung in the air, a critical juncture in their mission. "Found it." The terse confirmation, delivered with quiet intensity, signified the culmination of a perilous search. The tone suggested more than just a simple discovery: this find held significant consequence. The setting sun cast long shadows across a dilapidated building, its aged stone and timber hinting at a long history. "This is no grand academy, it is a bookstore nestled in a quiet corner of the city." He surveyed the bookstore with a critical eye, his brow slightly furrowed. "It's pretty run down," he muttered, the observation reflecting more than just the building's state of disrepair. The bookstore's owner, a man seemingly lost in his own world, possessed a peculiar habit, pretending to sleep while secretly observing his customers. This unusual behavior, though initially seemingly harmless, adds a layer of mystery to this already intriguing location. Within this nameless, decrepit bookstore, a sense of anticipation hangs heavy in the air. This is no ordinary shop. Something significant is about to transpire. The study notes of Maella, a legendary text penned by the top graduate of Stellia Academy a decade ago, is revealed. Its power and significance are hinted at, setting the stage for a pivotal decision. A screen presents a stark choice: will you take the class? The simplicity of the digital interface belies the gravity of the decision awaiting the protagonist. The narrative clarifies the mechanics of the in-game system. The choice of textbook directly influences the rate of academic progress. This detail underscores the strategic importance of the upcoming selection. Confidently, he assesses his chances. By combining Maella's notes with a magical engineering class, he's virtually guaranteed top marks. His ambition and strategic thinking are evident. He ran a gloved finger along the spines of ancient tomes, his brow furrowed in concentration. The weight of forgotten knowledge pressed upon him. A sudden interruption. His eyes widened, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. "Ha!" A young woman with silvery hair approached, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "You don't know who you are?" she asked. "Of course, aren't you famous?" Her words carried the weight of a long-held secret, a puzzle about to be unveiled. Her gaze softened, a hint of uncertainty entering her voice as she carefully continued, "Your name was Baek Uziel, right?" He found the debate enjoyable, though slightly disappointed she couldn't finish her explanation. A subtle tension underlines their exchange within the Grand Library's scholarly atmosphere. Relief washes over him, thankfully, his precious book remains safe. The young man's expression reflects a palpable sense of gratitude amidst his surroundings. The cost, 78,000, is revealed, a significant sum. The young man's gaze lingers on the book, hinting at the value and perhaps the weight of its secrets. This bookstore specializes in used books, frequented mostly by impoverished students like the narrator. A young woman with ash blonde hair melancholically studies a worn book. Her circumstances are clearly humble. A portrait, ablaze, reveals the tragic fate of Il, a character from a novel. Her death, before the story's climax, foreshadows an impending doom. Il, it is revealed, was the most unfortunate character in the game/story, adding further weight to her impending demise. With a grunt, he effortlessly hefted a stack of ancient tomes, their aged pages whispering secrets of forgotten magic. "All of those?" "Sure," the young man stammered, his surprise betraying his initial calm. His strength, it seemed, belied his appearance. A fleeting expression crossed his face, a flicker of suspicion, perhaps even apprehension, that she might berate him. The young woman explained the intricacies of ancient magical sealing, a technique rendered almost obsolete by modern advancements in alchemy and magical engineering. "So you do know?" The young woman, already aware of his knowledge, reveals a subtle air of impatience. "Everyone thinks like you. That's why it's easier to get better grades in this class." Her statement exposes the inherent advantage enjoyed by those in this particular class, a privileged position she seems to take for granted. "Anyway, I'll get going first." The young woman, seemingly uninterested in further conversation, prioritizes her own tasks. This subtly underscores her self-assuredness and perhaps hints at a greater urgency or ambition. "But that's why I can spend less time on it and still achieve good grades compared to the other classes." A male student speaks, revealing his own study habits and indirectly contrasting them with those of the young woman and her implication. A young woman, her light blue hair framing a pensive expression, holds a book. The text above her reveals a disconcerting truth: the first-year class she's enrolled in delves into the study of nihility. The camera sweeps to a lecture hall, rows of students, dressed in uniform, sit attentively. The woman's concern deepens, she's already realizing the implications of her choice of class. She murmurs to herself, confirming the rumors, the class is infamous for its ease. Smart students, seeking easy grades, have already flocked to it. This decision carries more weight than initially expected. A sigh escapes her lips. The realization of her mistake weighs heavily, it's too late to back out. She resolves to focus on other classes to offset this less than ideal situation. A young man, dressed in a fine uniform, declares, I'm hungry." His hunger, though seemingly simple, hints at the anxieties yet to come. The same youth, now alone, reveals his internal struggle. "This is troubling. If so many people are signed up for the classes I need, it'll be hard to get a scholarship." His concern underscores the high stakes of his academic pursuits. His immediate priority shifts: I should just get some bread to eat today. The pressing need for sustenance overrides, at least temporarily, the weight of his academic anxieties. The decision made, the young man, now resolute, prepares to leave, his hunger the immediate catalyst for action. The girl from the first panel looks on, her expression unreadable for now. The narrator enters a dusty, forgotten room. Rows of ancient, leather-bound books line the shelves, their spines worn and faded, hinting at centuries of untold knowledge.
A single, fragile spider web hangs in a corner, a testament to the chamber's undisturbed slumber. A figure lies on the floor, their words echoing in the stillness, but I knew. The implication of prior knowledge, and the mystery hinted at, weighs heavily. The creak of the old house adds to the suspense. The truth, it turns out, is hidden here, in this very place. The narrator's prior knowledge is validated, the search leading to a powerful revelation. The image underscores the importance of this forgotten library as a repository of crucial, perhaps magical, knowledge. This is not merely a collection of books, it is a key to understanding the world itself. Initially, I purchased textbooks from reputable bookstores. However, I later discovered that superior textbooks were hidden away. Wearing the bulbul glasses will secure decent grades, allowing me to uncover the hidden recipe. Here it is. The narrator carefully extracts a hidden textbook. Ace seal? A young woman, her expression suddenly clear, recognizes him. Ah! I remember now. You're from the supplementary group. Her recognition reveals a previously unknown connection between them, hinting at events predating their current academy enrollment. The young man, visibly surprised, reacts with a questioning tone, Huh? Does she not remember meeting me before entering the academy? His internal monologue questions the nature of their prior encounter and its significance to their present interaction. He searches through a shelf of books, his actions suggesting a deeper investigation into their shared past or the mystery behind the woman's lack of memory. A young woman with silver hair browses shelves overflowing with ancient texts. Her question hangs heavy in the air, why would she be here? The scene is dimly lit, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken questions. A young man, his expression one of thoughtful concern, observes the scene. His unspoken query hangs in the air, that? The young man pieces together the puzzle. A new piece of information is revealed. Il, from a fallen family, had likely been forced to seek refuge in this hidden library due to her circumstances. A chilling revelation, Il's father was likely murdered by dark demonic humans. The image of his portrait, framed in a dark, blood-stained frame, underscores the gravity of the situation. A young man, his expression thoughtful, sits amidst towering bookshelves. His gaze holds a hint of sadness, a quiet contemplation etched onto his features. The image shifts to a blazing inferno, a sudden and powerful contrast. This is the fiery demise of the flame, a pivotal figure whose life once defined this world. Her death, however, marks a turning point. The young man from the first panel now interacts with a young woman, her pale blue hair a striking contrast to his brown. She urgently requests specific books, her plea hinting at their crucial importance. He receives the books, a slight smirk playing on his lips. His expression hints at a hidden agenda, a subtle shift in demeanor from his earlier pensive state. The question mark hovering above him speaks volumes. You just look like you picked out some interesting topics, the girl observes, her tone laced with curiosity. The boy's choice of advanced sealing theory, a subject deemed practically useless by many, hints at an underlying motive. The books are displayed, their titles clearly suggesting a focus on advanced sealing techniques. This choice further emphasizes the mystery surrounding his academic pursuits. He downplays the significance of his studies, claiming it's a subject with little practical use. This is a deliberate understatement, masking the true importance of his chosen field. The girl's expression shifts to one of intrigue. His explanation only deepens the mystery surrounding his actions. The boy smiles enigmatically, the implication clear, he is pursuing this knowledge for a reason yet to be revealed. The theory of sealing class is unpopular, few students enroll, as Il pointed out. Unfazed, a young man smirks confidently. He's certain this semester will be problem-free, thanks to his preparation. Despite the class's reputation, Il assures herself that it's easy to obtain good grades. Ha! You're also taking nihility? The question hangs in the air, a ripple of surprise amongst the students. The implication is clear, this advanced class, nihility, is not for the faint of heart, and the speaker is clearly taken aback by the unexpected enrollment of another student. A young woman with silvery hair sits, her expression a picture of quiet contemplation, subtly hinting at the depth and complexity of the subject matter she is studying.
She is clearly focused, yet a slight tremor in her hand reveals some underlying unease. The doomed thought bubble hanging above her head foreshadows the difficulty of the course she has chosen. The same silver-haired student, her focus shifting from the complexities of nihility to the mundane realities of hunger. What should I eat for lunch, she muses, a stark contrast to the intensity of the previous scene. The simple question underscores the normalcy of her life despite the extraordinary path she's embarked on. Her subsequent decision, "I'll decide when I get to the cafeteria," reflects a certain pragmatism and a subtle defiance of the looming challenge ahead. A young woman with pale blue hair, dressed in a dark academic robe, clutches a small device and a thick book. Her expression is one of dawning realization, a subtle frown furrowing her brow. She seems to have just received unexpected news. The question hangs in the air, unspoken yet palpable, that Beck Uziel? The implication is clear, the name carries significant weight, hinting at a person of power or notoriety. The scene shifts. A young man, his dark hair slightly tousled, stands amidst stacks of books in a dimly lit room. The books overflow from shelves onto tables, suggesting a haphazard, perhaps secretive collection. He observes, seemingly searching for something specific. He is in a place where he can easily hide. It's a poignant scene. A princess, accustomed to privilege, finds herself browsing used books, her anxieties palpable as she worries about the cost, a stark contrast to her usual life. The narrator's unspoken commentary highlights the pathos of her situation. The princess, calculating her meager resources, reveals she only has 60 meal tickets for the entire semester. This detail underscores her financial constraints and adds a layer of complexity to her predicament. This scarcity frames her book-buying dilemma as a significant sacrifice, further intensifying the emotional weight of the scene. A young man, his expression a mixture of surprise and apprehension, stood frozen in a grand hallway. Beside him, a young woman with long, light blue hair whispered, "That's." Her voice hinted at a dawning realization of something unexpected. The woman's concern deepened as she silently observed the man from a distance. Her unspoken question hung heavy in the air, "What is he doing here?" The young woman's worry escalated. "This lecture might be in danger of getting cancelled," she murmured, the weight of the potential consequences settling upon her. He weighs the potential benefits. Less time studying this specific subject frees up time for other classes, allowing him to earn more scholarship money. A calculated decision, a testament to his pragmatic approach. A sudden realization dawns on the observer. The meticulous planning behind his class selection, a shrewd strategy to optimize his academic life and financial stability. The observer is taken aback, disbelief evident in their whispered exclamation, "No way!" The sheer efficiency of his plan is astonishing. The arrival of the Mage in White, the founding mage, revolutionized the world. His teachings enabled humans and other species to harness the power of magic. Among his many disciples, the elves received instruction in nature magic, a testament to his profound understanding and ability to tailor his teachings. Returning to school at his age is a torturous experience, he reflects, a stark contrast to the ease of a button press in the game. Yet, he perseveres, recognizing the lecture's potential to unlock the game's true ending. The lecture, he realizes, holds the key to the game's true ending. This crucial information fuels his continued attendance. A young woman with pale blue hair sits beside him, her expression hinting at a shared understanding, a silent acknowledgement of their unusual circumstances. Humanity's insatiable curiosity extended beyond mastering elemental magic. Their ambition burned brighter. Yet, their pursuit of greater magical knowledge hit an insurmountable wall. Further advancements proved elusive. The question hangs heavy in the air: does anyone possess knowledge of the 12 divine moons? The inquiry reveals an unexplored realm of power. 1,000 years ago, the divine moons, guardians of the land, were scattered across the continent, fulfilling their appointed duties. The divine moon that symbolized summer, for instance, held immense power. The instructor pointed to a map, explaining that venturing into the deep sea of Alamanca, the domain of the Sea King, is a perilous undertaking. Any living being entering Alamanca's domain would face certain death. We are at Levian's coast, a place of significance yet to be revealed. A scholar explains that each of the divine moons possesses unique powers, legend speaks of a miracle should they be reunited. The scholar's assertion that the divine moons have been dormant for a millennium is confirmed. A figure, cloaked and wielding a radiant sword, seems to awaken a celestial power, suggesting a connection to the divine moons. His progress was only possible due to intel gathered from fellow players. A crucial piece of information, gleaned from the community, had propelled him forward. If his assumptions prove accurate, the solution lies within the game's inaccessible content. A pivotal clue in the mystery is tantalizingly out of reach. He managed to connect with only 5 individuals holding a key to the answer, 5 out of a larger unknown number of potential key players. Driven by his desire to witness the true ending, he had no choice but to proceed. The pursuit of the game's ultimate secret compels him forward. A fiery blast erupts, engulfing a training dummy in flames. The intensity of this display hints at the power he now wields or the threat he faces. The silver-haired woman, elegant yet powerful in her crimson gown, lectured 2 young men. "Strength isn't all there is," she declared, her voice carrying conviction. This statement foreshadowed a demonstration of strategic prowess over brute force. Her gaze sharp, she continued, "No matter how strong your attack is, if you can't hit the enemy, then it's useless." The implication was clear: precise aim and tactical awareness were paramount, a crucial lesson for the aspiring warriors before her. The scene shifted. A fiery blast erupted as the woman demonstrated her point, her weapon a staff radiating potent magical energy directed at a training dummy. A searing beam of energy shot from her staff, striking the dummy with pinpoint accuracy. The intense heat of the attack was clearly conveyed. The dummy was consumed by a massive explosion. The sheer power of the directed energy was evident, demonstrating the lesson. The woman, her crimson dress a stark contrast to her pale, silver hair, stood amidst the fiery aftermath. A subtle, regal air clung to her despite the devastation surrounding her. Her gaze fell upon a charred cross, a grim testament to the violence that had transpired. The faint outline of a body was still visible. A flicker of understanding, perhaps even sorrow, crossed her face as she whispered, "How terrible." The weight of the scene pressed upon her. A young man, his gaze pensive behind spectacles, stands poised, a hint of apprehension in his posture. He's dressed in a prestigious-looking school uniform, the gold trim accentuating the seriousness of the occasion. His thoughts are voiced, the lecture. The setting reveals a sparsely populated classroom, setting the stage for the narrative to unfold. The sparsity of students is noted, there are so few students here. This observation underscores an unusual circumstance, hinting at a potential underlying narrative development. A young woman with light blue hair sits at a desk, a thoughtful expression on her face. She muses aloud, her plan to improve her grades with minimal effort suggesting a pragmatic, if somewhat less than dedicated, approach to her studies. The scene shifts to a young man, Beck Uziel, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The mention of his name and the question, "Did he?" indicate a connection to the previous panel's character and suggest a developing intrigue. The young woman's uncertainty grows, her internal monologue revealing her apprehension. The phrase, "I'm sure it's just," hints at self-doubt or a denial of a deeper concern, foreshadowing a possible confrontation or a more significant revelation related to Beck Uziel. A young student, seemingly confident, addressed his classmates, "I'm sure you all know the origin of magic." His words hinted at a well-known, yet crucial, piece of lore about to be revisited. Professor Layton, a renowned expert in divine moon studies, is introduced. His presence immediately establishes the academic context of the upcoming exposition on magic's origins. The professor continued his lecture, revealing a key piece of the world's history. Afterwards, he traveled to the heavens. The narrative's focus shifts to the mythical journey of magic's progenitor, building suspense. He nervously adjusts his glasses, a worried frown etched beneath them. "How am I going to pull this off for 3 years?" he mutters, the weight of a daunting task pressing upon him. His expression shifts to one of pensive consideration. "Well, that's just my assumption, though," he adds, a hint of uncertainty coloring his voice. The initial anxiety hasn't disappeared, it's merely been replaced by thoughtful speculation. A question dawns on him, a subtle shift in his focus. Was IL always in this class? He wonders aloud, the query revealing a new element of intrigue and perhaps a growing suspicion. A young woman with pale blue hair appears, her expression conveying a quiet skepticism. I don't remember any main characters taking this class, she observes, confirming his suspicion and setting the stage for a potential mystery. Her presence suggests she possesses a wider perspective, possibly an awareness of the narrative's larger context. A young man, seemingly unconcerned, sits in a classroom. His dismissive words, "Well, not that it matters to me," betray a deeper apathy towards the subject at hand. The lecture continues, revealing a crucial piece of history: human mages, in their ambition, traveled the world stealing magic from other species. This sets the stage for the conflict to come. The lecturer, his expression grave, stands before a darkened background, highlighting the weight of the untold story. His silent presence emphasizes the gravity of the events that transpired. A young woman's words reveal a critical element of the world's lore: the 12 divine moons, guardians of the continent's power balance. This knowledge directly connects to the lecturer's previous revelation and the missing founding mage.
The professor, a man of measured pronouncements, confirmed, "That's right.
They had their own special powers used to protect the continent." His words hinted at a forgotten history, a legacy of strength now shrouded in mystery. A swirling vortex of crimson fire filled the panel, a visual testament to the 6th moon of the red summer, a legend reborn.
The caption announced its power: a red flame wielded by a forgotten order. A student, skepticism etched on his face, retorted, "Is that supposed to be a joke?" The professor's casual dismissal: "You can still see the red flames. So if any of you are curious, you can go take a look," only deepened the air of intrigue. A great whirlpool, appearing in the heart of the ocean, has been frozen solid by the 12th moon of the blue winter. This unprecedented event signifies a disturbance in the celestial balance, hinting at forces beyond human comprehension. The young man's query hangs heavy in the air: the miracle?
His question reflects a wider societal wonder surrounding the frozen whirlpool, underscoring the significance and mystery of this event. The older scholar's response is blunt: "No one knows." This emphasizes the enigma surrounding the phenomenon, highlighting the limitations of human knowledge in the face of such a powerful, unexplained event. A glimmer of hope shines through the scholar's words: "At least I met some of the divine moons by playing the game." His statement reveals the existence of a game, possibly a virtual one, containing aspects of this reality, offering a potential avenue for understanding the strange occurrences. However, this hope is tempered by limitation: "But I only met 5 of them through limited time events." This revelation implies the game's accessibility is restricted, creating a sense of urgency and possibly highlighting the importance of the 12th moon event. He'd surpassed all other players, achieving unprecedented progress in the game. A quiet satisfaction tinged with a hint of grim determination settled over his face as he realized the implications. The 12 divine moons, a seemingly insignificant detail in the vast game world, now held a critical significance. They were, he suspected, the key to unlocking the true ending. The weight of his past efforts settled upon him. Countless times, he'd risked his life to reach this point. The thought weighed heavily on his shoulders. His eyes, blazing crimson, reflected the inferno consuming the battlefield. A grim determination etched itself onto his pale face as he braced for the oncoming assault. The force of the blast sent him reeling, but he remained defiant, his gaze fixed on the approaching enemy. A hint of uncertainty flickered in his eyes for the briefest moment.
A blinding flash engulfed the area.
The resulting shockwave, a deafening dang, rippled outwards, leaving behind only dust and the lingering scent of ozone. The woman in crimson surveyed her students, a subtle yet commanding presence amidst the nervous energy of the academy. She exuded an air of quiet power, her sharp gaze hinting at the challenges that lie ahead.
A powerful gust of wind swept the landscape, revealing the woman's true form: a warrior mage standing before a formidable chasm, a testament to the perilous journey she undertakes. The weight of history hung heavy in the air. For a decade, no one had conquered the game's true ending. This ominous fact underscores the immense difficulty of the challenge ahead. A young woman with long, pale pink hair sits alone on a bench in a grand hall, flames licking at the edges of the scene. The atmosphere is heavy with despair. Her crimson eyes reflect the inner turmoil as she confesses, "I showed Mother a sorry sight again." The weight of her guilt is palpable.
The young woman's anguished expression reveals the depth of her remorse. Her red eyes burn with unshed tears. Two young women sit together on a bench within a grand hall, bathed in soft light. Their peaceful companionship hints at a shared secret. One woman, her expression serious, reveals a startling truth: "You used the same magic as me, but it was several times stronger." This statement underscores a significant power imbalance, hinting at the other woman's hidden potential. The other's face lights up with childlike wonder. "It was super cool," she exclaims, highlighting a stark contrast in their reactions to the same event. The display of raw, untamed power is clearly less daunting to her. A final thought bubbles in the first woman's mind: is her name Arswang? This seemingly simple question suggests the potential discovery of a crucial piece of information about her companion, a detail that might have significant implications for the narrative that unfolds. News of a fire attribute genius has spread, causing a ripple of excitement. The young woman before us, radiating confidence, is clearly aware of the stir she's created. Despite the newcomer's evident talent, another mage dismisses her, confident in her own superior abilities. The implication is clear: this isn't a friendly rivalry, it's a declaration of dominance. The younger mage's response reveals both ambition and humility. While acknowledging the other's current skill, she expresses determination to surpass her through dedicated practice. The older mage's demeanor softens, a subtle shift reveals underlying insecurity. The younger mage's words, while seemingly boastful, had a calming effect. A young woman with long, pale pink hair stands silently, her gaze downcast. The weight of unspoken anxieties hangs heavy in the air. She stands in a warmly lit room, the scene peaceful yet tense. Across from her, another woman in a military-style uniform waits patiently, her expression guarded. The quiet anticipation underscores an impending confrontation. Ye Taran, Hong Bayan's exclusive guard, is introduced. Her serious expression and sharp attire convey her competence and readiness for whatever lies ahead. This panel emphasizes her vital role in the unfolding events. Thanks. Regarding the staff remodeling commission you requested, the staff is so refined that they've confirmed a top-grade magic sword will be produced. Yeah? Questionable? So? It's consistent, in resonance with nature's energy. No way. Why is such a seemingly worthless staff considered a middle-high class item? The question hangs heavy in the air, a clear sign of disbelief and confusion. The response clarifies: the staff's original ability drastically enhances the user's mana, elevating it to high class or even higher. The explanation reveals a hidden potency, explaining the staff's unexpected classification. A magnificent, glowing staff materializes, visually underscoring its power. The woman's astonished reaction, high class, highlights the surprising nature of its capabilities, confirming the previous explanation. Confusion deepens. The statement, "I'm confused about that as well," reflects the unexpected nature of the staff's classification in the context of its apparent lack of resonance with them. This introduces a critical plot point: the staff's potency is not universal. Despite the uncertainty, a confident assertion is made: "I don't get it. I'm sure that commoner will figure things out." This shifts focus to an unseen commoner, suggesting their pivotal role in unraveling the mystery surrounding this powerful yet enigmatic staff. He is certainly unique. Professor Carlium explains that mana orbitobiology is a mandatory class. The subject matter, as implied by the diagrams on the blackboard, centers on the manipulation of mana, a crucial element in this world. The curriculum will focus on the practical application of orbitobiology, specifically shooting and target, suggesting a combat-oriented approach to mana control. The professor, a bald man in a tweed jacket, posed a question to his class: "Shall we discuss this orbital formula?" His tone suggested a challenge, not a simple lecture. The professor stands before a chalkboard filled with complex equations, his back to the students now seated at their desks. This seemingly innocuous lesson hides a deeper significance. Only those with a specific magical aptitude can fully grasp its meaning. A student's skeptical whisper cuts through the silence: "If you're not a water attribute major, you can't answer that." The implication is clear: the lesson is tailored to those with specific magical affinities, excluding others. A further comment adds: "Is he just trying to bother us?" highlighting the student's frustration. A student's annoyance is palpable. The professor's subtle act of exclusion causes a ripple of unrest within the classroom.
Tension hangs heavy in the air.
The instructor's praise hung in the air, a subtle acknowledgement of exceptional talent.
Solving the Rydie-Heiborg equation with such ease marked the student as someone of considerable aptitude.
The class concluded, leaving further questions for the next session. The implication is clear: this student's progress surpasses the current curriculum.
A young man, his expression a mixture of apprehension and determination, approaches.
His subtle movement suggests a hesitant request, perhaps a query about something deeply personal or academically challenging. A figure in flowing robes, clutching a thick, green tome, stands silently. The weight of untold knowledge rests in her hands, a silent prelude to the events to unfold. "I have a question for you," the words hang in the air, a simple query carrying an unspoken weight of anticipation and uncertainty.
She must be disappointed.
The unspoken words reveal a growing sense of foreboding, a quiet acknowledgement of a shattered expectation. A young woman with auburn pigtails and kind eyes approaches, her gentle smile masking a potential storm of emotion.
This innocent facade belies the depth of her involvement in the unfolding drama. Concern etched on her face, one young woman asks another, "Are you okay?"
The question hangs heavy, hinting at a recent event of significant emotional impact. The second girl, her eyes wide, replies, "You're so amazing, princess," a stark contrast to her apparent unease, suggesting the princess has just displayed extraordinary abilities. The first girl's expression softens as she reveals, "To be honest, I've been hearing about you since I was young." This statement establishes a long-standing awareness of the princess's legendary status, placing their current interaction within a larger, pre-existing narrative.
The casual addition of "oh yeah, she's a fire type" further reveals a casual understanding of the princess's extraordinary powers, establishing them as inherent to her identity. A young woman, her crimson hair cascading down her shoulders, makes a statement. "I think I've heard of her," she muses, her words hinting at a knowledge of someone significant. The atmosphere shifts. Disdain etched on her face, a woman with flowing pink hair dismisses the previous comment with a curt, "Enough with the rubbish." Her tone suggests a powerful personality and little patience for trivialities. Left alone, the crimson-haired woman, now visibly upset, softly whispers, "Goodbye," a word carrying the weight of unspoken conflict and a sense of finality. A young woman, her face etched with exhaustion, lets out a weary sigh, "Phew." The weight of her recent ordeal is palpable. Her eyes, wide and bloodshot, betray the toll taken. The young woman's stress is evident, reflecting the intensity of whatever challenges she has just overcome. A calm, welcoming voice breaks the tension. "Welcome," it says, offering a sense of arrival and perhaps a hint of respite. "Here is a drink and some ginseng candy." A simple offering, yet it sets the scene within a refined, perhaps even subtly luxurious setting. However, there's something slightly questionable. The casual observation hints at a hidden tension, a secret about to be revealed. "What? Isn't that a dark demonic tool?" The question explodes into the scene, shattering the previous calm. The suspicion is unveiled. "It's a bit different from that," the response reveals a subtle deception, an attempt to downplay the true nature of the object. The young woman ponders the artifact's unique properties, it draws the user's mana and harmonizes it with the natural mana of the world. Her companion explains that this inherent mana absorption is why the artifact is classified as only middle-high class, its potential is limited by this passive drain. The second woman expresses doubt regarding a student's capacity to effectively wield such a powerful, mana-intensive staff. The first woman concludes that only individuals with exceptionally high or exceptionally low mana reserves could realistically use this staff. A young woman with striking crimson eyes sips from a delicate teacup, her expression unreadable. A single syllable, "null," escapes her lips, hinting at a quiet contemplation. A few days into the semester, the scene shifts to a classroom. The setting establishes this as a school of magic, with complex diagrams on the chalkboard. The casual mention of the semester's beginning foreshadows a timeline of events. A student, meticulously taking notes, absorbs the professor's lesson. Offensive magic demands a level of precision exceeding other magical disciplines. This sets the stage for a future confrontation. A female instructor announces the commencement of student PvP battles, raising the stakes and suggesting imminent conflict.
The instructor presents a complex magical trajectory problem. Kyosu, 760 meters away to the north, is fleeing south at 12.6 meters per second.
The challenge is to calculate the precise magical orbit needed to strike him using water-type magic.
A student observes, of all the attributes, it's water. This highlights the specific element required for this particular spell and subtly foreshadows the student's likely solution. Baek Uziel, caught daydreaming, is called upon to solve the problem. His internal monologue reveals his annoyance. Damn it, I got caught.
This sets the stage for his reluctant but ultimately successful participation.
He finished his work on the chalkboard, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. All done, he murmured, the words barely audible above the quiet hum of the room. This seemingly simple act marks a significant step in his mysterious project. An older man, his face etched with concern, questioned him.
Is your first major attribute water-based?
The question hangs heavy in the air, hinting at the crucial nature of this young man's abilities.
His simple, blunt nope is loaded with implication. The young man and a young woman, both dressed in similar attire, exit a grand building.
The scene suggests the completion of some significant event. The Korean text at the bottom likely indicates the time of day, hinting that this is the end of the day's work, signifying the culmination of important events. A young girl, her light blue hair framing a worried expression, stands before a towering figure.
Her apprehension is palpable.
The larger individual remains silent, their expression obscured by shadow. The scene shifts. A young woman with vibrant pink hair stares intently, her amber eyes reflecting a complex mix of defiance and fear. A subtle aura of magic crackles around her.
The weight of her predicament is heavy.
A young man, his back to us, stands in a shadowed hallway. The narration above him reveals a truth about him. Despite his academic record, his intelligence is undeniable. This seemingly contradictory statement hints at a deeper complexity to this student's character and abilities. The young man, now facing us, declares, I'm finished. His glasses and focused expression suggest a recent exertion of significant mental effort. The setting, a classroom with arcane symbols on the board, confirms that the completion he announces refers to his studies.
This sets the stage for his next action.
The question hangs heavy in the air. Even in Stella, a renowned academy attracting the brightest minds, Baek Uziel's true identity remains a mystery. Intrigue surrounds this individual.
The speaker's observation confirms a calculated approach to course selection, hinting at Baek Uziel's strategic thinking and perhaps hidden agenda.
A sense of urgency grips the speaker. The mystery surrounding Baek Uziel demands immediate investigation. He questioned her motives, his tone sharp.
Why do you ask? Are you interested in me, or something? Her immediate response was disgusted. What?
That's gross, she retorted, adding, it grossed me out more, all right. The young woman, clutching a book, seemed to be waiting for a response, while he was clearly uncomfortable. He shifted uncomfortably, his discomfort visible.
This was about something important to her. His abrupt announcement startled her. I'm going to head out, he declared, leaving her with a bewildered what?
A young woman, her light blue hair framing a worried expression, lets out a soft ah. Her anxious demeanor hints at an immediate problem. The young woman is confronted by a boy who demands to know why she's being followed. The situation escalates as he seeks an explanation for her actions.
He explains that registering for additional classes will negatively impact her current grades due to a curve-based grading system.
This reveals a key detail about the world's educational structure. Even if the female lead is somewhat irritating, the male lead remains the male lead. This establishes a dynamic of a potentially frustrating, yet ultimately inconsequential, female character.
A female student asks the male lead for an easy class recommendation.
Her request is met with skepticism, hinting at a potential ulterior motive beyond academic concerns. The male lead's skepticism is confirmed. He suspects the student's approach is disingenuous. Her offer of compensation reveals her true intentions, highlighting a transactional relationship in their interaction. The young woman, her blue hair framing a surprised expression, explains that the building they are investigating is an abandoned one, long vanished from the records. This revelation, while seemingly simple, sets the stage for a deeper mystery. The man's eyes widen as the significance of the missing building dawns on him. It's a critical piece of information, hinting at something much larger than they initially anticipated. A young woman with light blue hair, clutching a book, looks expectantly at a boy in a dark uniform who gestures animatedly, his expression a mix of surprise and exasperation. The scene unfolds within the hallowed halls of an academy, the air thick with unspoken tension. The boy's surprise is palpable. "You were acting like you weren't going to tell me, and now you've changed your mind?" His question hangs in the air, a clear indication of the shift in their dynamic. The young woman, Il, has clearly made a significant decision. Il's response is simple, yet powerful. "It's enough that Il sincerely wants to give me something." Her sincerity, the unspoken weight of her desire, is the catalyst for the boy's change of heart. The boy, clearly relenting, proposes a compromise: "Take meditation journey into the abyss as your liberal arts class. It'll be super useful to you." His tone suggests a calculated decision, a strategic concession based on Il's offer. He continues, outlining the course, the divine moon studies and meditation on top of that. "Are you into cultivation?" Il's curt reply, "Not at all," underscores her lack of interest in spiritual cultivation, setting the stage for potential future conflict or unexpected developments. She had achieved a significant increase in magical power through dedicated meditation, a feat that surprised her audience. The method behind this power surge remains a mystery, defying conventional understanding of magic. Precise spellcasting usually relies on complex formulas and equations. This case highlights an exceptional ability. He offered a dismissive wave, a single phrase hanging in the air: "Whatever you want." The casualness of his tone belied the gravity of the situation. A decision hung between them, one that could alter the course of history. A young man, his expression a mask of controlled unease, stood before another, partially obscured. The weight of the impending choice was palpable. The words, about how this could change the future, hung heavy, unspoken yet keenly felt. The implications of their choice loomed large. Beck Uziel, within the game's virtual world, rigorously disciplines his body. In the game, experience points are easily gained with a button press. Now, however, Uziel can achieve the same results directly in the real world. He acknowledges his debt to Acel. A figure observes Beck Uziel from afar, a revelation dawning. "I've determined something about Beck Uziel while watching him." The implication hangs heavy: a significant discovery has been made regarding this individual. The observer continues, emphasizing the unexpected nature of their conclusion, even compared to the top rankers. This suggests Beck Uziel possesses exceptional abilities that surpass even the most elite. A young woman reacts with disbelief, a single word echoing her shock: "No way." The visual confirms her astonishment, underscoring the gravity of the preceding statements. The observer, now certain of their assessment, concludes, "At first, I thought there was no way, but now I'm certain." The shift from doubt to unwavering conviction highlights the strength of the evidence gathered. If that's the case. He contemplated the implications, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his features. A companion's voice cut through his silence. Research revealed his current academic pursuits were suspiciously easy, a fact that demands explanation. The direct question hangs heavy in the air: "Where did you learn that exploitable strategy?" He chuckled, a dismissive ha escaping his lips as he insisted, "What do you mean, learn? It's just a coincidence." His demeanor betrayed a carefully constructed nonchalance. His expression shifted, a subtle flicker of unease replacing the earlier confidence. Doubt clouded his eyes. The girl's words were sharp, a dismissal delivered with practiced authority: "Go learn that kind of thing from someone else. There are lots of smart people here." He reasoned that since anyone taking Divine Moon Studies receives an A+, his own enrollment wouldn't matter. His gaze, however, is fixed on the girl beside him, revealing a hidden agenda. The girl, however, would lose out on a scholarship if she doesn't succeed in the course. This information reveals the boy's manipulative intent. The girl's expression shifts, looking at her own face doesn't have its usual stress-relieving effect.
This unexpected reaction hints at a deeper problem or pressure she's facing. Anticipating her distress, he offers compensation. Her surprised reaction to the word compensation suggests a lack of awareness of his underlying plan or a hopeful acceptance. Do you know anything about the ghost story of the seventh tower? The question hangs in the air, a prelude to a mystery shrouded in secrecy. Really? There aren't that many people who do. The response confirms the rarity of knowledge surrounding the seventh tower's tale, hinting at its dangerous or forbidden nature. And there's a bunch of barriers that prevent people from even getting close to where the tower used to be, but there. The speaker reveals the existence of obstacles, physical or otherwise, guarding the site, fueling intrigue and speculation about what lies beyond. Is everything all right? I'm going to go insane. A character's visible distress and mental instability, juxtaposed with the previous cryptic conversation, suggests a direct, unsettling connection between his state and the ghost story of the seventh tower. A book lies open, its pages filled with the story of Il, who, unbeknownst to her, already knew the truth about the flame. This knowledge, a pivotal detail, is revealed through the narration. The scene shifts. A young boy casually dismisses the idea of ghosts, offering to divulge information for free, displaying a confidence that belies a hidden depth. A young woman, Il, clutches a book, her expression betraying concern. This visual underscores her current state of uncertainty and foreshadows her need for the information the boy offered. A young woman, her face etched with bewilderment, contemplates her liberal arts class meditation. The implication is that this seemingly peaceful practice is far more significant than it first appears. A young man, equally perplexed, struggles to explain the true nature of meditation to his companion. His troubled expression foreshadows a crucial revelation about the power of meditation in this world. The narrative shifts to reveal a fundamental truth about magic in this world. For those wielding destructive magic, particularly high-ranking figures like bishops, meditation is not merely a calming practice, it's essential for control and mastery over their immense power. A visual depiction of powerful, destructive magic reinforces this point. The ultimate source of magical power is revealed, the mind. It is the mind that manipulates mana, the lifeblood of magic. This panel clarifies the foundational mechanism for wielding magic, explaining the critical importance of mental discipline emphasized earlier. You said I was ugly earlier. The girl's words hung in the air, a quiet accusation directed at the young man standing before her. His expression remains unreadable, his back to the viewer, hinting at a complex internal conflict. Thank you, though. It's a shame it's not a class that can help my grades, but I'll register for it anyway. Despite the earlier slight, she shows unexpected resilience, her determination to improve herself outweighing any hurt feelings. A sudden shift in tone and atmosphere. The girl, Il, is shown falling, a terrifying vision of impending doom. The stark red background underscores the gravity of the situation. Il will die a tragic death in this life as well, the caption ominously states. The young man's earlier inaction now carries devastating weight, his fear is revealed as the catalyst for a potential catastrophic outcome. He mused, it would be nice if meditation could be helpful for her. A quiet concern for another's well-being underscores his thoughtful expression. A sudden realization dawns on him, wait, now that I think about it, I'm a mage too, aren't I? Why didn't I think of training until now? This marks a pivotal moment of self-discovery, highlighting his previously untapped potential. The young man's latent magical abilities awaken. His physique dramatically increases in size and strength as his magic surges, a clear visual demonstration of his newfound power. He explains, it's been quiet lately anyway, with no episodes or monster hunts, so I haven't been able to gain experience. This reveals a crucial context to his lack of magical development, a lack of opportunities, not a lack of innate ability. Something to ask? The panel ends with a cliffhanger, leaving the audience to wonder what question the young man is about to pose, and the significance of its pending reveal. The girl's next class is announced, a cryptic hint of things to come. A young man reacts with a skeptical to whatever news he's just received. His expression suggests he's not entirely convinced. The blue-haired girl approaches a blonde young man, her expression cheerful as she delivers information specifically intended for the male protagonist.
This targeted communication hints at a plot thread of significant importance. The young man dismisses the girl's story as uninteresting and scary, choosing to ignore the potentially vital information. His disinterest will likely have repercussions. Despite his earlier dismissal, a new piece of information is offered, unrelated to grades, but clearly important enough to merit further attention. The tension shifts subtly from a rejection to a reluctant engagement. A young man, clad in a crisp uniform, harbors a quiet apprehension. His internal monologue reveals a deep-seated fear. The unfolding events fill him with dread. The protagonist marvels at the sheer size of his new dormitory. It's far larger than he anticipated. He learns that dorm room size is consistent, but occupancy varies according to class ranking. Higher classes share rooms with fewer classmates. Sitting alone, the protagonist reflects on his previous loneliness and expresses relief at finally having a suitable space. He resolved, "Then I'll start." A quiet determination settled over his face, a stark contrast to the opulent, almost gaudy, surroundings. The narrative shifts to a flashback, revealing Baek Uziel within the game's world. He was a prodigy, achieving the incredible feat of manifesting sword aura. This extraordinary ability stemmed from his unique control over mana, which flowed endlessly through him. But Baek Uziel was more than just powerful, he was a singular genius, the only swords master in the game's history to reach the pinnacle of his art. Skills don't simply level up by accumulating experience. This fundamental truth of the game's mechanics is revealed, setting the stage for a deeper exploration of character growth and mastery beyond mere numerical progression. His breath hitched, a sudden surge of power coursing through him. The young man's eyes blazed with newfound intensity, reflecting the internal struggle and breakthroughs he's experiencing. Baek Uziel experiences a familiar sensation, the same one he's known since childhood. It's the familiar surge of his mana leakage syndrome. This is a condition he's long accepted as a part of himself. Suddenly, a system message appears: his mana leakage syndrome has leveled up. The Stella Dome, a pocket dimension on the Academy campus, is revealed. Its existence is a key piece of world building, hinting at the advanced technology and resources available within this magical academy setting. This expansive pocket dimension hosts all sporting events and other large gatherings. The sheer scale implied underscores the academy's resources and the importance given to extracurricular activities. 50 students each from classes A1 and A2, 41 from Class S. The numbers are slightly off from the novel's prediction, hinting at an unforeseen variable. A single, unexpected addition to the student body alters the established count. This subtle deviation from the known narrative foreshadows complications. The narrator, now revealed to be a student, reflects on his own unique arrival, changing the total student count from 1,140 to 1,141, a detail that holds significant implications for the unfolding story. His solitary presence introduces a potential catalyst for unforeseen events within this academic year. Jeremy, a young woman with dark hair and a determined expression, quietly resolves to handle things slowly, assuring herself, "It's fine. I can do it." This inner strength hints at a larger challenge she's facing. A voice calls out to Jeremy, "Young Master Jeremy, are you done with the class registrations?" The question implies a sense of urgency and perhaps an expectation of a particular response. A boy with blonde hair, beaming, approaches Jeremy. He confirms her enrollment in soft magic research, suggesting camaraderie. "Really? Let's have fun together." His enthusiasm contrasts with Jeremy's earlier quiet resolve, foreshadowing a potential shift in her demeanor or the unfolding of the narrative. In the novel, he was obsessed with IL, but she rejected him. This revelation provides critical context for his current behavior. His fixation on IL colors his actions and motivations, even now. He stands out amongst his peers, his presence undeniably conspicuous within the school. This establishes him as a figure of note, someone whose actions will inevitably attract attention. This world is now my reality, so I must prepare for the future. Training begins with simple exercises before today's lesson. I will direct the training. Any objections should be kept to oneself. Remember, falling below a certain performance level will result in expulsion. The instructor, a figure shrouded in darkness, announces the upcoming trials. Real dungeon phenomena, traps, and monsters will be used to rigorously assess the student's skills. A monstrous chest, pulsating with ominous green energy, materializes. 8 points are awarded for defeating a level 2 risk monster, a significant but manageable challenge for this stage of their training. The reward structure is revealed. The top 5 students will earn small rewards and enhanced shop privileges, establishing a clear incentive for competition. Conversely, students scoring 0 points will face penalties, their points are forfeited, and they may be forced to compete alone, eliminating any advantage from team strategies. The stakes are rising, pressure mounting. A sudden, bright flash of energy erupts from above, signaling the commencement of the tests. The students stand poised, a mixture of anticipation and apprehension evident in their postures. The trial has begun. The ground begins to tremble. A tremor, barely perceptible at first, quickly escalates. The earth gives way beneath them. Screams erupt as several figures are thrown violently to the ground, the impact a jarring UAGH and KOIAGH. A young woman, eyes wide with shock and disbelief, stumbles amidst the chaos. This is... She gasps, the implications of the event dawning on her. The 3 students stand before a colossal, ancient tree, its roots snaking into the earth. The young woman realizes the truth, her voice a hushed whisper, Jack in the Beanstalk map. In Stella, all students reside in the dorms. This is standard practice at the academy. For Beck Uziel, however, the dorm is more than just a residence, it's his only home since his village was destroyed by fire. Naturally, the S-class students receive the best accommodations, the highest floors are reserved exclusively for them. Beck Uziel lets out a relieved sigh. The weight of his circumstances is palpable. He sits, a quiet contemplation settling upon him. This is a new reality, and he needs time to acclimate to his new body. A figure, cloaked and powerful, stands, a sword ablaze with golden energy at his side. This is a glimpse into his past, a power he once wielded, unseen by the world. Unseen, unnoticed, he walked a path of power. His actions, hidden in the shadows, left no trace for anyone to discover. Now, he sits in quiet reflection, understanding the weight of his past. The path he once trod, he must walk again. He focuses inward, murmuring, "What dictates the flow of mana through my body?" The question reveals his desire to master his own power, to understand the fundamental mechanics of his abilities. A voice, likely a system notification, cuts through his introspection. You need to keep using the skill to level it up. That means all you need to do is train. The simplicity of the solution, consistent practice, belies the arduous journey ahead. He sits cross-legged, hands resting on his knees, a soft golden light emanating from him. This posture and the glow suggest he has begun his training, committing himself to the long path of mastery. A faint golden energy pulsed between his fingertips, a subtle power, yet undeniably there. "It's really faint, but I can definitely feel it," he murmured. A system message flashed, his blink skill had leveled up. This small but significant increase in his abilities marks another step towards his ultimate goal. His expression hardened, a quiet determination etched on his face. "I'm one step closer to my goal," he stated, his voice low and resolute. A young woman, surrounded by a group of students, gazed across a seemingly idyllic field. The grass field and the wind are supposed to be artificially created with magic, but they feel real, she observed, a hint of wonder in her voice. This observation subtly hints at the advanced nature of this world's magic systems, capable of producing breathtaking illusions nearly indistinguishable from reality. This is a place of immense power, capable of altering its own dimensions at will. The structure itself is a testament to this control, a floating fortress defying the very laws of nature. Dungeons, gates, and monster training grounds are all strategically located here, taking advantage of this remarkable adaptability. The instructors, visible in the panel, clearly understand the significance of this location. A closer look reveals the scale of the gathering. 140 trainees stand in formation, a significant number for this type of training. A young man, Beck Uziel, stands shrouded in shadow, his pensive expression hinting at a mystery surrounding his origins. The question hangs heavy in the air: where did Beck Uziel come from? The revelation strikes: Beck Uziel existed within the original novel's narrative.
This confirms his presence is not an anomaly.
A young woman, visibly distressed, realizes the weight of her unique knowledge. She's the sole possessor of the novel's secrets in this world, a burden she carries alone. I'm the only person in the world who knows the novel, after all, she thinks, the statement laden with implication. A blond young man, nonchalant, confirms their enrollment in soft magic research. His casual agreement suggests a deeper, perhaps calculated, involvement in the unfolding events. Yes, of course, he says, his tone betraying little. Prince Jeremy, a young boy with a captivating smile, holds a bouquet of flowers. His demeanor is deceptively charming, a mask concealing the machinations to come.
The narrative shifts dramatically.
We see Jeremy, now a grown man, seated upon a throne, his regal appearance belying the villain he has become.
His calculated actions have yielded a bitter harvest.
A young woman observes him from afar, her apprehension palpable. She recognizes the deceptive nature of his kindness, each seemingly benevolent act hides a sinister design.
She admits he's attractive, even acknowledging his widespread popularity, but her focus remains internal. The underlying tension is clear, she needs to regain her composure.
A commanding presence cuts through the student's quiet anticipation.
The air crackles with authority. The instructor's words reveal his intention, a comprehensive assessment precedes any instruction. This establishes a clear hierarchy and the importance of skill evaluation within this setting. The professors hold ultimate authority over student scores. They can adjust grades at their discretion, adding or subtracting points as they see fit. Defeating a level 1 monster grants 4 points. Acquiring the point stick is worth 20 points. The instructor dramatically presents this coveted item. The rules of engagement are laid out: defeat a fellow student, and claim their points. The briefing concludes with a curt dismissal and a chilling wish of good luck. The implication hangs heavy: this is a battle royale. Confusion reigns as a student, caught completely off guard, reacts with disbelief to a sudden, unseen attack. A swift, brutal kick connects, the impact rendered with sharp, motion blur lines suggesting violent force. The suddenness underscores the deadly nature of this competition. The sound of a body hitting the ground, a thud, punctuates the scene's violent conclusion. The battle has begun. A whisper of anticipation, a barely perceptible shift in the air. Feel it. The moment arrived. A profound transformation, a destiny fulfilled. The instructor announced their next training exercise, a simulated dungeon crawl. This practical application would test the students' skills in a controlled environment, preparing them for the unpredictable dangers of real dungeons. A large group of students, clad in the uniform of Magic Academy, stands assembled in a clearing. The air hums with anticipation as they prepare for their practical training. The scene shifts to a single student, separated from the group. The question hangs in the air: are you going to be alone during the practical training? Teamwork in dungeon training offers practical advantages, but ultimately, solo adventuring yields more points. One girl acknowledges the system's point distribution rules, requiring points to be shared among teammates. The other girl, seemingly less pleased with this, questions if that's the case. The red-haired girl accepts the situation, resigned to the system's limitations. A blonde girl expresses her frustration with the unavoidable limitations of the shared point system. A surge of vibrant blue energy erupts, leaving a shimmering trail across the parched earth. The sheer power of the magical release is palpable. The young sorceress, breathless from the exertion, leans on her staff. Phew, this is so exhausting, she admits, the strain evident in her posture. A subtle shift in her expression. A slight frown creases her brow as she pauses, a thoughtful escaping her lips. Something has caught her attention. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light engulfs her, intensifying the magical aura around her. The young sorceress grips her staff, now radiating a power far greater than before. A shift in her magic, an escalation of power. The previously calm landscape now writhes with magically animated vines, ensnaring the sorceress. The previously exhausted girl must now confront a new threat in this enchanted forest. The young woman, staff in hand, acknowledged the urgency of the situation. I have to get moving, she muttered, her pace quickening through the sun-dappled forest. A sudden shift in the atmosphere. A dark silhouette, cloaked in shadow, appeared, the light seeming to recoil from his presence. This was no ordinary traveler. Flame's specialties are bind, destruction, defense, and healing, therefore, an ambush would be a viable tactic. Many students attempted to create a Baek Uziel faction, but he rejected them all. Uncertainty clouds her assessment of his intentions. A point stick? A young woman, her expression a mixture of determination and grim resolve, grips a staff. This is the perfect opportunity, she thinks. Nearby, a boy in a formal suit declares his intent: he's going to test that man. His confident posture hints at a plan already in motion. The woman unleashes a burst of golden energy from her staff. The sheer power of the attack is evident. He won't be able to defend himself from such a long-range attack, she calculates. The distance provides a decisive advantage. Her eyes gleam with anticipation as she prepares for the impact of her spell. The outcome hangs in the balance. A blinding golden energy erupts from the tip of the staff wielded by the young mage, illuminating the scene. The raw power surges outward, a wave of potent magic unleashed. The impact of the mage's attack sends a shockwave through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in its wake. The target, a figure in a dark suit, is seen from behind, now bracing himself against the force. He is thrown backward, the golden light engulfing him as he's propelled through the forest. The force of the attack is undeniable. A young girl, her school uniform partially obscured, stares in disbelief. A faint whisper escapes her lips: "H how?" The girl, now clearly a magic-wielding student, grips her staff. Her astonishment grows as she questions, how did he manage to avoid a second-class spell at that distance? The implication is clear: her target possessed remarkable evasion skills or other abilities. Relief washes over the girl as she mutters, "Thank goodness the mana leakage syndrome's level increasing, or else I would have been in big trouble." Her near miss underscores the severity of her condition and its impact on her magical capabilities. He examines a digital interface, a glint of strategy in his eyes. Securing an advantage is his aim, but he calculates that targeting her directly is currently too risky. His current goal is to maintain 5th place, unnecessary risks are to be avoided. A familiar face appears, prompting a surprised reaction: "Oh, look who it is." The stage is set for an unexpected encounter. If it isn't Baek Uziel from the S-Class. The recognition is immediate, the speaker clearly familiar with the Elite Academy's ranking system. Baek Uziel, a young woman in uniform, stands amidst a dense, overgrown forest, her classmates nearby. The setting shifts dramatically, foreshadowing a new challenge or location in the narrative. A young woman, her dark hair framing serious eyes behind glasses, grips a staff. She resolves, then, I should get going, too. The implication is a solitary mission lies ahead. Jackie, a cheerful companion with reddish-brown hair, appears, her greeting, "Ah, Jackie," breaks the pensive atmosphere. This reveals a clear shift towards interaction and potential companionship. The scene shifts to show both women together. The first young woman declares, "Sorry, I'm going to try being alone this time," hinting at a deliberate decision that contrasts with Jackie's presence. This sets a clear conflict between companionship and individual pursuit. Jackie's subtle comment, "Is it just me, or does she sound sarcastic?" reveals a perception of underlying tension. The final line of her dialogue, "Let's go together next time," suggests reconciliation rather than immediate departure. A young woman, perhaps a student, stands amidst a verdant landscape, a hint of weariness in her expression. She mutters to herself, "Well, maybe it's just a phase." Her nonchalant tone belies the underlying tension of her situation. The young woman's frustration boils over. Mid-stride during a practical training exercise, she gripes, "When will this damn practical training end?" The urgency in her words reveals the strain of prolonged, likely arduous, training. Suddenly, the scene erupts with energy. Vines, imbued with potent magical energy, lash out around the young woman, a whirlwind of chaotic power. She bravely stands her ground, her own magical staff crackling with retaliatory energy, a fierce determination etched on her face. With a focused sweep of her staff, she redirects the aggressive vines, a controlled burst of energy pushing them back. The intensity of the magical battle is palpable.
Stella, a young woman in training, reflects on her recent field exercises. The challenges weren't just the monsters, but the unpredictable nature of the field itself. Her rigorous dungeon training, however, has prepared her well.
Stella's expression shifts to one of curiosity and slight apprehension. She senses something nearby.
A figure emerges from the trees, barely visible at first, their presence shrouded in the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves.
Stella confirms her initial suspicion: it's not a monster, but a person. However, the situation remains unclear, prompting further questioning.
A young woman, her expression a mask of forced calm, mutters, "It's okay," as she clutches a slender object, a wand, perhaps, her gaze fixed on something unseen. A subtle tremor betrays her inner unease. The scene shifts to a verdant forest clearing. A boy in a smart uniform stands poised, a similar wand in hand, his gaze focused, almost predatory, on something just beyond the frame. He seems ready for a confrontation.
The young woman's earlier composure cracks. Is he going alone, too? She whispers, her worry palpable. The question hangs heavy in the air. The unspoken implication is that the situation is far more perilous than she initially let on. A hand, holding a glowing yellow object, raises a question: he already obtained one?
The implication is that someone has acquired a powerful artifact, unexpected by the observer. 15 meters separate the speaker from his target. The distance is noted, suggesting preparation for a ranged attack. A blinding flash of light erupts as a light bullet is fired, the culmination of the previous panel's tension. The scene depicts a powerful energy blast aimed at the previously mentioned target. A blinding golden light erupts, a radiant spear of energy piercing the darkness. The light's impact throws a young woman back, her eyes wide with shock. Confused, she stumbles back, her mouth agape, whispering, "Ha!" The sheer power of the light leaves her disoriented. Having recovered slightly, the young woman, now wielding a staff, walks away from the site of the explosion, leaving behind the lingering aura of immense power.
A new journey begins.
A young man in a school uniform, propelled by a golden energy surge, launched himself forward. He reacted instantly to the sudden attack, his thoughts a whirlwind of alarm. Yikes!
Is she trying to kill me or something?
Using light bullets out of nowhere like that. A system notification appeared, revealing a new ability: Blink, Class 1, maximum distance, 12 maximum stacks, 2, cooldown, 3 seconds.
This new skill grants him short-range teleportation. He assessed the situation, a thoughtful expression on his face.
From this distance, he judged, it should be safe. The reward for 5th place, etheric roots, which increase health and strength by a significant amount. He continued his walk, acknowledging that the prime spots were already claimed by the leading characters, anyway. In this state, he only needed 3 more points. 2 imposing figures loomed over him, their presence a sudden, undeniable threat. A young man with a confident smirk stands out among his peers, a group of similarly dressed students.
He exudes an air of leadership, subtly commanding attention. Another student, his expression thoughtful and guarded, observes the leader from a distance. His gaze holds a hint of unease and suspicion. The unspoken tension hangs heavy in the air. A young woman, identified as Flame, moves with a determined grace through a sun-dappled forest. Her demeanor is focused, almost aloof, reflecting her resolve. The observant student's thoughts are revealed, a feeling of unease, suggesting Flame's actions are somehow linked to his own. This creates an immediate link between apparently separate storylines.
A further mystery begins to deepen.
He notes Flame is proceeding alone.
The young sorceress stood poised, her staff glowing, a symbol of her mastery over nature's energies. This ability to blend seamlessly with the natural world is key to her survival strategy. He sensed her presence, a subtle shift in the forest's energy. A confrontation was inevitable. Raiden stands alone, surveying a rocky outcrop overlooking a verdant valley.
His posture suggests contemplation, perhaps even unease.
A classmate whispers, revealing that Raiden's fame within the academy has grown significantly in recent days. The implication is that something significant has occurred, making him a notable figure.
Anyway, he has
A pair of golden chopsticks, seemingly ordinary but radiating an unusual energy. Rumors swirl, he's a failed student who cheated his way into the prestigious S-class, a feat achieved by solving 3 bizarre questions.
Stella's disbelief is palpable.
Beck Uziel, the subject of the gossip, refuses further interaction. A young man, his expression a mixture of amusement and suspicion, confronts another.
Ha! Are you resisting us? He asks, the question hanging in the air.
The tension is palpable, this is not a simple inquiry. The close-up reveals a chilling smile spreading across the second young man's face, his eyes narrowed.
Do you? He replies, the unspoken threat echoing in the silence.
Alone, the first young man considers his options. He holds a document, his brow furrowed in contemplation.
HM.
What should I do? He mulls over, the weight of the decision evident.
A flash of determination crosses his face. Maybe if I had 3 blinks.
Still, a variable I have, he thinks, a strategy forming in his mind. The implication is clear, he is not without options. The man holds a slender, golden rod.
The question hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable, is this simple-looking object the key?
The location is revealed, a dungeon, shrouded in lush, verdant foliage.
The implications are clear, danger lurks within.
He confirms his suspicions.
The golden rod, in his hand, is indeed the instrument of power he seeks.
A subtle smile plays on his lips as he anticipates the power he is about to unleash.
A golden energy begins to swirl, a prelude to a potent display.
A whirlwind of motion, one young man, clad in muted tones, launches a fierce attack against his opponent, a sharply dressed peer in a vibrant blue uniform.
Golden energy crackles around the attacker's staff as he strikes.
The blue-uniformed youth recoils, eyes wide with shock. His surprise is palpable, a clear indication that the attack was unexpected and effective.
He gasps, a barely audible "huh" escaping his lips.
The attack continues, a blur of motion and vibrant energy. The initial shock is gone, now, the fight intensifies. The attacker presses his advantage. A flash of purple light, a vicious counterattack. The blue-uniformed youth unleashes his rage, his words echoing the fury of his blow, this damned commoner bastard.
The battle rages on, the blue-clad youth's fury escalating.
You motherfucker, he snarls, his attack reflecting his venomous intent.
Fueled by rage, the young man roared, I'll get you. His face contorted, eyes blazing with fury.
This outburst reveals a deep-seated resentment, a burning desire for vengeance that will drive his actions. He stormed off, a determined glint in his eye, his resolve hardening as he made his way through the lush forest. A group follows behind him, their presence suggesting a brewing conflict. A smirk played on his lips as he casually held 2 pointed sticks. Thanks for this, he said, his words laced with an unsettling calmness, hinting at a manipulative intelligence. This character's casual demeanor contrasts sharply with the intensity of the preceding scene, underscoring his calculated approach. He continued his march, unhurried, his demeanor suggesting a high degree of confidence. Don't wanna, he stated, dismissing the potential opposition with chilling efficiency.
The subsequent line, the point sticks sure are efficient, reveals a calculating pragmatism, emphasizing his cold, strategic nature.
A young man, Beck Uziel, holds a slender, golden object. His expression is knowingly amused as he explains, I learned this coincidentally while the players were playing the game. This reveals his access to game mechanics and his awareness of events beyond the game world's normal confines. The image focuses on the golden object, identified as a point stick, a bug item within the game. Its unusual nature is highlighted, signifying its potential importance.
Beck Uziel's expression shifts to a more calculating one as he holds 2 point sticks.
He explains that while helpful to mages, they are uniquely beneficial to someone like him, who relies on physical combat.
This establishes a strategic element to his actions. Another student, enraged, confronts Beck Uziel, shouting, How dare he take my point sticks? This introduces immediate conflict and sets the stage for the following action.
A swift, violent attack begins. The world around Beck Uziel blurs as the vines lash out. The text "hurry and attack" indicates a sudden, desperate action, foreshadowing the intensity of the ensuing confrontation. Surrounded by his entourage, Baek Uziel stood defiant amidst a verdant, rain-swept forest, the air thick with tension.
A palpable sense of unease permeated the scene. Frustration etched across his features. Uziel's voice, sharp with agitation, broke the silence. "Damn it, why is it now that the dungeon?"
His words trailed off, revealing his growing apprehension. The unexpected appearance of the dungeon presented a significant complication to his plans. The immediate threat manifested as Uziel's swift escape became evident. Baek Uziel's running away, a companion shouted, confirming the escalating crisis. This unexpected flight highlights the severity of the unfolding situation. A burst of energy, a shimmering blue wave of power, erupted as pursuers attempted to intercept Uziel. Their attack, signified by the powerful onomatopoeia, showcased their desperate attempts to recapture him, but also hinted at the considerable power of the individuals involved. Despite their evident strength, a grim realization dawned upon one of the pursuers: those guys are better than I expected. Yet, this admission is immediately followed by a hesitant but, foreshadowing the unexpected turn of events.
This sets the stage for a more complex conflict than anticipated.
Panic grips the group as their target vanishes in a blur of motion. "Where did he go?" one exclaims, the urgency in his voice echoing their shared frustration. "He's too fast to track, their pursuit has been rendered useless, at least for now." Frustration boils over.
"Damn it, we just need to hit him once," a blonde-haired youth snarls, his resolve unwavering despite their current predicament.
The need for a single decisive strike underscores their determination to end this chase. A cooler head prevails.
"Calm down."
He's still nearby, a command rings out, cutting through the rising tension. A tactical shift is advised: wait for a moment of stillness before launching a coordinated attack.
Their strategy is to capitalize on any lull in the opponent's movements. The chase resumes.
A flash of energy, a clash of wills, the blonde-haired youth is engaged in a direct confrontation, his attack met by a powerful counter.
The fight is now personal and intense.
A surge of blue energy erupts, throwing one boy onto another.
The one on the bottom cries out, "Ack!"
His companion, visibly strained, struggles to maintain control. The boy, gripping a glowing blue sword, gasps, "Damn!"
His face is contorted in exertion, reflecting the immense power he's wielding. The raw power unleashed by the boy is devastating.
3 other students are violently thrown back by an intense wave of energy, their bodies sparking with electric discharge as they cry out in unison, a guttural cock.
The aftermath. One boy lies defeated, groaning ugh and ouch.
The other stands victoriously, his stance relaxed but his expression serious. He sheathes his glowing sword, quietly stating, "It's over."
Baek Uziel, his face contorted in frustration, watches as his companion grabs something, muttering, "I'll be taking this too."
The underlying tension hints at a shared resource, perhaps a coveted magical item or artifact, and a rivalry brewing beneath their outwardly amicable facade. The sudden appearance of a third figure, their shock palpable, shifts the focus. The question, when did you, hangs heavy, revealing a secret presence that has unexpectedly been privy to their actions. The situation becomes more layered, hinting at deception and possible betrayal. A dismissive reply, "That was fun, so I'll be off," underscores a nonchalant attitude from the newcomer, suggesting either an uncaring nature or a mastery of the situation far exceeding that of the others. This adds a layer of intrigue and uncertainty. "He struck it rich," a triumphant chuckle escaping him as he declared, I struck the jackpot."
The implication of this jackpot remains unclear, hinting at a significant, yet to be revealed event.
A young man, clad in a smart uniform, savors the moment, chopsticks in hand. His smug grin speaks volumes as he remarks, "This is an adult's experience," subtly suggesting a newfound maturity or power he's acquired. A sudden shift in his demeanor. A flicker of unease crosses his face as he senses something amiss.
"I feel something strange from some,"
he mutters, the question hanging heavy in the air. He turns, a slight tremor in his smile, eyes widening as he asks, "Where?" The source of his disquiet is unknown, but the tension is palpable. A fiery vortex erupts, a cataclysmic whoosh, engulfing the scene in an inferno of blazing orange and yellow, signaling a major turning point in his newfound fortune.
Chapter 22 begins. A group of students in uniform stand amidst a verdant landscape.
The caption, "If it isn't Class S, Beck Uziel," introduces a key figure and the elite class to which he belongs.
One of the students, Beck Uziel, gazes thoughtfully, his expression hinting at a complex internal conflict.
The scene shifts to two of the students. One comments on the apparent abundance of three-point sticks, a term implying a significant collection of valuable items possessed by another student deemed a pushover. This reveals a surprising dynamic amongst the seemingly elite group. Weary of their predictable tactics, a young man observes his adversaries.
Aren't they tired of repeating the same lines?
They lack creativity, he muses, his assessment sharp and dismissive.
The blonde antagonist, radiating arrogance, demands, "Since we've met, give up your point stick."
The stakes are clearly set, a confrontation is unavoidable.
His confidence undeterred, the blonde is now surrounded by his cohorts.
"Think you can face us alone?" they sneer, emphasizing their numerical advantage and seemingly superior fighting prowess.
The tension thickens. The young man's opponent questions his ability to utilize his powerful staff, stating, "Are you going to use that amazing Hymed class staff of yours? You can't even use magic, much less the staff." Doubt is cast upon his capabilities, and the pressure mounts. The antagonists reveal a crucial piece of information. With a first-class blink, it'll be hard to face Raiden, who is from a famous family.
The introduction of Raiden and his powerful family background significantly raises the stakes, hinting at a formidable opponent yet to appear. A group of students, clad in uniform, confronts a lone figure within a verdant, shadowed forest. The tension is palpable, the leader among them holds a staff, poised to strike.
The lone student unleashes a surge of golden energy from his staff.
This is no ordinary weapon, it hums with potent magic. The blonde student's face twists in frustrated rage.
His carefully constructed plan has failed.
A wave of raw magical energy washes over the young man, throwing him violently to the ground. The sheer force of it is evident in his contorted expression and the chaotic energy swirling around him.
He's still reeling from the magical blast, as another figure approaches, calmly observing the aftermath.
"That was dangerous," the newcomer remarks, highlighting the uncontrolled nature of the previous event. The young man, now clearly agitated, demands the return of something, shouting, "You bastard, give that back." His anger is palpable, suggesting a significant object was taken.
An informational box appears, explaining the exceptional durability of certain objects.
These items, due to their construction, withstand even powerful student magic, possessing the strength comparable to most magical tools. This detail is crucial, explaining the object's value and the source of the conflict. A weapon's full power is unleashed only when it possesses strong attack power. A young man, his eyes wide with alarm, watches as his companions frantically prepare for battle, their movements blurring as they channel magic.
"What are you guys doing?" he shouts, his voice laced with urgency. The urgency intensifies.
A commanding voice rings out, a sharp order amid the chaos, "Everyone, get it together and load your magic.
And don't lose that motherfucker."
One of the young men, a torrent of blue energy emanating from his wand, lashes out with a powerful spell. "You bastard, where are you going?" he cries, his pursuit of a fleeing foe evident.
The fleeing figure is blasted with a powerful wave of energy, indicated by a dazzling display of blue light and the Korean onomatopoeia. This powerful attack leaves a trail of shimmering blue energy in its wake.
A blinding flash of light momentarily obscures the scene. The frustrated mutter, "Damn it, blink again," echoes through the air, revealing the caster's struggle to maintain control of their powerful magic. Raiden, his expression a mixture of concern and urgency, warns his companion, "The dungeon."
The implication of impending danger is palpable.
A close-up reveals a tense face, eyes wide with apprehension. The warning, "If our magic fails, there'll be a magic rebound, so be care" hangs heavy in the air, foreshadowing a perilous situation and the high stakes involved.
A surge of blue energy crackles, a powerful spell forming. The sounds patch and patch intensify the feeling of immense power released as the spell takes shape. A wave of blue energy explodes outward, the raw power of a magic rebound striking its caster.
The sound of a pained gasp, echoes in the aftermath. The young man, clutching a pair of chopsticks, grins mischievously. His thoughts, however, reveal a future plan. He intends to gift this item to his future girlfriend. Suddenly, a group of uniformed students surrounds him, demanding the return of the chopsticks. He, undeterred, holds them out, declaring, "Taking the last one will." The implication of a final, decisive action hangs heavy in the air. A figure in a dark suit, gold trim glinting, watched as a flash of light erupted from the earth, leaving behind a smoking crater. A barely audible whisper escapes him, "Why you?" Two other figures, also in similar attire, approached, their expressions unreadable as they passed the crater. The silence hung heavy. One of the figures from the second panel, this time alone, proceeded further into the woods, his expression resolute and his gait purposeful. The brush rustled as he moved. The figure from panel 3 now stands amidst a raging inferno, his composure unwavering despite the fiery chaos surrounding him. He is a member of Uslek, Jeremy's clique. A seemingly insignificant detail, yet it hints at the complex social dynamics within this world, and the potential for alliances and betrayals. The command rings out, sharp and urgent. The urgency suggests immediate danger or a pressing objective. These students are not merely strolling, they are on a mission. Doubt clouds his expression as he questions his own perceptions. Is this a sign of a developing sixth sense, or merely anxiety? The visual of a small flame adds to the tension and suggests something extraordinary may be happening. A young man in a school uniform stands amidst a vibrant forest, a flicker of fire visible in the distance. He questions his own perception, a hint of uncertainty coloring his thoughts, but am I just feeling things? His expression shifts, a dawning realization replacing the initial uncertainty. The surroundings seem to intensify, blurring slightly as he focuses on something unseen. The scene erupts into a fiery maelstrom. He stands with his back to the viewer, seemingly amidst a powerful magical outburst. The intensity of the energy is palpable. Amidst the chaos, a single word echoes, "What?" The sheer scale and suddenness of the event are unsettling. A blinding flash of incandescent energy erupts, the sheer force of the explosion obliterating everything in its path. The very air crackles with raw power. The aftermath. A figure, his coat billowing slightly, runs from the devastation, the impact of the explosion echoing in the frantic thud of his footsteps. He arrives at the scene, a scorched wasteland marked by the lingering heat and twisted remnants of colossal power. The single word, "that," hangs heavy in the air, a testament to the unimaginable destruction he has witnessed. A shadowy figure emerges from the smoke, a spectral warrior. Our protagonist stares, his face a mask of disbelief, as the extent of the damage becomes sickeningly clear. A condescending voice cuts through the air, "Hey, commoner! Why didn't you take the other stick from those bastards?" The speaker's disdain is palpable, highlighting a power imbalance and hinting at a recent conflict. A young woman with striking crimson eyes and long white hair stands defiantly, her magical staff held aloft. This is no ordinary commoner, her bearing suggests strength and magical prowess, immediately challenging the preconceived notions established by the previous panel's dialogue. The commoner, his face tight with frustration, retorts, "In the first place, what does me taking or not taking their sticks have to do with you?" His defiance, combined with his apparent reluctance to engage further with the previous speaker, suggests the power dynamic is more nuanced than initially presented. A young woman, her crimson eyes striking against her pale skin and pink hair, stands before a man in formal attire. She holds a staff, the symbol of her authority clearly visible. The tension in the air crackles. The man's accusation cuts through the silence. He questions her audacity in taking all the sticks at once, implying a significant power grab. Her actions are far bolder than expected. The young woman, unfazed, declares herself of royal blood. This statement is more than a claim, it's a declaration of inherent power and a bold justification of her actions. The man's scorn is palpable. His disbelief at her self-proclaimed title and her blatant disregard for propriety explodes into a furious challenge, shattering any remaining pretense of civility. He reveals his contempt for her perceived weakness. "I saw you joking around with those bastards from the beginning," she hissed, her crimson eyes burning into him. He hadn't even used proper magic against them. Her disapproval was palpable. Beck Uziel's escape was abruptly interrupted.
A furious voice boomed, "You bastard, where are you going?"
The urgency in the words was undeniable, underscoring the gravity of the situation. A young man, his face etched with worry, glances over his shoulder. He's clearly in pursuit, the blurry figures in the background suggesting a chase already in progress. A woman, her eyes blazing with crimson, hesitates. She holds a staff, clearly capable of combat, but the internal conflict is evident. Should I attack? No, even for me, taking on 6 people alone will be hard. The sheer number of opponents outweighs her confidence. The woman's internal struggle is resolved.
Another young man, witnessing the scene unfolds, observes, "That commoner."
His tone speaks volumes: surprise, disbelief, and perhaps a burgeoning threat.
The situation escalates dramatically. 6 figures, uniformly dressed, attack the seemingly defenseless woman.
A burst of magical energy surrounds her, momentarily shielding her from the onslaught.
The earlier hesitation is forgotten, survival is now the only focus.
A sorceress, her silver eyes sharp, stands amidst the shadows of a forest. She assesses a situation, her expression grim. The unspoken weight of her words hangs heavy in the air. If he's good enough to joke around with those bastards. This implies a significant test of character and a precarious alliance against formidable enemies. A fiery explosion erupts, a chaotic display of magical power. The intensity of the magic suggests a powerful spell, possibly a desperate attack or a counteroffensive in a fierce confrontation. A man in a dark suit is caught in the heart of the explosion, the flames engulfing him. The force of the blast is evident in his posture as he is thrown backward, fighting against the magical inferno. He is struggling against the flames, but his determination is clear. The fierce energy of his fight against the fire hints at both exceptional combat prowess and a deep resolve. The swirling patterns of the energy suggest a potent counter-magic.
A wave of searing flames erupted, engulfing the young man.
His eyes widened in surprise, but he braced himself against the inferno's onslaught.
The flames intensified, forming a blinding vortex of fiery energy.
The sheer power threatened to incinerate everything in its path.
With a burst of speed, he narrowly avoided the inferno's heart, the heat scorching his skin as he narrowly escaped incineration. He catches his breath, surveying the aftermath.
As expected of Hong Bian.
That was really dangerous just now.
It was a good thing that I trained my intuition in advance, he reflects, his voice laced with relief and a hint of awe. Hong Bian, her form outlined against the dying flames, speaks, a hint of exhaustion coloring her words, but using 2 blinks to dodge is difficult.
The sheer strain of her attack is evident.
Amidst a fiery inferno, a woman with long, pink hair and a determined expression is confronted. "You're not going to take out your staff," the unseen speaker demands, highlighting the urgency of the situation. Her response is immediate, laced with weary sarcasm, "You are joking, as always." The woman's tone reveals a long-standing pattern of this behavior, suggesting a strained relationship with the person she's addressing. The scene shifts to reveal a man in formal attire, his desperation palpable. "I'm this desperate," he confesses, his words revealing the dire straits he finds himself in. This desperation is underscored by the surrounding fire, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. The text adds context, but that brainless commoner always jokes like this, offering insight into the strained dynamic between these 2 individuals. The woman's eyes blaze with a fiery intensity as she responds to his confession, continuing the tense exchange. "I don't know about other losers," revealing her assessment of the man's situation and foreshadowing a potential conflict. The young man recoiled as a wave of fire erupted around him, the woman before him wielding a blazing spear. "Wait, I was always..." she began, her voice barely audible above the inferno. Her words hint at a hidden truth, a revelation that will alter the course of this battle. A blinding flash of light exploded from the spear, the ensuing blast throwing the man back. The sheer force of the attack is undeniable, underscoring the woman's immense power. A chilling uncertainty grips her as she utters, "I feel something strange from somewhere." The sudden shift in tone reveals a new threat, a mysterious and ominous presence that is yet to be identified. This unseen force is about to impact this confrontation. A maelstrom of fire erupted, consuming everything in its path. The sheer force of the blast was palpable, a terrifying display of raw power. The boy, his face contorted in a grimace, sweat beading on his brow, stared in disbelief at the aftermath. The intensity of the experience left him shaken. The shock gave way to a single, guttural exclamation, "The fuck?" His voice barely a whisper, reflecting the terror he had just barely survived. He breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, "Phew, that was close." His escape, though narrow, was complete. He was alive, though shaken. A young girl with striking red eyes and long white hair appeared, her name, Hong Bayan, hanging heavy in the air. Her presence stirred unease. A young man, startled by her sudden appearance, questioned her presence. Why is she here? The unspoken tension crackled between them, hinting at a shared history or a looming conflict. The young man's eyes widened, a sudden shock rippling through his features. The unexpected encounter had clearly shaken him. He sneered, chopsticks poised, a challenge in his eyes as he gestured towards the young woman. Her expression remains unreadable, yet a hint of amusement flickers. "If you're aware, come at me," the young man declared, his words carrying a subtle threat. He stands ready, his posture radiating confidence. The young woman, regal and composed, explained her intentions. "Since just taking objects from a commoner isn't dignified for a royal, I will defeat you properly and take them from you." Her words highlight her status and disdain for underhanded methods. She moved with surprising speed, a light swish of her staff punctuating her approach. The sound of battle has yet to reach her ears. She pauses, her expression a mask of focused alertness, only perceiving the sound of talking. A blur of motion, a frantic scramble amidst the tangled remains of a broken bridge. The sounds of struggle echo faintly. Beck Uziel and Ryden's crew, their identities now revealed, are the source of the commotion. Their presence signifies a recent, intense conflict. A strategic observation unfolds. The narrator, calculating and pragmatic, assesses the situation. The immediate fight is over, with their opponents exhausted. The opportunity to collect all the remaining objectives presents itself. An unexpected development. A character, likely an ally, reacts with shock and disbelief to a sudden and unforeseen event, suggesting a twist or escalation to the narrative. His eyes, blazing with intensity, betray his disbelief. Isn't he using any spell other than blink? The question hangs in the air, highlighting the opponent's unsettlingly simple, yet effective, strategy. The young woman, her face grim, makes her decision. I must use my full power to burn him. The sheer determination in her eyes foreshadows a desperate, potentially devastating, attack. A fiery maelstrom erupts, engulfing her target in a searing inferno. The raw power unleashed is undeniable, the battle's outcome hangs precariously in the balance. A wave of fire engulfs the young man, its searing heat pushing him back. The intensity of the magical blast is evident in the swirling inferno and the radiating energy. The force of the impact sends another figure sprawling, the golden light of his power momentarily extinguished as he crashes to the ground. A woman with long, flowing pink hair and crimson eyes stands amidst the fading flames, her expression one of quiet determination. The residual heat seems to shimmer around her. Her whispered words, "There must be some other way," hint at a desperate search for an alternative solution to the unfolding crisis, a quiet plea against the brutality of the current events. "What are you talking about? You took my staff." The accusation hangs heavy in the air, fueled by a potent mix of anger and confusion. The young man's distress is palpable, set against the backdrop of a fiery inferno. His accuser, a powerful-looking woman, calmly explains that the staff he was given upon entering was remodeled. The implication is that he is unaware of the system's inner workings. "Ah, yes, I forgot about that." The young man's immediate realization reveals a key detail about the system's policies. He received the staff during the entrance ceremony but promptly set it aside, demonstrating a lack of awareness of its importance. "But it would be good to properly go all out against me." The woman's words reveal a calculated challenge. She desires a true test of strength, intending to gauge the young man's capabilities in a fair and challenging fight. Being serious, though. "I just can't use magic." A devastating revelation. The young man's admission underscores a critical weakness, raising the stakes of the upcoming confrontation significantly. The seemingly simple exchange has revealed a power imbalance.
A young woman, flames swirling around her, wields a staff as she confronts a boy. Her eyes burn with power, the heat of her magic palpable. Her face contorts, a murderous intent clear in her crimson eyes. "I'll really kill you," she declares, the threat echoing in the fiery scene. The boy counters her aggression, "I think you're misunderstanding something. It's not that I didn't, but rather that." His words suggest a miscommunication, a potential for de-escalation. A young woman, wielding a staff, unleashes a torrent of fire, engulfing the battlefield. Opposite her stands a young man, his expression grim, prepared to meet the fiery assault. The fire intensifies, a wave of scorching heat threatening to consume him. The young man, the target of the fiery onslaught, stares, his face a mask of focused determination despite the imminent danger. The young man, eyes blazing with determination, unleashed a torrent of fire. His expression was one of furious concentration, his body straining with the effort. He leaped, a desperate, powerful movement designed to evade the approaching inferno. The flames licked at his heels as he propelled himself forward, narrowly avoiding the worst of the blast. Despite his agility, the attack was overwhelming. He recognized the grim reality of the situation. "Damn it, even if I dodge this with blink, the attack scope is too broad." A young man, clad in a fine uniform, is jolted by a strange sound. His brow furrows in confusion, he's clearly disoriented, his internal monologue mirroring his bewilderment. "What do I?" The question hangs unanswered as his eyes widen, fixing on the unseen source of the unsettling noise. A wave of intense energy explodes outwards, leaving streaks of light in its wake. The sheer power is palpable, a violent, fiery energy consumes the panel's lower half. Korean onomatopoeia conveys the explosive force. The young man reacts instantly, his body tensing as he spins towards the source of the explosion. "Over there," he exclaims, his voice sharp with urgency, his gaze determined. A fiery projectile streaks across the scene, leaving a trail of burning embers in its path. The raw energy is breathtaking, vividly depicted with Korean onomatopoeia. The sheer force of the attack is undeniable. The projectile explodes in a blinding flash of light, a furious and overwhelming chwang. The resulting shockwave promises significant damage and destruction. He stood amidst a fiery inferno, a landscape consumed by flames, his elegant attire a stark contrast to the apocalyptic scene. The air crackled with intense heat. His expression shifted, a flicker of apprehension crossing his features. "I was lucky that time, but I think," he mused, acknowledging the precariousness of his situation. A woman, radiant and powerful, stood engulfed in flames, her power seemingly a source of the inferno itself. The threat was palpable. She declared, "The flames surrounding her body will explode the moment I get near." He assessed the situation, the urgency clear in his tone. "If this were flat land, I would have been done for in 1 minute." The terrain, he realized, was his only advantage. The young sorceress, her eyes burning with defiance, firmly refused. A wave of fire crackled around her as she held her staff aloft. He wouldn't stand idly by. The boy's steely gaze held a fierce determination, a clear challenge to the events unfolding before him. His eyes, wide with dawning understanding, glinted with a newfound determination. A silent resolve hardened his features. He saw it, the path forward, a glimmer amidst the chaos. "I see it," he declared, his voice firm, a quiet confidence replacing the previous uncertainty. With newfound clarity, he reacted. A burst of energy propelled him forward, his weapon gleaming as it tracked its target. He deflected a fiery blast with his blade, a dazzling display of skill against the surging magical attack. The sheer force of the collision sent shockwaves radiating outward. Using a weapon to deflect magic? The young woman with crimson eyes watched in disbelief, her expression a mixture of awe and disbelief. The unexpected technique clearly defied her understanding of magic. "That's possible?" Her astonishment intensified as the man continued to effortlessly redirect the fiery projectiles aimed at him. The impossible feat further confirmed her growing uncertainty about the nature of his abilities. His senses were failing, he realized. This wasn't a game, the reality of his physical body facing a powerful mage was far more visceral than any virtual battle. The weight of this harsh reality pressed upon him. And not a game where you play using a keyboard and mouse.
The man's inner monologue revealed his struggle to adapt to the true, brutal nature of this new reality. The limitations of his former experience now became painfully obvious. The boy's eyes blaze, a furious energy radiating from him as he declares, "It's vivid." The intensity of his vision is palpable. A young woman, her expression unreadable, murmurs, "If so," a hint of apprehension coloring her tone. The boy unleashes a torrent of fiery energy, his movements blurring as he channels immense power. The sheer force of his attack is breathtaking. He couldn't hold the defense forever. His resolve hardened, he needed to unleash his magic. With a surge of power, he unleashed a torrent of fire, engulfing his attacker in searing flames. Now! The moment of truth. The attack intensified. A wave of raw magical energy erupted, a blinding golden inferno. The enemy cried out in pain, the full force of the spell striking its mark. A lighter crash reverberated through the air as the young sorceress unleashed her spell. The magical energy pulsed with raw power, a fiery explosion erupting from the center of the arcane circle. He hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. But, he began, the unspoken words heavy with implication. The weight of his decision hung in the air. The clash of magic and will ignited a furious storm of energy. The young man braced himself against the sorceress's attack, sparks flying as their powers collided. His counterspell aimed to disrupt her assault. A wave of incandescent energy erupts as the warrior unleashes a devastating attack, his form a blur against the fiery maelstrom. The force of the blow sends his opponent reeling, a whispered no, escaping their lips as they are overwhelmed by the sheer power. The battle's intensity shifts as another combatant cries out in pain, the impact of the attack evident in her pained expression. A young man, armed with a staff, confronts a girl seated on the forest floor, a mystical orb clutched in her hand. He demands, "Just, who are you?" The girl, unfazed, replies, "What else? Just a normal student." Her casual response belies the potent magic she clearly wields. The young man's expression hardens. The word flame explodes from a speech bubble, mirroring the sudden eruption of fire in his hand. This is no ordinary student he's facing. A young woman, staff in hand, declares her intent, "I will definitely crush that commoner today." Her words are sharp, her expression resolute. This is no mere spat, this is a declaration of war. A fiery blast erupts, engulfing a young man in its incandescent fury. He's clearly the commoner she spoke of. The sheer power of the attack is staggering. The commoner's eyes widen, reflecting the immensity of the attack and perhaps a hint of something else, defiance? The narrative tension ratchets up, this is far from over. He unleashed a devastating attack, a fiery explosion erupting around him. The sheer power threatened to consume everything. The blast propelled him backward, sending him hurtling through the inferno. He maintained his composure amidst the chaos. A blinding flash of light momentarily obscured the scene, then he landed, the impact sending tremors through the ground. He appeared to be severely wounded. His assessment was grim, even getting close to Hong Baiyan would be a monumental, and perhaps insurmountable, task. He knew firsthand the devastating power of fire class mages, learned through countless defeats in player versus player combat. But this opponent, a seemingly frail figure suspended amidst a fiery inferno, was far more formidable than he initially perceived. Her power dwarfed his expectations. The sheer scale of the approaching magical onslaught rendered the fight futile from the start, a mismatch of overwhelming proportions. A wave of fiery projectiles explodes around him, the impact sending him sprawling. A fiery explosion erupts, the heat radiating from the page. The sheer force sends debris flying. The warrior unleashes another devastating blow, a searing wave of energy leaving a trail of destruction. A figure, cloaked and powerful, wields a staff crackling with incandescent energy. The air shimmers with heat, a maelstrom of fire swirling around them. This is the epicenter of immense magical power. A young man, amidst a similar fiery outburst, focuses intently, his hands outstretched. He senses the raw mana surging, a palpable energy he feels he can almost grasp. His concentration is absolute.
A young woman, poised and determined, stands amidst the flames. She assesses the surroundings, recognizing the strategic advantage this location, full of trees, provides for her fire magic. The battle is far from over.
The woman's resolve hardens. She needs to unleash even greater power, the stakes are too high to hold back. The intensity of her focus is visible, almost palpable. The plan is audacious, to use a magical artifact to somehow breach Hong Baiyan's impenetrable magical shield. A figure, cloaked in shadow, unleashes a wave of searing flames, aiming directly for the shield.
The intensity of the heat is palpable. With a blinding flash, the attacker teleports, the sudden disappearance leaving only a lingering afterimage of motion.
The flames engulf Hong Baiyan, their ferocious dance a testament to the attacker's power. The shield itself begins to crack under the onslaught. A fiery explosion erupts as the Fire Bishop unleashes a close combat magic, a shockwave pushing back her opponent. The arcane energy radiates outwards, a testament to the raw power at play. The young man, momentarily thrown back, explains the technique. It's a knockback explosion affecting anything within a 2-meter radius, a common tactic for fire bishops in close-quarters engagements. The force of the blast sends him sprawling across the scorched earth. A faint psssHHH sound accompanies his slide, underscoring the impact's intensity. A blinding flash of light erupted, a surge of raw power emanating from the center of the conflict. The air crackled with energy. The young woman, her eyes wide with disbelief, gasped, "No way." The sheer scale of the energy released was clearly beyond her comprehension. She stumbled backward, the force of the blast knocking her off balance. A wave of golden light washed over her. He knelt before her, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. "I won," he declared, the victory palpable in the air. The forest around them seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Her crimson eyes gleamed with mischief, a playful smirk tugged at her lips as she whispered, "Ho!" The young man's voice, though strained, carried a firm resolve as he commanded, "Stop hiding and come out." A young woman, her face etched with apprehension, emerged from the trees, her dark eyes darting nervously. A surge of icy energy erupts, a blinding flash of cerulean light cleaving through the darkness. The forest path parted, revealing a young woman and a taller youth in matching academy uniforms. They stood amidst the dappled sunlight, their presence unexpected. The young woman's brow furrowed as she questioned, her voice laced with disbelief, "How did you know I was there?" Her gaze dropped, a hint of uncertainty in her expression. A quiet response, a feeling. This unexpected glitch wasn't in the original novel. The training device, though surprisingly sturdy, has limitations. He'd hoped to use it to breach the magical shield, but the girl's observation proves him wrong. He's speechless, her assessment is accurate. Baek Uziel. A name spoken with a mixture of resignation and dawning understanding. A young woman with striking crimson eyes, clad in a dark gray academic robe, stands beside a figure shrouded in shadow. Her expression is one of guarded suspicion, a silent question hanging in the air. The young woman's apprehension is palpable. Her unspoken thought, "I must seem suspicious to you," reveals her internal conflict, juxtaposed against her assertion that she means no harm. A sharply dressed man, his features suggesting affability, responds to her unspoken concerns. His words, "It's just as I said. I want to help you," if anything, attempt to ease her distrust. His demeanor contrasts sharply with her guarded stance. The young woman's skepticism remains, her internal monologue, "Just who," underscores the depth of her doubt and the burden of proof resting on the man's shoulders. The scene ends on this note of uncertainty. "I want to tell you more, but I don't have time." "Bye," she said, a hint of urgency in her voice, already turning to leave. The weight of unspoken information hung heavy in the air. A moment later, confusion rippled across the faces of the two women as several thin, sharp projectiles whizzed past them, embedding themselves in a nearby tree. "I thought you'd catch them," one woman remarked, her tone laced with a knowing smirk. "You could dodge other types of traps and magic, but you can't catch those?" A black informational box appeared, revealing a critical limitation. Baek Uziel's sixth sense ability, crucial to her evasion skills, was directly tied to her mental fortitude. Her current mental exhaustion, evidenced by worsening migraines, was severely hampering her abilities.
Defeated, the young man relinquishes his winnings. He's clearly more concerned with the implications of his actions than the loss itself.
His internal monologue reveals a strategic calculation: taking all the prizes would drastically boost his ranking, an outcome he actively seeks to avoid. The other prizes are deemed insignificant in comparison. With a curt farewell, the young man departs, leaving the girls behind. His departure suggests a larger game is afoot, beyond the immediate competition. A subtle smile plays on his lips as he reflects on the events.
It's clear he's confident in his unseen strategy.
One girl, her pale face framed by long, white hair, accuses the other, maybe it's because he's a commoner that he has no common sense.
The implication hangs heavy: social standing dictates not just privilege, but basic aptitude.
Three figures stand before a brilliant, glowing orb, their backs to the viewer. The scene is starkly futuristic, hinting at a world where advanced technology and perhaps magic coexist.
This is the moment of revelation.
An older man, his expression one of amused observation, remarks, "Kiki, the S-class students are incredible, worth coming to watch."
It sure is fun.
His words, though seemingly light-hearted, underscore the significance of these students' exceptional abilities. The casual mention of his own past prowess adds an intriguing layer to the scene. The air crackled with unspoken tension. High-ranking officials, their faces grim, gathered in a grand hall. The weight of their unspoken anxieties hung heavy. So many powerful figures have assembled, a clear indication of the gravity of the situation. A sudden shift in scenery. Two young men stood amidst a vibrant forest, the air thick with magic. One mutters a frustrated darn, revealing his surprise at an unexpected development.
The revelation: Hei Wonriang and Ma Yusung have unexpectedly met. This encounter, seemingly unplanned, holds significant implications.
Ma Yusung unleashes a burst of raw magical energy, a swirling vortex of blue light, signaling a confrontation or a display of power.
The unexpected encounter escalates.
A young man, dressed in elegant attire, executed a series of breathtaking leaps, each one a display of astonishing power. The sheer force of his movements warped the very fabric of reality around him. Three mages, their faces etched with disbelief, watched the spectacle unfold.
A third-rank power jump activated in succession.
"That's possible at the age of 17, one of them gasped, the implications of what they witnessed sinking in. The panel shifts to a close-up of a man, his expression unreadable. A faint scar graces his cheek, a silent testament to past battles. His calm demeanor belies a power that has just shaken the very foundations of the magical world. Watch closely, both mages command three elements.
This is exceptional. Yes, wielding three or more elements signifies true talent.
The young mage's smirk hints at a deeper understanding of their own power, a power that sets them apart.
A hidden boss.
The revelation hangs heavy in the air, foreshadowing a significant challenge. Two figures, their faces etched with apprehension, brace themselves. The sudden appearance of this powerful enemy forces them into a desperate defensive posture. A young woman, her silver hair flowing, stands defiantly atop a colossal, slumbering beast. A radiant, ethereal light emanates from her, contrasting with the deep blues of the swirling magical energy at her back. The narrative shifts to a dialogue box explaining a hidden boss, a rare event triggered only after surpassing certain abilities.
This is crucial world building, establishing the context for the young woman's challenge.
Two cloaked figures discuss the young woman's potential, lamenting the constraints imposed by her father. Their words reveal a hidden element of her story, highlighting the limitations placed upon her extraordinary power. The screen displays the Adalabit princess, a figure of immense power, locked in a desperate confrontation.
A murmur runs through the observing group: that's the Adalabit princess.
The weight of her struggle is palpable, hinting at a conflict of significant scale. One observer, his features etched with concern, recognizes a familiar destructive spell. A gasp escapes him: wait, that spell. The implications of this discovery are heavy with foreboding. A young man, his face strained with effort, is caught in the torrent of a powerful magical blast. The speed and intensity of the spell are conveyed by the motion blur, hinting at his desperate attempt to escape its destructive force. A figure partially obscured emerges from the foliage, his voice calm despite the chaos unfolding. "I wasn't hiding." The understatement adds a layer of intrigue and raises questions about his intentions and involvement. He smiled, a disarmingly innocent expression, and explained that he'd simply had a feeling, a precognitive intuition stemming from his sixth sense, more precisely, the mana revelation.
The question hung in the air, sharp and accusatory: how did he manage to breach the magically reinforced training field using only simple point sticks?
His nonchalance crumbled slightly.
A young woman, her expression skeptical, echoed the sentiment, just a feeling?
The boy's earlier explanation seemed increasingly insufficient. She held a pair of similar training sticks. "I thought you were weird since before," she stated, her eyes wide with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. The girl's blunt assessment hints at a pre-existing familiarity, a shared history the audience is yet to understand. "Just who are you?" she demanded, the question hanging heavy in the air, adding a layer of suspicion to her initial observation. The scene shifts, revealing a larger context. The encounter is not a casual one. "So this is what it's come to," he sighed, a weariness evident in his posture and expression. His internal monologue reveals a sense of resignation and perhaps a hint of defeat.
"Should I just reveal my identity?"
he questioned, a conflict raging within him. The internal debate underscores the gravity of the situation and the weight of his secret. "No, that's," his silent thought trails off, suggesting a change in his strategy or a new obstacle. A desperate plea escapes her lips: "Help, me?" Her fear is palpable, a silent scream and the stark contrast between her fragile expression and the harsh, almost clinical lines of the panel.
The command cuts through the air, sharp and urgent: "Now!"
Two young women stand, observing a young man with a look of barely concealed amusement as he stands, seemingly oblivious to their intent. The sudden shift from despair to this scene suggests a rescue is imminent, or perhaps, a trap is about to spring.
One of the young women's eyes glow with an unnatural intensity, her expression transforms into something predatory, sinister. The change, sudden and unsettling, foreshadows the danger they represent.
The serene forest setting provides a stark contrast to the malicious intent lurking within. A sudden blow sends the young man sprawling. The sharp sound of the impact, a visceral ache, echoes the force of the attack, confirming the sudden shift in power dynamics and leaving his fate hanging in the balance. He scoffed, "If you had complaints, you should have used your words." His tone reveals a clear annoyance at the unspoken grievance.
"There's no helping it. Even the mana revelation delay, physics' sixth sense has a limit."
Ouch, that really hurts. His pained expression and words highlight the physical toll his abilities take. His migraine intensifies, prompting a new question: "So why did you throw these?" The question reveals a mystery surrounding the objects he just discarded, and adds a layer of tension.
"It's fine.
I'll just take one, so you take the rest." His casual response belies a deeper calculation, suggesting a careful manipulation of the situation. Her eyes, a fiery crimson, betrayed a turmoil within. A silent scream was etched onto her pale face. Simultaneously, a young man in a blue uniform materialized, first drawing a sword, then deftly wielding a violin. The scene shifted to a lush forest. Elsewhere, a man in a dark green coat watched, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he muttered, "This year." The implication hung heavy in the air: a plan was afoot, and this year was its culmination. Elder Telex of the Magic Council and Jarina Aeon of the Blue Mage Tower's board of directors observed the proceedings.
Their presence underscores the importance of the upcoming practical exercise for the new students.
A voice, calm yet dismissive, explains that the high-ranking officials aren't merely spectators, they are also evaluating the students' performance. The subtle power dynamic is established: these students are under intense scrutiny. A sudden, shimmering flash illuminates a clandestine observation point. A tense atmosphere pervades as a figure, clearly concerned, watches the students.
Ma Yusung, a young mage, unleashes a torrent of raw magical energy, his movements fluid and precise despite his age.
The power surging around him speaks to an exceptional talent, far exceeding the norms of his peers. The intensity of his magic amplifies, the air crackling with the force of his third-rank spell. His mastery is evident in the elegant control he displays, weaving this potent magic with effortless grace.
Observers marvel at Yusung's prodigious skill.
For a mage to wield third-rank magic at the age of 17 is unheard of. Normally, mages achieve this level only in their late 20s.
This feat is exceptional, a testament to his innate talent. The battle intensifies.
Yu Sung, facing a formidable opponent, skillfully counters a fiery attack with his ice magic. The clash of elements creates a visually stunning spectacle, showcasing both mage's power and expertise. He pondered, a shadow cast across his face, only one element, and only after. The implication hangs heavy, his power, or lack thereof, is about to become critically important. A young man in a sharp blue uniform, his expression grim, reveals a crucial piece of lore, and they have possessed that talent since birth. This establishes an inherited magical ability central to the coming conflict. A colossal, blue-tinged bird of prey descends, its talons extended. Two figures in dark coats below brace for impact. This marks the escalation of the conflict from verbal exposition to direct confrontation. A creature's head, blazing with blue energy, screeches in pain, its beak agape. The onomatopoeia keek captures the animal's agony and the brutal impact of the attack. A blur of motion, a whirlwind of clashing energies. Blades slice through the air, leaving trails of vibrant turquoise and purple. The shadowed figure at the center moved with impossible speed, a dark silhouette against a backdrop of explosive light. A young woman with pale blue hair and a surprised expression appeared, her voice echoing amidst the lingering magical aftershocks.
"Oh, you were in the middle of a fight?"
Her concern deepened as she quickly added, "Sorry for interrupting."
A man, Isel Molf, stands in shadow, a grim expression etched onto his face. His posture speaks volumes. This is a man burdened by a difficult task. The difficulty of his task is clarified. His targets are not only elusive but exceptionally powerful. Another figure observes, perplexed by the unseen conflict unfolding. Their confusion highlights the enigmatic nature of Isel's adversary. A young man, his uniform crisp, clutches a thin, yellow folder. His eyes widen as he witnesses something extraordinary, a flash of light, so quick it seems to defy perception. He mutters, "Is that blink?" The danger is palpable. A stark warning hangs in the air, unspoken yet heavy, dangerous as long as flame holds no favor for me. Doubt clouds the mind of a bystander, a silent question hanging in the air, is he an idiot? The implication is clear, the observer believes the actions of someone, unseen, are foolish. The narrative reveals a significant power structure, the Magic Council of Elders and the Blue Mage Tower Board of Directors. This establishes a political landscape within the world of magic. A powerful, dark avian creature, imbued with elements of ice and fire, dominates the scene. Two figures, clad in dark academic attire, engage it. One wields a violin, the other seemingly a staff, suggesting a magical confrontation of exceptional skill is underway. The eldest daughter of the traitor Grand Duke Molf. The weight of her family's infamy hangs heavy in the air, a shadow cast across her destiny. The catastrophic failure of previous attempts is revealed, every student either perished or was left crippled, prompting widespread surrender. A glimmer of hope emerges, a student with unprecedented control over a powerful, previously unconquerable magic, akin to effortless extension of his own body. The sheer mystery and potential of this boy, who stands in stark contrast to the despair that preceded him, leaves even the most seasoned onlookers awestruck and questioning his identity. The cloaked figure, his face partially obscured, mused, "Blink is his specialty." This seemingly insignificant detail, however, is a critical divergence from the previously discussed issues involving Myuziel, He Wan Yang, and Isel's overwhelming power. This marks a shift in focus towards a new threat, one far more subtle and potentially dangerous. An older man, distinguished by a neatly trimmed mustache, presents a small object to his companion. This exchange, occurring within the same shadowed chamber, hints at a clandestine operation. The object, as yet unidentified, is clearly significant given the gravity of the setting and the secretive nature of the interaction. Interesting. The young man in the ornate uniform offered a knowing smile, his gaze sharp despite his youthful appearance. A hint of intrigue laced his tone. The way he fights, a stark contrast to the prevailing magic-centric combat style, evokes echoes of a bygone era. His methods resonate with the lost code of chivalry from generations past. Chivalry, you say? You mean the chivalry that disappeared along with the cold weapons?
The speaker's skepticism is palpable. This ancient martial code is unfamiliar in their magic-dominated world. By chivalry, the discussion centers on a knight's mentality, the mindset of those who still wield swords in this magic-infused world.
It's a philosophy, a warrior's ethos almost entirely vanished.
A lone figure stands, back to the viewer, a blue cape billowing behind him as he gazes upon a field of broken swords. He embodies the very essence of this forgotten code, a testament to enduring virtue in a transformed world.
A skeptical headmaster dismisses the notion as impossible. A sword, it's something that's not realistically possible.
His words highlight the extraordinary nature of the weapon, foreshadowing the conflict to come. The narrative shifts to introduce Eltman Eltwin, one of 10 great sages on the continent.
His presence suggests the involvement of powerful figures in the upcoming events.
Eltman, now standing before a council of robed figures, commands attention. The setting and attire strongly suggest a meeting of significant political or magical importance, preparing the stage for the confrontation with the headmaster's skepticism. The scene opens on the S-Class exclusive training hall, a sprawling facility designed for the most elite warriors. Its grandeur speaks of privilege and unparalleled resources. A young warrior stands poised, energy crackling around him. A surge of power erupts from within, a visible manifestation of his skill. The intensity of the light suggests a significant expenditure of magical energy or raw strength. He now faces a training dummy, his movements precise and deadly.
The faint green trails hint at the speed and precision of his strikes.
He is testing his capabilities in a controlled environment. A slight pause. He breathes heavily, a testament to the exertion of the previous movements. His focus remains, despite the momentary rest.
The exertion shows his pushing his limits. Not yet, he thinks, his resolve hardening. The single phrase reflects his unwavering dedication and the high standards he sets for himself. The path to mastery is far from over.
The results of the dungeon practical training are in. 39 out of 141 students were eliminated. Isel secured first place, defeating the mysterious bird, while the narrator took second.
My Yuzion placed sixth. The narrator, despite the second-place finish, expresses a lack of satisfaction. A flashback reveals the intense battle against a powerful, blue-flamed avian creature.
Even in this practical training, I set up magic.
Can I not beat him no matter what I do?
No, there's no time to blame myself. A young woman with long pink hair and a striking staff stands pensively within the academy grounds, a clear expression of frustration and determination etched upon her features.
Her resolve, despite the earlier self-doubt, is unwavering.
A young woman with striking red eyes and silver hair observes a scene of chaos, her expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Hey Wangqiang, she wonders aloud, the name carrying a hint of both familiarity and suspicion. Her inner monologue reveals her surprise. The usually composed Hey Wangqiang is unusually aggressive today. A fiery explosion engulfs a figure, the intense heat and chaotic energy suggesting a powerful attack. The onomatopoeia Quang underscores the violent nature of the event. The aftermath of the explosion continues, a violent eruption of fiery energy leaving behind only destruction. The Korean onomatopoeia Quang again emphasizes the power and scale of the event. Despite yielding the point stick, she secured third place in the competition. While her mother expressed satisfaction, the young woman knew that failure would have brought severe punishment. A blinding flash of light erupted, marking the culmination of an intense magical duel. The sheer power of the released energy threatened to consume everything in its path. She stood, breathing heavily, her opponent visibly defeated.
The dust settles, revealing the aftermath of their confrontation.
A young woman with striking red eyes and long silver hair, clad in dark attire, grips a golden staff. Doubt clouds her expression as she muses, if this is just feeling. Her magic, however, is far too precise for mere intuition. Another individual, a young man with short, dark purple hair, observes her, a hint of disbelief in his eyes.
He remarks on her seemingly impossible mastery. It's almost impossible to control it precisely.
There's no way she could have improved so much in such a short period of time.
His skepticism is palpable.
The silver-haired woman's face falls, her shoulders slumping in frustration. A single word escapes her lips: damn it. Her rapid advancement is clearly a source of both pride and concern. A different young man, this one with brown hair and a more casual attire, is the subject of a whispered assessment. He's just a commoner. His grades are terrible, and his personality is the worst. This casual assessment reveals a significant social disparity. Despite an underlying frustration, she acknowledges her feelings, but I'm still upset. A servant approaches the princess, addressing her simply as princess. The servant presents a staff, explaining, the staff, Terivon, which you requested before the remodeling, is complete. The princess's previous request is highlighted, revealing a forward-planning aspect to her character. The servant's concern is evident as she asks, "What's wrong, Your Highness?" This panel marks a shift in focus to the princess's current distress. For centuries, countless scholars attempted to master a spell of immense power, yet it remained beyond their control. The spell's untamable nature is highlighted, its power is absolute, defying all attempts at control. However, a new player emerges. His name is Baek Uziel. A figure stands before a group of robed individuals, his silhouette sharp against the blue backdrop. He is described as a student with unique combat abilities, specializing in the blink technique. Confusion ripples through the onlookers. They question his unconventional fighting style, noting his unused magical capabilities and wondering why he relies on seemingly frivolous tactics instead of resolving the battle quickly with magic. The observer's perspective shifts. It's revealed that the student's approach has been serious from the outset, their initial perception is challenged. The narrator implies a deeper understanding of the student's actions than the onlookers possess. A man, his face etched with skepticism, observes. A student so young, he muses, his gaze sharp. His words betray a hint of doubt, yet the finality of his next statement shifts the tone. I see chivalry. He acknowledges, the implication being that this youthful knight is unexpected, yet possesses the qualities of a true hero. The narrative shifts to reveal the legend, the existence of heroes, protectors of the world against ancient evil, who have wielded a single sword for countless generations. Their existence is no longer a mere myth but a vital piece of historical context. This ancient order, it is revealed, always fought evil with that singular blade, a testament to their unwavering dedication and the weight of their legacy. This single sword symbolizes their enduring struggle and their timeless commitment. The young Elfman felt a deep unease, a sense of foreboding as he listened to the instructor. The point, the instructor explained, was not just about the weapon itself, it was about the feeling, the very essence of wielding it as a sword. The weight of the great sage's opinion hung heavy in the air. If even he believed what he had heard, this was no small matter. The first dungeon practical training concluded. The implications of this training, and the great sage's cryptic words, would undoubtedly shape Elfman's future. A young man with lilac hair lets out a weary sigh, his face etched with frustration. The hint of a smile plays on his lips, betraying a touch of self-deprecation. He grips a slender, glowing dagger, his expression hardening. Damn it! I'm almost there, he mutters, the words betraying both determination and self-doubt. The scene shifts to the imposing backdrop of a grand castle, emphasizing his ambitious undertaking. The close-up on his gloved hand, tightly clutching the dagger, highlights his focused effort. Yet, the words, "I'm still far behind," reveal the vastness of the task before him and the pressure he feels. A sudden burst of blue energy erupts in the background, a stark contrast to the previous panel's more personal focus. Two figures clash amidst this magical display, one of whom bears a striking resemblance to the lilac-haired youth. His reflection on the situation, "If IL hadn't interrupted, I probably," leaves the outcome hanging, suggesting a critical turning point narrowly avoided. It's been this way ever since I first laid eyes on him. My Yuziang approached everything haphazardly, yet despite his lackadaisical methods, he consistently achieved exceptional results. His movements were always calculated, always several steps ahead. Was his talent truly this formidable, this insurmountable? A young man, his purple hair catching the sunlight, stood poised, a lance held aloft. He was surrounded by a whirlwind of emerald energy as he prepared for battle. His opponent, a woman with long silver hair and a fiery staff, retaliated. The air crackled with raw power, punctuated by a furious, explosive sound.
The woman's attack intensified, a blazing inferno engulfing her weapon and surging towards the young man.
A powerful sorceress unleashes a torrent of fiery magic, her disdain clear. A mere commoner acting like he's all that, so annoying, she sneers, the very air crackling with her potent anger.
Concern etches itself onto the young boy's face. His anxious question hangs heavy in the air, did something happen to the princess too? A wave of unease washes over him. The narrative shifts.
A voice reflects on recent events, my premonitions have gotten more accurate than just earlier, just as how explosive is princess. The implication of a connection between the princess's actions and the sorceress's outburst is heavy. A lingering question echoes, is it just a coincidence? The uncertainty casts a shadow of doubt, hinting at a larger, unseen force at play. Reluctantly, she admitted Beck Uziel's training had proven remarkably effective. Her skills had increased dramatically. Ye Taran was approached, concern evident in the question, what's wrong? A gleaming blue dagger rests in an ornate box. The internal monologue reveals a dilemma, should this artifact be delivered to Beck Uziel immediately? The decision is momentarily interrupted. A young woman, her expression a mixture of determination and apprehension, murmurs, wait. Elfman Eltwin's name is called out, the camera focusing on the young man's face as he appears at a doorway. His expression is unreadable. The narration reveals a crucial piece of information, despite a series of attacks, Elfman Eltwin deflected them effortlessly. This highlights his exceptional skill and poses a significant challenge. A young woman, her silver hair framing a determined expression, arrived, stating her purpose clearly, she sought Beck Uziel. However, her initial expectation was quickly shattered. Disbelief painted her features as she whispered, this can't be, her voice laced with a growing sense of dread. The implications of her discovery were clearly unsettling. A young woman, addressing Professor Hammerl, reports on her recent activities. The casual correction of teacher to professor hints at a complex, possibly strained, relationship between them. Professor Hammerl's explanation of her return is brief. The implication of business and imminent departure creates a sense of urgency and understated importance to the scene. The professor reveals the cause of the current commotion, magic officials have arrived due to a student, Beck Uziel. The name is emphasized, setting him up as a figure of significant importance and hinting at impending conflict. The conversation shifts to Beck Uziel's unusual fighting style, no magic used. This further highlights his unique abilities and foreshadows the challenges he presents to those who would assess him, raising the stakes of the current situation. Self-recrimination clouded her features as she muttered, why did I have to show such a vulnerable state to the teacher I respect most? The weight of her embarrassment was palpable. A consoling voice cut through her self-doubt. You don't need to blame yourself. Your opponent tried his best. The words offered a measure of comfort, but her troubled expression lingered. That's because of his creed, a new voice interjected, introducing a mysterious element into the conversation. The girl's confusion was evident as she questioned, his creed? What? The mystery deepened as the name Beck Uziel was revealed, along with a shocking revelation, his attempt to revive chivalry. The girl's eyes widened, reflecting surprise and a dawning understanding. The final piece of the puzzle clicked into place. He definitely did use the point stick as a sword during our battle, she realized, the truth striking her with full force. The visual of their intense confrontation added weight to her words. A young woman with striking crimson eyes and long, pink hair stands poised, a mysterious, dark gray box clutched in her gloved hands. An aura of power subtly emanates from the box. The consequences of not using magic at the academy are severe. The system will penalize him relentlessly, impacting practical training and accumulating penalty points. Even after achieving the monumental feat of Blink, his defiance continues. The sheer audacity of it is incredible. The concept of chivalry is mocked in this generation, yet, Beck Uziel is seen pursuing it. A young woman, clearly agitated, reveals her anger at someone named Beck Uziel for his lack of seriousness. The woman confronts a man named Terryvon, implying his presence is due to her. Terryvon denies any prior communication. Ignoring Terryvon's denial, she hands him something, calling it whatever, and thanks him. A shapeless sword, presented in an ornate box, is revealed. Its craftsmanship is unmatched. The young man, having received the sword, casually asks if he can keep the box. He plans to sell it for a good price. The woman grants his request with an indifferent, "Do as you wish." He abruptly decided to leave, muttering, "Never mind. Forget it, I'm leaving." A clear change of heart, suggesting a prior interaction had soured. A young woman, her pink hair partially visible, speaks, The question hangs in the air, implying curiosity or surprise at his sudden departure. The young man continues walking away, a thoughtful expression on his face. His internal monologue reveals a key detail: Professor Lee mentioned other magic. This foreshadows a deeper, unexplored magical system within the narrative. He reflects on Professor Lee's words: he understood my intentions, respected my creed, or thought it was just nonsense. The young man seems unconcerned with the professor's skepticism, suggesting a confidence in his own path. Another character watches him, skeptical. He gripped the weapon, a question forming on his lips. Do I just need to channel my mana into here? The anticipation was palpable. A surge of energy erupted as he channeled his mana. The weapon glowed, a vibrant blue light illuminating his determined face. He examined the weapon's newly activated capabilities, a hint of self-satisfaction crossing his features. It's better than I expected, he mused, but it would have been better if Flame had wielded this. A subtle undercurrent of regret underscored his words, revealing a complex bond between him and the absent Flame. The staff, a conduit of immense power, is capable of channeling elf, dwarf, and angel magic, even for a human wielder. However, its effectiveness hinges on a continuous drain of the user's mana. But the current user faces a critical obstacle: a complete lack of mana. Undeterred, he decides to investigate his status. The status window reveals a passive ability, Mana Revelation Delay Physique, that boosts his physical attributes and grants a sixth sense, automatically activating upon detecting danger within an 18-meter radius. This sixth sense consumes mind power, which is a new type of energy. His blood mana circulation rate is also surprisingly low. Possessing a weapon allows him to directly boost his stats rather than relying on experience points. I'll be busy from now on. The declaration hangs heavy in the air, a subtle shift in the protagonist's demeanor foreshadowing increased responsibilities. This is the second main tower, home to the faculty's research facilities. The setting shifts to a grand, academic building, highlighting the intellectual heart of this world. The princess, already at the tower, questions her own presence. She wonders why she couldn't have simply given the item to its recipient at the training hall, revealing a degree of self-awareness and planning. Oh my, princess. A respectful address implies the princess's arrival has caused a stir, hinting at her importance within this setting and foreshadowing potential interactions. Teacher Hamrel is greeted, her amused expression hints at a shared history with the unseen speaker. Hamrel reflects on the passage of time, noting the student's growth since their magic lessons at the castle. The student, slightly bewildered, asks for clarification on Hamrel's cryptic suggestion that things are a bit disorderly. The implications of a commoner witnessing a recent fight are revealed, setting up a new plot point. A young woman, her purple hair braided intricately, listened intently to an older figure, their face mostly obscured. Intrigued, she questioned the apparent prowess of a recent combatant. Her question hung in the air, even though he didn't even use magic? The implication was clear: she found it extraordinary that someone could fight so effectively without magic. The explanation followed, revealing a surprising twist. The headmaster, who saw him fight, said that he thought he was trying to revive chivalry, which disappeared many generations ago. This introduced the concept of a lost fighting style, potentially more potent than magic. A burst of energy, a clash of magic and steel, illuminated the scene. The question, is that why he also wanted this magic sword, provided a shocking connection, suggesting the lost art of chivalry might be enhanced or even required by magical weaponry. A nervous swallow. The tension hangs heavy in the air. One woman confirms her companion's unwavering commitment. He chose his path, knowing the risks. This revelation speaks volumes about his convictions, suggesting a strong moral code or deeply held belief driving his actions. The implication is clear: his steadfastness lends credence to the existence of a powerful creed, its influence evident in his actions. The question hangs unspoken but potent: is this devotion genuine, or merely a facade? Whatcha doing here? The boy's casual question belied the tense atmosphere as he observed the cloaked figure emerging from the swirling mists. His nonchalant demeanor hints at a hidden depth, a capacity for both danger and surprising composure. A blush rises on the princess's face as the boy's presence unsettles her. Their close proximity, and her visible fluster, suggests a previously established relationship, possibly one marked by unspoken tension or hidden affection. A relieved sigh escapes the boy. His internal monologue reveals a critical piece of information: his assistance to the princess was no act of selfless kindness, but a calculated move with significant, unseen ramifications. A young woman with long, flowing pink and white hair, dressed in a dark uniform, sighs dramatically. Her eyes are wide, reflecting her exasperation as she mutters, "Gosh, commoners." The text bubble above her head shows the words, "Yay, free money." Her expression suggests a mixture of disdain and reluctant amusement at the situation. A man in a brown coat stands beside her, seemingly unfazed by her reaction. The scene shifts to focus on the man, his face alight with a mischievous grin. The narration reveals his name, Baek Uziel. This seemingly carefree smile hints at a hidden agenda or a deeper understanding of the situation than is initially apparent. The young woman's eyes glow with an intense red light, her expression hardening. She declares, "Not going to use other magic." This statement reveals a significant limitation or strategic choice, a critical element of her abilities and future actions. The woman's cheeks flush crimson, her eyes wide and sparkling. A look of intense embarrassment, bordering on panic, fills her face, emphasizing the unexpected turn of events. Her demeanor shifts dramatically from her initial disdain. A soft thud echoes as a figure's foot falls onto the cobblestones. The sound, barely audible, hints at a deliberate approach. The question hangs in the air, a subtle shift in the narrative's trajectory. A decision is about to be made: the examination of a sword, a potential key to unlocking greater understanding, is imminent. He stands poised, a young man in a long coat, holding a small, almost insignificant-looking knife. Yet, his stance speaks of readiness, his gaze sharp and focused. The seemingly mundane object in his hand is clearly significant. His eyes widened, a gasp escaping his lips. Whoa! The sheer power he just witnessed left him awestruck. He stood, gazing at the glowing blade in his hand, a newfound power coursing through him. This was no ordinary weapon, it resonated with an ancient, potent energy. The narrator's voice cuts in, explaining, "The female lead, Flame, is quite special." The camera pans to Flame, a young woman in a flowing dress, standing before a mystical, glowing cross. Her unique connection to nature's energies is hinted at. Flame, drawing upon nature's energy through her wand, unleashes her ultimate attack. The narration reveals this as her signature move, a lethal strike fueled by her unique connection to the natural world. Baek Uziel's body continuously absorbs mana, yet his mana revelation delay physique prevents accumulation. The energy is expelled immediately. His stats reveal low mana, but high scores in other areas: strength, agility, endurance. He possesses the blink skill and his mana revelation delay physique is level 2. Thanks to practical training from a 5th place prize, his strength has slightly increased. He resolves to practice his swordsmanship. The scene shows him, silhouetted against a fiery sunset, gripping a glowing sword. A young woman with striking crimson eyes and long, pale hair peers intently at a book, a thoughtful expression on her face. She seems to be deep in contemplation, a slight smile playing on her lips. She muses, the sound barely audible. Her eyes widen, the pupils dilating as a sudden realization dawns. A visible tremble runs through her, a mixture of shock and excitement. The setting shifts to a vast courtyard bathed in the warm hues of the setting sun. A significant piece of exposition is revealed. In other words, the concentration of mana within my breathing is used as the output of Terivon. This statement unveils a key aspect of the world's magic system, hinting at a unique and powerful ability tied to the protagonist's breath. A new chapter begins for the students.
From this day forward, their theoretical studies will give way to practical application of their magical abilities.
The time for true magical training has arrived.
The instructor's command cuts through the anticipation. Students are ordered to disperse and prepare their staves, signaling the imminent commencement of a practical magic lesson.
With a sharp command, the instructor initiates a defensive maneuver. The students swiftly raise their staves, each calling forth a magic shield, forming a protective barrier against an unseen threat. The air crackles with arcane energy. A powerful mage, flanked by two others, surveys the scene.
He notes with satisfaction that he's strategically arranged them by rank, a crucial detail in their upcoming confrontation.
The infamous S-class student is introduced, a commoner who, despite his low rank, secured 5th place in dungeon practical training using only mid-range equipment. This detail hints at his exceptional ability and resourcefulness. The focus shifts to the S-class student's apparent unusual talent and success despite lacking high-tier gear, emphasizing his unique capabilities and potential to disrupt established hierarchies.
Beck Uziel, another character, expresses her dislike for the S-class student, setting up a potential conflict or rivalry. She questions his inaction, adding tension.
The S-class student reveals his unique approach to defense, stating that he is learning a specialized technique that renders basic magic unnecessary. This underscores his unconventional approach to combat and highlights the intriguing complexity of his skill set.
The speaker finds Beck Uziel's aptitude astonishing. While mastering Princess Hong Baiyan's succession magic would be impressive, even for a noble, how could a commoner achieve such a feat? Doubt is cast upon Beck Uziel's magical capabilities. It's rumored he can only use a simple blink spell.
Faced with this skepticism, Beck Uziel is challenged to demonstrate his exceptional defensive technique to his fellow students.
He confidently selects B-class Morso as his demonstration technique.
For the lecturer, maintaining connections is crucial to his success at this defensive magic school. Dordian, hailing from the Scalvan Empire, represents a valuable connection.
A good first impression is paramount.
He wonders what his companion thinks.
The instruction is simple: step onto the platform. The scene shifts to a group of onlookers, their faces contorted with malice.
Their clear intent, to publicly humiliate and utterly crush the lecturer. The speaker, disdainfully dismissing the youth's concerns, reveals a critical piece of information: he is connected to Uslek and Raiden's group. This places him firmly within the established power dynamics of the story.
A second character, Varian, is introduced. The speaker's words confirm Varian's notoriety, established since the very first year of this ongoing narrative.
This highlights the long-term impact of Varian's actions and his well-known reputation within the world. The rules of engagement are established: a duel will be conducted based on attack and defense turns, introducing a structured confrontation within the narrative.
Morso's challenge is about to begin. One observer doubts Morso's victory, highlighting his typically defensive strategy. However, this opponent is unaware that Morso has secretly mastered offensive earth magic. The duel commences. With a resounding coup, Morso unleashes a devastating earth-based attack, the power of his newly acquired magic evident. That's second-rank magic.
The sheer power displayed underscores the gravity of the situation, revealing the immense magical capabilities at play.
Will Beck Uziel be okay?
The young man's anxious question reveals his deep concern for Beck Uziel's well-being, highlighting the close bond between them amidst the unfolding chaos.
Dordan Stone Pierce.
A powerful magic spell is unleashed, its name hinting at a destructive force aimed directly at Beck Uziel, escalating the conflict significantly. He stood poised, a figure of controlled power. Twin blades hummed with barely contained energy, their ethereal glow reflecting in his intense, yellow eyes. The young man, clad in a dark blue coat, was ready. A blinding flash of yellow energy erupted as he moved, a swift, precise strike cleaving the air. His opponent, a woman in similar attire, staggered back, the force of the blow evident in the scattered debris. A blond youth watched, his expression a mixture of disbelief and concern.
"My magic disappeared," he whispered, the words hanging heavy in the air.
The sudden absence of his power hinted at a force far greater than he'd anticipated. The young man in blue stood victorious, his twin blades sheathed. A faint green aura surrounded him, a subtle but undeniable sign of his superior abilities. The implications of this conflict, and the mysterious nature of his opponent's missing power, hung heavy over the scene. It appeared he sliced through the magic with his sword, but the onlookers questioned whether that was even possible. Magic simply doesn't vanish like that. However, Baek Uziel undeniably dispelled Morso's magic. The very notion hung in the air, disbelief etched on every face. Baek Uziel had done that. Baek Uziel himself assessed his handiwork, a smirk playing on his lips. "It's better than I thought," he mused, the power of his blade exceeding even his own expectations. Baek Uziel's blade meets her opponent's, a clash of steel echoing in the opulent hall. He assesses the situation, a flicker of confidence in his eyes. This fight, he believes, is within his reach. From the shadows, a figure observes the duel, his face a mask of grim concern. Morso's defeat would be a significant setback, causing considerable trouble for this unseen player. The fight intensifies. A warning, sharp and urgent, underscores the danger Baek Uziel faces. An overwhelming attack is imminent. That man's careless words ignited a simmering fury. A wave of emerald energy erupted, propelled by raw, untamed power. The young man, caught in its path, braced for impact. He retaliated with a burst of his own energy, meeting the attack head-on. The clash of forces created a blinding, vibrant spectacle. Concern etched on their faces, two onlookers watched the escalating duel. "Isn't that too much?" one whispers, her worry growing. "He'll get hurt at this rate." The other's question hangs heavy in the air: why isn't the professor stopping the duel? Their apprehension highlights the dangerous trajectory of the fight. A brilliant flash of emerald green erupts as a combatant unleashes a powerful attack, Balor Stonepierce. The sheer force of the spell is breathtaking, a testament to the combatant's skill and the intensity of the conflict. Lecturer Varian addressed a large class of attentive students, his words hanging in the air: mastering protective magic. A title card proclaims, Magic Defense Lecturer Varian. Varian observes his students, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he remarks, "There are quite a lot of talented students in this group." His assessment hints at a hidden potential within the class, yet to be fully revealed. A shift in focus. Varian's expression changes, a thoughtful escaping his lips. This subtle shift suggests the detection of something unexpected, a detail that piques his interest. Varian, now smiling warmly, engages with a specific student. The scene subtly implies a personal interaction, hinting at a potential mentorship or special attention this student will receive. Intrigued, the elder man observed, "Oh, I see. You have your own defensive technique? That makes me curious." His smile held a hint of something deeper than mere politeness. He turned his attention to the young man beside him, a subtle shift in his demeanor. "Your opponent." The unspoken threat hung heavy in the air, promising a challenging encounter. A young man with fiery red hair smirked, his eyes glinting with malicious intent. The anticipation was palpable. This was no ordinary duel. The elder's voice, calm yet sharp, cut through the tension. If he shows impressive magic against an S-class student, it'll be good for him. The stakes, it seemed, were far higher than a simple contest of skill. A woman in a dark coat stands opposite a young man in similar attire, on a circular dais in what appears to be a grand, if somewhat desolate, hall. The air hangs heavy with unspoken tension. "Of course. Just wait," the young man says, a hint of impatience in his posture. He clearly possesses the upper hand, and confidence radiates from him. The scene shifts. A different young person, seemingly distressed, stands alone in a sun-drenched street. A speech bubble reveals a critical piece of world-building, and you cannot use magic outside of them. This implies the existence of designated magical zones, limiting the character's power. A young woman, poised and intense, grips a slender, glowing red rod. Her expression is one of controlled power, hinting at the force she commands. Two onlookers exchange worried glances. "It'll be hard to defend against that," one whispers, acknowledging the imminent threat. A man in a teal coat, his face etched with apprehension, declares, "Ready." The gravity of the situation hangs heavy in the air, preparations for a powerful confrontation are complete.
A defiant shout cuts through the tension. Arrogant S-class bastard, eat this. This is no mere challenge, it's a declaration of war, laced with raw, unrestrained fury. A crystalline projectile, shimmering with an intense green energy, hurtles forward. The force of its passage distorts the very air around it. The projectile impacts with a blinding flash, accompanied by a searing wave of energy. A figure is barely visible, caught in the explosive force. A man, his face etched with shock and fear, watches the aftermath of the devastating attack. The lingering energy crackles around him, a testament to the power unleashed. He stared, incredulous. No way. A grizzled older man, surrounded by uniformed figures, shook his head. His assessment was clear, it wouldn't make sense for it to vanish from a single slash. The implication hung heavy, something was deeply amiss. A voiceover explained a crucial element of the world's magic system: all magic flows along pathways of mana. However, a precisely aimed strike can sever those pathways and extinguish the magic completely. The young man's disbelief curdled into furious resentment. Damn it, how dare a commoner cut my magic? His outburst revealed both his anger and the unusual nature of the event. There are limits to facing every threat individually. A strategy is needed. A powerful surge of energy erupts as a confident figure declares, "This will end things." His eyes, a piercing yellow, blazed with barely contained fury. The intensity was palpable. Resignation clouded his features as he muttered, "This is good. I'm only taking it because it's a mandatory class," revealing a reluctance to engage fully. He stood tall, a glint of determination in his eyes, declaring, "Check the results of all my training up until now," a clear signal of his readiness for the impending assessment. His eyes, wide and burning with an unsettling intensity, betray a turmoil brewing beneath the surface. The weight of his unspoken burdens presses heavily upon him, his blonde hair seeming to shimmer with an inner light reflecting his inner conflict. A young man's eyes, a startling gold, narrowed in intense concentration. The color of his irises is striking against the harsh lighting. He unleashed a wave of energy, a blinding green light erupting around him as he summoned his power. 11 projectiles were hurtling toward him. 11 magical stones, he realized, were closing in. His thoughts were rapid, calculating his limited options. He lacks the time to use his signature blink ability to dodge each one individually. This leaves only one desperate choice. With a roar, he launched a preemptive strike, deflecting the incoming magical assault. He strained, face contorted in furious frustration as a guttural cook escaped his lips. The sheer effort was palpable. To his astonishment, his strongest spell had been effortlessly deflected. He was forced to acknowledge the unexpected ease with which his attack had been countered. A concerned voice cuts through his internal turmoil. The stakes are raised, failure is not an option for either of them. A system message appears, revealing a crucial weakness of the Terivon, its immense drain on stamina. This information is key to understanding the limitations of this powerful defensive technique. A young man, his expression thoughtful, reflects on the implications of the Terivon's weakness. Its defensive capabilities are significantly reduced against multiple attacks. This subtle observation hints at a strategic advantage to be exploited later. What a relief that this is just a duel. The tension eases, momentarily, as the observer recognizes the limitations of the conflict. I've never seen that before. That's basically like a magic shield, right? The witness marvels at a display of unexpected defensive ability, noting its similarity to magical protection. What the? Is he trying to use magic again? Morso's attack turn is over. The observer is astonished by a renewed magical offensive, noting the end of the previous attack phase. This suggests a rule set for the duel, increasing the stakes. Yes, keep attacking. The command emphasizes the urgency of the situation and indicates a clear tactical advantage for one side. Prepare yourself, Beck Uziel. The warning crackles with anticipation, a premonition of the coming conflict. Uziel's face, contorted in a grimace, reflects the imminent danger. Ha! A question hangs in the air, a moment of bewildered confusion amidst the escalating tension. The observers, caught off guard, seem unaware of the impending chaos. Why aren't you giving Baek Uziel his attack turn?
The question cuts through the stunned silence, a pointed accusation against the unseen game master.
The speaker's expression is one of sharp concern and mounting frustration. That's.
The stammering response betrays a nervousness that hints at a hidden manipulation. A sense of dread begins to permeate the scene. His eyes narrowed, a grim realization dawning. That isn't a first-year basic duel, he muttered, the gravity of the situation settling upon him. The blonde officer, visibly shaken, confessed, "Darn, I was too focused on the duel and didn't see the students' reactions." His oversight had severe consequences. A sharp intake of breath, a pained "ha," escaped the man's lips, revealing the extent of his shock and concern.
The announcement hung in the air: Baek Uziel wins.
The image of Baek Uziel, a look of disbelief on his face, underscored the unexpected victory.
"He's more impressive than I thought."
The speaker's understated assessment hints at a previously underestimated opponent, setting a stage of heightened tension. A gasp escapes her lips. "Huff, please forgive." Her plea for forgiveness suggests a prior transgression, adding a layer of complexity to the unfolding situation. A young man with blonde hair and intense orange eyes gazes downward, his expression unreadable yet hinting at a simmering unease.
A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air.
"I think my friend is pretty hurt," he observes, his tone devoid of genuine concern, the word friend laced with sarcasm. This casual acknowledgement masks a deeper, more complex relationship. The young woman, his apparent friend, silently registers his words, her expression a mixture of pain and quiet defiance. Her gaze speaks volumes, she is far from a subservient subject. The term friend is a carefully chosen word, revealing layers of unspoken complexities in their bond.
Crown Prince Jeremy Slaluan ascended to his position at the remarkably young age of 12, after defeating his brothers.
This victory, however, had unforeseen consequences. The Dordan family, previously prominent in the political landscape, was subsequently removed from power.
Consequently, Baek Uziel, a commoner, faces a challenging school life devoid of privilege. 3 students in uniform walk along the path of a grand school building. 2 students at a magic academy discuss Baek Uziel, an S-class student known for his unexpected chivalry.
One questions the relevance of chivalry in such a setting, highlighting the competitive nature of the institution, while the other points out Uziel's impressive victory over more so of the Dordan family.
A female student, clearly frustrated, rests her head on a laboratory table.
Her expression reflects the challenges she's facing in her studies. Professor Mizentiran, an alchemy professor, emphasizes the precision required for alchemy, highlighting the need for accurate measurements, timing, and temperature control. The professor announces the day's practical lesson, creating her Tiran fatigue recovery potion.
The focus is on practical application, reinforcing the themes of precision and focus emphasized earlier.
Altalicia muttered, "Ugh, so annoying," as she stirred a bubbling concoction in a cauldron, clearly irritated by the process. The task, though tedious, is crucial to her larger goals.
A voice cuts through her frustration. "Altalicia,
that's so dangerous.
What are you doing?"
The sudden interruption highlights the inherent risk in her actions.
The panel reveals Altalicia's reasoning. Professor Mason's upcoming instability necessitates her frantic preparations.
This explains the urgency of her dangerous work. She needs more ingredients, implying her current endeavor is only a part of a much larger, more complex plan. Altalicia's resolve hardens. To counter Professor Mason's imminent instability, she must continue her dangerous course of study. The necessity of her actions is emphasized by her unwavering demeanor. A nervous chuckle, escapes her lips as she looks away from the viewer. The panel subtly shifts the emotional tone. Her nervous laughter suggests a mixture of apprehension and determination. A young man, Baek Uziel, is hunched over a bubbling cauldron, his sinister smile hinting at an unsettling experiment.
The question hangs in the air, heavy with implication. Baek Uziel?
A young woman observes from a distance, her expression a mixture of suspicion and disgust. Her assessment is blunt, but it seems like he's just a pervert. The unspoken implication of her internal monologue is clear: she has witnessed something deeply disturbing. The young woman, having apparently witnessed the completion of Baek Uziel's work, lets out a sigh of relief. Phew, I've finally finished. Her expression suggests a sense of accomplishment, tinged with exhaustion.
The implication is that her observation was a necessary evil, a task finally brought to completion.
Isel carefully places a small vial into a container, a thoughtful frown creasing her brow.
So I put this here,
she murmurs, her words hinting at a clandestine operation. A narrative interlude reveals a crucial plot point. In the original novel, Isel unexpectedly discovers Myla's magical engineering notes.
This seemingly insignificant event will have unforeseen consequences.
Isel, now immersed in Myla's notes, meticulously studies the intricate diagrams and formulas, her focus unwavering.
The detailed pages promise a deeper understanding of Myla's groundbreaking work.
Isel's internal monologue reveals her recognition of Myla's achievement, a high-rank fatigue recovery potion compatible with the Tyrann. This breakthrough holds immense potential, and Isel clearly understands its implications.
What?
But doing it like this is more effective, one character insisted, their words betraying a confident certainty in their unconventional methods. The young woman's expression shifted, a mixture of confusion and apprehension clouding her features. This is different from the Tyrann fatigue recovery potion that I ordered, she exclaimed, highlighting a crucial discrepancy in the product received.
The man in spectacles, his gaze sharp and critical, questioned, the quality potion that Isiel was supposed to make?
His tone implied an understanding of the situation's deeper implications, hinting at a potential breach of expectations or a deliberate alteration. A blinding flash of emerald energy erupts, its tendrils lashing out as two figures are engulfed.
The sheer force of the magical outburst is palpable.
The energy dissipates, revealing a figure in swift motion, a blur of blue energy trailing his every movement as he unleashes a rapid, devastating attack. From a shadowed alcove, a man's voice rings out, sharp with alarm and barely suppressed fury, "Damn it, Morso!
What are you doing?"
The urgency in his tone betrays his concern. He grins, a glint in his eye. "Oh, I just tried copying something I saw in another game."
"It works?"
"The technique," he explains, "is called panning." He stands, back to us, facing a woman across a wide hall. She holds a long, slender weapon, poised for combat. This is no mere sparring match, the air crackles with tension.
The observer's voice cuts through the silence. Was there something like that in the magic defense techniques?
The implication hangs heavy, the young man's unconventional method is raising concerns. A worried voice adds, "Morso's going to lose at this rate." A surge of vibrant green energy explodes around the young man. His expression is one of fierce determination as he grips his weapon, now alight with the same power. The energy intensifies, the green light a blinding beacon.
His voice rings out, clear and resolute, "I won't let you go this time." "What's wrong, Jeremy?" A concern hangs heavy in the air, foreshadowing the events to come. Jeremy's unsettling smile hints at a hidden agenda, a calculated facade masking deeper anxieties.
The students' worried discussion reveals a brewing conflict. Their concern for Jeremy's safety highlights the potential dangers he faces.
A sudden magical shield activation, a desperate measure, punctuates the escalating tension.
The Korean onomatopoeia, magic shield kiak, captures the abrupt deployment of this defensive spell. Baek Uziel disarms his opponent with a swift, precise movement, leaving the defeated man sprawled on the polished floor. The victory is decisive, a testament to Uziel's superior skill. A spectator observes the aftermath, his expression a mixture of surprise and acknowledgement. "Wow."
In the end, Baek Uziel won.
The understated comment highlights the unexpected nature of the outcome and the weight of Uziel's victory. The scene shifts to a stark contrast. A figure lies lifeless in a pool of blood, the crimson stain a stark reminder of the brutal realities lurking beneath the surface of this conflict. A significant casualty marks the end of this phase of the struggle. Verajane stood over the body, his expression unreadable as a young woman watched from a distance. He confirmed her presence with a single, chilling yes. He requests an examination of the deceased, adding with a chillingly casual tone that he would be very sad if anything went wrong. This implies a significant threat, perhaps to the girl or others. Within the Shallud Empire, succession to the throne is determined solely by magical ability.
This establishes a crucial power dynamic in the world. The young man, heir apparent, reveals a chilling, calculating plan to ensure his position by eliminating perceived threats. His loyal subject comment underlines his ruthless ambition. The scene unfolds in a bustling alchemy classroom within the Scalvan Empire. Students, clad in pristine white lab coats, diligently work at their individual stations, surrounded by bubbling potions and arcane instruments. The air hums with focused energy. A student's whispered query cuts through the quiet concentration. Isn't the Dordan family still quite influential in the Scalvan Empire? The question hints at a hidden power dynamic amongst the students. Another student, seemingly preoccupied, reveals their internal conflict. I want attention, but I strangely don't like this. Their discomfort suggests a more complex motivation underlying their desire for recognition. The final thought, just who is that guy, hints at a mystery figure present. Alchemy, a dangerous art, is acknowledged. Alchemy is particular and difficult, so I try to avoid it. The speaker's apprehension underscores the inherent risks associated with the practice. A stern-faced woman, clearly an established alchemist, scoffs at a younger, blonde woman. You think you can call yourself an alchemist? She demands, her words dripping with disdain. The younger woman shrinks back, apologizing meekly. This confrontation establishes a power dynamic and hints at a significant skill gap. The scene shifts to a young man, his face partially obscured by glasses, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He chuckles darkly, a chilling hee escaping his lips. Yes, this is it, he whispers, confirming a successful, albeit unsettling, undertaking. The perspective shifts back to the blonde woman. She reflects, her initial suspicion about the young man's motivations now seemingly confirmed. At first, I thought he took this course to get close to IL. The implication is that his interest in alchemy might be a mere pretense. The blonde woman, seemingly having achieved a goal, remarks, thanks to the fact that Flame's academic achievement is high, I could make it quickly, luckily. This reveals the identity of the young man, Flame, and emphasizes his surprising academic capabilities, suggesting a complex character with hidden talents. A young woman in a lab coat meticulously prepares a potion, her movements precise as she swirls a deep purple liquid within a test tube. The scene is bathed in warm light, indicating a well-equipped laboratory. Luckily, it seems she's decently good, a voice observes, the accompanying image showing a young woman with wide eyes and a puzzled expression, questioning the previous assessment. The word decently hangs in the air, hinting at unspoken concerns. The observer's skepticism intensifies. But why is she making the potion normally? She wonders aloud, her confusion evident as an ethereal, shimmering blue light pulses around the potion maker in the background. The normal potion-making process is clearly at odds with expectations. A memory surfaces, Beck Uziel, who told you could change the experiment ingredients as you wished? The young woman's face is etched with apprehension. The mention of Beck Uziel reveals a significant figure and potential reason for deviation from the expected process. The scene shifts to a more formal setting. An older woman, stern and observant, gazes at the potion maker, whose worried face is partly visible in the background. Is the result the problem? She asks, directly addressing the quality or implications of the potion. The potential consequences of the unusual potion creation become clear. A furious grimace contorted his features as he spat out, "Damn it." The intensity of his rage was palpable, a stark contrast to the events that had just transpired. The young woman's expression held a newfound gravity. It's not just more so, she stated, her voice laced with a chilling implication. This development adds a layer of complexity to the situation. The stakes have just risen dramatically. A subtle unease settles, something feels amiss. Isel, a young woman in a white coat, stands nervously in what seems to be an apothecary. A figure in a darker coat looms behind her, his presence heavy with unspoken judgment. The looming figure's disdainful words, a condemnation of commoners, echo in the silent space, revealing a sharp class divide within this world. The narration reveals the profound impact of those words on Isel, who has already endured the trauma of losing her family. This casual cruelty underscores the harshness of her reality. A young woman in a white coat nervously explains to a bespectacled man, "What if Beck Uziel knew this and purposely got on Professor Mason's bad side to help?"
The man looks troubled, clearly considering the implications of this unexpected alliance.
The young woman's worry deepens. Professor Maizen wields significant influence within Stella, and antagonizing her will have repercussions, affecting grades in other classes.
The professor herself appears, her voice sharp. "What's with your tone of voice?"
Her sudden outburst reveals her irritation and disapproval.
The bespectacled man, seemingly lost in thought, reveals his distraction. "I was so focused on alchemy that I'd completely forgotten about this annoying development." This shows his obliviousness to the brewing conflict and hints at his priorities.
The professor's anger intensifies. "Why you, if you come out like this?" The scene ends on a cliffhanger, emphasizing the escalating tension.
"Ah, right." The young man, Beck Uziel, acknowledges something, a subtle shift in his understanding. His eyes, magnified in the close-up, hold a spark of realization.
Weeks later, Beck Uziel is called out by name.
The urgency in the call foreshadows an important development.
This is no ordinary summons.
A teacher explains that she is improving his work, making subtle adjustments to enhance his compositions. This implies the exceptional nature of Uziel's potential, and that even his naturally remarkable skill can be refined further. Uziel stands, his expression unreadable, as the teacher's implication hangs heavy in the air. The scene concludes with an air of mystery, highlighting the young man's significant potential and the implications of his unusual talent.
The progress is going as planned. Episode 8's boss, a dark demon, is confirmed. The target's dark demon erosion must reach 90% to be definitively identified as a dark demonic human.
However, detection through magic is impossible while the erosion remains below 50%.
Direct confrontation is the only option. The plan is to provoke her until the erosion surpasses 50%, triggering the Dark Demon Assassination Squad's deployment. Maizen Tyran, the episode's antagonist, is a dark demon contractor.
The dark demonic human seeds have already begun to blossom within her, making reversal impossible. The fourth episode hasn't even started, but she's a formidable opponent.
Preparation is paramount.
His characteristically nonchalant attitude remains unchanged. A woman with spectacles observes him, her expression unreadable.
The boy's internal monologue reveals his shock at the upcoming practical exam being a group effort.
His surprise underscores the unexpected nature of this assessment. Two students, one blonde and one dark-haired, exchange a look of mutual apprehension and shared unease as they contemplate this new challenge.
A grand hall, bathed in sunlight. Kasamun, Maoliwan, and Il Malf introduce themselves.
Their arrival marks a shift. The scene transitions from the previous one's uncertainty to this new, formal setting. The students whisper about Professor Maizen's unfair grading practices, highlighting her bias against those she dislikes. This reveals a power dynamic within the school and foreshadows potential conflict.
Il's expression of remorse suggests a personal stake in the matter.
Il stands before a majestic academy, her pensive expression hinting at the weight of her situation and the challenges she faces.
The imposing structure of the school emphasizes the environment she now must navigate.
A pair of young men, dressed in crisp white shirts and ties, exchanged knowing smiles. Their anticipation was palpable. The question hung heavy in the air: who among them would dare to hunt the fire lizard for its tail, the crucial ingredient for the potion they were creating? A young woman, her expression serious, emphasized the importance of using fresh monster corpses in alchemy.
The quality of the ingredient was paramount. A young man, startled, inquires, "You called, Professor?"
His question hangs in the air of a grand, dimly lit hall, where a woman in dark attire stands silently, her back to him.
The context suggests a summoning, perhaps hinting at a critical task or impending challenge.
The professor's response, clipped and ominous, reveals a power struggle, other than Team 12, that is. The camera focuses on her, implying that Team 12 is either exempt from this summons or faces a separate fate. A sense of urgency and intrigue intensifies. The professor's cold, calculating gaze and words paint a stark picture. If he shows a pathetic sight in front of them, his path as an alchemist will be blocked forever. The stakes are made undeniably clear: failure carries irreversible consequences, raising the tension significantly. A young woman with dark hair stands on a tennis court, her back to the viewer, holding a long staff. She seems unaware of the approaching figure partially visible in the foreground. The partially visible figure approaches, delivering a message. They were instructed to give the woman an alchemy announcement. The messenger explains that the announcement is delivered in this manner for a reason, implying the woman would understand it better presented this way. The woman, now facing the messenger, shows a pensive expression. The messenger questions whether the woman thinks he'll simply do nothing with this information. A handwritten note, partially visible, hints at an alchemy assignment change, affecting vitality potions.
Baek Uziel, the protagonist, considers the unfolding events.
His concern centers on whether Baek Uziel, the character from the original novel, is prepared for this crisis. The implication is that this current situation diverges from the novel's established timeline, creating uncertainty about the future. A young woman, her expression strained, clutches a crumpled piece of paper. Her distress foreshadows the escalating conflict and highlights her vulnerability within the unfolding narrative.
The young woman's expression shifts from mild curiosity to a subtle frown.
A hint of apprehension clouds her features. An older woman sighs, her exasperation palpable. "You just won't listen, your attitude is a mess," she chides, the words hanging heavy in the air. Her frustration stems from the young woman's continued defiance, foreshadowing an upcoming conflict. A new voice narrates, revealing a critical piece of background information: the persistent interruptions that plagued the potion-making process. These intrusions are significant, indicating a level of urgency and perhaps danger surrounding the potion's creation. Why would he go so far for her? The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent testament to the depth of his unexpected devotion.
"Bring your parents here immediately."
The command is sharp, the urgency palpable. A young man in glasses, his expression a blend of apprehension and fatigue, is clearly caught off guard. His muttered aside, "Ha, I'd forgotten," reveals a deeper layer of personal struggle. The young man's confession, "I don't have parents," hangs in the silence, a poignant revelation that underscores the gravity of his situation and hints at a past shrouded in mystery. "Well, I've already gotten on her bad side, so there's nothing I can do." Resignation settles over him. His actions, however heartfelt, have seemingly irrevocably damaged his relationship with a powerful figure.
The instructor's voice, sharp with exasperation, cut through the air.
She had warned him repeatedly, only used the ingredients she'd taught him. He had clearly disobeyed.
His transgression was met with shocked disbelief.
A flicker of apprehension crossed his features as he adjusted his glasses, his expression shifting from surprise to worry.
The instructor's steely gaze intensified, her displeasure palpable.
The consequences of his actions were about to become clear. She is unable to control her dark emotions, succumbing to dark demonification, a transformation that casts her among the villains.
Professor Mason's erosion is at 21%. The urgency is palpable. For a typical dark demon, intervention would have been possible before complete dark demonification.
This implies a unique, and potentially perilous, situation.
Failure to act means other students will become dark demonic humans, endangering Stella. The stakes are impossibly high.
Low expectations hung in the air as the instructor declared, "Don't expect a good mark from the alchemy subject." The statement foreshadowed the challenges ahead. A student, visibly distressed, exclaims, "This is better," his relief palpable. The scene shifts to a tense exchange between three students, suggesting a critical project is underway. Baek Uziel, a student with an unnerving smile, observes, "Someone would think we were in mourning, the atmosphere." He then extends a hand for a greeting, introducing himself with a disconcerting nonchalance. The tension, subtly built across the previous panels, is now palpable. Despair hangs heavy in the air as one student groans, "Our group is screwed."
Their impending academic doom is palpable.
But a glimmer of hope ignites. Another student pushes back against the wave of defeat, questioning, "But how can we just give up?" The possibility of resilience emerges. A crucial piece of information surfaces: the practical exam is judged by at least 3 alchemists from the prestigious Alchemy Castle.
This seemingly minor detail alters the entire situation. The implications of this revelation dawn on them. Professor Maizen, their nemesis, cannot single-handedly sabotage their grades.
A shared sense of relief begins to take hold.
Renewed determination sparks. One student declares, "Why yeah, let's try our best." Their shared goal, to create something worthwhile, fuels their resolve. The weight of fear is slowly replaced by cautious optimism. The team faces a challenging task, crafting a vitality potion. Success hinges on their combined knowledge, but acquiring the necessary ingredients will demand meticulous effort. A crucial ingredient is identified: a fire lizard. The gravity of the situation settles over the young alchemist as this key component is mentioned. The final instruction is given: deliver the fire lizard to their current location. The concise command underscores the urgency and the importance of the task at hand. A professor, her spectacles glinting, requests that a document be delivered to the C Group first-year alchemy students. The weight of this task, however seemingly mundane, hints at an upcoming event of significance. The request is accepted with a simple, "Yes, I will." The understated response underscores the gravity of the situation, suggesting a deep understanding of the implications. The alchemy practical exam is about to commence before the official alchemy castle alchemists. Three cloaked figures, their identities hidden, symbolize the authority and weight of this judgment. The scene sets a stage for high stakes and potentially significant consequences. Beck Uziel is warned about the repercussions of defying a professor. This serves as both a warning and a foreshadowing of conflict, hinting at a brewing confrontation and its potential consequences. A young woman, her gaze fixed on something beyond the frame, clutches a golden staff. The setting suggests a school courtyard, hinting at an academic environment, possibly even magical, given the ornate nature of her weapon. She receives a small item, a note, perhaps, from a uniformed boy. His polite thanks, suggests a simple exchange of information, a detail that could prove crucial later. The note's contents are revealed: it's not just any students, it's Team 12, and Beck Uziel is on it. This establishes a clear link between the girl and the named student. The plot hints at a shared objective or competition involving these teams. A new character, possibly a mentor or instructor, reveals vital information regarding the preparation of potions. He explains that he will provide not the fire lizard tail needed for the D-Vitality potion, but rather the Idyllic spider scales required for the Tyran Point potion. The shift in focus highlights the importance of specific ingredients and potential consequences for potion creation. A simple yes confirms the young woman's acceptance of this altered plan, and the scene closes with her examining the note, setting a contemplative tone. The next chapter will likely follow the consequences of her choice. This will be the chance to test that man. A calculated risk, but necessary to gauge his true capabilities. The weight of this decision rests heavily on the shoulders of the observer. The question hangs heavy in the air: how did Beck Uziel manage to create the high-quality potion IL was tasked with? This unexpected success reveals a hidden talent or perhaps access to resources not initially considered. The original line, "a harsh judgment on a fallen family," has been subtly altered. The change reflects a shift in perspective, or perhaps a deliberate effort to conceal a deeper truth. Maizen Tyran, alchemy professor and dark demon contractor, shows 21% dark demon erosion. The source? Inferiority complex and jealousy. This revelation provides crucial context for his actions. He sits, glasses glinting, a subtle defiance in his eyes. "I'll just work on building muscle instead of doing assignments," he declares, revealing a prioritization of physical strength over academic pursuits. This likely stems from his dark demon contract's influence and his internal conflict. A whispered secret, and, she said not to tell other students. The implication of secrecy suggests something significant and potentially dangerous is at play, possibly related to the professor's dark demon contract or a hidden agenda. Mage Beck Uziel finds himself unexpectedly transported to Derryville Stadium. He's greeted with a formal welcome, but the young mage quickly clarifies his status. Despite being a cadet, not yet an official mage, Uziel asserts his worth, subtly hinting at the exceptional treatment he expects and deserves at Stella. A young man, his face etched with a mixture of surprise and amusement, observes a figure in a striking Stella cadet uniform. The newcomer is treated with the same respect as an official mage. The onlookers' awe and envy are palpable. They've never seen the prestigious Stella uniform before.
This cadet is not just admired, but envied for their status. The young man, now alone, searches for a specific location, muttering about finding it somewhere nearby. His determined expression suggests a purpose beyond mere sightseeing. Today's objective: capture a fire lizard, a creature classified as a risk level 2. While its stamina and power surpass most beasts, the fire lizard presents a manageable challenge. He approaches the hunting ground, a practiced calm settling over him. With a swift, precise movement, he draws his blade, readying himself for the hunt. A young man, clad in a finely tailored suit, braced himself, sword drawn, against a looming shadow. A single, malevolent red eye, belonging to a monstrous beast, filled the lower half of the panel, promising a brutal confrontation. He vanished in a burst of motion, leaving behind only the swirling green of the forest as he retreated from the creature's immediate reach. The speed of his movement was breathtaking, suggesting a desperate attempt to escape. The young man clashed with the beast, his sword flashing blue energy against the creature's dark, clawed hand. The raw power of their struggle ripped the very forest around them asunder. He secured his target. "Got one," he confirmed, a hint of grim satisfaction in his tone. The successful capture signals the beginning of a larger operation. The young man, his expression betraying a weariness that belies his age, stands amidst the lush greenery. A subtle tension hangs in the air. This is not a moment of triumph, but a pause before the next challenge. With a burst of speed, he dashes forward, a shimmering blade now drawn, ready for the next phase of his mission. The sound of his swift movement, a blur of motion, cuts through the stillness of the forest. A young woman with long, pale blue hair and striking purple eyes stares wide-eyed, a hint of apprehension on her face. She seems to be taking in her surroundings, perhaps assessing a situation. The scene shifts, a small, ethereal figure comments, noting the woman's keen observation skills, specifically her talent for identifying ingredients. The implication is that this is a skill of considerable importance in this world. A group of individuals dressed in simple robes stand in what appears to be a formal gathering. An authoritative woman, dressed in a dark academic robe, addresses a silent assembly of cloaked figures. Her question, "Has everyone gathered?" underscores the formality and importance of this impending event, setting a stage for what could be a pivotal moment. A stern-faced instructor addresses a class of aspiring alchemists. He assures them that excelling in this current trial will greatly benefit their future careers. The professor, a woman with piercing eyes behind spectacles, announces that today's exam will focus on the creation of a Type B Tiran point potion. Students express surprise and confusion. They had expected the exam to cover the D Vitality potion. The professor calmly explains that the exam topic has been changed to the Tiran point potion. "It doesn't matter to me, but it'll be tough if the others fail the exam because of this." A casual, almost dismissive tone masks a deeper concern for the other students' success. Doesn't Beck Uziel know the original novel? The question hangs in the air, heavy with implication. The speaker clearly believes this knowledge holds the key to success in the upcoming exam. There's no helping it. A sinister smile reveals a character resigned to a course of action, perhaps even anticipating the chaos it will unleash. The request hung in the air, a challenge masked as a simple query. "That Tiran point potion, we just have to make it, right?" The implication was clear: failure was not an option. A young man, his expression a mixture of confidence and amusement, awaited the answer, his hand raised in a casual gesture that belied the gravity of the situation. His response was swift, almost dismissive. "As I always have." The confidence bordering on arrogance was a stark contrast to the weight of his words. This was not a simple task, but a life-or-death undertaking he had faced before. His smirk implied a dark amusement, a hint of a macabre game played against overwhelming odds. A sinister chuckle escaped his lips. "Ha!" The sound was chilling, a prelude to something ominous. Three hooded figures, their faces obscured, stood silently, their presence a silent testament to the growing threat. From the shadows emerged a monstrous arachnid, its 8 legs ending in wicked points, its body radiating a malevolent purple aura. The creature was colossal, its very presence a threat to life itself, a tangible manifestation of the danger they faced. A crimson potion, swirling with inner light, hangs suspended in the air. He intends to end this. The threat hangs heavy, I'll end your path as an alchemist in front of everyone's eyes.
This is a public declaration of war, a vow to destroy his career. A woman, aghast, observes, complete a Tyran point potion in that time? It's impossible.
The sheer impossibility of the task highlights the immense pressure he's under.
Are you crazy?
The question underscores the recklessness of his plan, the sheer audacity of attempting the impossible.
Uziel and his fellow alchemists react with disbelief and concern to his declaration. The weight of his decision, the desperate gamble he's undertaking, is palpable.
Faced with a desperate situation, he smiles, a glint of determination in his eyes.
Since it's come to this, we have no choice but to try.
His resolve hardens.
It's better to fight than to be disqualified.
He squares his shoulders, a newfound confidence radiating from him.
Let's show them what we've got.
The young man pauses, preparing to unveil his plan.
Okay, then let me explain.
He stumbled, a dizzying wave of nausea washing over him.
Arg, my head.
I like warp holes and all, but once you come out, it's too dizzy.
The young man clearly hadn't enjoyed his interdimensional transit.
A woman in a uniform, her smile bright and welcoming, greeted him at a grand entrance.
Welcome to Daraviel.
The architecture suggested a place of significant power and influence.
His expression softened, a glimmer of understanding dawning.
He received confirmation of his status, a pass and a Stella pocket watch, granting him official mage privileges wherever he goes.
Stella sure, he murmured, acknowledging the implications of his new position. A distant, imposing structure, likely the heart of Daraviel, came into view.
His personal investigation confirmed the information he already possessed, suggesting a degree of preparation for his arrival. To capture these creatures, at least second-rank magic is required. Their magical resistance and agility necessitate such power. Confident, the young mage assesses the situation, believing the task ahead to be manageable. He anticipates a straightforward capture.
His sixth sense confirms it, the target is near. The hunt begins. A powerful blast of energy erupts, the culmination of the young mage's efforts. A guttural shriek, VLEKK, ripped through the air as a monstrous creature coughed up blood, its life force visibly draining away.
The creature's body crumbled into ash, consumed by an explosive burst of fire. The young man, his expression unwavering, stood over the vanquished beast, his sword still gleaming faintly. He had dispatched the creature swiftly and decisively. 3 more reptilian creatures emerged from the shadows, their eyes burning with predatory intent, surrounding him. The battle, it seemed, was far from over. A young man in a sharp uniform casually wields a glowing blade, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. His confidence speaks volumes about his skill and mastery of this weapon. The scene shifts to a group of young men in crisp white uniforms. Their leader, with glasses perched on his nose, confidently declares, "Let's do this," signaling the commencement of a well-rehearsed plan.
Their collective expression is one of focused determination.
A young woman with long, light blue hair addresses a group of students, her question hanging in the air, "You've prepared all the ingredients, right?" The boy in glasses, clearly the focus, looks bewildered, his what, echoing the audience's uncertainty. This scene establishes the tension and anticipation for a potentially complex undertaking.
The blue-haired woman, now seemingly in charge, confirms with the group, "Right, everyone?"
The scene shifts, revealing that preparations are indeed underway, the implication being that this is more than a simple class project. We sense an elaborate scheme, meticulously laid out, about to come to fruition. The boy with glasses observes the unfolding events with a mixture of apprehension and intrigue, his internal monologue revealing his skepticism. Gosh.
This is how she's going to play it?
His doubt hints at a hidden layer of complexity, suggesting a deeper game at play than what meets the eye.
Another student whispers a question that connects the unfolding events to a broader context. Was this part of the original novel?
This reveals that the current situation is, in fact, a recreation or adaptation of a pre-existing work of fiction, a critical piece of world-building.
Wide-eyed with shock, she whispers, "What happened?"
The question hangs heavy in the air, a testament to the gravity of the unseen event. Confusion deepens as she questions, but why was he unable to prevent this from happening? The implication is clear, a powerful figure failed, leaving her reeling in the aftermath. An alchemist's perspective is offered, to forget the goal of an alchemist, who creates the truth, and mix up the ingredients. This reveals a crucial element of the world's magic system, where the intentional manipulation of truth is a core aspect of alchemy.
A reassuring voice cuts through the tension, "We'll make it." Hope is rekindled, suggesting a plan is in motion, and the previous setbacks will be overcome.
A woman, her expression a mixture of amusement and superiority, reveals the secret to a more potent potion, a potion with higher efficacy than yours, using different ingredients than you did, Professor. Her words carry a subtle challenge, hinting at a superior understanding of alchemical principles. The core ingredient for the Tyran Point potion is revealed, the idyllic spider's scales. This seemingly mundane detail, shrouded in darkness, hints at a complex and potentially dangerous alchemic process. The narration continues, explaining the significance of the idyllic spider's scales. They contain vast amounts of nutrients. The Tyran Point potion itself is a thermal supplement, created using these scales as its foundation. This establishes a clear connection between the seemingly mundane ingredient and the potion's potent properties.
The woman's smirk deepens as she dismisses the professor's alternative method. This is better, if anything.
Her subtle confidence reinforces her superior knowledge and implicitly suggests the inherent danger of the professor's approach. The choice of the fire lizard tail as an alternative ingredient underscores the potential risks. The students, clad in crisp white uniforms, stood attentively before their instructor.
"Okay," he said, his expression serious. "The time limit is 1 hour."
The weight of the impending task settled heavily in the air. A young woman with striking blue hair urged her companions, her voice carrying a hint of desperation. "Just trust me," she insisted, her gaze unwavering. The stakes were high, the pressure palpable.
Their apprehension momentarily lifted, a wave of shared determination washed over the group.
"Yes, let's try," one of them exclaimed, his youthful enthusiasm momentarily eclipsing his earlier doubt.
Another added, "I want to make it too. It's quite convenient, not to mention I can use a warp hole that costs 100,000 credits for free."
"Yes, but I send out an announcement, I should be able to handle a risk level 2.
IL, did you prepare the wrong ingredients?
He diligently documented every alchemic recipe, no matter how insignificant. This meticulous record-keeping foreshadows his future contributions to the field. His motivations, however, extended beyond simple documentation. He explains that his interest stems from studying a specific recipe from the future, hinting at a deeper, potentially time-traveling element to the story.
The idyllic spider's scales possess unusual nutrients necessary for egg hatching, a detail that will likely prove important later.
The image reveals a blood vessel with a unique structure, similar to a fire lizard's tail. This anatomical parallel suggests a deeper connection between seemingly disparate creatures within this world's biology, implying a yet unknown system of magical or evolutionary relationships. The Alakair tribe, inhabiting the southern desert, employs unique blood vessels to bolster their leaders' health. This discovery presents an alternative approach to extending lifespan. One researcher readily accepts responsibility for the next phase of the project. The team's progress surpasses expectations.
A student proudly presents a vial of shimmering purple liquid.
"It's the Tyran Point potion type B, Professor," he announces, his confidence palpable. The implication is clear, a significant breakthrough has been achieved. The professor, aghast, stares at the potion. "I can't believe it," he mutters, his voice laced with disbelief.
"Those children really did this?"
His astonishment underscores the difficulty and rarity of this achievement. The professor's internal monologue reveals the true significance of the student's accomplishment. "Tyran Point potion is something I invented after countless years of research. There's no way they could have completed it this easily." This highlights the exceptional talent and potentially unsettling ease with which the students mastered his complex creation. A young mage, his face etched with frustration, fumbles with a spell, a faint purple glow escaping his grasp. The incantation falters, leaving him looking utterly defeated.
"What's wrong?" a voice inquires.
3 other mages, cloaked and solemn, observe the failed spell. The problem, as one explains, is the potion incomplete and overloaded with ingredients. Intrigued by the failed concoction, a woman, her expression sharp and determined, declares, "I need to check this for myself."
She reaches for the problematic potion, her curiosity overriding caution.
Her eyes widened, a gasp escaping her lips as she examined the potion.
Doubt clouded her features. There's no question, the potion's potency is undeniable.
The woman scoffed, her disbelief palpable. No one could possibly surpass her skill in crafting such a potent concoction on the spot.
Even a perfect score wouldn't be enough to satisfy Team 12's impossibly high standards.
Professor Maizen, a mischievous glint in his eyes, asks for agreement on a clearly controversial point, setting the stage for an upcoming confrontation. A collective sigh of relief washes over the students. Their success, however hard one, has been achieved.
Their tense faces relax, replaced by smiles of relief. But the tension isn't over.
A stern-faced woman, radiating power, observes them with barely concealed malice. Her expression signals a far more significant conflict looms.
Professor Maizen Tiran's dark demon erosion has worsened. A training exercise unfolds, cadets wield energy weapons, sparks flying as shots are exchanged.
One cadet reassures another, highlighting her superior performance compared to the princess.
Despite this, concern remains regarding the alarming rate of the demon's erosion. Years of training pale in comparison to the speed of its growth. Hong Baiyan's control should only start to develop in the second year, yet she's already exhibiting unusual abilities. This raises serious questions about Baek Yuziel's involvement. Two young women, clearly concerned, discuss the recent alchemy practical exam, noting its unusual nature. The scene suggests an impending event or a growing unease within their environment.
"Let's go," one urges, highlighting their intention to investigate further. A young woman contemplates, concluding that a significant incident occurred unexpectedly, someone was unaware of its approach. This foreshadows an element of surprise or hidden manipulation at play.
Isel, her brow furrowed in concentration, ponders a critical detail.
She seems to be weighing options, a silent battle waged within her mind. A voice, perhaps from within, provides a crucial piece of information. He might know of future events, but lacks awareness of the smaller incidents affecting Isel directly. This hints at the limitations of his foreknowledge.
Isel, now outside, walks purposefully. The setting suggests she's acting on the information she received, ready to face whatever comes next.
A young man, impeccably dressed, appears, his expression guarded. His presence hints at a potential confrontation or a pivotal meeting with Isel. A young woman, Baek Yuziel, stands before a stern-faced man.
He questions her, "You don't feel anything else?"
His inquiry hints at a hidden power or sensation she might be unaware of, setting the stage for a deeper mystery.
The scene shifts, revealing Yuziel's worried expression. Another man, seemingly concerned, addresses her, asking, "Flame, are you bothered by Baek Yuziel?"
This introduces a new character, Flame, and suggests a potential conflict or connection between these individuals, further emphasizing the underlying tension. The setting changes to a quiet, almost somber location. A lone figure sits in contemplation, their words echoing the gravity of the situation, but this won't do. The ambiguity creates suspense, leaving the reader wondering what exactly requires immediate attention.
The immediate following dialogue provides crucial context. The man from the first panel, now identified by his inner monologue as the central figure, resolves to act. His declaration of intent is clear: "Since I'm here, I'm going to confide my thoughts to Baek Yuziel."
This marks a decisive shift toward direct confrontation and resolution.
A young man, immersed in a virtual world, reveals a key interest: acquiring recipes.
Among these, the Tiran Point Potion Type B recipe stands out.
He possesses knowledge of the Alakair process and boldly offers his expertise.
The need for a specific dehydration technique arises, involving mulberry mistletoe. A younger man confidently claims mastery of the hand-drying dehydration method, boasting completion within 5 minutes. A young woman, her light blue hair neatly styled, scrutinizes a vial of glowing yellow liquid.
Her expression is one of focused concentration, bordering on apprehension. The instruction echoes through the room: "From now on, let's blend it as instructed."
A clear directive, yet the implication hangs heavy: the blending of this substance holds significant consequence.
A figure in academic robes, spectacles perched on their nose, surveys the scene with a stern yet curious gaze. Two hooded figures flank them, their faces obscured, adding to the air of mystery and potential danger.
The robed figure's expression shifts subtly. "Don't make me laugh," they mutter, the unspoken threat hanging heavier than the words themselves.
Their skepticism is palpable.
The same robed figure, now before a table where three more hooded figures wait, prepares to examine a small, blue vial.
The young woman from the first panel is also present, observing intently. "I will check it," the figure declares, the weight of responsibility evident.
This potion's effectiveness far surpasses Professor Mason's.
Incredible. The expert recognized the application of a technique that repurposes monster nutrients to restore human vitality.
This, he concluded, is a superior restorative potion. Despite the potion's power, the speaker confirms their ongoing need for it.
The alchemy competition judge, a stern-faced woman, scrutinizes a vial.
Her assessment is swift: missing ingredients lead to immediate disqualification. Team 12, however, awaits their verdict with quiet confidence.
The judge's expression shifts dramatically. A frustrated exclamation escapes her lips, "Damn it, those old bats," revealing a hidden interference in the competition. Team 12's successful completion of the test is announced.
The relief and joy are palpable.
A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, watches Beck Uziel from above.
The air crackles with unspoken menace.
The figure's threat echoes, "Just you wait, Beck Uziel." This promise of retribution hangs heavy in the air.
A flash of green energy explodes across the courtyard as a projectile streaks towards its target.
The force of the impact throws up a cloud of dust and debris.
A young woman, Arswan, stretches, sighing with relief. Finally finished.
"Going to school at this age makes my body ache."
The exertion of her magical training is evident. A comforting voice soothes her. "It's okay, Arswan." The scene concludes on a note of gentle support.
The princess's eyes widened in realization.
She'd heard rumors. This was the legendary genius fire mage.
A chilling revelation: Professor Maizen Tiran's plan involved stealing a crucial magical artifact to complete his scheme.
A gasp escapes her lips. He isn't just a possessor of knowledge, he's a regressor, someone who's lived this life before.
That makes sense. If Beck Uziel came from the future, his actions become more understandable.
This revelation shifts our perspective on his past behavior, offering a potential explanation for his seemingly erratic choices.
In the original novel, Mai Yuziang once had the opportunity to regress.
This detail establishes a crucial parallel between the two characters, hinting at a convergence of their destinies. The golden light suggests a pivotal moment, a turning point in Mai Yuziang's narrative.
He Wenriang's concern is palpable.
The urgency in the question, "What's wrong?" foreshadows a significant development and underscores the stakes involved. The warm background color contrasts with the character's apprehensive expression.
The timing is impeccable.
The query about Beck Uziel's character forces a confrontation with the mystery surrounding him, heightening the tension. The response, while seemingly mundane, subtly emphasizes Beck Uziel's enigmatic nature, a slightly strange student, a description laden with unspoken implications. The young woman slumped, her shoulders shaking slightly. "Not particularly," she mumbled, her voice barely a whisper.
Her companion, a young man with lilac hair, simply responded, "HAAIC."
His expression remained inscrutable. The woman, Beck Uziel, straightened, her expression hardening. "Yeah," she stated firmly, a newfound resolve in her stance. It was clear she would not let this matter rest. Her words hinted at the implications of her earlier reticence. "Whining like this doesn't match my personality," she declared, her voice regaining its usual strength.
This self-assured statement revealed a deeper resilience, underlying her earlier vulnerability.
A young mage, cloaked and slightly hunched, nervously clutches a small vial of shimmering blue liquid. His companions, similarly robed, exchange worried glances. The air crackles with unspoken tension, hinting at a recent, unsettling discovery.
The question hangs heavy in the air: how could Beck Uziel possess knowledge of a potion recipe absent from the original novel's text?
This detail throws the very foundations of their reality into question. A young woman, her expression bright, offered a polite dismissal.
"Thanks for hearing me out today. Then, I'll be off."
Her departure marked the conclusion of a significant meeting, the weight of its implications hanging heavy in the air.
The next day dawns, casting a pale sunlight on the brick buildings of the city. A seemingly ordinary cityscape, yet this setting holds a secret, a looming threat.
A young man, his uniform slightly askew, breathes heavily, a mixture of exhaustion and apprehension evident in his posture.
He wonders, uncertainly, what challenges lie ahead.
The weight of his newfound knowledge presses down on him.
A significant incident, he realizes, will unfold within the next 3 months. The implications are unsettling. A cryptic warning unfolds: Mason's dark demon erosion will randomly affect one student. 3 candidates are now at risk, the shadows of uncertainty stretching across their futures. Swan, a member of Hong Baiyan's clique, is introduced.
Her pensive expression hints at the weight of unspoken concerns within this powerful group. A man, apprehensive, reveals a critical piece of information: involvement with He Wonriang represents the worst possible outcome.
This establishes He Wonriang as a significant threat.
The danger of He Wonriang is further emphasized: his dark demon erosion is highlighted as almost always leading to disastrous consequences. This foreshadows a looming conflict. Confusion erupts as a woman demands to know the identity and intentions of the speaker from panel 2. This marks the beginning of a confrontation. He sighed, a weariness settling over his features.
"This question again? Making it difficult for me."
The weight of repeated questioning clearly burdened him. A young woman, her expression resolute, countered, "Telling Flame the truth and obtaining information from her might actually help us get to the true ending." Her conviction hinted at a significant risk, but also a potential breakthrough. A stark warning filled the screen: warning.
Do not share the information and knowledge you have with the relevant character.
The gravity of the situation escalated sharply, revealing a significant risk of failure. 2 figures, a young man and woman, stood silhouetted against a crimson backdrop of warnings, the tension palpable. The young man's frustration boiled over.
"This is driving me nuts. So this is how it's going to go?"
His words reflected the pressure and uncertainty of their situation. He slammed a hand to his forehead, a gesture of exasperation.
"Then let's do it like this.
We both have secrets we don't want to reveal to each other, so let's just tell each other half of it.
Okay?"
This proposal suggests a fragile truce built on mutual distrust, a necessary step in a situation demanding collaboration despite their inherent antagonism. The young woman continued, her voice carrying a weight of responsibility, to move the world in a direction where it won't collapse.
"This world is unstable, you see."
Her words reveal a dire situation, hinting at a catastrophic threat looming over their world unless drastic action is taken. A palpable sense of relief washed over him.
"That's a relief.
Although I can't figure out if she's telling the truth or not."
"Then, it's my turn again."
His response demonstrates both cautious optimism and a clear understanding that their pact is far from secure. The narrative tension remains high, the mutual deception still a threat. He frowned, a confusion etched onto his face. "Why are you acting like that?" The question hung in the air, unspoken yet palpable.
His internal monologue betrayed his uncertainty. What does she mean by like that?
A smirk played on his lips. He clearly saw through her pretense. "I think that doing this is for some kind of goal, or something you want." His words carried an unspoken challenge. Her denial was sharp, a fierce refusal to admit any ulterior motive.
"No, there isn't." Her voice, though outwardly calm, revealed a tremor of barely suppressed emotion. Uncertainty clouded Beck Uziel's features as he confessed his indecision, prompting a worried question from the girl beside him: "You're not sure?"
His internal struggle was palpable.
The girl's question hung heavy in the air.
A simple yet profound query echoed in her gaze: want to live. The weight of the decision pressed upon them both.
Beck Uziel's name, uttered with grim determination, marked a turning point. His resolve, though fragile, began to solidify.
A sudden, violent confrontation erupted.
A powerful figure, seemingly an adversary, lunged at Uziel with a sharp ACK. The stark visual signaled an escalation of the conflict. Answer. The demand hangs heavy in the air, a silent challenge mirroring the intensity in the young man's eyes. His expression speaks volumes of barely contained fury. The other, unnerved, confesses his apprehension at facing the world's strongest person's rival. He reveals, almost as an aside, that Hei Inriang has an unrequited infatuation. This seemingly irrelevant detail hints at a deeper, more complex dynamic between the characters. Doubt clouds the young man's face. He questions the veracity of the previous statement, his skepticism palpable. The young man issues a swift apology, acknowledging the futility of his initial question. The abrupt shift in tone suggests a sudden realization or a change in his priorities. A faint smile plays on Hei Wanyang's lips as he bids a seemingly casual farewell, then, goodbye. His demeanor, however, hints at a hidden turmoil beneath the surface. Another young man waves cheerfully, a stark contrast to Wanyang's subtle farewell. The narrative voice observes, that calm and cold Hei Wanyang is showing such an unstable self. This observation foreshadows a deeper emotional struggle within the seemingly stoic character. Baek Uziel sits at a desk, her expression troubled. I can't focus today, she sighs, revealing a distraction that hints at the growing tension and impending events. The focus shifts to Uziel's determination. Her words are a clear call to action. Baek Uziel, I have something I want to ask you. The urgency in her voice underscores the significance of what's to come. Concern etched on their faces, the young man and woman hurried down a corridor, their whispered question hanging heavy in the air. What is it? The urgency in their movements hinted at a discovery both shocking and unsettling. The woman, her light blue hair catching the dim light, responded softly. The first part was. Her voice trailed off, leaving the unspoken implications hanging in the silence between them. A wave of self-doubt washed over her. Ugh, just what am I right now? She lamented, the question reflecting a profound crisis of identity. The story opens with a declaration: vengeance is sought against the vile Adolbills. Their dirty deeds will not go unpunished. This burning resolve fuels a vow to get revenge. The flames of retribution blaze. A young woman, her face etched with determination, vows she cannot let this injustice stand. Before a grand edifice, a man and woman stand, their meeting heavy with unspoken tensions. The stage is set for confrontation. He offered a nonchalant wave, a hint of weariness in his eyes despite the cheerful gesture. The young man's expression hinted at a hidden complexity beneath the surface of his polite demeanor. The scene shifted. A different young man, this one with a thoughtful frown, sat alone in a cafe, the hushed whispers of unseen onlookers adding to the air of mystery surrounding him. Maizen Tiran's dark demon erosion is at 37%. The encroaching darkness continues its insidious spread. Jackie, Flame's friend, a young woman with fiery red hair, stands poised, her expression a mixture of apprehension and determination. The magical energy surrounding her hints at the escalating conflict. Hei Wonriang, heir to the Full Moon Tower, is introduced. His stoic gaze reflects a deep understanding of the gravity of the situation. He is a key player in this unfolding drama. The worst-case scenario looms: Hei Wonriang's involvement would drastically alter the course of the conflict. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. He is the most likely suspect of the three. A young man in a uniform, his expression a mixture of apprehension and defiance, stands before a grand castle. The young woman, arms crossed, confronts him. His evasion of a previous question regarding his identity is not forgotten. A moment of internal conflict. The young woman considers the risks and decides to reveal her secret, having nothing left to lose. A young woman, relieved, addresses a boy. She intends to ask him a question first, about his knowledge of the future. The boy's response reveals his awareness of the future's acceleration. His question about her ambitions at this school highlights his suspicion that she possesses similar foresight. The girl proposes a vague discussion, her reason, simply, just because. The scene underscores an implicit agreement to avoid revealing sensitive information. A simple wish, a profound statement: yeah, I just want to live. The weight of those words hangs heavy in the air,
revealing the depth of the character's unspoken desires.
Immediate regret paints his features.
He realizes he's overstepped, his apology a silent admission of his previous intrusion.
The young woman's quiet embarrassment is a stark contrast to the boy's contrition. Her whispered, "Huh? It's my turn to,"
hints at a power struggle, or at least a playfully competitive dynamic between them.
Why did Flame return crying?
The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the vibrant blue tones engulfing the speaker.
A sense of unease pervades the scene. A plan forms. If a misunderstanding occurred, a simple, clear explanation will suffice. The speaker's calm demeanor belies the underlying concern for Flame's well-being.
The question, "Nothing happened with Flame, why?" reveals a growing suspicion.
Reassurance is offered. "It wasn't what you think, so don't worry." A confident smile underscores the speaker's certainty, aiming to alleviate anxieties. This should be enough. A nervous rejection. "And no, you don't have to go that far."
The words reveal a level of discomfort with the offered solution, hinting at a deeper, unresolved tension.
A feeling of unease hangs heavy in the air under a pale moon.
The night is silent, yet pregnant with unspoken dread. A young man, clad in a lab coat, raises a questioning eyebrow. His query reveals a deeper mystery. Was that mixing method earlier something you came up with on the spot?
The implication is that the method was unorthodox, perhaps even dangerously improvisational.
A young woman with long, flowing blue hair stands defiantly amidst swirling papers, a determined glint in her eyes. Her words echo her resolve, "So I thought that if I kept going, I could beat that woman." The intensity of the moment underscores her ambition and the high stakes of her actions.
The woman she seeks to defeat remains unidentified, but the rivalry is palpable.
A fist clenches atop a book, the weight of unspoken grief heavy in the air. The unspoken words echo the character's burning resolve. At this rate, revenge for his father's wrongful death will remain elusive. The image reveals the true scope of the character's mission. His father, framed as a traitor, met a violent end. This is not merely personal vengeance, it is a quest for justice. The fiery background emphasizes the intensity of his pain and determination.
The vow is made. Against the backdrop of a formidable fortress, a silent promise solidifies: the character will intensify their efforts, redoubling their commitment to achieving justice.
A young man, his eyes wide with surprise, utters a single word, "Huh?" The question hangs in the air, a silent query about the mysterious figure partially obscured by shadow before him. The air crackles with unspoken tension, hinting at a confrontation yet to unfold. The sprawling castle looms against the twilight sky, a silent testament to ages past. Its imposing structure hints at secrets held within its ancient stones. A young woman lies on her bed, her thoughts far from the comfortable surroundings. She reveals her regret at choosing a shared dorm room, wishing instead for the privacy of a single, exclusive suite. The implications of her choice are beginning to become clear.
The name Beck Uziel hangs heavy in the air, a whispered revelation carrying significant weight. This seemingly simple name is a key to unlocking the unfolding mystery. A crucial piece of information is revealed. In the original novel, the 11th moon of the Silver Age gave a prophecy to my Yuzeong. This confirms that a significant element of the original story's narrative is relevant to this present situation. You can turn back time.
A figure, cloaked in crimson, plummets through a swirling vortex of fiery chaos.
The fall seems endless, a descent into an unknown abyss.
The young woman, staff raised, cries out, "Wait," her voice cutting through the fiery sunset. Her desperate plea is directed at the dark-haired man below, his face etched with exhaustion and despair.
Her explanation follows: rather than living in a world without you.
The desperation in her eyes is mirrored by the cracks and tears marring her face, a testament to the lengths she is willing to go to. The man, cloaked in crimson, is consumed by an intense, golden light.
This is the cataclysmic consequence of her actions. The sacrifice is complete.
This world diverges from the original novel. Beck Uziel, wielding the 11th moon of the Silver Age, has altered its course. A young woman observes Beck Uziel, his back turned, engulfed in a powerful, electric aura. The wrought energy surrounding him speaks of immense power.
Beck Uziel, a figure of quiet intensity, declares his simple desire to live.
This statement, seemingly innocuous, carries profound weight, hinting at a past filled with hardship and a present driven by survival. She stirs in her sleep, a slight frown creasing her brow. The girl is clearly disturbed, but the cause remains unknown.
A young woman, her hair a vibrant red, stands anxiously by the bed.
"He's waiting on the first floor of the dorm," she explains. "Tell him that I'm not here." The sleeping girl's evasion speaks volumes about her current predicament and likely the reason for her restlessness. A young man in a long, white coat stands in a courtyard, his arms crossed, a pensive expression on his face. The scene is quiet, the air heavy with unspoken tension.
A young woman, her face alight with curiosity, approaches him.
"Who are you?" she asks, her voice brimming with a mixture of apprehension and intrigue.
The man responds tersely, his gaze distant.
He explains that a young woman is ill and sleeping, but subtly hints at something more. His words are laced with implied concern, suggesting the illness may stem from a recent rejection. He turns away, a sigh escaping his lips.
"Okay, I'll go back," he mutters, the weight of the situation clearly burdening him.
His departure leaves the viewer with a sense of unresolved conflict and impending events.
A young woman, cloaked and forlorn, stands before a grand, imposing structure.
Her posture speaks of quiet desperation. She confesses her unrequited feelings. "I like him this much, but He Wanyang doesn't even remember my name."
The depth of her affection contrasts sharply with his obliviousness. The scene shifts, revealing the object of her affection.
The narrative emphasizes He Wanyang's exceptional abilities and the attention he commands.
This panel establishes his charisma and influence. The panel provides context. The person who always had everything was Flame.
This revelation hints at a privileged past, setting the stage for a possible contrast with the current situation.
The final panel focuses on He Wanyang's inner world, revealing that even his seemingly perfect life holds emotional complexity, even He Wanyang's heart. The ellipsis leaves his hidden vulnerability open to interpretation. A fist clenches, knuckles white against the shadowed skin.
The tension is palpable, suppressed rage simmers beneath the surface.
Professor Maizen stands, his shame evident.
He was humiliated by a student, a stinging blow to his pride.
The weight of expectation, the burden of his position, is clear.
The reprimand continues, a reminder of the high standards expected of him. The pressure mounts.
Akihaden, Stella Academy's vice principal, is introduced.
His shrewd gaze and distinguished attire hint at a man of power and influence within the Academy's complex political landscape. He offers a curt assurance, "Of course.
I won't disappoint you," his words concealing a deeper, unspoken agenda.
The subtle hand gesture suggests a calculated control, reinforcing his position of authority.
Akihaden's demeanor shifts. A contemptuous "idiot" escapes his lips, revealing his true feelings.
He sees a greater game at play, one where others are mere pawns. His subsequent words, "not even knowing she's being used, she's blinded by glory," expose a manipulative strategy unfolding. A woman, observing unseen, smiles serenely. The scene implies a sophisticated plot. She is either complicit or aware of Akihaden's scheme and her own role within it. A sneering voice cuts through the air, laced with disdain. "How laughable, a magic warrior meant to fight dark humans is performing research for a dark demonic human." The speaker's amusement is palpable, his words dripping with contempt. The assistant, a young woman with blonde hair and glasses, stares at a towering stack of papers, a look of bewildered confusion etched across her face. A single word escapes her lips, "Huh?" Concern crosses the face of her superior as he asks, "Assistant, are you okay?" The implication is clear. The sheer volume of work is overwhelming, hinting at the immense scale of the secret research project underway. He dismissed it with a wave of his hand, a slight tremor betraying his composure. "It's nothing." The young man's unease, however, was palpable.
The revelation dropped like a bombshell. That's
the formula Professor Maizen is researching with. The casual tone masked the gravity of the situation. His eyes widened, a stark expression of alarm replacing his previous nonchalance. The implications of the discovery hit him with full force.
The Maizen blackening, a forbidden ritual, requires the combined efforts of dark demonic humans and Maizen mages to complete.
A powerful sorceress, her face illuminated by hellish flames, holds the key to this dark undertaking.
The arrival of Altalicia throws a wrench into the carefully laid plans.
The precarious balance of power shifts, the consequences uncertain. A young man, his back to us, studies arcane symbols and diagrams, seemingly unaware of the looming threat. The ominous script hints at a deeper, more sinister ritual unfolding beyond his perception.
Doesn't Professor Mason's constant presence annoy you? The question hangs heavy in the air, unspoken frustration simmering beneath the surface. There's a very refreshing way to get revenge?
The suggestion is offered, a hint of mischief in the tone, as a plan begins to form.
Noisy, noisy.
The word echoes the inner turmoil of a young woman struggling to sleep, disturbed by the weight of her thoughts and the brewing conflict. Her eyes, heavy-lidded, betray a growing unease.
The quiet contemplation masks a simmering resolve.
The path to revenge is unclear, but she begins to awaken. Isel observes her companion, noting his apparent lack of direction. He clearly has no defined goals. A figure cloaked in red stands defiantly, silhouetted against a fiery sunset. The cost of achieving his ambition will be steep, the loss of almost all his memories, including those of his loved ones, who will then forget him. Despite the terrible price, he accepts this fate with a chilling smile. His eyes burn with a fierce determination. He preferred a ruinous end alongside her, a shared fate etched in memory. Her words, "Let's go together," sealed his decision. Persuaded, Beck Uziel abandoned his ability to regress through time. The completion of his mission would cost him dearly, leaving Beck Uziel with only fragments of his past.
Only the mission would remain. A frantic voice cuts through the quiet. "Flame, Hei Wonriang came for you." The urgency is palpable.
Fear etched on her face, Flame stumbles out into the cold, muttering, Hei Wonriang."
The implication of Hei Wonriang's arrival is clearly a grave threat. Tension crackled between the two figures as the woman, cloaked and apprehensive, clutched at her garment.
A silent exchange, heavy with unspoken anxieties, passed between them in the dimly lit alley.
Panic edged into the scene. A man, his face etched with worry, demanded, "Where's Flame?"
His question hung in the air, the unspoken urgency betraying his concern. A sense of loss washed over the viewer. The young woman, her face mirroring profound sadness, stood amidst a swirling cloud of dissipating black smoke, the remnants of something irretrievably gone.
A stark, somber statement echoed, "It's always been this way." The implication resonated with a chilling finality.
Fate, it seemed, was an immutable force. A young woman in a dark cloak stands alone in a courtyard, her shoulders slumped. The setting sun casts a long shadow behind her, highlighting her isolation.
A palpable sense of weariness hangs in the air.
A thought bubble reveals her inner turmoil, so annoying. The frustration is evident, hinting at a significant source of irritation that remains yet to be uncovered. Inside a grand building, identified as the first main tower, a conversation unfolds.
A question is posed: is the research on the random sequence convergence technique that you're conducting with the Moon Shadow Order doctors progressing well?
This reveals a clandestine project involving advanced research and a powerful organization.
The response is calm, yet assured, "Nice.
I'll trust you." The trust placed speaks to the importance of the project and the confidence in the individual's capabilities.
The subsequent affirmation, "Yes. Leave it to me," seals the deal.
This scene establishes a key alliance and the high stakes involved in the research, setting up future conflict or success. A man in a long coat stands within a grand library, his gaze distant and expectant. He anticipates the completion of alchemic magic engineering, a development that clearly holds significant importance for him. His anticipation is palpable, he openly expresses his eagerness for the alchemic magic engineering project to reach completion. This suggests a project of immense scope and potential, poised to reshape the world. A young woman, clearly relieved, thanks the man for rescuing her from trouble with Professor Maizen.
The implication is that this is a recurring issue, suggesting a difficult or demanding professor.
The scene shifts to a chaotic state. The single word, chaos, powerfully summarizes the situation, hinting at a significant event or consequence from the previous scene's actions, possibly related to the alchemic engineering project. A young doctor beams, her words a stark contrast to the patient's troubled gaze.
It's a success.
The procedure was a complete triumph, thanks to the doctors. The doctor's confidence is challenged.
A thought bubbles above her head. This is the random sequence convergence technique? A stark text box reveals the technique's nature, the first formula of alchemic magic engineering, the random sequence convergence technique. The implication of profound power and inherent risk is clear.
A fiery explosion engulfs a city, a horrifying display of unchecked power. The text box explains the catastrophic consequence. As a result, the difference in technical skills leads to incredible damage. The scene underscores the technique's immense danger if misused.
Assistant Altalicia wonders aloud if the solution to the demonic human problem lies in mastering a specific technique.
Her superior, seemingly unfazed, asks why she's posing such a sudden question.
The implication hangs heavy. The technique Altalicia references is risky.
The panel's stark visuals and grim text reveal the dire consequences. Completing the mission means total self-sacrifice, oblivion, and complete erasure from history.
Despite the immense cost, the hero is posed with the ultimate question: knowing what he must sacrifice, will he still choose to turn back time and face the darkness again?
The image underscores the gravity of his impending decision.
A cheerful woman, her blonde hair neatly styled, offers a warm invitation. Want some coffee?
The offer, seemingly mundane, hints at a moment of respite amidst a potentially intense situation, subtly suggesting the narrative will shift from the academic to the personal.
The question hangs heavy in the air: is there a refreshingly unconventional path to revenge?
The very notion suggests a protagonist grappling with traditional methods, seeking a novel approach.
A young woman, seemingly an assistant, recoils at the suggestion.
Her doubt reveals the immense challenge of revenge, even when an unconventional method is considered. Her limited power highlights the daunting task ahead.
The assistant's aspirations are revealed: to surpass Professor Maizen as an alchemist. This ambition suggests a more subtle, skill-based form of revenge, replacing brute force with mastery.
A young woman with blonde hair and glasses smiles serenely, her hands clasped together. A golden light emanates from behind her, suggesting a moment of triumph or revelation. A young man with brown hair expresses his disapproval. He states that Altalicia is already tired of performing menial tasks, clearly implying that she deserves better.
His words foreshadow her ambition and the unjust situation she finds herself in. The young man's intense gaze and the caption, "That's because she,"
build suspense, hinting at a significant reason behind Altalicia's discontent. This panel serves as a crucial transition, highlighting the impending revelation of her true potential. Altalicia, now adorned in a crimson robe, embodies the brilliance and innovative spirit that fuels her dreams. The text emphasizes her genius intellect and creative thinking, directly contrasting her current circumstances and hinting at a future where she will finally pursue her aspirations as an alchemist. A young man with a sly grin considers something, his expression hinting at a plan forming in his mind. The thought bubble above him reads, "To put it away." This suggests he's concealing a secret or strategy, one that likely involves the events that are about to unfold.
Following Stella's initial exams, the narrator informs us that regular meetings with Altalicia commenced.
This establishes a pattern of interaction crucial to understanding subsequent events. The setting, a grand castle, speaks to the high social standing of those involved. Altalicia, brimming with enthusiasm, proposes a new feature for a magical pen, a button to instantly change the ink color.
This seemingly minor detail could have significant implications for magical artistry or perhaps even combat strategy in this world.
Her companion agrees, deeming the idea of a color-changing pen a good idea. This seemingly simple exchange hints at the importance of technological or magical innovation in this world, underlining the potential consequences of Altalicia's invention.
Her alchemical formulations remain incomplete.
A young woman, dressed in a school uniform, sharply retorts to her companion, "You," obviously, addressing his comment about someone being an old man.
The exchange reveals a playful, if slightly contentious, dynamic between them.
He smirks, acknowledging her increased communication, concluding with a pleased, "Anyway, good timing." This suggests an impending event of significance, and his amusement implies he is anticipating it.
A young woman's expression is one of quiet contemplation, her gaze distant and thoughtful. the weight of unspoken anxieties hangs heavy in the air.
I don't get it, but I'm going hunting with her during the weekend, so I'll watch her then. The speaker's bewilderment is clear, suggesting a situation beyond their immediate comprehension. The mention of a hunting season hints at something potentially dangerous or unusual. The scene shifts to a desolate graveyard, shrouded in mist and shadowed by skeletal branches.
The atmosphere is thick with an unsettling stillness, hinting at a looming threat.
This location foreshadows a pivotal, potentially perilous, event. A colossal battle rages, drawing in even fifth-class necromancers. The very air crackles with dark energy. A detached observer, unmoved by the chaos, makes a decision. He will not intervene directly, yet he plans to reap the rewards from the upcoming conflict by fulfilling his contractual obligations.
The leave request is revealed. It belongs to my Yuziong.
A wave of leave requests washes over the academy. Many students are eager to embark on hunts. The need for careful investigation becomes apparent.
Despite the high marks and diligence of many applicants, including my Yuziong and my Yanbang, a deeper concern surfaces. My Yuziong's unexpected decision to return home instead of joining the hunt sparks further worry. The speaker expresses doubt about the students' ability to defeat a fifth-class necromancer, highlighting the immense danger they face. Despite the high risk, a decision is made. The speaker cannot stand idly by and allow the students to perish. A young man, his expression grim, declares, "There's no choice."
His steely gaze and set jaw betray a resolve born of desperation. He continues, his voice laced with quiet determination, "I have to solve it myself." The scene shifts to a blurry, indistinct background, highlighting his solitary burden.
A second man, his face etched with concern, assesses the situation, a risk of 2? These predict fish only need a single blow. The casual tone masks a dangerous gamble. The second man stands defiantly, ready for action.
A Korean onomatopoeia suggests a powerful movement, indicating a decisive stride forward.
He is prepared to face whatever comes next.
Kasif Derek, muttering to himself, accidentally startled.
Ha! Ah, sorry. Ha ha ha.
Ban Dian, a second-year student, intervenes, advising her companion to ignore Kasif's mumbling to avoid unnecessary exertion.
Despite Dian's warning, Kasif's words are overheard.
The retort is immediate, "So what?" followed by a sharp rebuke from Dian to her companion for speaking so casually in front of a new student. Dian explains her presence. She came because there was an available seat in the club that granted special leave privileges. The implication is that this is why she's in this seemingly inappropriate location. A sudden, powerful energy surge erupts. Dian is clearly the source, indicating a significant magical ability. A thunderous boom reverberated through the air. "My gosh, what was that sound?" someone gasped, the sheer power of the unseen event palpable even in the question. "It won't be good if our hunting grounds overlap, so let's go say hi."
"That's fine, right?" one young person suggested, a hint of unease in their voice. Their companion merely mumbled, "Huh? Yeah." Clearly more concerned with the previous sound than diplomacy.
The group approached a monolithic structure, their earlier nonchalance replaced by wide-eyed shock. The girl at the forefront whispered, "That's." A mixture of awe and fear coloring her tone. This monumental stone gateway stood as a silent testament to the power that had just been unleashed. Two figures stood before them, their identities instantly recognizable, Hong Bayan and Flame. The revelation hung heavy in the air, the implications of their unexpected appearance setting the stage for a dramatic confrontation. A young woman with blonde hair and round glasses clutches her chest, a worried expression etched on her face.
Her apprehension is palpable.
The young woman's anxiety is underscored by the boy's words, "If I get fired, I'd be living on the streets." He seems resigned, yet his statement hints at a deeper desperation. The woman's concern for him deepens. He continues, almost defensively, "That way, no one can look down on you." His words reveal a cynical acceptance of his potential fate, an attempt to reframe his situation with dark humor. The scene shifts. A woman diligently writes in a large book, surrounded by countless others. This signifies her dedication to her craft, foreshadowing a possible solution to the previous anxieties. The text reveals, and she has the talent to make the dream come true, hinting at a powerful ability connected to her work. Altalicia, flustered, apologizes for not offering coffee. Her companion assures her it's fine. The small gesture reveals a level of familiarity and perhaps underlying tension. A subtle hint of unspoken expectation hangs in the air. The young man's request, delivered with a casual air, belies a deeper significance. He asks Altalicia to grab an eraser, too. The seemingly trivial request highlights his implicit trust in, and dependence on, her abilities. This interaction subtly underscores her importance as an alchemist. His observation about the smooth increase of Altalicia's inventions further cements her growing prominence. It's a quiet acknowledgement of her genius, setting the stage for greater things to come. A young man, burdened by a weighty responsibility, confesses his internal struggle. He must guide Altalicia to the answer before Maizen Tiran claims it, a task he acknowledges is far from simple. A young woman, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, casually inquires about Jackie, a mutual acquaintance, adding a layer of intrigue to their interactions. The young woman's friend vehemently protests the accusation of wrongdoing, creating a sense of escalating tension and a possible misunderstanding between the two. The young man reveals his concerns about Jackie's current state, suggesting she may be influenced by dark demon erosion, foreshadowing a looming threat and a potential plot twist. A young man and woman stand in a grand hall, their conversation unspoken yet palpable. The woman's posture betrays her impatience, she knows what must come next. It's clear where the action will lead. The fourth episode unfolds at Martiva's cemetery. Martiva's cemetery. All the major players, Mayuzion, Izel, and Flame, are drawn into the unfolding events. The scene shifts dramatically to the cemetery itself. A powerful figure, cloaked and surrounded by a legion of reanimated skeletons, presides over a dark ritual. The air crackles with ominous energy. Training isn't like learning swordsmanship or chivalry at Stella, it requires a different approach. The students are heading to Martiva's cemetery for club activities, aiming to earn points. Wan Yang is going with Flame. A lack of concrete evidence prevents requesting support for the necromancer's attack, leaving him in a difficult position. A few days later, Martiva's cemetery. The scene is set, a somber atmosphere hangs heavy in the air. A young man, wielding a glowing circular artifact, stands over a defeated, monstrous creature. The battle is won, but the lingering energy crackles in the air. A second young man, his face contorted in disbelief, shouts, his voice echoing the frustration of a failed command. His subordinate clearly disobeyed. The tension escalates. One young man confronts the other, the earlier victory forgotten amidst a growing conflict. The question hangs heavy. Why the laughter amidst such seriousness? You don't need to worry about those kinds of guys, one girl assures the other, a casual dismissal of unseen threats. The second girl, Il, hesitates, murmuring, pardon? Okay. Three figures stand ominously in the background, their intentions unclear, yet the first girl's confidence hints at a hidden strength. Il's relief is palpable, bad people, which is a relief, she breathes, a sigh of relief as the threat recedes. The following instruction is crisp and decisive, Il, let's go. The scene shifts dramatically. A powerful energy surge explodes around the first girl, her eyes wide with a newfound intensity as she faces an unseen force. This marks a clear escalation, transitioning from a tense dialogue to an immediate action. The palpable tension from the energy blast is underscored by the observation, seems like someone is fighting passionately nearby. The casualness of the statement belies the unseen intensity of the battle, contrasting with the nonchalant demeanor from earlier panels. A group of students, their uniforms crisp against the somber backdrop of a shadowed school, walks purposefully. The air is heavy with unspoken tension. The girl with the light blue hair pauses, a slight tremor in her expression betraying her apprehension. A single, unspoken exclamation hangs in the air. A young man, his gaze sharp and subtly knowing, observes from a distance. His expression holds a hint of anticipation. Mayuzion, a man who rarely leaves his home, finds himself drawn into a situation he cannot ignore. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. Two young women stand, their uniforms stark against the backdrop of brewing chaos. One, with striking red eyes, observes a distant conflagration, her expression a mixture of concern and something darker.
What is going on over there? That's a serious flame.
Her companion, her face etched with worry, remains silent but her apprehension is palpable. The hushed voice reveals a critical detail: they have a risk level of 3, and I heard they were hard to discover. The implication hangs heavy in the air, something dangerous and elusive is at play, escalating the tension. A close-up reveals a young woman's eye, wide with a mixture of fear and determination.
The word "end" hangs in the air, a pregnant pause before a crucial revelation.
The scene shifts to a group of students. One, a senior, attempts to maintain composure amidst the chaos, but his jovial facade barely masks the underlying tension. His juniors, however, are openly agitated. The senior's attempt at calming the situation is rebuffed with a sharp rebuke: shut up and continue on.
The underlying power dynamic is clear.
A stern-faced senior, seemingly exasperated by the ongoing defiance, delivers a sharp command: if you're a senior, act like it.
This is met with a stammering, confused response: what?
The immediate context highlights a clear breach in expected behavior and the consequences.
This energy.
A surge of immense magical power, the likes of which have not been seen in generations, is detected.
Its source remains unknown, but its presence is undeniable. No way.
The sheer scale of the energy unleashes a wave of disbelief. Two young women react with a mixture of terror and awe. This is beyond anything they've ever encountered. A horde of skeletal figures, cloaked and menacing, materializes from the magical surge. The sheer number of them is overwhelming, signifying a significant threat.
Your skill experience has increased.
He stands over fallen foes, a glint of ambition in his eyes. I want to use magic too, he declares, his desire for power palpable. The young man, now revealed in full, carries himself with a newfound confidence.
A dagger rests casually at his side, hinting at his proficiency in combat.
He walks towards a grim future, his path marked by ambition. He stands amidst the skeletal remains, a young man in a sharp uniform, his expression grim. I don't possess the overwhelming power to simply sweep away this army like my Yuuzhan, he admits, the weight of his task heavy upon him. His strategy will need to be far more nuanced. A desperate lunge, a desperate attempt at defense against the overwhelming force. The young man's strike is met with the sickening thud of bone on bone, as the skeleton's attack sends a shockwave through the battlefield.
The chilling revelation dawns: is this the skeleton general, who commands hundreds of skeletons?
The sheer scale of the threat is now horrifyingly clear. A semi-boss ranked skeleton general, one of only 3 in this episode, materializes before a young man in a tailored suit. Dark energy crackles around the imposing skeletal figure.
The young man's expression is one of calculating amusement.
He doesn't intend to engage this powerful foe directly. He forcefully shoves the still-forming skeleton general back into its summoning portal. The young man smirks, explaining that it's far more effective to observe monsters during their transformation. The skeleton general's spine staff completes its formation, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds that hint at the creature's formidable power. A young man, a confident smirk playing on his lips, holds a skeletal staff. His statement hangs in the air: any command given to the skeleton generals now belongs to him. This marks a significant power shift, granting him control over a formidable undead army.
He receives confirmation with a simple, almost nonchalant, "Okay then."
The implication is that the acquisition of this power is less a challenge and more a matter of course for him. His ambition is vast, his methods ruthless.
2 skeletal figures, cloaked and emanating purple energy, appear.
Their presence underscores the immediate power he now wields, an army waiting for his command.
A powerful mage, engulfed in flames, and a young woman, wielding a staff, stand defiantly.
The caption reveals their role in resolving the current conflict, suggesting this is not the final showdown, but rather a turning point in the escalating war.
Doubt gnaws at him. Facing a 5th-class necromancer with this team? A risky proposition. A glimmer of hope. He's already sent a rescue request to Stellar Academy via his pocket watch.
Surrounded by necromancer's skeletal minions, the team remains resolute.
Even defeat doesn't mean the end, escape is still possible. The urgency intensifies.
A powerful necromancer looms, demanding an immediate retreat to base camp.
A skeletal figure, cloaked and monstrous, lets out a guttural scream, GAAH, as dark energy surges around it. The sheer force of its cry is palpable. One young woman, concerned, asks her companion, "Are you okay?"
The other, slightly injured but resolute, replies, "Why yeah."
Their shared ordeal is evident. A battle-hardened figure observes the two, impressed. "Oh, newbie, you're pretty good," she comments.
The scene reveals a powerful necromancer, thoroughly prepared for conflict.
A hooded figure, radiating power, holds a glowing orb.
This powerful mage prepares for a significant counteroffensive, revealing a hidden depth to the conflict. Seizing a domain this large is no small feat. More and more skeletons are gathering. This was clearly planned well in advance.
3 skeletal mages, cloaked and powerful, stand ready.
He confidently declares he'll use powerful magic to swiftly dispel them.
A powerful blast of magic erupts, targeting the advancing skeletons.
He roared, "Hands off," a fiery energy erupting around him as he defended himself. The raw power was palpable. With a triumphant grin, he deflected the attack, the blue energy now under his control, a staff crackling with power in his hand.
"It's rebounding."
"Duck," he shouted, the redirected energy surging towards its intended target. A desperate cry of "no" escaped the lips of one woman as the energy bore down upon her, her companion watching in horror.
2 figures stand amidst ruins. One, a woman with flowing silver hair, observes a younger woman in a dark blue uniform facing a shadowy group.
The air crackles with tension, foreshadowing a confrontation. The younger woman, her voice sharp, declares, "I shot down the big fish first." This statement reveals a ruthless efficiency, prioritizing key targets in what seems to be a competitive conflict.
An unseen opponent retorts, "Bullshit. This is the area we were hunting in, so it's ours."
A territorial dispute over hunting grounds emerges, escalating the conflict into a direct confrontation. The word "what" in a separate speech bubble shows immediate disbelief at the rival claim. The silver-haired woman observes the unfolding conflict, thoughtfully concluding, "I guess they're in a fight to raise more points."
Getting involved will make things tumultuous.
Her statement reveals a deeper layer to this conflict, a points-based system driving aggressive competition, a risk she's choosing to avoid for now. A young woman with stark white hair and crimson eyes harbors a deep-seated resentment. Her words, "I don't want to meet the younger sister of the enemy who killed father in the first place," reveal a potent desire for revenge, fueled by the loss of her father.
This sets the stage for a confrontation brimming with unresolved grief and animosity.
Another young woman, this one with light blue hair, dismisses her companions with a curt, "Okay, my juniors," before what seems to be a sudden, dangerous development. The air crackles with tension, her dismissive tone foreshadows a confrontation she may not fully control. The earth cracks violently beneath the feet of a group of students, a jarring display of power. This sudden cataclysmic event signals the arrival of a formidable foe or a sudden escalation of the conflict, underscoring the gravity of the situation. A young woman with striking blue hair stared, wide-eyed, at a young man with crimson hair and a bandage across his cheek. His expression was grim, reflecting the gravity of the situation. The woman and her companions gasped in unison, their faces a mixture of fear and disbelief.
The source of their alarm?
A rising tide of skeletons emerged from the earth. A weathered stone marker loomed before them, its surface etched with arcane symbols and a stark warning, "Warning, do not enter alone." The chilling inscription underscored the immediate danger. He stood amidst a desolate landscape, sword in hand, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Why a blink, of all things, he mused, the question hanging heavy in the air. This unexpected skill increase hinted at a larger, unseen force at play. But his momentary surprise quickly gave way to anticipation.
"But I should come across it soon,"
he murmured, a sense of purpose hardening his gaze. The knowledge that something significant was near fueled his resolve. His eyes fell upon a foreboding sight, a graveyard, shrouded in mist, its aged stone markers barely visible. A single word escaped his lips, a breath of apprehension, "Ah!" He had found it.
the location he'd been seeking, its presence heavy in the air.
A sense of finality settled over him as he declared, simply, found it. The quest was at its end, the mystery soon to be revealed. He stands in a graveyard, shrouded in mist, a chilling certainty settling upon him. Survival here demands a singular path. The young man, his resolve hardening, draws his swords. He will fight with the ferocity only desperate players can muster. A terrifying figure bursts forth, a crimson wave of violence and malice erupting from the earth. Faced with overwhelming odds, the protagonist acknowledges his current abilities are insufficient for direct confrontation.
Death would be certain.
A skeletal creature, emitting a chilling quack, materializes before him. Ignoring it isn't an option, evasion won't lead to victory.
A tense standoff unfolds.
A group, led by a determined young man in a white coat, confronts a shadowy legion of undead. Purple energy crackles around them, fueling the palpable tension.
The air itself vibrates with anticipation. A young woman, Isel, huffs, her frustration evident.
The necromancer episode is over, but her concerns remain. She grips a staff, her gaze fixed on the unsettling scene. Isel's worry intensifies. Why is she with this group?
And more importantly, where is my Yuzion?
Her question highlights a critical absence in the midst of the chaos.
The immediate priority is clear.
They must face the skeletons.
Strategic concerns override Isel's personal anxieties for now.
Another figure, perhaps a leader, silences Isel's inquiries.
This is not the moment for such discussions. The battle demands immediate attention. This is a cemetery, the longer we remain, the more skeletons will materialize.
A sudden, violent blow sends her reeling. She cries out as she parries a skeletal attack, a burst of icy energy erupting. The high probability of a pose vessel, a technique allowing necromancers to continuously inject and store mana, is posited.
Even necromancers have limited mana.
Summoning a dozen 3rd to 4th class skeletons would exhaust them. This establishes the inherent limitations of necromantic magic in this world, crucial context for understanding the upcoming conflict.
A chilling thought crosses their minds. Are these necromancers attempting to kill them and transform their corpses into powerful mage skeletons?
The stakes are raised significantly. This is not just a battle, but a fight for their very existence.
A desperate struggle ensues.
One of them, visibly terrified, cries out as a skeletal hand grasps him. The visceral fear is palpable, the battle's brutality is undeniable. The skeletal hand is violently shattered, a fiery burst indicating a powerful counterattack.
The conflict escalates dramatically, hinting at a significant power disparity. A wave of energy erupts, interrupting a spell midcast.
Panic etched across his face, he mutters, "Shit, he was midcast." The sudden disruption portends danger. The raw magical energy coalesces into a volatile sphere, a blinding, pulsating blue core radiating immense power, threatening to detonate.
A nearby observer, noticing the escalating threat, exclaims, "If that explodes, we'll be in danger too."
The urgency in her voice underscores the imminent peril. A calm voice cuts through the tension, advising, "Let's not do that and express your concerns to this senior of yours."
A strategic shift towards controlled communication is suggested.
Something feels amiss, a strange anomaly disturbs the protagonist's memories.
This unsettling feeling underscores a growing unease, hinting at a larger mystery yet to unfold.
A sense of responsibility weighs heavily. As the leader, the protagonist feels compelled to reveal something significant to their followers, a decision born from a need to provide guidance and direction amidst this uncertainty. A young woman, clad in a magically infused academy uniform, stands panting, her expression strained. She grips her staff tightly, clearly overwhelmed.
"This isn't right."
"I'm at my limit," she gasps, acknowledging the dire situation. The sheer number of opponents becomes clear. She's surrounded by a multitude of skeletal figures, their presence a palpable threat.
The text emphasizes the overwhelming odds she faces. A skeletal creature lunges, its attack met by a desperate counter from the young woman.
The impact is violent, a purple energy erupts as the gra of the attacker is cut short by her strained ugh.
The battle is brutal and clearly unequal. Terror grips her. Is this how she dies? A skeletal figure, cloaked and monstrous, lunges. She barely parries its blow. The skeletons halt their advance. A stunned silence follows. Suddenly, Beck Uziel appears, a figure of unexpected salvation amidst the Grim Reapers. The girl's eyes widen in disbelief. Beck Uziel? The skeleton general, a terrifying figure with glowing red eyes and gaping maw, loomed before them. Its very presence spoke of immense power. Astonishment washed over the onlookers. He had defeated this legendary monster single-handedly? The implications were staggering. A group of students, clearly shaken, stood amidst a somber atmosphere. One, casually dismissing the gravity of recent events, said it was nothing. The attempted nonchalance did little to mask the unease. He casually displayed a bowl of bone soup, explaining that he'd obtained it from the summoning location while others waited. A young woman with light blue hair responded with an expression of utter disbelief. The nonchalant manner contrasts sharply with the gravity of the situation. The man continues, stating that ignoring the necromancer general and letting the skeletons control themselves would cause issues later in the siege. This reveals strategic thinking based on anticipated problems. A solution is proposed, a single method to overcome the current siege. The panel ends with a cliffhanger, heightening tension. The young woman's incredulity explodes into a shocked, "Wait, are you serious right now?" This emphasizes the radical nature of the proposed solution. Necromancers, we learned in school, wield the strongest necromantic abilities, but their bodies are surprisingly vulnerable. Consequently, they require substantial protection. A typical necromancer's guard detail includes a skeleton general, 6 elite skeletons, and 50 common skeleton soldiers. Their strength grows with time. Even if a necromancer appears clumsy, years of combat experience and strategic development provide them with a significant edge. A figure, cloaked and partially obscured, stands amidst a desolate landscape. His words, laced with chilling amusement, reveal a sinister purpose. "How lucky I am to be able to meet Stella's little chicklings here." This casual cruelty foreshadows impending danger for Stella's children. The cloaked figure's face is now fully revealed, a grotesque mask of twisted satisfaction. His chilling declaration, "It's been 7 years since I've started, no one can scorn me anymore," underscores a long-simmering resentment and a thirst for vengeance that has finally been satiated. The years of scorn fueled his dark transformation. The hooded figure unleashed a torrent of icy energy, the attack slicing through the air with terrifying speed. A graveyard, the scene of this conflict, was shattered by the assault. The force of the attack shattered a large tombstone, the pieces flying amidst a shower of blue sparks. A pained grunt, "Cook," escaped the hooded figure's lips, revealing a surprising vulnerability in the midst of their destructive power. Despite the injury, defiance burned in their eyes. "You bastard! I won't let!" they hissed, their words cut short by the intensity of the ongoing struggle. A fiery lance erupts, crackling with raw power. The intense heat warps the very air around it. The lance's impact shatters, leaving behind only splintered bone fragments and dissipating energy. A cloaked figure, wielding a dark staff, stands amidst the ruins. Her expression is grim, her posture resolute. Dark energy swirls around her. Reluctantly, she decides on a drastic measure. Facing a powerful, overwhelming threat, she prepares for a dangerous, last-resort tactic, acknowledging the risk but deeming it necessary. The dark sorceress, her face obscured by shadow, unleashes a torrent of purple energy. "Soldiers, come to me," she commands, her voice echoing with a chilling power as skeletal warriors rise from the earth, answering her call. A violent cough racks the sorceress's body, blood staining her lips. The strain of summoning her army is evident, taking a visible toll. She gasps, wiping blood from her mouth. "I did take some internal damage from overdoing myself while summoning skeletons, but this much should be enough," she wheezes, her resolve unshaken despite the physical cost. 2 skeletal warriors, their faces grim, advance with a guttural roar, "Gra!" The sorceress's order to block those bastards rings out as they prepare for battle. A young man in a sharp suit, his demeanor confident, wields a staff crackling with fiery energy. He moves with practiced grace, his attack leaving a hooded figure reeling, wounded, and terrified. The hooded figure, gasping for breath and bleeding, stammers, "Who are you?" Fear and confusion etch deep lines onto their face, revealing the unexpected vulnerability of this mysterious antagonist. The scene shifts dramatically. Before the young man stands a colossal gateway, shattered and crumbling. The ground is fractured, several shadowy figures lie lifeless amidst the devastation, testament to the power unleashed. The young man, staff in hand, surveys the scene, his expression unreadable, hinting at the momentous implications of his actions. Two skeletal figures, cloaked and menacing, emerged from the shadows, their presence chilling. A dark, almost purplish energy crackled around them. Terror etched itself onto the young girl's face as she witnessed the horrifying specters. Her eyes widened, reflecting her mounting fear. A young man, his expression unwavering, stood defiantly against the encroaching darkness. His golden eyes held a steely resolve, a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding around him. A young woman, her face etched with disbelief, clutches a staff. How did she wonders, her expression a mixture of shock and dawning horror. The scene shifts, revealing the source of her astonishment, a powerful skeleton general, far exceeding the strength of a typical skeleton, stands guard. It's a clear indication of the dangers to come. The young woman's disbelief hardens into a grim determination. But, she mutters, bracing herself for whatever lies ahead. Doubt remains, but resolve takes hold. A young woman with pale blue hair confronts a brown-haired youth. Her question hangs heavy in the air, but just how did you get the skeleton general's head? The implication is clear, this feat is extraordinary, hinting at a significant power imbalance in their current conflict. The brown-haired youth, now surrounded by two other uniformed figures, proposes a strategy. One of his companions reveals crucial information. On the way here, I saw that Necromancer had taken control near the base camp. This sudden escalation underscores the urgency of the situation. The gravity of the situation is emphasized. The scope the Necromancer has control over is already large. If we don't go for them, we can't escape. The chilling statement establishes a desperate need for immediate action, highlighting the overwhelming power of their enemy. Their numbers will continue to grow, making this their only chance to act. One of them agrees, a direct assault is the only way to break the siege. The Necromancer, they believe, won't expect such a move. Doubt creeps in, escaping with only two of them might be impossible. However, a decision is made, and the attempt will be made. They must act before the Necromancer realizes their plan. The scene shifts to a graveyard, shrouded in mist and darkness. The stage is set for their desperate gambit. Sabayak, the fifth-class necromancer of the Mage Tower of Darkness, plots to raise an army of skeleton mages, believing this will elevate his standing against the Dark Demonic Union. He begins collecting mana in a designated vessel, a task he undertakes within a desolate graveyard. Suddenly, Bayak's senses are overwhelmed, and he is left disoriented and vulnerable. A powerful energy surge erupts, violently disrupting Bayak's ritual. A surge of raw, barely contained fury contorts the man's features. His eyes, wide with barely controlled rage, betray the intensity of his inner turmoil. The aged mage, his face a roadmap of past battles, grimly assesses the situation. A crack has appeared in the bone barrier he painstakingly constructed using fourth-class magic. A blinding, golden explosion erupts, consuming the landscape. The hooded figure, silhouetted against the incandescent light, stands defiant at its epicenter. Three figures in dark robes stand before the fiery devastation, the blast casting long, ominous shadows across a graveyard. The sheer scale of the destruction speaks volumes about the power unleashed. A hooded figure, his face contorted in a grim smile, reveals a chilling strategy. His eyes gleam with a malicious intent as he prepares to unleash a devastating force. The figure's words confirm his ruthless plan, they are from Stella, and therefore, expendable. The implication hangs heavy in the air, a cold calculation of lives lost in a greater strategy. His command rings out, a call to arms for the elite soldiers. The grim determination on his face underscores the urgency and the cost of the impending battle. The blood on his lips suggests he is not one to shy from brutality.
A wave of dark energy erupts as the skeletal figures, his summoned reinforcements, materialize. Their ominous presence signals the beginning of a brutal offensive. A cloaked figure, staff in hand, commands a legion of skeletal warriors. A purple aura crackles around them, fueling their unnatural movements. The scene pulsates with dark energy. With a chilling KWOO, the skeletal horde surges forward, their movements a blur of bone and shadow. Their attack is relentless, a tide of death sweeping across the battlefield. The cloaked figure observes the battle, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. "Nice, they're fighting well," she murmurs, her voice a low, chilling whisper. The scene shifts, revealing a desolate, ancient landscape. The situation is dire. One figure, wounded and prone, lies amidst the debris of a ravaged landscape. His companion, though standing, bears the marks of a brutal battle. Hope seems to dwindle. Despite the grim surroundings, a quiet gratitude fills the air. Their survival hangs precariously, it is a testament to the intervention of another. A young man, his face etched with determination, offers words of renewed conviction. His voice, though soft, carries the weight of unshakable resolve. They will prevail. There are 700 skeletons sleeping here. The sheer number foreshadows a significant challenge. A cloaked figure is confronted. Fear contorts the questioner's face as they stammer, who are you? The figure's response is chilling, "You saw me," observing all the Stella students through their shared vision. How? The mystery deepens, the very nature of their power is revealed. Suddenly, a young man in a uniform steps forward, revealing a skull-headed staff. He declares with unwavering confidence, "That's my skeleton general." A skull, cracked and crumbling, lies amidst a swirl of dark energy, the remnants of a brutal confrontation. The scene pulses with the lingering power of a recent, devastating blow. A muffled thud, a kiak, punctuates the silence as a cloaked figure collapses, the fight apparently concluded. The aftermath is stark and grim. The cloaked figure, her face streaked with blood, lets out a frustrated whisper, "Damn it, I thought too lightly of them." The realization of her error dawns, heavy with the weight of her miscalculation. A young man, his school uniform at odds with the grim setting, stares in disbelief. His words, a quiet "huh? This isn't what I planned," though, betray both surprise and a hint of anxiety. The meticulously laid plans have clearly gone awry. The battle rages, but the reinforcements of elite soldiers have arrived, turning the tide. The conflict, however, is far from over. A cloaked figure, his breathing ragged, coughs weakly. He's clearly spent, his strength failing him. Another character observes, deducing that the cloaked figure overexerted himself summoning elite skeletons, resulting in internal injuries. The revelation provides crucial insight into the current situation. Despite the dire circumstances, a renewed resolve hardens his gaze. A quiet confidence speaks volumes, he believes he can still succeed. A young woman, a mage, levitates amidst a fiery chaos, skeletal figures burning around her. The scene is one of intense conflict. Her face etched with worry, she mutters, "This isn't good." The urgency in her voice reflects the desperate situation, she needs to quickly assist Beck Uziel. Beck Uziel, a first-class mage, faces a fifth-class necromancer. The disparity in power is stark, making victory highly improbable. An impending, devastating magical explosion is clearly visible. A surge of purple energy erupts, silhouetting figures engaged in desperate combat. The scene is chaos, skeletal warriors clash with a small band of magically empowered fighters. A woman, her face etched with grim determination, delivers a chilling ultimatum, "If you die, I'll kill you." The weight of her words hints at a deep, personal connection to the one she threatens. The young man, his form a blur of motion, unleashes a furious counterattack. Golden light erupts from his hands as he strikes a powerful blow against a hulking skeletal monstrosity. A blinding flash, a blink, erupts as the warrior strikes, his blade a streak of golden light against the purple energy surge. The force of the blow shatters the encroaching darkness. The cloaked figure recoils, a scream tearing from their throat, "Not a chance." Their face is contorted in a mask of horror and disbelief. The warrior, unfazed, calmly displays vials of a peculiar liquid,
and brought lots of cola potions which are good for dissolving bones.
He hurls the vials, shattering them against the skeletal barrier erected by the cloaked figure.
The figure cries out, "No!" The bone barrier begins to dissolve, wisps of smoke rising as the potent potion takes effect.
My bone barrier, the figure gasps in despair.
A bone-piercing strike. The force of the blow sends shockwaves radiating outward, a violent purple energy crackling in its wake.
The young man, dodging a desperate attack, counters with his own strike. The hooded figure is sent reeling.
Now!
Seizing the opportunity, he delivers a decisive blow, a brilliant flash of energy accompanying the impact. The hooded figure's face contorts in a mask of horrified glee, eyes wide with a disturbing mixture of fear and exhilaration. A young man, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, brandishes a sword. The scene is blurred with motion, suggesting a recent, fierce struggle. He grits his teeth, a mixture of pain and determination etched on his features.
The words "I've been had" escape his lips, revealing a betrayal. The scene shifts dramatically. He now kneels, wounded, in a graveyard as a cloaked figure, wielding a staff, looms over him.
The air crackles with dark energy.
But hope remains.
A close-up reveals a hand gripping a weapon, hinting at a counterattack.
The word "but" hangs heavy in the air.
He is a powerful S-class mage, yet his current state is far from his potential. This is all he can muster. Exhaustion weighs heavily on him, the pain prevents him from fully utilizing his immense power.
A sudden realization dawns on him.
"Oh, I can do that," he exclaims, a spark of hope ignited amidst the despair. The young man's desperate attempt to utilize a last resort ability leaves him gravely wounded, a fresh bullet wound starkly visible. The cloaked figure lunged, a wicked blade flashing, a burst of red energy erupting behind it.
Their maniacal laughter echoed as they savored the attack. "Pfft, ha 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 ha. You running away is a great sight."
The villain's cruel amusement fueled their taunts, the words punctuating the defeated opponent's retreat.
A bit more."
The fleeing figure's strained breathing is audible, their retreat fueled by desperation.
"The fight isn't over."
His face contorted in a furious grimace, the boy snarled, "I'll kill you here." The threat hung heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the otherwise blurry, indistinct background.
"I won."
The simple declaration echoed the boy's quiet confidence, a stark contrast to the intensity of his previous threat. Victory, seemingly effortless, had been achieved. A defeated figure, bleeding profusely, gasped, "Where did you come from?" The question, born of astonishment and fear, revealed the utter unexpectedness of the boy's victory. A blinding flash of light erupted as the boy unleashed a devastating blow. The scene is a chaotic whirlwind of motion and energy, signifying the overwhelming power he wields.
A cloaked figure, their face partially obscured, clutches their chest, a crimson stain blooming on their fingers. Agony contorts their features as they collapse, the very air around them seeming to crackle with dark energy.
Witnessing this display of raw power, a young man in a distinguished uniform gasps, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is this the power of Stella? He wonders aloud, the question hanging heavy in the desolate landscape. The scene shifts, the young man, now visibly wounded, faces a grim reality. His words are laced with a weary resignation. "Normally, Dok Cholkwang and Bandayan should have dealt with the generals and come to help me."
The implication is clear, he is alone, outnumbered, and gravely injured.
Despair claws at him.
"Do I have to fight alone? Me? When I'm the weakest here?"
His question is less a query and more a desperate plea against the insurmountable odds.
The weight of his burden is palpable.
He stands alone, a solitary figure in a world consumed by darkness. A glimmer of steely resolve flashes in his eyes as he draws a hidden dagger, a silent declaration of defiance against the overwhelming adversity. A young man, eyes gleaming with mischief, reveals a calculating smirk.
His expression speaks volumes, a plan is unfolding. Panic erupts.
A princess, her face etched with alarm, cries out, "Princess!
There's trouble!"
A companion looks on in wide-eyed fear as chaos descends.
The princess's eyes widen, her face contorted in disbelief and terror as she utters, "What? The sudden escalation of events is palpable.
The old mage lunged, his staff crackling with dark energy, but the young man anticipated the attack.
He sidestepped with practiced ease, the mage's spell narrowly missing its target.
A chilling smirk spread across the young man's face. "I prepared for this," he stated, his eyes gleaming with a cold confidence that belied his youth.
His counterattack was imminent.
Enraged, the mage roared, "You fucking rat-like bastard," his face contorted in a grimace of fury as blood trickled from a fresh wound. The young man's attack had clearly connected.
A violent eruption of dark energy followed, a furious quang, as the mage unleashed his full power in a desperate, final assault.
The very air vibrated with the force of it. A guttural shit escapes him, the sheer force of the word a testament to his current predicament.
The attacker's weapon, a wickedly sharp blade, pierces the ground with a sickening thwack, the earth cracking around its point.
A pained ugh is barely audible above the sounds of combat as a figure reels back, blood blooming across his attire. He is clearly wounded. His adversary, a sneering figure cloaked in shadow, taunts, "Hee, you dog-like bastard. Look at that rough state of yours. What a nice sight." His words drip with cruel satisfaction, emphasizing the wounded man's vulnerability. A chilling grin stretched across the bloodied face of the hooded figure, eyes gleaming with a cruel mirth.
The scene is one of brutal aftermath.
His opponent, a young man in a military uniform, confronts him, the weight of his determination palpable. He believes he can still defeat the menacing figure before him, if he can only muster the strength for one last attack. But his resolve falters. The young man realizes he is dangerously close to exhausting his energy reserves. His signature blink motion-canceling ability is failing him. A desperate cry escapes him as a powerful blow connects, leaving him reeling and vulnerable. A figure in dark robes lunges, sending the young man sprawling.
The impact echoes a brutal blow that leaves him vulnerable.
Kihara, a ghastly figure dripping blood, stands triumphant. "It's pointless to struggle," she sneers, her words dripping with cruel certainty.
"Resistance is futile." A close-up reveals a chilling smile playing on the young man's lips.
A grim determination, born of desperation, takes hold. The scene shifts. He stands, defiant, sword drawn. Across from him, Kihara and a skeletal, horned creature loom, a harbinger of the dark forces arrayed against him.
The final battle is at hand.
A dismissive voice cuts through the silence. "Weak, a fifth class is a fifth class, after all." The words carry a condescending tone, revealing a stark power imbalance and the low standing of the individual in question within this world's hierarchical system.
The assessment triggers internal turmoil. A desperate question echoes in their mind: what should I?
The uncertainty underscores their vulnerability and lack of options in the face of overwhelming power. Cornered in a desolate, shadowy place, the young man braced himself. A chilling threat echoed in the air: "I'll kill you here." His face, etched with fear, betrayed his desperation. He found himself in a graveyard, the oppressive atmosphere amplified by the looming presence of a cloaked figure.
This confrontation, it seemed, would determine his fate. The cloaked figure's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise betraying their composure.
A single word escaped their lips: "Ha!" The young swordsman lunged, his blade a flash of light against the shadowy figure cloaked in darkness. Their clash echoed with the raw power of opposing forces, a silent battle of wills. A guttural scream ripped through the air as the young man stumbled back, his face contorted in pain. The sheer force of the dark magic had rocked him to his core.
His opponent, now revealed as a spectral being of immense power, extended its shadowy wings as it prepared for another attack. The very air crackled with impending doom.
Suddenly, a skeletal warrior appeared, seemingly materializing from thin air. Simultaneously, a young woman with a grimace, and clearly wounded, and another girl observed from the sidelines. The tide of battle shifted. A whispered question hung in the air, a stark observation against the backdrop of dissipating skeletal remains: the skeletons are disappearing? The implications of this unexpected event remained unclear. A young woman with dark hair, dressed in a dark academic robe, clutches the arm of a wounded young man in a rumpled white shirt and tie. They navigate a grim, ash-filled landscape, the remnants of a devastating battle.
We're alive, she whispers, a mixture of relief and disbelief coloring her voice. The faint glow of embers in the distance underscores their precarious survival. The camera pans to a tranquil courtyard, a stark contrast to the preceding chaos. The name Baek Yuseol appears, introducing a key figure in this seemingly peaceful, yet possibly deceptive, setting. A darkly clad figure, arms crossed, stands before a stark, blue backdrop. His sardonic question hangs in the air, and I suppose a cemetery has good air? The final, apologetic, I apologize, hints at a deeper, unspoken tension. The scene shifts to a group of students, their faces etched with apprehension. The authoritative figure from the previous panel delivers his judgment, penalty points for violating school rules, no exceptions. The gravity of the situation is palpable. However, a glimmer of hope emerges. The stern figure informs the student that appropriate rewards and points will follow, to just wait. This suggests a system of justice, perhaps even a meritocracy, within this seemingly rigid environment. The student, a slight smile playing on his lips, inquires about the duration of this process. Shall I be on my way? He asks, revealing a hint of mischievous anticipation as the reply confirms a considerable wait. A young man, his face partially obscured, murmurs a single word, IL? The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. IL, a young woman in a dark blue uniform, accepts a casual thank you from the young man, responding with a playful, yeah, buy me a meal sometime later. Their exchange, though seemingly light, reveals a deeper connection and an undercurrent of unspoken events. The young man's gaze shifts, his expression now one of intense curiosity. He asks, can I do what you did? The question suggests a desire to emulate IL's abilities, hinting at the potential for significant power acquisition and its associated risks. IL's face falls, a look of deep concern washing over her features. Her silence speaks volumes, foreshadowing the potential consequences and dangers inherent in the young man's ambition. A close-up on the young man's intense, almost predatory gaze reveals a determination bordering on obsession. This panel underscores his unwavering resolve to master IL's abilities, regardless of the cost. Isel, troubled, reflects on her current state. The original Isel wouldn't have encountered such a predicament. This deviation, she concludes, is intrinsically linked to her current self. The narrative reveals a crucial detail: Isel only faced trials, never the opportunity to overcome them. This lack of a true challenge explains her current state. Isel is confronted. Her companion reveals he's been observing her, a simple statement with profound implications, underscoring a watchful, potentially adversarial presence in her life. Her eyes widened, a silent gasp escaping her lips. What? She whispered, the question hanging heavy in the air. He chuckled, a dismissive wave of his hand. Anyway, I'll be off, then. He confessed with a grimace, Arg, I almost got arrested just now. The young woman's gaze dropped, a profound sadness clouding her features. She noted, no one shows interest in the daughter of a traitor. But this person. Her voice trailed off, hinting at a peculiar exception. A single word, a breath of hope, a miracle. The weight of its implication hung in the silence. Students in uniform stroll through the academy grounds. He observes the scene, unimpressed by the extravagant preparations for the award ceremony, the magically enhanced faculty, the mage tower, the assembled nobles. It's unnecessarily grandiose, he mutters. His companion, radiating excitement, contrasts sharply with his nonchalance. Today, awards are being presented to 12 students for their bravery in fighting dark demonic humans. An official is presenting awards to a group of students, their accomplishments clearly significant. A young woman, perhaps a student, reflects that the fight against the dark demonic humans represented the peak of human capability. A cryptic image reveals a significant detail: a man, 300 years old, is a central figure in this narrative. This long lifespan hints at a world with unique longevity or supernatural elements. A young man with striking golden eyes and silver hair offered a subtle, knowing smile. His expression hinted at a complex plan unfolding. His companion, visibly uncomfortable, uttered a weary, ugh. The weight of the situation pressed heavily upon him. The awe in his voice was palpable as he whispered, so this is what a ninth-class mage is like, of which there are only 10 in the entire world.
The sheer power emanating from the mage before him was overwhelming. A young boy in a navy uniform, his expression one of quiet surprise, lets out a small exclamation.
He's clearly taken aback.
The boy's face breaks into a wide, genuine smile. His hard work has paid off.
The words you sure are as hardworking as ever. It's as I'd hoped, confirm his success.
Another young man, with brown hair, approaches, a question mark above his head indicating his curiosity about the situation.
Tension builds.
The scene shifts to an aerial view of a grand courtyard. The announcer's voice declares, and we will end the Commendation Award ceremony here, marking the formal conclusion of the event. The brown-haired young man's face, close up, reveals a subtle, almost imperceptible smirk. His true intentions, hidden beneath a veneer of politeness, are revealed. He smirked, a glint in his eyes. In other words, it's a distance at which I don't have to use the motion cancel of blink. This revelation hints at a significant advantage in combat. The ability to move instantaneously without relying on his blink skill suggests mastery over a new technique or an enhanced understanding of his powers. The word, blink, appeared, bright and sharp, before him.
This visually underscores his mastery of the ability while foreshadowing his upcoming action. A wave of dark energy explodes outward, leaving behind a trail of disintegrating skeletal figures.
The sheer power displayed here showcases the consequence of his actions, confirming his newfound ability to overcome a significant threat with ease.
A young woman, her uniform torn and face bloodied, collapses onto the ground.
Two others in similar attire watch from a short distance, faces etched with disbelief as she whispers, I
can't believe it. The scene suggests a recent, brutal confrontation.
A young man, also in a uniform, hangs limply from the dark cloak of a towering, cloaked figure.
A faint glow emanates from the ground near his body.
He's clearly deceased, a victim of the shadowy figure. A scarred man, his face grim, speaks, his words cutting through the bleak atmosphere. You said you were going to train somewhere with good mountains and good air. The setting is dark and ominous, reflecting his heavy tone. The man's gaze is unwavering as he acknowledges the magnitude of the recent events. His friend's rescue, achieved despite blatant disregard for school regulations, is deemed nothing short of extraordinary. A simple thank you hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation. The two figures, silhouetted against the imposing backdrop of the academy walls, begin their departure. A young woman, her light blue hair cascading down her shoulders, stands quietly, her expression a mixture of apprehension and concern. The weight of recent events is palpable. Her silence speaks volumes. A subtle shift in her demeanor reveals a deepening unease, foreshadowing the complex challenges ahead.
Doubt gnawed at him. Could he succeed where others had failed?
The weight of the attempt pressed down, heavy as the shadowed, ancient city around him. His intervention had altered the course of events, creating a ripple of uncertainty in the already precarious balance of power. But a lingering sense of unease clouded his resolve. He was not alone in this fight for fate.
A sudden, self-conscious worry surfaced. His actions, though well-intentioned, had an unexpected side effect. Did his involvement make him seem like a relentless observer? A young woman, her face partially obscured, reveals a chilling truth: he's been watching me. A palpable sense of unease settles over the scene. The young man's apprehension is clear. His worried expression underscores the escalating threat. The weight of the previous revelation hangs heavy in the air. A young woman with striking crimson eyes and pale hair watches, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. Her expression hints at a hidden agenda, a silent observation of the events about to unfold. Quiet down. A stern-faced man, his features etched with authority, demands silence from the assembled crowd. Tension hangs heavy in the air. The scene is clearly set within the hallowed halls of an academy, the weight of expectation palpable. The announcement is made, will be given by the headmaster. The implication is clear: a crucial decision, perhaps a coveted award or a critical assignment, is imminent. The anticipation within the academy walls intensifies. Elfman Eltwin, the 9th class master mage, is introduced. His appearance belies his true power. Despite his calm demeanor, Eltman is revealed to be the world's strongest mage and warrior, bearing the destructive title of Decimator.
The sheer power emanating from Eltman is palpable, even a fleeting glance is intensely overwhelming. Despite the immense pressure, a subordinate finds himself unable to avert his gaze from the formidable mage.
What does that mean? The question hung in the air, a murmur of confusion against the backdrop of a bustling city.
The speaker's uncertainty foreshadows a critical piece of information yet to come. The distance between the speaker and the necromancer, 13 meters. A precise measurement, chillingly delivered, revealing the imminent danger and the character's analytical nature even under pressure.
Afterwards, a transfer to Stella's Magic Knights and a return to school.
The resolution, brief yet significant, suggests a temporary reprieve from the immediate threat, a return to a structured environment following a dangerous encounter.
The implications of the event are left to linger.
A young man, eyes wide with disbelief, marvels at his recent windfall.
5 million credits.
Financial worries are a thing of the past, at least for a while. His astonishment deepens. He holds a Pose vessel, a legendary artifact said to be the very heart of a necromancer.
The implications are staggering.
He reflects on his good fortune, acknowledging that other students generously relinquished their share of the reward. But his focus shifts.
The system rewards await. A new challenge is about to begin. He reflects on the recent battle, a grim realization dawning. This is the most pressing concern.
A triumphant grin spreads across his face as he acknowledges his past weaknesses. The experience has fueled his resolve. His gaze hardens, a new plan forming. He will leverage his knowledge to gain a decisive advantage. The blink skill has reached its maximum level, prompting a rank increase and providing rewards. His grin widens, the number of blink charges has increased to 3. He is now ready to participate in the journey into the Abyss meditation class. Isel sat in quiet contemplation, her hands clasped together. A single word, barely a whisper, escapes her lips, Cell. The name Isel rings out, snapping her from her reverie. Her eyes widen, reflecting a sudden alarm.
Isel's concern deepens. She questions, did the other students not realize?
Even if it's first-class magic, they should have felt the flow of the mana before it was completed. The implication hangs heavy, something significant, something magical, has occurred without the notice of her peers. A young woman's eyes widen, a faint tremor in her voice as she muses, if this is really the effect of meditation. The implication hangs heavy, this is clearly an unexpected, potent result of her practice. Doubt clouds her expression as she silently questions, did that person foresee all this? The question suggests a foreboding, hinting at a larger plan orchestrated by someone else, of which she is now a pawn. Joy radiates from the young woman as she devours a pastry. Thanks to the reward, I can even eat this red bean paste cream bread that's worth 150 credits.
I'm so happy.
Her delight is a sharp contrast to the previous uncertainty, suggesting a temporary respite.
A blond young man appears, his expression hinting at amusement. This introduction suggests a possible connection to the events unfolding and what this young woman is experiencing.
A young man with blonde hair and glasses grins, his expression subtly unsettling. Have you joined any clubs yet? He asks, the question hanging in the air with unspoken implications.
His casual inquiry hints at a deeper agenda, a subtle power play masked by innocent curiosity. A young woman with light blue hair, sitting on a park bench, shakes her head.
Not yet, she replies, her tone suggesting reluctance or uncertainty. The blonde-haired young man responds with immediate interest.
Yeah? Then want to join mine? His invitation, though seemingly friendly, carries an undercurrent of purposefulness.
This exchange marks the beginning of a carefully orchestrated recruitment. The blonde-haired young man leans in, a glint in his eyes.
Conditions? I just like you, so I wanted you to join.
His words reveal a manipulative charm, framing his desire as simple appreciation. This highlights his ability to use charm and flattery to achieve his aims. The lack of concrete conditions further underscores his manipulative tactics. He seeks compliance through appeal rather than explicit demands. He continues, his voice low and persuasive. You just need to join my club and stay with me.
Then, I can do a lot of things for you. The offer is blatant, a transactional exchange of loyalty for unspecified favors.
The ominous red background emphasizes the danger inherent in his proposition, foreshadowing potentially sinister consequences if the woman accepts. She knew, with chilling certainty, that she surpassed all others. A quiet confidence, born of power, settled in her eyes. Crown Prince Jeremy's might offered a lifeline, a chance to end her arduous existence. This was her calculated hope. A sudden, violent clash erupted. The scene was a whirlwind of motion. The young woman with pale blue hair was thrown to the ground by two aggressors. A young man with blonde hair and glasses watches a dark-haired girl with apprehension, his expression a mixture of concern and resentment. The setting appears to be a European-style courtyard. The dark-haired girl's suspicion is palpable as a light-haired girl, seemingly oblivious, declares her affection while simultaneously foreseeing abandonment.
The scene is tense, charged with unspoken accusations.
The blonde-haired girl is urged to leave with the dark-haired girl. A conversation is deemed necessary. The urgency of the situation is clear. A young woman in a dark academic robe, her brown hair falling around her shoulders, stumbled, shielding her eyes.
"What?" she gasped, clearly disoriented.
She brushed herself off, a touch of annoyance in her expression.
"Anyway, sorry for hitting you.
I'm off," she declared, resuming her hurried pace. The other girl, with pale blue hair, watched her go, bewildered. "What was that?" she murmured to herself, a hint of concern in her eyes. She sought to avoid disrupting the original story's flow.
A delicate task, indeed. The blonde man, clearly unconvinced by her previous statement, dismisses her words as a blatant lie. His amusement is chilling. His interest is piqued. This situation proves even more captivating than he anticipated. A young man with striking blonde hair and a knowing smirk sits calmly, steepling his fingers before a cup of tea. His expression hints at a carefully laid plan unfolding. The difficulties of the present are acknowledged, but a solution is on the horizon. Altalicia will soon be able to create a subspace, significantly easing the transport of items. A man studies a digital display, the details of which reveal a crucial clue. The Constellation project has yielded 3 key components: a powerful weapon, a unique skill, and a gate. The implications for the unfolding narrative are considerable. He requested an experience point allocation to his blink skill, a subtle yet telling decision. A cloaked figure, wielding a staff, scoffed at the notion of hard work, implying a different path to power. The blink skill stats appeared: Class 2, a 12-meter maximum distance, 3 charges, and a 3-second cooldown. This indicates a significant upgrade is possible. Isel awoke, startled. "Ah, did I fall asleep?" she murmured, her gaze then following another's instruction. "Look above your head." The warning was punctuated by the sight of 2 shimmering blue crystals floating above her, created unintentionally during her sleep. The crystals, imbued with potent magic, pulsed with ethereal light. Their unexpected appearance is a testament to Isel's unconscious mastery of her abilities. Isel, gazing at the floating crystals, expressed her bewilderment. "Ha! Wait, when did I make those?"
"I didn't use any techniques or make them consciously," she stated, reflecting on the mysterious phenomenon. Her latent magical power manifested itself effortlessly during a moment of profound rest.
A warm loaf of bread, freshly baked, is presented. Its aroma, subtly sweet and comforting, hangs in the air.
A young woman, Isel, is greeted. The casual nature of the offering masks the weight of the unspoken transaction about to occur. The bread is accepted, the exchange initiated.
Isel's question, "What are the conditions?" cuts through the pleasantries, revealing the underlying power dynamics at play.
The conditions are revealed: lies and manipulation. Isel's quiet expression speaks volumes of the betrayal she has endured. The offer was a mere pretense, a deceptive strategy to exploit her. Frustration creases his brow as he sighs. "Darn, so you don't believe me." He continues, this time with a softer tone, "But I really don't have any conditions."
His words express a genuine lack of ulterior motives.
A woman with striking silver hair and piercing gaze declares, "You know who I am."
Her words carry a weight of unspoken power and authority. The fragmented background hints at the turbulent events that shape her identity. A dramatic reveal unfolds. The Scalvan Empire and the Adalgit Kingdom are locked in a bitter, hostile conflict.
The imagery of clashing emblems and crackling energy underscores the intensity of this geopolitical rivalry. Resentment burns in her eyes as she clenches a piece of bread, declaring, "I won't have to get happiness from mere bread. I won't have to endure the humiliation of being a traitor's daughter." Her words reveal a deep-seated pain and a fierce determination to forge her own path, separate from her family's legacy. A hand reaches out, fingers splayed, against a pale blue sky. The gesture is one of desperate plea, a silent cry for help lost in the vast emptiness. A young woman in a dark academic robe recoils, a look of utter dismay on her face. She seems to be struggling against an unseen force, her body tense with barely contained panic. The blond young man's face, partially obscured by shadow, is a mask of cold calculation. His eyes, however, burn with an intense, almost predatory light. He waits, a predator observing its prey. Phew, that was close. A sigh of relief escapes the speaker, highlighting the recent danger they narrowly avoided. "Anyway, you should be thankful to me." The speaker shifts tone, demanding gratitude for their intervention, despite the close call. Their self-assuredness hints at a deeper agenda. "I made the right choice, right? If Il had joined the club like in the original story, she would have been thoroughly destroyed by Jeremy." A new character, Il, is introduced, and the narrator reveals a pivotal divergence from a known narrative. A potentially catastrophic event has been averted. The speaker's internal monologue reveals a self-serving justification for their actions. "But when I look at Beck Uziel, I don't think something like this is bad." The speaker's perspective shifts, implying that the altered outcome, while potentially harmful to Il, is seen as beneficial in a broader context, possibly due to the presence of Beck Uziel. A new, potentially significant character is introduced. "But he won't realize I lied, right?" The speaker's internal monologue ends with a crucial admission: they have been deceitful. This deception introduces tension and raises questions about their motives and the potential consequences of their actions. He sipped his tea, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. The weight of a decision, a significant one, rested heavily upon him. Before him lay a sealed letter and a journal, both promising revelations yet to be unveiled. The weight of his choice was palpable, the consequences looming large. His internal conflict, finally voiced, torn between paths, a pivotal moment in his journey. He adjusted his collar, a thoughtful expression on his face. Then, a quiet resolve settled upon him. "Then now." A young man's accusation hung heavy in the air. "I thought we were going to try and work it out, but you were secretly seducing men?" His shock and betrayal were palpable. A man, his gaze sharp, gestures towards a holographic display showing a mountainous terrain. The scene pulses with an almost tangible energy. He outlines the plan: a team will analyze and defeat the monster using standard tactics. The stakes are high, failure is not an option. A young student listens intently, the gravity of the situation settling upon his shoulders. The choice before him: select a mid-level monster for practice, gaining invaluable experience before confronting the true threat. The upcoming assessment has been announced. SNA-class students will hunt a mid-level monster within the Stella Dome, their choice of geography influencing the challenge. Teams will be formed, and the performance evaluation will occur within 4 days. A young woman with long, pale pink and white hair, adorned in a school uniform, smiles subtly, a slight glint in her crimson eyes hints at a hidden agenda. The blue-haired girl stands alone, isolated from a group of girls in the distance, bathed in a somber light. Her expression reflects a profound loneliness, a stark contrast to the warmth surrounding the other students. This isolation foreshadows the challenges she will face during the upcoming assessment, possibly highlighting her struggle to find her place within the group dynamics of this demanding environment. "My surroundings were always like this before my family was destroyed. A desolate landscape, mirroring the devastation within. Our starting points were the same: the Grand Duchy of Malth, with its ice attribute, and the royal household of Adalabit, with its fire attribute. Two contrasting powers, destined for conflict. Hong Bayan and Isel, two children born with genius talent, their destinies intertwined from the beginning. The seeds of their future conflict were sown long ago. Back then, I thought I'd been chosen.
But can I truly get revenge on Adalabit now?
Doubt gnaws at her resolve, a chilling counterpoint to her burning desire for vengeance. A young woman, cloaked in sorrow, stood before a figure in dark, ornate uniform. His hand clenched, a silent testament to the gravity of the situation.
Confusion etched his features as he whispered, "What is it?" The weight of unspoken anxieties hung heavy in the air.
Confusion clouds the girl's face as she questions the proposition. The man's suggestion of a team is met with disbelief, leaving the underlying tension palpable. He counters her incredulity, facing a mid-level monster with a risk level of 3 is simply too dangerous for only 2 of them, he argues.
The sheer impossibility of the task weighs heavily on the air.
The girl, her initial shock giving way to weary acceptance, lets out a sigh of resignation.
The weight of the upcoming challenge is evident in her posture.
With a shared understanding, the pair sets off, their backs to the viewer, walking determinedly toward the looming threat.
The atmosphere is one of grim determination tinged with apprehension.
The young woman with the pale pink hair and crimson eyes glared, her voice sharp, "Just behave yourself." Her command carried an undercurrent of barely suppressed power, hinting at the volatile situation.
Princess Anya, her crimson eyes blazing, stands amidst a group of onlookers.
Her long, silvery pink hair seems to radiate an inner tension. A young man approaches Anya, his greeting a casual "Hi, princess." "What's up?" belying the underlying tension of the situation.
The casual tone contrasts sharply with Anya's intensity.
Anya's resolve hardens. Her declaration, "No, I wanted to do it alone," reveals a deep-seated determination to handle this matter independently, rejecting any assistance. This refusal hints at the significance and potential danger of her undertaking.
Baek Uziel and Il have formed a team.
His eyes, burning with a fierce intensity, reflect the weight of this partnership.
But their alliance faces an immediate threat, a mid-sized special monster. The nonchalant exchange between the two onlookers hints at the danger inherent in this seemingly routine task.
A rival's sinister smile reveals his true intentions. This isn't merely a challenge, it's a long-awaited opportunity to test his skills against Baek Uziel. He relishes the prospect of this competition.
Il's response mirrors his eagerness.
The hunt is on, and she's ready to engage. A young man stands before a young woman with light blue hair, her expression a mixture of apprehension and determination.
He confirms, and Il Mulf, too.
The implication is clear, both are about to participate in a significant event. The dark, bloody splatter beneath them foreshadows the danger ahead. The setting shifts to a grand, imposing structure, nestled amidst a serene forest.
The text announces, "The monster mock battle began."
The imposing architecture contrasts sharply with the impending conflict. This is a place of learning, but today it is also a battleground. A shadowy, monstrous figure looms over a lone figure, likely our protagonist. The power of the impending conflict is palpable, a dramatic confrontation is about to unfold. The dark silhouette suggests immense power and menace, leaving the warrior facing an overwhelming opponent. The upcoming mock battle will pit participants against monsters significantly stronger than those faced before. The objective is to defeat mid-level, risk level 3 monsters. Teams of up to 6 members must be formed and submitted for registration. One participant declares her intention to perform even better than before, seizing the opportunity for her turn to shine. A clash of elemental forces, a frozen wasteland of jagged ice crystals stretches before a burning city, the very air crackling with volatile magic. This is the legacy of a long-past conflict. The text box explains a time when 2 powerful families maintained a precarious balance, their rivalry controlling the flow of magic in the world. This equilibrium, now shattered, was clearly a pivotal moment in history. A young woman, her expression uncertain, asks a simple question, "Hey, are you alone?" The vulnerability in her voice hints at a world where trust is a rare commodity. A young man, smirking subtly, observes her. His confident posture and attire suggest he belongs to a world of privilege and power, a stark contrast to the woman's apprehension. A young man in a smart uniform grins, extending a hand towards a girl with long, light blue hair. "Let's be a team," he proposes, his expression radiating confidence and a touch of playful eagerness. This isn't just a casual suggestion, it's a strategic move, hinting at an upcoming competition or challenge that benefits from teamwork. A girl with striking red eyes and long, pink-tinged white hair stares intently, her name, Uziel, appearing as a thought bubble. Her expression is unreadable, a mixture of curiosity and apprehension, hinting at a complex relationship with the situation unfolding. The young man explains, there isn't a minimum number of members. Let's form a team of 2 and receive bonus points for being a small team. His words reveal a key rule of the competition: a smaller team can receive an advantage. The girl's reaction, a subtle flinch captured in the accompanying onomatopoeia, suggests she was already considering this very strategy. A young woman with light blue hair stares wide-eyed, a palpable nervousness radiating from her expression.
Her apprehension is clear, she anticipates an unpleasant event.
A young man with brown hair smirks, a sense of mischievous triumph in his eyes. He's just finalized a team roster, apparently without consulting others, and seems pleased with his decision.
He's ready to move forward.
The scene shifts. A young woman with stark white hair and piercing red eyes addresses someone off-panel, her gaze intense and accusatory. The word "you" hangs heavy in the air, laced with implied threat. The blue-haired woman, her earlier nervousness escalating, confronts the white-haired woman, her question laced with disbelief and apprehension.
The white-haired woman's dismissive response, "What nonsense are you spouting?"
only heightens the tension.
A conflict is clearly brewing.
A young woman with striking blue hair and worried eyes is shown close-up. The words, "since you're now a pig wearing a pearl necklace," hang heavy in the air, a clear indication of her humiliation and precarious position. The scene shifts to a woman with long, pink hair and crimson eyes, her expression one of seething resentment. The question, "but because of Beck Uziel," hangs in the air, revealing a powerful rivalry and the source of her current turmoil. A sophisticated man observes the scene, his thoughts revealed, "It's fine even if I make a team with my clique, but it's the most profitable to bring a knight who is called the best." His words expose a pragmatic, ambition-driven perspective, setting up a conflict between personal loyalty and strategic advantage. My Yuzion, a young man with intense red eyes, considers something, his expression a mixture of contemplation and slight disdain. A woman with long, white hair and similarly striking red eyes asks him, her tone implying a suggestion rather than a demand, "Have you formed a team yet?" The question hints at an impending challenge requiring teamwork.
Yuzion's response is a curt, almost defiant, "Why should I?"
This reveals his independent nature and perhaps a lack of trust in others, or at least a lack of perceived need for their assistance.
The woman, undeterred, offers a strategic explanation, "I think they won't target a mid-level monster." She's proposing a plan to exploit the enemy's tactics, suggesting a level of cunning and foresight exceeding Yuzion's current approach. She reiterates her proposal, this time more directly, "So, let me say this again. Want to do it with me?" This is a clear invitation to partnership, highlighting the potential benefits of collaboration. Beck Uziel's crimson eyes blazed, a stark contrast to his pale hair. The intensity in his gaze foreshadows a decisive action. His vow echoes in the grand hall, "I'll defeat them properly this time." The weight of past failures fuels his current determination, hinting at a prior confrontation and a burning desire for retribution. A pointed question hangs in the air, "So, will you or will you not?" The ultimatum demands an immediate, irrevocable choice, raising the stakes considerably. A man in a dark coat, his face etched with grim determination, surveyed the scene. He held a document, its contents clearly of grave importance. The casual observation, "Oh, Group 16 has a Mugrika," revealed a critical piece of information, the presence of a powerful, rare magical artifact within the academy. Its implications were far-reaching, potentially impacting the delicate power balance and the upcoming trials. It's showtime. A young woman, seemingly calm despite the circumstances, murmurs, "It's okay. I've practiced enough." She's preparing for something significant, something she's clearly rehearsed extensively, hinting at a high-stakes situation. The text reveals her method, gaining reverse bonus points using special monster attributes. The scene shifts abruptly. A formidable, shadowy creature, described as a mid-level monster with a risk level of only 1, materializes before 4 cloaked figures. The low-risk designation is deceptive, the sheer size and imposing nature of the monster imply a hidden, significant threat.
The young woman from the previous panel continues her internal monologue. Although, I have no choice as a light class with basically no compatibility. Her words reveal a crucial piece of context, a significant limitation within her class system, placing her at a disadvantage in the coming confrontation. A new character arrives. The young woman's apprehension is evident. This is a planned meeting. The narration reveals a critical piece of backstory. In the original story, she doesn't form a team with anyone because of Hong Bayan and receives the worst score, so I thought of recruiting her, but... The speaker's words imply a deliberate intervention to change the established narrative. We have a new dynamic between these two women. Baek Uziel's presence improves Iziel's future, a prophecy whispered as Uziel excuses himself to the washroom, met with Iziel's dismissive "eu." The underlying tension hints at a complex relationship, one where fate and personal feelings intertwine. A sudden, affirmative yes bursts from the young woman, signaling a pivotal decision or realization. Her expression suggests a newfound resolve. She stands close to Uziel, her posture suggesting support or shared purpose. The scene subtly shifts focus to their implicit partnership. A young woman, startled, exclaims "huh," as she runs down a hallway. Suddenly, a young man grabs her from behind, his action implied rather than explicitly depicted. The woman, now disoriented and slightly dazed, murmurs a questioning "hm." She offers a shy, grateful thanks to the young man, who stands slightly stiffly beside her. Their brief encounter, seemingly an accident, is over. The young woman, clad in a dark coat, stands poised within a grand palace hall, a staff of considerable power resting in her gloved hands. She is ready. The question hangs in the air, a whisper of disbelief: that giant boar? The enormity of the task ahead is subtly underscored. The young woman, her expression grim, assesses the monstrous boar before her. It lacks any discernible elemental attribute, rendering her usual tactical approach useless. The boar charges, a blur of dark fur and rage. She barely manages to deflect its initial attack. The narrator's worry is palpable. Alone, against such overwhelming force, her chances seem slim. But the young woman finds inner strength, drawing upon reserves not yet revealed. A surge of golden light surrounds her as a new spell ignites, flowers whispers in the wind, is invoked. Her eyes harden, reflecting her unwavering determination. The battle is far from over. A monstrous boar, eyes blazing with crimson fury, charged. The air crackled with barely contained power. The sorceress, swift and precise, countered with a spell. A shimmering barrier ensnared the beast, its wild thrashing contained within an ethereal cage. With a grinding crash of crystal shattering, the boar broke free. Its assault, however, was short-lived. "It's not over yet," she declared, defiance etched on her face as she prepared for the next onslaught. A brilliant golden magic circle pulsed with light, radiating potent energy as she prepared a more decisive counterattack. A guttural call echoes as the creature, ensnared in thorny vines, struggles violently. Its form is obscured, but the desperation is palpable. The creature lunges, its powerful jaws snapping shut. A small, metallic object flies through the air. A colossal blow erupts, a blinding flash of light and energy obliterating the landscape. The sheer force is palpable, a devastating impact that leaves a crater in its wake. The battle's aftermath hangs heavy in the air. A stunned observer marvels, "Wow, she's no joke. We can't even defeat a mid-level monster with 5 people. Just who?" The question trails off, underscoring the sheer power just witnessed and the mystery surrounding the woman responsible. A young woman, staff in hand, lets out a sigh of relief. It's finally over," she murmurs, the weight of a long ordeal clearly etched on her face. The question, is she, hangs in the air, a lingering uncertainty about her true identity or the success of her mission. She descends a staircase, her boots echoing softly on the stone steps. The scene shifts to reveal a grand hall, rich with the trappings of power, shields and weapons adorn the walls. The floor, however, shows signs of recent disturbance, a telltale crack marring the polished surface. This subtle detail hints at the intensity of the events that have just transpired. 5 cadets stand before a colossal, amorphous, purple entity, its form vaguely humanoid yet unsettlingly fluid. A 6th cadet observes from a distance, a calculating glint in their eyes.
This is the S-Class and A-Class performance assessment, a trial of strength and skill against formidable foes. The S-Class and A-Class performance assessment is about to begin. The stakes are high, the challenge immense.
One cadet, confident and calculating, assesses the situation.
A mid-level monster, she declares, is manageable.
The objective is not just victory, but a high score. A calculated risk is necessary. The battle raged, a whirlwind of destruction. Group 16's victory was swift and decisive, a testament to their skill and coordination.
Their mission complete, Group 17 now steps forward, poised and ready. Their solemn expressions hint at the challenges ahead. 3 figures stand in a hallway, their attire suggesting a formal setting.
1. A young woman in a dark coat, seems slightly apart from the other 2, who are dressed in similar, more uniform dark attire. An air of quiet tension hangs in the air. The focus shifts to a detail: untied shoelaces. A calm voice speaks, "It's nothing, just tie your shoelaces." The seemingly insignificant instruction carries a weight of unspoken understanding, suggesting a subtle control or manipulation within the previously tense situation. Jackie, seemingly unfazed by her earlier struggle, declines Flame's offer to tie her shoelaces, a gesture revealing both their close bond and Jackie's growing independence. The unspoken subtext hints at a recent, arduous ordeal that tested her resolve.
Looks like it. The statement, devoid of further context, establishes an air of anticipation.
The viewer, through the girl's pensive expression, senses a looming threat or significant event on the horizon.
A young woman, facing a colossal boar-like beast, prepares for battle. This panel marks a sharp shift from the previous intimate scene, throwing the viewer into the heart of the action and confirming the impending assessment. Then Group 17's performance assessment will begin.
This announcement formalizes the start of the trial, signifying a significant shift in narrative focus from character interaction to a structured challenge that the viewer understands as high stakes. A blur of motion, a whirlwind of crimson and emerald.
The monstrous boar lunges, its tusks a deadly gleam.
The young woman, her face grim, activates her weapon. Matter modification, she whispers, the air crackling with energy.
The boar, ensnared in a web of dark energy, roars in frustration as the young woman prepares for the final blow.
She stood poised, a warrior in gray, her staff humming with barely contained power, a golden aura swirling around her.
The anticipation crackled in the air. A monstrous beast lunged, its red eyes blazing. She met its onslaught, a golden flash cutting through the air. A blinding eruption of light. The air itself screamed as a wave of pure energy obliterated the creature. A young woman, cloaked and wielding a radiant staff, stands poised within a swirling vortex of dark energy. The scene pulses with arcane power, she is clearly at the center of a formidable magical event. The young woman, now outside the vortex, stands before a towering figure whose presence alone commands attention. A palpable tension fills the air, the implication of a confrontation looming large. Doubt clouds her expression. The question hangs heavy in the air: did I see wrongly? This suggests a crucial detail may have been misinterpreted, setting the stage for further complications. The performance assessment for Group 31 is about to begin. A young woman with long pink hair and a stern expression stands beside a young man with dark hair, his gaze sharp and intense. Their postures speak volumes about their readiness. A sudden, sharp thwack echoes as a pair of boots strike the floor. The unexpected sound suggests a sudden, disruptive event. Doubt hangs heavy in the air. 2 onlookers watch, their faces etched with disbelief, as the young woman prepares for a seemingly impossible solo confrontation. She's going to defeat that thing by herself, one of them whispers, voicing the unspoken question. The young woman, her expression steely with determination, charges into battle. Her weapon, a gleaming golden blade, crackles with energy as she strikes a formidable foe. The sheer force of the blow is evident, the impact reverberates through the air. A princess, her pale pink hair a stark contrast to her dark uniform, stands alongside a young man. They are poised and ready, a sense of quiet determination hanging in the air. The scene hints at an impending challenge. A dark-haired woman, her expression a mixture of concern and slight amusement, offers a final word of encouragement.
"Good luck, princess," she calls out, her voice carrying a subtle undercurrent of unspoken expectation. A swirling vortex of emerald green consumes the panel. The stylized strokes suggest powerful currents and a descent into a watery abyss. The whooshing sound of liquid rushing past is palpable. A colossal water fish monster loomed before Hong Baiyan and Ma Yuzian, its gaping maw a terrifying sight. Baiyan, her voice laced with disbelief, exclaimed, "Wait, a water fish monster?" Yuzian's assessment was immediate and grave. "That's not just any mid-level special monster." The implications of facing such a powerful creature were clear. The narrative shifted to a critical exposition of the monster's attributes. It was a water-class creature, exceptionally strong against fire, a significant detail considering Hong Baiyan's fire-based abilities. Furthermore, its ability to fly presented a tactical challenge. They covet complete control, a hunger for absolute dominion. The unspoken tension hangs heavy in the air as the women in uniform watch, their faces obscured, yet their apprehension palpable. A monstrous figure, wings ripped and tattered, descends. The raw power of its descent shakes the very foundations. The beast looms large, a terrifying display of brute strength, dwarfing the three figures who stand defiantly before it. The scale of the threat is undeniable. A guttural roar, a primal scream that tears through the silence, announces the beast's fury. The vibrant, almost ethereal, energy surrounding it speaks to its immense power. The command is given. The princess and her companion stand ready, their resolve unwavering as they prepare to confront the monstrous threat. The battle begins. "Ha! What are they doing?" A question hangs in the air, a silent observer's confusion mirroring our own as we witness an unfolding scene. The knight is standing behind the bishop? Intrigue thickens. The bishop, a figure of authority, is seemingly unaware of the knight's presence, setting a stage for potential conflict or a hidden alliance. A subtle, knowing smile plays on the knight's lips. His eyes, blazing with a fiery intensity, suggest a plan is in motion, a game being played. With a blur of motion, a flash of steel, the knight attacks. A purple energy swirls around him as he launches his assault, the scene echoing speed and power. The monstrous creature, wings outstretched, plummets towards the ground. A limitation of its power is revealed: it cannot perform consecutive mid-air jumps. A young man, eyes alight with a predatory gleam, prepares his glowing blade. He seems confident, anticipating his next move. With a swift movement, he uses the blade to launch himself upwards on a chunk of magically imbued stone, surging towards his airborne foe. He closes the distance, leaving a trail of energy in his wake. The monster watches, clearly surprised by this unexpected counterattack. A young woman with striking crimson eyes and silvery white hair, her expression a mixture of amusement and calculation, watches the unfolding events. The faint glow surrounding her hints at the latent power she commands. A young man, propelled by a surge of energy, launches himself into the fray. He unleashes a powerful blast, a wave of bright energy that surges towards his opponent. The energy blast connects, causing a blinding flash and a powerful concussive force. The impact sends a shockwave outward, leaving a trail of shimmering light in its wake. The force of the attack leaves the opponent heavily damaged and disoriented. A shard pierces the opponent, leaving them incapacitated. The scene is one of raw, destructive power. The young swordsman, his dark hair windblown, unleashed a wave of emerald energy. His blade sang, a vibrant green light trailing in its wake. The force of the attack shattered the cliff face, sending jagged rocks tumbling down. A monstrous creature, its scales a sickly green, roared in pain, the sound echoing, "Keek." Trapped amidst the falling debris, the beast struggled, its guttural death rattle audible, "Kill." A blinding purple energy erupted, silencing the creature's agony. The impact was absolute. A figure, cloaked in shadow, effortlessly breaks free from unseen bonds. It easily broke free," he observes, a hint of surprise in his tone. The princess's spell completes. A surge of crimson energy erupts, radiating immense power from the princess wielding a staff of gold and ruby. Two onlookers, awestruck, whisper, "My goodness." The sheer scale of the princess's magic is evident in their stunned expressions. The water monster, despite its remarkable fire tolerance, writhes in agony. the intensity of the attack is evident. It's over. The declaration hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the recent chaos. The battle is concluded. A final, searing bolt of energy obliterates the beast, leaving behind only the lingering aftereffects of its immense power. The scene shifts to a classroom. Observers whisper in awe, the new students this year are insane. They should be able to become like that guy from the third year's S-class. The implications of this new generation's power are staggering. Baek Uziel and her companion move through the grand halls of the palace, their steps echoing softly. A sense of quiet confidence cloaked Uziel, though her companion's expression remained guarded. Uziel's eyes, blazing with crimson fire, held a mischievous glint. "How's that, Baek Uziel?" she murmured, a self-satisfied smirk playing on her lips. Her smile sharpened as she declared, "At this rate, no matter what you choose, you won't be able to beat me." The weight of her words hung heavy in the air, a clear indication of her strategic advantage. "I've won this time," she stated, the declaration echoing her victory. The implication is clear, this is not the end of their contest, but a decisive victory in a current phase of it. A young man, his expression serious, issued a quiet command, "Please summon 5 of them." The request implies a significant next step in the unfolding conflict, demanding a considerable resource expenditure. A gasp escapes onlookers. "Look, it's the princess!" Confusion clouds a young woman's face. She questions the altered narrative. Why is Hong Bayan working with my Yuzeong instead of a clique member? In the original story, the two didn't really interact at all. This deviation hints at significant changes to the established plotlines. A high-pitched shriek and eek echoes, signaling unexpected danger. My goodness! That's a mid-level special monster. The sheer rarity of this encounter is highlighted, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. To find such a creature, just to fight, the stakes are incredibly high. The creature is revealed, a monstrous being, the polar opposite of both Hong Bayan and Ma Yuzeong. This stark contrast foreshadows a significant challenge for the protagonists, hinting at a battle requiring different strategies and tactics. A surge of energy, a blinding flash of turquoise light, erupts from the ground. 2 figures, silhouetted against the radiant blast, are thrown backward, their forms momentarily lost in the ethereal glow. He watches, his gaze fixed on the distant figures. "I thought they'd attack right away." He mutters, a hint of surprise in his voice, revealing a tactical miscalculation. 2 figures, poised and ready, stand within a grand hall. One, a woman with vibrant pink hair, wields a spear, her stance resolute. Her companion, a man in dark attire, remains alert, his hand subtly resting near his weapon. The unexpected delay has given them a moment of advantage. A powerful sorceress, her long pink hair flowing, unleashes a wave of arcane energy. The force ripples outwards, shattering the stone paving of the plaza around her. 2 observers watch from a distance. One remarks on a young man's promising magical prowess, while the other cautions that his abilities are insufficient to defeat the colossal waterfish monster. The young man, facing the monstrous waterfish, is seen from below, looking impossibly small. The question hangs heavy in the air: what is his plan? A grotesque, winged creature swooped down toward the cathedral steps, its shadow falling upon a young woman wielding a staff that crackled with flame. The scene unfolded with alarming speed. It was clear this was no ordinary beast. The woman, her pink hair a stark contrast to her serious expression, unleashed a wave of fire, a powerful counterattack aimed at the descending monster. The intensity of her magic suggested a desperate, yet determined, resolve. A young man observed the unfolding chaos from a distance, his eyes burning with a mixture of anger and calculation. His expression hinted at the strategic mind behind the scenes, a silent player in this escalating conflict. A colossal fist, imbued with an almost unnatural green energy, burst forth, the impact promised to be devastating. The words giant's fist echoed the sheer destructive power about to be unleashed. The creature's wing shattered, the sound echoing as a jagged crack ran through its leathery surface. A monstrous roar filled the air as it clawed at the ground, green ichor spraying from its wounds. The creature was clearly enraged, its pain fueling its fury. Its single, glowing yellow eye burned with ferocious intensity, focused on its unseen opponent.
The beast, despite its injuries, was clearly far from defeated. With a guttural screech, the beast launched itself forward, its remaining wing beating wildly. Muscles rippled across its reptilian body, showcasing its raw, untamed power. A sinister smile stretched across the young man's face as he watched someone leave. But it's too late, he mused, the implication heavy with unspoken malice. The woman, her pink hair a stark contrast to the crimson energy erupting from her spear, braced herself. The kanji on the ground signaled the imminent release of overwhelming power. A young man, wielding a crackling blue staff, unleashes a powerful blast of energy. Beside him, a woman with long pink hair raises her own staff, their combined attack a dazzling display of arcane power. The man's face is a mask of cruel amusement as he watches the effect of their combined attack. His eyes gleam with a chilling intensity. Their combined magical assault strikes its target, shattering it into fragments of shimmering light. The sheer force of their attack obliterates their opponent. A wave of blue energy explodes outwards, highlighting the raw power unleashed. A voiceover reflects, "So that's what geniuses are like." The implication is clear, this display of effortless power is beyond the comprehension of the ordinary. A subtle smile plays on her lips, a hint of amusement in her eyes. The faint sound of a chuckle, barely audible, hangs in the air. A young man and woman stand poised within a grand hall, their attire suggesting a position of authority. They hold themselves with quiet confidence, ready for whatever lies ahead. This is no mere task, they face a mid-level special monster, a challenge others have failed to overcome. The stakes are higher than simple survival. Their mission carries the weight of attributional dominance, failure would mean ceding control. Success, however, guarantees a significant reward, marks of achievement, earned only through victory against impossible odds. A young woman with striking silver hair and crimson eyes sits, a look of disbelief etched on her face. The whispers she overheard have shaken her. Two figures discuss the rumors circulating about Beck Uziel. The woman, her blue hair a stark contrast to the man's brown, expresses skepticism about the claims. A sudden, powerful energy surge erupts, a brilliant teal light cutting through the darkness. The visual intensity foreshadows impending conflict. A wave of energy, a shimmering teal torrent, erupts from the sword, pushing back the shadowy figures that had surrounded them. The sheer force of the attack is palpable. A Hymeraiden. The name hangs in the air, a whispered revelation that marks a significant turning point in the conflict. This creature, its true nature now unveiled, represents a powerful force to be reckoned with. The beast's eyes glow with malevolent intensity, its horns menacing. Its very presence radiates power and foreshadows the danger ahead. The uncertainty continues. A Nami slime and a sensitive bat, unexpected allies or further obstacles? Their role in this unfolding drama remains unclear. A sly smile plays on the man's lips as he muses, "I'm curious what Uziel is thinking." His gaze is sharp, hinting at a complex game afoot. Two figures stand back to back, their posture tense. The subtle tension between them suggests an unspoken understanding, a shared objective. Doubt clouds his expression as he questions, "I'm wondering if this is too cruel of a strategy for a bishop." The implication is that the plan, whatever it may be, is exceptionally ruthless. He confidently asserts, "This strategy is specifically made for a bishop." The implication is that this plan is designed to exploit the bishop's weaknesses, and the speaker clearly believes in its effectiveness. A man, cloaked in severe, stands before a council of hooded figures. His expression is one of controlled skepticism as he utters, "Is that so?" The weight of the implied question hangs heavy in the air, doubt clings to him like the shadows in the chamber. A young woman with vibrant blue hair exchanges a quick, reassuring glance with a companion. He asks, "Hey, you've got this, right?" Her calm reply, of course, belies a hidden tension, hinting at the significant challenge ahead. The panel is almost entirely dark, a swirling void of uncertainty. Centered within this darkness, a single thought cuts through the gloom, "I truly don't know what he's thinking." The statement speaks volumes about the looming threat and the pervasive mystery surrounding the antagonist's next move. A young man and woman, clad in the formal attire of knights, walk hand in hand through a shadowy forest. The oppressive darkness of the woods underscores the weight of their unspoken mission. The young woman's quiet contemplation is broken by the man's thoughtful murmur, "HM? Why me?"
His question hints at a deeper mystery surrounding their shared task.
A crucial revelation unfolds. Ma Yuxiang is identified as the strongest amongst the first years, a fact which speaks for itself.
The text further explains that Xin Weian and Ada Line, both strong in one-on-one combat, also possess a strong compatibility with him, hinting at strategic pairings for upcoming challenges. Despite the inherent risk, he felt it crucial to involve her.
"But still, I thought it'd be best to do it with you," he stated, a hint of grim determination in his voice.
A subtle smirk played on his lips as he added, almost casually, "That's all." His eyes, however, held a depth that hinted at unspoken complexities. His words hung heavy in the air. Uncertainty clouded her features as she pondered his cryptic statement.
"I still don't know what he meant," she mused aloud, "but there must be a reason he chose me." A quiet resolve began to solidify within her.
With newfound purpose, she moved, her boots echoing softly on the polished surface as she strode away.
A question hangs heavy in the air, a disbelief echoing in the unspoken words. A first-year student is capable of such power?
The young man, his eyes gleaming with a controlled intensity, grips his blade. The faint energy swirling around the weapon hints at the immense power he wields, a power that belies his youthful appearance.
He is ready. "Then, let's get started," he says, the words a calm prelude to the storm about to break.
His eyes, burning with a fierce golden light, narrowed. The young man's anger was palpable. With a swift, precise movement, he plunged his sword into the grotesque creature. The sound of the blade piercing flesh, a wet cleak, echoed through the dilapidated arena.
The monstrous frog recoiled, its enormous tongue retracting. The immediate threat, the Heimeraden, is neutralized for now. A momentary reprieve.
But the respite is short-lived.
A new, formidable opponent emerges. Up next is you, sand-maned black cow. The challenge is issued, the battle lines are drawn. The confrontation unfolds as expected.
A calm, almost bored confidence radiates from the protagonist as he observes, "Nice, it's as I expected." This suggests a calculated strategy, a plan already in motion.
The method for targeting 5 mid-level monsters at once.
That is, to create a situation where they become hostile to each other. It's difficult for 5 people to defeat one mid-level monster, but those 2 are facing 5 of them?
Doubt clouds the observer's mind as they question the protagonist's sanity. Is this young man truly deranged, or is there something more to his actions?
The summoning ritual concludes, materializing a terrifying array of monstrous creatures.
Their arrival heralds a dramatic escalation of the conflict. Monster scholar Viken observes the unfolding chaos with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. His reaction suggests the scale of the event is even beyond his considerable expertise.
A monstrous frog-like creature, its tongue lolling out, adds to the palpable sense of dread. Its appearance emphasizes the raw, untamed power unleashed. A large, hawk-like creature, Caden, faces a swirling, malevolent blue spirit.
The scene is tense, a clear prelude to conflict. A monstrous bat, radiating dark energy, crouches, poised to strike. Its malevolent gaze hints at the power and threat it represents.
Ma Yuxiang, his expression strained, questions his companion about the unusual monster combination. He seeks to understand the strategy behind this particular deployment. The mastermind behind the monster selection reveals himself, it was him. This admission adds a layer of complexity to the situation and to the strategist's capabilities. The strategic advantage of using knights over bishops in extreme situations is explained, solidifying the importance of the previous choices made. The young woman with light blue hair stood firm, a spear held at the ready, beside a cloaked figure.
A palpable tension filled the air, heavy with unspoken threat.
"Just trust me," the cloaked figure urged, his voice barely audible above the growing unease.
The woman's reply was immediate and sharp, "I'm tired of hearing that."
Her skepticism was evident, a clear crack in their fragile alliance. A weary sigh escaped the woman's lips, a hint of defeat in her posture as she lowered her gaze. The weight of the situation, and perhaps the weight of her doubt, settled heavily upon her shoulders.
He hesitated, a barely audible escaping his lips. His apprehension was palpable.
The young woman with sky blue hair stated, "As you said, there are many students with incredible talent, but we decided to work with someone else." Her tone was firm, betraying a calculated decision. Her explanation followed: "No mage can match Hong Baiyan in firepower, and no mage can match her flame control."
The sheer dominance of Baiyan's magical prowess was undeniable.
A simple "then why" hung in the air, a question brimming with unspoken frustration and confusion. The contrast between the stated talent and the chosen path was stark.
The decision is made. They will proceed. A confrontation with Caden is imminent.
A woman, her features obscured, grips a staff. Preparation is clear.
A woman, staff raised, stands amidst a swirling, ethereal energy.
"Wait, isn't that ephemeral resonance?" she asks, her voice laced with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. This suggests a powerful, perhaps dangerous, magical phenomenon has been detected. The woman's expression hardens.
The moment their mana counters, a disabling phenomenon occurs.
A wave of blue energy washes over her, enhancing the sense of impending danger. The plan, a daring 2-against-5 assault on mid-level monsters, has begun.
The narrative subtly shifts focus to those facing the impending threat.
He blinked, a swift, almost imperceptible movement, before launching a blindingly fast attack. The golden energy surged from his fingertips as he pierced the monstrous beast. The blade sliced through the creature's thick hide with surprising ease, a flash of white against the dark, leathery skin. The beast roared in pain. The creature, mortally wounded, let out a final, pain shriek, a sharp cleek. As it collapsed,
a monstrous form coalesces from shadow, its eyes burning with an infernal red light.
Dust and debris swirl around it, hinting at a recent, violent upheaval. The creature fully manifests, a colossal, shadowy bull, its breath a visible gust of smoke. A low, guttural huff escapes its nostrils, a sound that vibrates with primal power. A young man and woman stood, small and vulnerable, encircled by colossal, monstrous guardians. A frog-like beast, a predatory bird, a shadowy specter, and a horned behemoth loomed, their gazes fixed on the pair. This is the unconscious world, a realm accessible only to powerful mages. The woman, radiating an icy aura, raised a staff crackling with glacial energy. Her power, palpable and immense, announced her arrival to these ancient guardians.
No way.
That's a phenomenon that only appears when a 6th class or above mage completely enters the unconscious world. A bystander's gasp revealed the significance of the scene. The woman's power was exceptional. "She's worthy of the title Lady of Winter," a man observed, a hint of awe in his voice, confirming the woman's extraordinary prowess. Her power resonated even into this realm of the unconscious. Two students, their faces etched with disbelief, stared at something unseen. "My God, what is that?" one of them whispered, a palpable sense of dread filling the air. A monstrous figure, a blur of shadow and jagged teeth, lunged from the darkness. Its appearance alone spoke of chaos and impending violence.
A young man, eyes gleaming with cold calculation, watched the unfolding chaos.
"It's all going according to plan," he murmured, his voice devoid of emotion. His intention was clear: to create a conflict, pitting opposing forces against each other. The veterans of Ether World grappled with a grim question: how to effectively combat the overwhelming numbers of monsters. Their solution, born of necessity, was to utilize the very attributes and characteristics of these creatures against themselves. A crucial piece of this strategy involved the Heimeraden.
This entity, capable of experiencing pain, would signal its injury with a telltale reddening of its forehead.
A violent clash erupted.
A powerful blow connected, sending a shockwave through the air.
The agitated black cow, reacting to the blow, unleashed a torrent of sand, dispersing it across the battlefield. And when the sand makes contact with the Nami slime, a defensive mechanism is triggered. The Nami slime begins to produce a large quantity of water to prevent its skin from drying out.
Perfect.
The boy, with his dark-feathered companion at his side, anticipates the next phase of his plan.
Next, a powerful gust of wind, a sharp whoosh, signals the imminent attack.
A massive avian creature, talons extended, plunges into the water.
The splash obscures its form momentarily, but a ripple of unease is palpable.
The creature resurfaces, its beak agape, revealing a horrifying, icy blue energy contained within.
This is no ordinary bird, this is a conduit of immense, unnatural power.
A spectral, blue-tinged demon erupts from the water, its form crackling with energy as it confronts a cloaked figure.
The battle is joined. The demon is swiftly subdued, a dark, winged creature appearing beside the now victorious figure.
The conflict, though swift, has clearly been a significant one, its conclusion hinting at a much larger narrative at play.
Two monstrous creatures clash in a city square.
Their struggle is a furious dance of shadow and claw, a chaotic ballet of destruction. All of the monsters over there are provoking each other, a woman observes, her voice calm amidst the growing chaos.
This seemingly minor observation hints at a larger conflict brewing beneath the surface. A young woman stands resolute, her faith unwavering.
She truly believes that the night will protect her, a narrator's voice intrudes, highlighting her unwavering trust in the approaching night, even amidst such peril. This faith, however, may prove to be a dangerous gamble. Fear etched his features as he braced himself for the inevitable. The sorceress, wielding a staff crackling with glacial energy, summoned a torrent of icy water. He reacted instantly, deflecting the wave with a swift, precise movement, the water exploding around him. The impact of the deflected magic created a shockwave, a devastating quang, pulverizing the stone beneath the sorceress's feet. The conversation turns to Uziel. A sly smile plays on the speaker's lips as they pose a question.
Don't you think he is the ideal knight?
The question hangs in the air, a subtle yet pointed observation. The scene shifts.
Uziel, a knight indeed, moves with swift grace, his actions echoing the sentiment just expressed, like a knight protecting his princess.
The very image suggests both a protective instinct and a burgeoning romance. A young woman with long, silver hair, clad in a dark blue dress, stands poised within a swirling vortex of celestial energy.
She holds a staff aloft, its tip glowing with an ethereal light. This is the culmination of her ritual.
Her eyes flutter closed, the woman sinks beneath the surface of a luminous blue pool, the ripples spreading across the water's surface. The ethereal energy fades, leaving only the gentle lapping of water and a palpable sense of anticipation. Her eyes, pools of glacial blue, reflected a profound sadness, a silent weight hinting at the burden she carried. The name, Crystal Flower, materialized in radiant script, a fitting moniker for the sorceress before us, her icy blue hair cascading down like a frozen waterfall, her gaze intense as she brandished her magnificent ice staff. Shards of ice, sharp and lethal, erupted from her staff, a prelude to the icy tempest she was about to unleash. A blizzard of crystal and fury engulfed the chamber, her power manifesting as a breathtaking spectacle of ice, creating a formidable barrier between her and her unseen adversaries. From a distant vantage point, a young woman watched in awe, a single word escaping her lips: "Wow." The sheer scale of the sorceress's power was undeniable, a testament to her mastery over ice magic. A breathtaking, crystal and blue lotus bloomed, its petals shimmering with an ethereal glow. "Pretty," a voice whispered, awed by its unearthly beauty. The young woman's eyes widened, reflecting the same luminous blue as the flower. A gasp escaped her lips as she witnessed the spectacle unfolding. Shards of ice, propelled by unseen force, shot out from the lotus. A sharp keel punctuated the sudden attack.
A wave of icy energy erupts, shattering the very air around him.
The force is immense, a raw power that threatens to tear the world asunder.
A fleeting moment of silence hangs heavy in the air. The question hangs unanswered: is it over? Doubt gnaws at the edges of victory.
The quiet is shattered.
A monstrous silhouette looms, crimson eyes burning with malevolent intensity.
A guttural growl, a chilling grrrr, echoes as immense wings unfurl, promising a renewed assault.
The monstrous form recoiled, its shadowy wings tattered and smoking. A powerful sorceress, cloaked in ice blue, stood poised above the battlefield.
The battle, it seems, is not yet concluded.
Two onlookers observed the scene, their faces etched with disappointment. So in the end, they couldn't conclude things, one remarks, a hint of sadness in his voice.
"What a shame," the other adds, shaking his head. Their commentary highlights the gravity of the situation and the unfinished battle. The word strike glows, a bright green circle encompassing the command. This signifies a sudden shift in momentum, a decisive counterattack is imminent. Two monstrous birds clash, their beaks meeting in a furious display of aerial combat.
The scene unfolds amidst the ruins of a grand structure, hinting at a larger conflict.
A voice observes, the monsters are attacking each other. The unexpected turn of events plants a seed of doubt. Is there more at play than a simple monster assault?
The narrative shifts to a grim revelation.
A method, discovered after countless trials, is introduced, setting the stage for a deeper understanding of the conflict's intricacies.
The text, and after countless trials, the method they found, foreshadows a strategic element to the seemingly chaotic monster attacks. The order is clear: attack Heimeraden first.
This initial strike will trigger a chain reaction, a crucial first step in a larger plan. This action will awaken the black cow's aggressive instincts. Its dormant power is the key to the next phase. A sharp, swift movement slices through the air, a calculated blow that sets the plan in motion. The creature stirs, a spectral form taking shape from the icy waters, a chilling manifestation of the power unleashed. The barrier at the testing site is malfunctioning.
A young man, clad in a dark coat, stands amidst a surge of water, his expression grim. The cause? The magical barrier's failure to properly contain the water. A crucial piece of information is revealed: the Kaden, a moisture-sensitive creature, will emit a high-pitched shriek if provoked by excess water. This shriek will trigger a further escalation.
This high-pitched shriek will, in turn, incite a highly sensitive bat, known for its acute hearing, into a violent reaction. The young man's initial concern is revealed to be a prelude to a far more dangerous situation. The beast lunged, its shadowy form a blur of claws and teeth, as it attempted to sink its fangs into its opponent. A fierce battle raged. Observers watched, stunned. Did that boy have a good understanding of these monsters and their characteristics? One man asked, incredulous.
Even an expert in monster academics admitted surprise at the boy's skill.
Despite the surrounding chaos, a woman's mana remained remarkably stable, a testament to her focus and control.
A monstrous figure, cloaked in shadow, lunges.
A flash of surprise, then a burst of energy erupts beneath it. The creature is thrown back, a powerful splash marking its impact against the water.
Its form is briefly distorted, a sign of immense force. The young man, his eyes blazing with determination, focuses his attention.
The young woman recoils, clearly affected by some unseen force. A subtle expression of concern crosses her features. A young woman with pale blue hair, eyes narrowed in concentration, stands amidst a maelstrom of shattered ice and crackling energy. The sheer power emanating from her is palpable.
A man with dark hair, a sly smirk playing on his lips, addresses a princess. He begins, "You know, princess." The princess, in turn, demands, "What?"
The exchange hints at a secret, a shared knowledge fraught with tension.
The man lunges forward, a golden aura surrounding him, as he engages the princess in combat. Their fight is a blur of motion and energy,
a clash of wills as potent as it is sudden. The princess and the man stand before a looming, imposing structure, silhouetted against the darkness. The immense shadow behind them suggests a powerful presence, a looming threat, further amplified by the princess's focused demeanor and the man's guarded posture. The commander, a figure of imposing stature, grips her staff with practiced ease. Her icy gaze hints at the power she wields.
A crystalline explosion erupts, shattering the air with a resounding quang.
The force of the blast throws her back, momentarily disoriented. A lone figure stood defiant amidst a swirling vortex of icy energy, several monstrous shadowy figures closing in. The air crackled with raw magical power. The power coalesced, forming a breathtaking crystalline lotus, radiating an intense, otherworldly luminescence. This was no ordinary magic, this was the culmination of immense power.
With a deafening cock, shards of ice, propelled by unimaginable force, lanced out from the lotus, impaling the shadowy beasts.
Their screams echoed the raw power unleashed. A cataclysmic clash of ice and shadow unfolds.
Two figures, dwarfed by colossal ice elemental beasts, stand amidst a blizzard of frozen shards. Their opponents, 5 mid-level monsters, are clearly vanquished. Doubt hangs heavy in the air. A voice questions the unbelievable feat: did the two of them really defeat 5 mid-level monsters? The sheer scale of their accomplishment is hard to believe. The doubt is quickly dismissed. The narration shifts to confirm the incredible victory. But they would have already received a high score with that. The scene shifts. One of the victors, a young woman with long silver hair, stands poised, a glowing orb of energy crackling in her hand. The power she wields is undeniable, explaining the impossible victory. Her eyes, wide with a dawning realization, betray a mixture of apprehension and defiance. The weight of the impending conflict settles heavily upon her shoulders. He moves with lethal precision, a blur of motion as his blade arcs through the air. The sheer power behind his strike is evident in the trails of light that follow its path. The word shatter echoes the violent disintegration of the magical barrier, leaving the young woman exposed. This leaves her vulnerable to the immediate threat. A celestial explosion erupts, a blinding burst of azure light emanating from a singular point. The raw power is palpable, the very air crackling with energy. Ancient-looking characters flash into existence at the epicenter of the blast. A figure, partially obscured by the blue energy, reels back in pain. A sharp coo echoes, a sound indicative of searing pain and immense pressure. Her eyes widened, a surge of raw power crackling around her. The air itself vibrated with the energy she commanded. A monstrous, winged creature materialized before her, a bolt of lightning striking its chest. A blinding flash of light engulfed the creature as a powerful blast erupted. A young woman with long, flowing blue hair stands poised, a staff crackling with golden energy in her hand. The power surges around her, a testament to her burgeoning magical prowess. The woman's voice cuts through the air, quiet yet firm, "This is my magic." It's a declaration, not of boastfulness, but of raw, untamed power. The scene shifts dramatically. Night descends, and the woman stands beside a young man, their faces etched with shock. His words hang in the chilling air, 5 at once. The implication of simultaneous magical attacks dawns upon them, heavy with the weight of imminent danger. "Are you crazy?" she exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. But he simply replied, "Nope." His unwavering confidence, a stark contrast to her doubt, set the stage for a pivotal moment. "You can do it, and I believe in you," he offered, a gentle encouragement masking a deeper understanding of the risks involved. His faith in her, however unlikely, solidified his role as her anchor in this tumultuous undertaking. Alone, shrouded in darkness, she confessed her deepest fear: "I never had anyone to guide me, nor a person who would tell me that the path I was walking was the right one." Her vulnerability laid bare the immense pressure she carried. Two figures, a young man and a taller, more stoic individual, drifted through a swirling vortex of golden light, their descent a silent testament to an unseen force pulling them downwards. The young man's gaze followed a shimmering trail of light, its faint glow cutting through the darkness, a beacon amidst the void. The text below, "Let's follow that light," served as both a narrative guide and his unspoken resolve. A young woman, her pale blue hair contrasting sharply with her dark attire, stood at the end of the trail, seemingly untouched by the ethereal glow. She held a staff, a symbol of arcane power, and her posture spoke of both serene power and quiet anticipation. The journey's end had arrived. He narrowly avoided a magical attack, a near miss leaving him breathless. The escape was tense, a testament to the power of his opponent. The cryptic symbols, now clearly shown, represented a failed attempt at a powerful ritual. Their failure was complete. A smug observer notes the swift acceptance of the devastating loss, a surprise given the circumstances. Her crimson eyes, magnified by spectacles, held a flicker of doubt. "But if..." she began, the unfinished thought hanging heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the imposing figure beside her. The speaker's gaze was sharp, assessing. He mused, "My knight had been Beck Uziel." The implication hung in the silence, a commoner, defying expectations. The weight of unspoken words intensified. But why is that commoner bastard so dedicated to Il? The question, laced with suspicion, highlighted the extraordinary devotion of the knight to his noble charge. Il's face, etched with profound sorrow, reflected the burden of a secret, a silent testament to the complexities of her relationship with Beck Uziel. She struggles to accept the reality before her. The cryptic symbols, 32 Nabla Nabla, 199, taunt her understanding, a testament to the incomprehensible events that have unfolded. "I can't understand it," she whispers, the weight of the unknown pressing down. A young woman with striking pink hair, dressed in a dark academic uniform, stands defiantly. A dark-haired man lurks in the background, his expression unreadable. The scene unfolds in a dimly lit hallway within a grand institution. The pink-haired woman's frustration boils over. News of her defeat at the hands of a commoner and a traitor has reached her. "She's so annoying," she spits, the words laced with contempt and disbelief. A young woman sits at a desk, pen in hand, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto her face. "To think," she muses, the weight of unspoken words heavy in the air. This is a critical juncture. Her contemplation foreshadows a significant decision regarding the narrative's trajectory. The narrative's progression is subtly altered. The text reveals a key plot point. The author notes that Izil's decline, as depicted in the original novel, should now be even more pronounced, implying a significant divergence from the established storyline. This sets the stage for an alteration in her future. The young man, Baek Uzil, stands with his back to us, a pensive air about him. His success is attributed to another, a fact that weighs heavily on his mind. The golden glow behind him suggests the scale of his achievement, and the shadow of doubt that falls upon it. The narrative shifts to a darker, more ominous tone. The question of a hidden story, a potential divergence from the known path, is raised. The fragments of what seems to be a shattered crystal suggest a world undone, a past altered. This is linked to my Yuzion's regression. A young woman, her brow furrowed in concentration, ponders the implications. Her expression reflects the gravity of the unfolding mystery, hinting at the intricate puzzle that lies ahead. Baek Uzil regressed, his intent to forge a world where he could live with the person he loved. Even the possibility of being completely forgotten by that person at the end of it all didn't deter him. Could Baek Uzil truly have no regrets? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the serene image of a regal library. Episode 5, The Monster Mock Battle, is complete. The system promises additional rewards, prompting Baek Uzil to ponder his choices. "What should I get as a reward this time?" he muses, already strategizing. He strengthened his skills considerably, and anticipates a challenging episode soon. Preparation is key. The young man seeks a specific item, Iphanal's grass key. The system confirms his acquisition of the key. The Iphanal's grass key is revealed to be a super rare item, not an ancient relic, accessible only to high-level players. However, using the key requires an outing, necessitating specific conditions to be met. How? The young man's eyes widened, reflecting disbelief and dawning horror. The weight of the revelation bore down on him. A lone figure stood defiant, silhouetted against a blinding light, a sword held high. He faced monstrous, shadowy entities, their forms writhing in the ethereal glow. The battle was about to begin. A blinding flash of light, a searing bolt of energy. The attack, raw and potent, struck with ferocious intensity. A surge of confidence flowed through her. She could do this. He urged her to believe in him, the one who believed in her. His faith in her was her strength. Until this moment, he lacked the conviction to proceed. A profound uncertainty shadowed his path. That uncertainty is gone. He walks resolutely towards a radiant, unknown future. The results of the monster mock battle are posted. Group 32, led by Ulciel, takes first place. A young man and woman, Ulciel and his partner, stand before the board, their expressions unreadable. The weight of their victory, however slight, hangs heavy in the air. Ulciel's partner speaks, her voice laced with a quiet frustration. Despite defeating mid-level monsters of opposing attributes, their team still lost. The implication is clear: even superior strategy and strength cannot guarantee success in this world. The unexpected defeat highlights an underlying flaw in their approach. Ulciel broods, his thoughts turning to a hypothetical: if the most perfect knight existed, what would that mean for their world, their strategies, and their limitations? The question reflects his growing uncertainty and the limitations of their established paradigms. A future queen, poised on a grand staircase, contemplates her destiny. Her unspoken question hangs heavy in the air: shouldn't a knight serve her, the future ruler of this world? The scene shifts. A different woman, her gaze steely, silently resolves to investigate Baek Yuziel further. This decision hints at a developing conflict, or a hidden truth waiting to be uncovered. The name Saerin Orkan is revealed, a name spoken with a quiet intensity that suggests significance. The context, however, remains ambiguous for now. A young woman, her dark hair framing a pensive expression, gazes off into the distance. A hint of weariness clings to her posture, a subtle foreshadowing of the challenges ahead. "You've still got a long way to go," a voice seems to echo, a stark reminder of the arduous journey yet to be undertaken. This statement carries a weight of expectation, hinting at significant hurdles for the protagonist. The young woman diligently studies, her brow furrowed in concentration. The scene underscores her dedication, hinting at future mastery of powerful magic, specifically, crystal flower. A vision flashes, a powerful sorceress, Isel, wielding a staff, her white hair flowing behind her, commanding the very essence of ice. This spell, Crystal Flower, symbolizes a pivotal moment of self-discovery and newfound confidence far in her future. In the original story, a romance fantasy, My Yuzeon and Il shared their feelings, and the world ended. A nameless character, Baek Yuziel, loved Il, a love so profound that he turned back time itself. His love for her was a force capable of altering fate. A young man, his face etched with a mixture of exhaustion and dawning comprehension, stares blankly ahead. The weight of recent events seems to rest heavily upon him. A shimmering, ethereal key materializes before him. This isn't just any key, it unlocks access to a realm where deities dwell. The sheer power radiating from the artifact is palpable. The image of a colossal, ancient tree fills the panel, its branches reaching towards a mystical sky. This is a visual representation of the realm the key accesses, a place of immense power and divine presence. The text confirms its significance, a place where deities reside. The sorceress, cloaked in gray, stood amidst swirling energy, a staff crackling with arcane power in her hand. Her expression was one of quiet resolve, the magical storm a testament to her formidable abilities. Blinker, a student at the Magic Academy, stretches, announcing his completion of an assignment. His casual demeanor suggests a high level of skill and confidence. He now stands before a notice board, seemingly contemplating the various postings. This suggests a new objective or perhaps a shift in his immediate focus. The university boasts a diverse range of clubs, from the traditional mage sports and soul chess club to the more esoteric rune composition club and book club. However, only a select few extracurricular activities are permitted, suggesting a rigid structure governing student life. A young man, his eyes filled with pensive contemplation, considers the implications of this limited choice. He's carefully weighing his options, understanding the weight of his decision. Another student, a girl with striking blue hair, approaches him. She questions his lack of club involvement, highlighting the unusual nature of his situation within the university's social structure. He acknowledges her, recognizing her as Isel, a currently popular student. His recognition speaks volumes about the social dynamics of this setting. A young woman confronts a pair of male students, her voice laced with accusation, "Why are you doing this to me?" The other boy, seemingly unconcerned, casually suggests, "Should we go together?" The scene is tense, the underlying conflict unspoken yet palpable. The tension escalates. A third student, My Yuzeon, is mentioned, prompting the question, "My Yuzeon? Why is he?" This immediately establishes a power dynamic and intrigue surrounding this unnamed individual. One boy dismisses the inquiry with a dismissive, "Whatever, don't touch me." The previously calm atmosphere is shifting towards something more sinister. The narrative shifts to a brief, almost dismissive acknowledgement of a past event. "I enjoyed the mock battle," one student admits, adding, "and I heard you even led the hunt against necromancers a while back. How impressive." This reveals a history of significant events that are clearly important in the context of the unfolding drama. The focus narrows to My Yuzeon, his red eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. A subtle, almost predatory smile plays on his lips. The shift in perspective highlights his importance, foreshadowing his involvement in the emerging conflict. "As a commoner, I'm always seeking better ways to do things."
This reveals a proactive and resourceful nature, a key character trait.
The young man's expression hints at skepticism. The statement is unexpected.
His emphatic denial underscores the unusual nature of his actions. The other youth acknowledges the surprising nature of the situation, highlighting the protagonist's uncommon behavior. The statement implies a late start to his training, suggesting a unique or perhaps even unconventional path to his current abilities. He nods, a relieved smile playing on his lips.
Yes. If my lady hadn't intervened, things could have become quite dangerous.
His words hint at a near miss, a perilous situation averted by timely intervention. He continues, explaining, well, in the original story, my Yuzeon and Flame worked together. This reveals an alternate timeline, suggesting the current narrative diverges from a pre-established path. But because I intervened this time, Flame was tied. The speaker's actions have directly altered the preordained course of events, creating a ripple effect in the narrative.
The implication is that Flame is now unavailable, perhaps restrained or otherwise incapacitated.
He offers a pragmatic assessment. Anyway, this is good. If this happens, both Hei Wanyang and my Yuzeon will train more. This suggests a beneficial outcome despite the changed circumstances, emphasizing the character's growth and development as a central theme. Two figures stand back to back, silhouetted against a backdrop of swirling blue gears and papers, possibly representing a complex plan or a challenging situation. The visual foreshadows a collaborative effort to address an imminent challenge. I was busy, one boy explained, a slight smirk playing on his lips.
He then extended an invitation. Then do you want to join my club?
The other boy, intrigued, questioned the nature of this club. His curiosity piqued by the unusual description, one that is quiet with not many people, has no in-person meetings, covers the 4 major insurances, buys me cheese tonkatsu at lunchtime, has free external activities, respects individual activities, and allows external outings. A girl, clearly skeptical, voiced her disbelief. What kind of club has all that? She questioned. The first boy quickly backpedaled, dismissing his previous statement as a joke. Of course there's no club like that. I just said it as a joke. The boy's expression shifted, a hint of something unreadable in his eyes as he looked intently at the girl. What? The girl's eyes widened in surprise, clearly taken aback by his sudden change in demeanor. He confirms, yeah, I can, a subtle confidence underlying his words. His subsequent statement, well, with my Yuzeon's connections, it's possible, reveals a reliance on someone else's influence, hinting at a lack of independent power or resources.
A shift in demeanor. A questioning huh? Do you know something?
His suspicion is palpable, suggesting the previous conversation has left him unsettled and seeking answers.
The revelation, one of my Yuzeon's fundamental flaws.
This marks a pivotal moment, indicating that information about a critical weakness has been uncovered, foreshadowing a significant plot development. His sardonic, almost triumphant, okay, make me a club, coupled with the muttered aside, special, my s, exposes a cynical attitude and hints at a manipulation or exploitation of the situation. The enthusiastic really speaks to his anticipation of using this flaw to his advantage.
A young man, his face almost hidden by shadow, asks a question with a hint of uncertainty, right? The implied doubt hangs heavy in the air.
Someone responds, about that, the tone suggesting a significant shift in topic or an impending explanation. The interruption creates suspense. The scene shifts to a formal meeting.
A club's application is being reviewed.
To receive the necessary seal for special activities, a guidance professor and at least 4 members are required. The bureaucratic hurdle highlights the challenges ahead. Securing a guidance professor proves difficult, a challenge acknowledged by the students. One student, however, dismisses the faculty with disdain, labeling them all as trash. His contempt is palpable. The implication hangs heavy, someone is responsible for this, and it seems the culprit's identity is known.
Their status is revealed in the next scene.
The scene shifts to the vice principal's office, setting the stage for a confrontation or an explanation of the situation.
The vice principal, a man of apparent authority, is already examining something in his possession.
A young man, his features sharp and his eyes alight with mischief, emerges from a shimmering portal. A gasp escapes him as he takes in his surroundings. He smiles, a glint of something dangerous in his eyes, and addresses an unseen figure.
Yeah, long time no see, grandfather.
The casual tone belies a potential for conflict. The young man pondered his options. Numerous clubs at the academy vied for his membership, but the sheer number of choices proved overwhelming.
Which one offered the best fit?
His companion, a girl with sky-blue hair, playfully chided him. He'd forgotten the simple truth of his situation. His unique abilities and reputation meant clubs would be clamoring for him. Despite the obvious advantages, she understood his hesitation. The weight of choosing wisely rested heavily upon him. A decision of this nature required careful consideration. A young man with dark hair smiles warmly, his hand resting on the shoulder of a shorter companion with brown hair.
The scene suggests a comfortable camaraderie between the two.
The brown-haired boy's eyes widen slightly, a hint of apprehension in their gaze. The thought bubble above him reads, "As I thought, you," implying a suspicion confirmed.
The scene shifts to include a girl with light blue hair, standing beside the two boys.
The dark-haired boy makes an observation. His words reveal a contrast between his own time management and that of his friends. "I see.
Unlike me, you use your time well, including on weekends."
The brown-haired boy and the blue-haired girl exchange glances, a mixture of surprise and perhaps a little guilt evident in their expressions. Their reaction hints at a shared secret or activity that occupies their weekends. Yuzhen, a young man with a determined expression, explains, "I study, and train too." His intensity hints at a deeper purpose beyond mere academics.
Another youth, grinning, responds, "You're too direct, Yuzhen," revealing a familiarity between them. This candidness, however, masks a hidden agenda. The scene explodes into action.
A powerful, monstrous creature, a spectral avian beast, attacks, forcing a desperate defense. The urgency of the situation underscores the significance of the preceding dialogue.
Yuzhen's face shows a grim determination.
The text reveals the underlying reason for his intensive training: to easily defeat He Wenriang. This sets up He Wenriang as a significant antagonist and explains the high stakes of Yuzhen's rigorous regimen.
A fierce duel unfolds. Two figures clash amidst swirling energy and crackling lightning, their confrontation leaving He Wenriang isolated. The uncertainty surrounding Wenyang's current state is palpable. Yuziel's delayed club enrollment at school is highlighted. The implication hangs heavy, a subtle hint at the character's personality and perhaps some underlying reluctance towards social participation. A proposition, the creation of a personalized club. This suggests a willingness to cater to Yuziel's unique preferences, hinting at a potential shift in dynamics and a more tailored approach to his integration. You can really make a special outing club? The question hung in the air, a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. Two young students, in crisp, dark uniforms, stood within the ornate walls of what appeared to be a school. "But, how does making a club for me benefit you?"
The skepticism sharpened, a direct challenge to the previous suggestion. The younger student's expression turned calculating.
"It does. Because you're special." A simple, yet powerful statement, revealing a hidden motive. The lack of further explanation heightened the intrigue. "Yeah, but let her join too." A surprising concession, suggesting a shift in dynamics. The sound tap-tap accompanies the arrival of a third student, causing the other one to exclaim, "What?"
The scene hints at unexpected alliances and potential conflict.
My Yuziang welcomes Ace Ellie, noting their pre-existing close bond will allow her to provide essential mental support.
The young man's welcoming words belie a hidden purpose. Yuziang's companion, displaying unnerving red eyes, assures him he'll take care of securing the club members and a necessary seal. His calm confidence hints at a deeper, more strategic plan. The plan is revealed: gaining access to the seal requires joining a club, and special outings provide an opportunity to obtain it.
The red-eyed companion's strategic maneuvering is evident.
A young man, his expression weary, contemplates the limitations of authority.
Not everyone, it seems, holds the power to grant authorization for special activities.
The scene shifts to an older man, his face etched with surprise, a single, sharp exhalation escaping his lips. "Ah." following the public mockery, perceptions of the young man shifted.
His countenance reflects a weariness born of misunderstanding. The narrative's focus shifts to a shadowed figure, their words revealing a cynical outlook. People's opinions deviate wildly from reality.
A dismissive statement concludes the exchange. The formality of the reply underscores the distance between the speakers.
A man, his face etched with suspicion, observes a newcomer. His inner turmoil is evident as he questions the other's presence, muttering, "Why is this psychotic bastard here now?" The scene is tense, charged with unspoken threat.
Ignoring the tension, a second man casually requests a club form, issuing a blunt command, "It's a club request form.
Stamp it for me." His demeanor suggests an unsettling confidence, oblivious to or unconcerned by the other's hostility. A tense exchange unfolds. The young man, heir to a significant legacy, stands rigidly, his gaze fixed on the older man before him. The weight of unspoken expectations hangs heavy in the air.
The older man, his face etched with worry and a touch of desperation, urges the young man to simply sign the document, avoiding any further scrutiny of its contents. His words suggest a pressing need for swift action. Despite the urgency, a figure observes from the shadows, revealing a hidden conflict. His words, "As long as he is that man's heir, I cannot," to betray his concealed intentions and highlight an obstacle to the transaction.
A power struggle is brewing, its stakes far exceeding a simple document.
The scene shifts back to the initial exchange.
The young man, now seemingly more resolute, attentively reviews the document.
The earlier pressure to simply sign it is replaced by a calculated evaluation.
The conflict remains unspoken but is palpable.
He sits, a picture of controlled fury, his hand covering his mouth, a single word escaping, "I'm aware."
The weight of unspoken threats hangs heavy in the air. A man with a shrewd gaze and prominent mustache enters the scene. His expression is one of cold calculation.
The tension ratchets up a notch. The man's sharp assessment of the situation is delivered, "He sure is like his father, a carbon copy."
The implication is clear, the resemblance isn't purely physical.
A woman's chilling vow echoes through the opulent chamber, "A bastard child dares to be so arrogant. Because one day, I will chop his arrogant head off."
The threat is absolute, the intent unmistakable.
A man in a long coat approaches a grand, imposing door, his back to the viewer. He carries a file, his demeanor suggesting a mission of some importance. The scene is set within a large, dimly lit hall, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. A young woman, her face etched with self-reproach, confesses, "But I messed up since I was nervous.
I could have done better than flame."
Her words reveal a sense of inadequacy and a hint of rivalry, suggesting a recent event where she fell short of expectations.
The deep teal background emphasizes her troubled state of mind.
The two women depart, their backs turned, leaving the viewer to ponder the implications of their hushed conversation and the weight of their shared responsibility. Their shared attire hints at their connection, perhaps within a same organization, further fueling speculation about the nature of their task.
A young man, his brow furrowed in mild concern, asks, gosh.
What's up?" His expression hints at a genuine interest in the girl beside him. The girl hesitates, then explains that she believes the professors dislike her too much to ask for help. The boy replies, "Well, based on your normal attitude, I'm sure that's the case," confirming a shared understanding of her typical demeanor.
The young man suddenly remembers something crucial. "Wait, aren't you close with Assistant Professor Altalicia?"
This suggests a potential avenue for resolving the girl's problem. He continues walking, explaining, "So assistants can also take on the guidance professor role," revealing a previously unknown aspect of the school system, and showing his insightful approach to problem solving.
His focus remains on the story's details.
A cloaked figure hurried down a long corridor, the sound of their footsteps echoing softly. The air hung heavy with unspoken secrets. A young man, suddenly encountering this scene, found himself speechless. He thought, his surprise evident. He stood before Altalicia's personal research lab, a stark, imposing structure. The weight of the unknown pressed down on him. A gasp escaped a woman's lips, her eyes wide with alarm as she adjusted her collar. A sense of urgency permeated the air. A young assistant professor sits, his brow furrowed in concern.
The unspoken weight of a recent event hangs heavy in the air.
He seems troubled, grappling with the consequences of what has transpired. A colleague approaches, her concern evident. She inquires about the status of a thesis, a significant piece of work the assistant professor has dedicated considerable time to. The question hints at the upcoming research conference, adding pressure to the situation. The assistant professor explains that he gave the thesis to the professor, emphasizing the approaching research conference as the rationale. The implication is that the thesis is now outside his control, leaving him vulnerable. Despite the setback, the colleague offers reassurance, framing the situation as a learning experience.
This suggests a resilience in the face of unexpected challenges and an emphasis on growth.
He adjusted his collar, a hint of weariness in his youthful gaze.
A complex formula filled the board, a testament to the intricate nature of the problem. Professor Maizen, it was hinted, would soon crack this code as well. But before that,
a woman with blonde hair and glasses addressed him, referring to a previous solution, the convergence technique, a random sequence he'd solved previously. The panel emphasized the significance of the task at hand, a formula that had remained unsolved for 300 years.
It wasn't a problem to be taken lightly.
Her disbelief was palpable.
What?
You'll really solve that, she stammered, incredulous. He admits to solving a problem coincidentally, lacking a full understanding of the process.
The implication is that a deeper mystery is at play.
The formula incorporates Trini's coefficient, light, and reflection, a critical detail for understanding the upcoming events.
He's already deeply engrossed in the formula's complexity, a feat described as impressive concentration.
This highlights his skills and foreshadows the potential resolution. A young man in a distinguished uniform strides confidently across a grand hall. He carries himself with an air of quiet assurance, his gaze fixed on some unseen goal.
His actions speak volumes, he is placing his faith in another's considerable abilities.
The scene shifts to a richly appointed office. Two men converse, one comfortably seated, the other standing. The seated man expresses his unexpected contentment with his surroundings, a stark contrast to the gravity of their unspoken business. The other inquires about the purpose of this meeting, foreshadowing tension. A club request form sits before a stern-faced man in a suit.
He muses aloud, needing to verify its compliance with regulations.
The weight of his decision, the power he holds over the applicant's aspirations, hangs heavy in the air. The man reviews the form, his expression unchanging as he sits across from a sharply dressed young man. The opulent setting speaks to the authority of the club they seek to join. The scene is tense, anticipation thick with unspoken implications.
The young man's intense gaze pierces the observer. His red eyes and the simple, yet commanding, question, "You will, right?"
speak volumes about his confidence, bordering on arrogance, and the stakes involved. A subtle gulp, a visible swallow, reveals the older man's inner conflict. He silently acknowledges his inability to refuse the young man's request. The unspoken pressure, the understanding between them, dictates the inevitable outcome. A young man, his eyes burning with barely contained power, stands before us. His dark uniform speaks of authority, yet a dangerous edge to his smile betrays a simmering intensity. The same young man now sits in a grand room, his expression more subdued, a hint of weariness in his posture. He adjusts his tie, a subtle gesture that speaks volumes of his controlled anxiety. He departs with a quiet, "Thanks, I'll be off," his words betraying a deeper resolve. The air crackles with unspoken tension.
The stern-faced professor, his mustache a dark shadow above a grim expression, sits in judgment.
His hands steepled before him, he seems to weigh unseen matters, a silent storm brewing behind his impassive gaze. Relief washes over Jackie's face as the lesson concludes. The professor's notoriously harsh critiques of commoner presentations are a known source of anxiety, but today, she is spared. A classmate agrees, emphasizing the professor's particularly critical eye towards those not of noble birth. Despite her relief, Jackie carries a hint of self-doubt. The professor's praise, though kind, falls short of her own expectations. A subtle acknowledgement of her potential to achieve greater things lingers in the air. Dismissing the professor's words with a carefree smile, the young woman assures, don't worry about what the professor said. Her unconcern hints at a deeper understanding of the situation, or perhaps a deliberate disregard for authority.
A quiet gosh escapes her lips, revealing a flicker of underlying anxiety.
The internal monologue, I was worried for her, but she doesn't understand, underscores a hidden concern for someone else's obliviousness to impending trouble.
Shifting the conversation, she proposes, it's nothing much, but you're close with the professors, right? I want to make a club, so can you ask some professors?
Her request subtly reveals a proactive nature and a willingness to navigate the complexities of her academic environment. Her expression falls slightly as she listens, the weight of unspoken concerns heavy in the air. The implication of someone committing a disruptive act adds a layer of intrigue and anticipation for the coming events. A young man, his face etched with confusion, stands before us. His dark eyes, wide with uncertainty, betray his inner turmoil.
The weight of an undisclosed secret hangs heavy in the air.
His uncertainty deepens. He confesses his ignorance of a hidden game, a revelation that hints at a larger, more complex plot unfolding behind the scenes.
His naivety becomes a crucial element in the unfolding narrative. A calculating gleam in the eye of a woman observing him. Her knowing smirk speaks volumes. She possesses information the young man lacks, a knowledge that grants her a position of power in this unfolding game. The stage is set for a confrontation. Assistant Professor Altalicia?
The question hangs in the air, a silent inquiry in a dimly lit study filled with the scent of old paper and forgotten knowledge.
A young man enters, his concern evident as he finds Altalicia visibly distressed.
Assistant Professor, what's wrong? He asks, his voice laced with worry. Her distress foreshadows a significant problem with her research. A sudden, violent ripping sound, a desperate, almost frantic tearing of paper, fills the silence.
The assistant professor is clearly in the midst of a breakdown. The act itself suggests a desperate attempt to destroy something she regrets having created. Altalicia's demeanor shifts dramatically.
A composed smile replaces her earlier distress.
Professor said he'd use my thesis then.
I should be grateful, she states, a chilling calmness in her voice that belies a deeper, more unsettling truth about her situation and her relationship with her superior.
You've just been robbed, the young man states, his expression grim as he looks down at the blonde woman beside him.
His words carry the weight of a harsh reality. He continues, his inner turmoil evident, this isn't the time for me to ask her to be the guidance professor. The urgency of the situation overrides his need for assistance.
The young man's internal conflict intensifies. He reveals, I wanted to let Altalicia complete it herself, but... His desire for her independence is clear, yet complicated by the circumstances.
Assistant Professor, I've been working on it because your ideas were so interesting, but it hasn't worked out. His words reveal a collaborative effort gone awry, highlighting the gravity of the situation and the pressure he's under. The complex magical symbols in the background emphasize the intricate and potentially dangerous nature of the project. A young woman, her blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail, adjusts her glasses. She seems to have a breakthrough, muttering, I do feel like I'll be able to see the way if I just solve one thing, but... A sense of cautious optimism fills her expression, she's close to understanding something crucial. The scene shifts to a man at a chalkboard, his features sharp and intelligent.
He's sketching a complex symbol, the final touches suggesting a magical formula.
The caption notes this is a magical concept.
He seems confident, even smug, reflecting on his achievement.
The young woman from the first panel returns, her expression a mix of wonder and slight envy. She's commenting on another person's work as well as Panusin's flow, acknowledging their superior skill and insight. The man's self-assessment, she's truly a genius compared to me who just copied what I saw. This reveals not only Panusin's exceptional talent but also highlights the man's own limitations, despite his apparent skill. He moves swiftly, a shadow against the rich, dark wood of the imposing palace doors. The weight of his mission pressed upon him. A sly smile played on the lips of the man who awaited him, a glint of amusement in his eyes that hinted at a hidden agenda. You did great, she offered, a casual dismissal in her tone.
Her words, though seemingly complimentary, carried an undercurrent of indifference.
Her eyes, though partially obscured, reflected a weariness that belied her nonchalant words, a weariness born of a burden she carried alone. The young girl observed the robed figure from a low angle, surrounded by scattered documents within a dimly lit study. The weight of untold stories seemed to emanate from the papers, hinting at a complex puzzle yet to be solved. Determination hardened her gaze as she declared, "I'll solve that part."
The young girl's resolve marked a turning point, a shift from passive observation to active participation. With Altalicia's help, he established the Delicious Restaurants Club, securing a leave pass with his newfound authority. This action, however, didn't go unnoticed.
Suspicion clouded the air as questions arose concerning his leave pass and concurrent training.
He walked away, seemingly unfazed by the scrutiny.
The weight of suspicion hung heavy, yet his steps were resolute. A young woman with elven ears, the Mage of Stella, smiles warmly. "Nice to meet you, Mage of Stella," a voice greets her. The introduction is cordial, yet hints at a world rich in magical titles and power dynamics. A man explains the reason for the lush gardens surrounding them. "Perhaps it's because in the past, Eltman Eltwin saved the second world tree that was ablaze and about to die," he says, his smile gentle but carrying the weight of ancient history. "I hope the blessing of the world tree, who has granted this beautiful garden, is with you." The narrative subtly introduces a pivotal figure from the past, Eltman Eltwin, and establishes the significance of the world tree, a source of immense power, capable of bestowing blessings and potentially influencing the very landscape. A group of individuals, seemingly students, stand in a verdant courtyard. Among them, two striking figures stand out, a young woman with long, silver hair, and a taller elf with golden hair, a subtle smirk playing on their lips. The scene hints at a social gathering, perhaps at a prestigious academy. The King of Elves, Flower Seerin, is introduced. A majestic figure shrouded in a flowing white robe, their face partially obscured. The title emphasizes Seerin's unique status and influence. A narration box reveals a crucial piece of world building: elves in this world are born without gender. However, Seerin, despite being born female, is described as lacking a defined gender due to their unique circumstances. This panel continues the explanation of Seerin's gender ambiguity. Their lack of a defined gender stems from never having found true love. This detail adds an intriguing layer to Seerin's character and the world's lore. The narration emphasizes the significant impact of Seerin's gender ambiguity. The lack of a clear gender caused many men to despair, highlighting a unique social dynamic within this world. A young man, seemingly a student, is shown walking away, with a pensive expression suggesting he, too, liked Flower Seerin. A young man, eyes gleaming with triumph, declares, "Found it." His subtle smirk hints at a plan unfolding. The camera pulls back to reveal a hidden dungeon nestled deep within a verdant forest, its entrance subtly marked by a faint magical sigil. This is the location he has sought. A stark warning appears, warning. Once you open the entrance to this place, someone else who possesses the key may find out. The young man, now more serious, acknowledges this phrase. "I'm sure I saw this in the game." He understands the risk, but proceeds nonetheless. He dismissed the recent lack of special in-game events as insignificant, a mere anomaly. But his doubt was shattered. A glint of light, a faint ping, and an arrow pierced his weapon. A door to deity Ifane's garden has opened. The scene opens in a lavish, dimly lit bedroom. A young woman with long, silver hair lies asleep on a large bed, the covers slightly askew. A sense of tranquility hangs in the air, but a subtle undercurrent of unease lingers. She awakes, her eyes opening to a breathtaking vista through a large window. Arms outstretched, she greets the bright, sunny day with an expression of serene hope. Two white doves take flight, symbolizing the newfound peace and freedom that Flower Seerin, as the text panel reveals her name, has found. The scene closes on a note of hopeful resolution. Gazing out a grand palace window, a young woman with silver hair yearned, "When will I be able to freely travel like that?" Her wistful gaze followed a soaring bird, a stark contrast to her gilded cage. A shift in perspective revealed a close-up of her face, a hint of mischief in her golden eyes. "I'm jealous of those birds," she admitted, the longing in her tone unmistakable. Suddenly, her expression turned serious. A flicker of immense power was sensed, prompting her to hastily interrupt herself. this isn't the time for this.
The young woman, now visibly agitated, frantically covers herself with a sheet, the urgent action leaving little doubt about the nature of the impending interruption. She restrains herself, a tremor in her hand betraying the immense power she holds back. Decades of waiting culminate in this moment, yet she remains still, the weight of her resolve palpable. A sudden, sharp intake of breath. Pollen, an unexpected obstacle, hinders his progress. The seemingly minor irritant reveals a larger vulnerability amidst the unfolding conflict. He lunges forward, a burst of motion defying the pollen's effect. The intensity of his movement underscores the urgency of his purpose, a determined push against the unseen forces arrayed against him. He smirked, a vial of crimson liquid clutched in his hand. "That's why I crafted fire potions using alchemy," he explained, the subtle threat in his tone palpable. His mastery of alchemy, it seemed, extended beyond simple healing remedies. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the potion. It exploded in a fiery bloom, a wave of incandescent energy engulfing his opponent. A blinding flash of light erupted. The boy, now surrounded by a blazing aura, vanished in an instant, leaving only the lingering scent of sulfur and the echo of a blink. His eyes, burning with fierce determination, narrowed. A surge of power, raw and untamed, coiled within him. He located it. The source of the disturbance, a swirling vortex of incandescent energy, pulsed before him. There! With a burst of speed, he launched himself into the heart of the maelstrom. A blur of motion, a crimson streak against the blinding light. The encounter was swift, decisive. 2 bright blue panels flashed, announcing a significant gain in experience. He walked away, the shimmering trails of energy fading behind him. A journey's end, or a new beginning? The answer remains shrouded in mystery. He stood amidst a field of forget-me-nots, beneath a star-dusted sky. The same boy, yet transformed, a subtle shift in demeanor, a quiet strength now evident. His realization dawns, so that's. The unspoken hangs heavy in the air, hinting at a profound revelation about the world, his place within it, and the events yet to unfold. A weary sigh escapes him as a well-shod foot touches down, the man muttering, "I'm finally here." He arrives, clutching his throat, a grimace twisting his features. "I feel unwell," he groans. The initial relief of arrival is quickly overshadowed by discomfort. Despite his illness, he reflects on a recent event with a wry smile. He acknowledges the outcome, saying, "That's how it worked out," but focuses on the positive. "It's a relief he still gave me the leave pass." The leave pass, despite the difficulties, is secured. He arrived at a verdant archway, the boy in a Stella uniform, his surroundings exceeding even the game's graphics in their detail. An elf, her expression serene, offered a hopeful blessing. "I hope your honest heart reaches the mother of the land." Flower Siren, a being of such breathtaking beauty that she captivated countless male players, is revealed. Her very presence stirred hearts. In this world, when beings form deep bonds of love, they shift their gender to align with their partner. However, after experiencing an intense, consuming passion, Siren chose to remain male. The setting shifts to deity Iphanel's garden. A character, observing an interface, declares their intent to take Iphanel's grass key. A young man, his face alight with a knowing smile, holds a small, ornate key. The glint in his eyes speaks of a plan forming. With a determined step, he walks toward a radiant light emanating from a dense, green forest. This is the gateway, the key's destination. Before him stretches a breathtaking vista, a colossal, cliffside city, almost impossibly perched among verdant peaks. The scale is awe-inspiring. This is his goal. The King of Elves surveyed the scene, a serene expression on her face despite the inherent tension in the situation. "The world is peaceful today, as well," she stated, her voice calm yet carrying a subtle undercurrent of unease. This seemingly tranquil observation hints at an underlying fragility, a precarious peace easily disturbed. A sudden, sharp intake of breath shattered the quietude. A tremor ran through the elf, her eyes widening in alarm. Panic etched itself onto her features. Did someone enter the secret garden that Iphanel is asleep in? "Nobody can go there," she whispered, her voice laced with fear and a growing sense of dread. The revelation of a hidden, protected garden and a sleeping entity within immediately raises the stakes.
suggesting a significant threat. A potent fear grips her.
The curse, if triggered, risks plunging her into madness.
Therefore, she proposes a delay. They will wait for the World Tree's upcoming birthday. He stumbled, entangled by thick, grasping roots.
Arg, damn roots, he roared in frustration. The man, his dark suit now torn and muddied, frantically attempted to break free, but the roots held firm.
Their grip was relentless. He surveyed his predicament.
Just fighting them would take forever. He muttered, his gaze assessing the dense, seemingly endless jungle of roots.
He launched himself into action, his body a blur of motion as he unleashed a concentrated burst of energy.
A searing wave of heat engulfed the roots, a thunderous KSEK, echoing as they were incinerated.
A warrior's blade, imbued with a chilling blue energy, slices through the air. The attack is swift, precise, a testament to honed skill. A fiery explosion erupts, the warrior is thrown back by the force of the blast.
The intense heat and pressure of the attack are palpable.
The warrior, having dispatched his opponent, declares, "That's enough with the small fry." His tone is dismissive, revealing a greater purpose lies ahead. He resolves to move on, stating, "I should go achieve my true goal." The scene shifts to a tranquil forest, signaling a change in pace and focus. You have entered the dungeon's boss room. Awestruck, he knelt before the deity Fanel, a vision of ethereal beauty amidst a field of forget-me-nots.
He muttered, unconcerned, "Well, it's fine as long as I don't cause any accidents."
His casual tone belied the gravity of the situation. The consequences of a mishap near the World Tree are catastrophic. The next moment, a realization dawned on him, so that's the third World Tree. The awe in his voice hinted at the immense power and mystery emanating from this ancient being. A sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, ruffling his clothes as his expression twisted into one of strained concentration. The power of the World Tree was affecting him, a testament to its might. A young man stands before a field of blue flowers, his gaze fixed on something unseen. He observes that the entity before him is not a complete deity. A flicker of doubt crosses his features, a subtle shift in his expression revealing his uncertainty. He hesitates. A powerful surge of energy erupts, forcing the young man back. A sharp intake of breath escapes him, a physical manifestation of his surprise and unease.
Even in death, a deity's power persists.
The young man, kneeling amidst a surge of ethereal energy, acknowledges this undeniable truth, his resolve unwavering despite his exhaustion. He pushes himself to action, despite the oppressive weight of the deity's lingering presence. Every fiber of his being screams for rest, yet he sprints onward, driven by a force stronger than exhaustion. Reaching a secluded garden, he collapses, gasping for breath amidst a field of forget-me-nots. Near him, a veiled figure lies still, a silent witness to his struggle. Relief washes over him as he finally finds respite. The words, now I can breathe, escape his lips, a testament to his resilience and the hard-won victory over immediate exhaustion. This is a natural training ground, imbued with the lingering energy of a deity. Training here amplifies results 100-fold, and the deity's energy will dramatically increase your innate affinity.
He now possesses the power to confront the 8th episode's boss, Maizen Tyran. Training begins.
Weeks later, the protagonist's stats show significant improvements, strength, agility, and sensitivity increased, and his sixth sense, which consumes mana within a 2m radius and automatically activates when danger is detected, is now active. Blood mana circulation rate also improved. The protagonist acknowledges that his abilities are still below the standards of other top-tier protagonists, stating that he needs to refine his basic stab and slash techniques to accurately target vital points. His training is intense, he must repeatedly cut through bone and skin, pushing himself to the point of vomiting blood. The visceral nature of his practice is emphasized. A surge of energy erupts from the young man, his face contorted in exertion. He's clearly pushing his limits. He collapses, gasping for breath, the intense energy expenditure leaving him breathless. A system message appears, skill, deity's breath, obtained. This grants him a new, powerful ability. An unseen voice urgently demands his attention, a frantic plea cutting through the aftermath of his ordeal.
The question hangs heavy in the air: is he ignoring the voice, or is he simply unable to respond?
A young man, dressed in a crisp white shirt and dark trousers, stands amidst a field of blue flowers, his expression one of alert curiosity. He's clearly searching for the source of a disturbance, his question hanging in the air: where is the noise coming from? His gaze shifts to a cloaked figure kneeling before a weathered stone pillar. The figure seems to be praying, and the text above states, Deity Iphanal, hinting at the significance of the location and the figure's actions. The cloaked figure speaks, its voice somehow audible only now to the young man. The dialogue reveals a startling truth. What? How are you speaking? I've been speaking this entire time. You just didn't hear me because you're deaf. The revelation lays bare a previously hidden aspect of the protagonist's condition. The cloaked figure continues, offering a chilling explanation: that must be because you've become like me. The implication is clear: the protagonist's newfound ability to hear the figure is connected to a significant, possibly unsettling, transformation. He received a notification, a new skill acquired. The skill grants a temporary 4-star physical stat boost, but the penalty is essence erosion. The implications of this skill are profound for him, given his mana revelation delay physique. Losing his body is a significant risk. Despite the danger, he chooses to focus on the positive, a powerful new skill acquired. The question hangs in the air, unanswered: who are you referring to? The implication is clear: a powerful figure, capable of wielding both magic and a sword to fell even a deity, is being discussed. Intrigued, the young man inquires, can I meet that person? His desire to learn from such a formidable warrior is palpable. The scene subtly shifts to reveal the extent of his ambition. The response is a calculated proposal: should I teach you? The teacher's words hint at a hidden agenda, a test perhaps, or a price for knowledge. The mentor explains, I was close with that person, so I recorded all of his breathing techniques and movements. This reveals a unique method of instruction, suggesting a deep connection to the powerful warrior and a potentially unconventional teaching style. However, a caveat is introduced: instead, I have a condition. I cannot move from here or converse with anyone. This restriction establishes a significant limitation on the learning process, foreshadowing potential challenges and perhaps revealing more about the mentor's mysterious circumstances. So get my heart for me, the young man demands, his gaze unwavering. This request, however desperate it sounds, hints at a deeper, more urgent problem yet to be revealed. His companion recoils, a pained expression crossing his face. I'm sorry, but that's impossible, he replies, the weight of his words heavy with implication. The impossibility suggests inherent limitations, perhaps magical or physical, that underpin the central conflict. A second young man intervenes, his concern palpable. If I use that, wouldn't you lose most of your power, he asks, revealing a potential sacrifice or risky solution to the initial problem. This introduces a crucial element of choice and consequence. The scene shifts to a field of ethereal blue flowers, where the three figures stand. One, seemingly weakened, mutters, it's better than being trapped here forever. The acceptance of this seemingly desperate solution highlights the gravity of their situation and foreshadows a significant change. Securing a normal divine beast's heart isn't impossible, he mused, a faint glow emanating from his hands. It's significantly easier than obtaining a deity's heart. A confident smirk spread across his face. I'll try my best to bring it, he declared, the determination in his eyes unwavering. He shrugged, a nonchalant expression replacing his previous determination. I've never heard of such an item in the game, he admitted. Well, if it comes to it, I can use it as firewood if there's none around. A young man, a glint of mischief in his eyes, muses, a sign of a deity. The implication hangs heavy, he's clearly aware of something extraordinary unfolding, something connected to divine power. Triumph resonates in his quiet declaration, I did it. The weight of his accomplishment, whatever it may be, is palpable. This is a turning point. A woman, her face a mixture of concern and urgency, interrupts the moment, stating, this isn't the time for this. The scene shifts, implying immediate consequences to the young man's actions. The revelation struck him with the force of a physical blow. The woman before him, a deity now, was forever fixed in this state because her heart had been stolen before her ascension. her very essence, solidified by this profound loss. A surge of mana, a raw, potent energy, overwhelmed him. He recognized it instantly, the crushing weight of mana pressure. Determined, he refused to yield, his strained voice a testament to his resilience. "I can't give up here," he gasped, struggling against the immense force. He fought to keep his feet as the mana's relentless assault took its toll. Each labored breath, each strained muscle screamed in protest against the oppressive force. A system message flashes: Physique's experience points have increased due to the mana revelation trait. The young man's face, etched with concentration, reveals a hint of the exertion he's undergone. Another system message confirms: his stats have increased. The boy's posture, while still relaxed, suggests a growing power simmering beneath the surface. The narrative shifts. The boy reflects: one of the things the mages of my previous world desperately sought was a mana ley line. This sets the stage for his next revelation. A wry smile spreads across his face. "In other words, I went through all this just to find a good gym." He continues, a touch of self-deprecating humor in his voice. "I don't even exercise in reality." This casually reveals his powerful, almost effortless mastery of his new environment and suggests a deep understanding of his unique situation. The resentment-filled branch artifact is a high-class item. Its power lies in its ability to inflict escalating damage over time, fueled by the opponent's own resentment. The longer the resentment festers, the more potent the attack becomes, reaching maximum power within 3 months. However, the artifact's effectiveness is halved against opponents with a risk level of 6 or higher, a one-time effect. He holds the artifact, a dark, swirling energy emanating from it. The implications of possessing this power are clearly on his mind as he silently considers the implications. Then, since I've obtained the artifact, he muses, his thoughts turning toward the future and the possibilities and dangers that lie before him. His stats have increased significantly. He's now at 2.5 stars. This is a tangible measure of his growing power and the impact the artifact's acquisition has had on his capabilities. A powerful energy surges from him, a visible manifestation of his newly enhanced abilities. The wind whips around him, blue sparks dance in the air as he wields his power with a newfound confidence and skill. He grits his teeth, a fierce determination etched onto his face. "I need to work harder," he mutters, the words of promise whispered to himself. This is not simply self-reproach, it is the burning resolve of one who knows the stakes are impossibly high. With a sudden burst of motion, he unsheathes a blade, a bright flash cutting through the air. The speed is almost impossible to follow, a whirlwind of motion suggesting an immense surge of power. The blade strikes the ground with a resounding thwack, the impact sending tremors through the very earth. A powerful shockwave radiates outward, a clear indication of the force behind this attack. He clutches his chest, his face contorted in pain. The strain of his exertion is evident, a testament to the incredible cost of this power. He recoiled, eyes wide with disbelief. A tremor ran through him. The young man stared, his face a mask of shock. "Ha? You heard my voice just now, right?" he whispered, the question hanging in the air. A wave of understanding crashed over him. Deity Iphaneal had spoken to him. His thoughts were interrupted. A corpse spoke. "I'm not dead, you bad human," it shrieked. A cloaked figure, hands clasped in prayer, whispers a lament to the heavens: "Why couldn't I hear you until now?" The question hints at a long-awaited connection, a desperate plea finally answered. The grim reality dawns: this is basically saying that I'll lose my human body. The cost of a powerful ability is revealed, a sacrifice of mortality itself. The next line clarifies the mechanics: your essence's form can maintain itself through mana. The implication is clear: the individual can survive, but as something other than human. The young man's face reflects a profound understanding of his fate, tinged with resignation and fear. To think it's a skill where the more you use it, the shorter your lifespan gets. The consequences of his power are stark and irreversible. Death looms as the ultimate price. Fascinating. This is only the second time a human has breathed a deity's breath. Your existence is faint, like that of any person with barely any mana inside of you. It seems as if you don't exist in this world. What? No, the first mage's 12 disciples are dead. The first mage, then it's someone who died long ago.
I'm basically dead. Save me.
The cloaked figure despaired, his hands clasped together. With my abilities, I cannot obtain another deity's heart. His limitations, it seems, are insurmountable.
A glimmer of hope.
It's acceptable if it's not a deity's heart, a divine beast's pure heart will suffice.
A new path opens.
Okay then, the young man replied, his expression unreadable.
The implication, he accepts the revised plan, though his motive remains unclear.
The young man's explanation is revealed. The reason I was training here was because of the upcoming familiar contract ceremony. I'll have met countless divine beasts by then. His purpose in this training is unveiled, he needs a vast pool of candidates for the impending ritual. He expressed his gratitude, adding, "Oh yeah, I also have something for you." A small, hopeful smile played on his lips.
Instructions followed, look at the pillar behind me.
The scene shifted, revealing a delicate flower wreath resting on a weathered pillar.
A close-up on the wreath.
A system message appeared, Iphanal's flower necklace, a sign that you have become Ifane's friend.
Ability, nothing. He picked up the necklace, a thoughtful expression crossing his face.
It might be quite useful, he murmured, a glint of understanding in his eyes. A young woman, her blonde hair pulled back, sat perched on a rooftop, a thoughtful expression on her face. She wore a lab coat over dark clothing, a pen held lightly in her hand. Inside, the researcher meticulously transcribed arcane symbols onto a large chalkboard, surrounded by scrolls and papers. Her work, a complex tapestry of magical formulae, hinted at a momentous undertaking. The final entry, a simple yet profound statement, concluded her work, a new generation will begin tomorrow. The weight of this declaration, the culmination of her extensive research, filled the silent space.
Uziel will be pleased to hear this news.
The information, scrawled on a piece of parchment in an archaic script, speaks of individuals who have achieved enlightenment through centuries of dedicated training, transforming them into beings of exceptional power. These rare individuals, pure souls honed to perfection, are exceptionally few, even within the ethereal ether world. Their existence underscores the immense difficulty and dedication required to reach such a state. The narrator's isolation is emphasized. In this realm, there's no one to guide his path in the art of swordsmanship. This lack of a mentor sets the stage for his future struggles and self-reliance. A system message appeared, you have partially obtained a special mana breathing method. The young man recoiled, his hands clasped to his chest, a look of sheer terror on his face.
He gasped, hell?
He stood before a cloaked figure, its face obscured, kneeling amidst a field of forget-me-nots. The air crackled with unseen energy. Within the dwarf kingdom, a grand hall buzzed with anticipation. Two figures, their backs to us, stood among a sea of faces, their blonde hair a stark contrast to the darker attire of the assembled crowd.
Today marks the annual conference, its location shifting each year.
This year's setting is significant. The dwarves, originators of matter magic, host this gathering. The scale of their magic far surpasses any other. A fact highlighted further by the presence of the greatest alchemist.
The young nobleman, a glint of mischief in his eyes, declares that the moment is ripe to unveil Altalicia's groundbreaking research. This is a calculated move, timed for maximum impact. A female professor, her face etched with exhaustion yet determination, is shown. The accompanying text reveals this research as the culmination of her life's work. The weight of her dedication and the stakes of this presentation are established. The nobleman assures her that this research is unlike anything Professor Mason's, immediately raising a point of contrast and potentially highlighting the unique qualities and dangers of Altalicia's work. The implication is that Professor Mason's work may be known, perhaps even infamous. A brief, almost nonchalant "why yeah?
Good idea," punctuates the scene as the pair begins to walk together towards the unveiling of the research. The implied urgency and importance of their actions are underscored by their brisk pace.
The Alchemy Society's annual conference has begun.
Doctors, professors, and researchers from across the land gather, welcomed by a distinguished-looking elder.
A man in a maroon coat takes the stage, holding a paper.
His confident smile foreshadows the important announcement to follow.
Professor Maizen Tiran of Stella Academy is introduced as the first presenter. Her presence commands attention. Professor Tiran begins her presentation, focusing the audience's attention on a complex alchemic formula.
The details are intricate, promising a significant revelation.
A young man, clearly unimpressed, observes a presentation.
His inner monologue reveals his disdain. She sure is yapping away about Altalicia's thesis as if it's her own. His annoyance is palpable. The scene shifts to a formal hall. A woman, confidently, finishes her presentation.
An official then announces, "Then, next up." The implication is that the proceedings are moving to the next speaker.
The young man from before now addresses the woman, his posture suggesting a critical inquiry.
He begins, "So about the pharmaceutical company you introduced before."
The stage is set for a confrontation regarding the pharmaceutical company previously mentioned. The young man, poised before an opulent assembly, announced his topic: the complete theoretical understanding of the random sequence convergence technique. This announcement carries significant weight, foreshadowing a pivotal development in the narrative.
The technique's unveiling is met with a mix of anticipation and apprehension. The audience's reactions underscore its importance and potential implications.
A nervous energy hangs in the air. The speaker, clearly overwhelmed, confesses that this position is far beyond his expectations, revealing a level of self-doubt amidst the monumental announcement.
The random sequence convergence technique is deemed nonsensical.
An alchemist, a master of their craft, expresses concern over a problem that has remained unsolved for 3 centuries. Talcum Corden, the golden alchemist, concludes that the technique is impossible, given the numerous failures of others.
It's not something that would be considered typical alchemist behavior. Corden is intrigued by a young alchemist's quest to uncover the truth behind this seemingly impossible technique. A young woman, poised and confident, stands before a grand assembly.
From the shadows, a stern-faced woman observes, her expression a mixture of skepticism and intensity.
The young woman declares her objection.
Before Assistant Professor Altalicia presents her thesis, the observing woman states her intention to raise doubts about its originality.
The weight of her accusation hangs heavy in the air.
The accusation is starkly delivered: plagiarism. The implication of academic dishonesty reverberates through the hall. The young woman, Altalicia, reacts with shock and disbelief to the allegation of plagiarism, her carefully constructed composure crumbling.
A whisper of suspicion spreads amongst the audience.
A third party, an amused observer with an exaggeratedly large mustache, witnesses the unfolding drama with clear relish. The stage is set for a confrontation. The professor addressed the assembled scholars, her voice ringing through the hall. As you know, the random sequence convergence technique requires solving 5 intricate conundrums. Success hinges on this. The harmony between alchemy and magical engineering demands it. She continued, her gaze unwavering, but I have already solved 4 of those conundrums. The implication hung heavy in the air, a claim of imminent breakthrough. Assistant Professor Altalicia, her young face a picture of quiet confidence, stood beside her. The professor's words confirmed Altalicia's vital role in her research. She's not just an assistant, but also a key collaborator in this groundbreaking alchemy project. The professor's assertion was final. There is no doubt that this is my thesis. This wasn't mere academic posturing, it was a declaration of impending success, a bold claim on the cusp of a transformative discovery. Doubt hangs heavy in the air. Did she truly solve the other 4 challenges, all by herself? Altalicia, the subject of the unspoken question, is addressed sharply. The speaker clearly views her as unreliable. The speaker's true intentions are revealed: Altalicia's talents are to be entirely hers, eternally. This signifies a claim of complete ownership and control. Despite the threat of forced servitude, a glimmer of hope remains. Altalicia is offered a lifeline. Should she find herself struggling, assistance is available. A young woman, nervously wringing her hands, declares her need for support, specifically requesting the assistance of one person. Her anxiety is palpable. She clarifies her request, identifying the individual she needs as the co-author of their current thesis. The woman names the co-author, Beck Uziel. The setting is revealed to be a grand, formal hall. Beck Uziel, a young man with a sly grin, appears, confirming his identity as the co-author in a surprised, yet pleased tone. The camera sweeps across the sprawling metropolis of the Black Iron Empire, the gold-mining Manchurian Railway snaking through its heart. A city of towering steel and gleaming lights, a testament to industrial might.
Two figures stand before a grand building.
"We've arrived," one states, his tone confident.
His companion, a woman with spectacles, simply replies, "Yes."
Their journey's end, a significant location for the events to come, marks the start of this chapter. A subtle apprehension clouds the confident facade of the young man. His companion's question, "But Uziel, is this really okay?" hangs heavy in the air, hinting at the risks and uncertainties ahead, despite their arrival at this prestigious location. Despite her anxieties about her stolen research, the young woman receives reassurance. Her talent surpasses even Professor Mason's, a significant figure in their field. The pair decides to bypass the ostentatious red carpet and enter through a less conspicuous back door.
The 87th Golden Section Conference is about to commence. Maizen Tiran of Stella Academy announces the alpha type of the red potion.
Her presentation concluded, the implications of this new potion type hung heavy in the air. A voice cuts through the silence, praising the innovation and suggesting further improvements to the already potent red potion.
The potential for even greater power is implied.
A chilling thought crosses someone's mind: they have numerous ways to harm a particular individual. The scene shifts to Stella Academy. Altalicia's assistant professor stands before us, a woman of quiet composure.
This is her presentation.
She introduces herself, an alchemist at Stella Academy. The conversation turns to a specific topic: the naturally regenerating cells mentioned by the professor, and the protection potion skill just created.
A subtle tension fills the air.
A sinister smirk plays on a young man's lips. A surge of purple energy erupts below him, hinting at a dramatic escalation.
A woman, her blonde hair neatly styled, asks, "Do you know where we are right now?" The question hangs heavy, a subtle challenge in the opulent, yet dimly lit hall. The implication of her question is immediately addressed. "Then how shall we accept what you just said?" The response highlights the speaker's skepticism, a clash between acceptance and understanding. The blonde woman calmly counters, "Accept it the way alchemists do."
Her response reveals a fundamental principle of this world, suggesting a unique approach to understanding that defies conventional wisdom.
A man in formal attire objects, "Isn't it fundamentally impossible to mix magic engineering with alchemy?"
His question underscores a deep-seated conflict within this world's technological and magical systems.
Silence falls.
A commanding voice cuts through the tension: "Everyone, quiet."
An elderly man, his face etched with seriousness, surveys the scene. His gaze demands attention, setting the stage for a crucial revelation.
A young woman, her expression earnest, stands before a grand hall. "Please present the truth you found," she requests, her plea hanging heavy in the air, charged with anticipation.
"Doubts? What do you mean?"
The elderly man, his eyes wide with disbelief, vehemently dismissed any suggestion of uncertainty.
His demeanor spoke volumes. This was no mere academic debate.
A young woman stood accused, her posture radiating vulnerability before the stern gaze of her accuser.
The atmosphere was thick with tension, the silence punctuated only by the barely audible whispers from the audience.
His expression shifted subtly, a flicker of doubt crossing his face, quickly replaced by a carefully constructed mask of disinterest. "Interesting," he murmured, the word hanging in the air, pregnant with unspoken implications.
The threat hung heavy, unspoken yet undeniable. Failure to prove the accusation would bring severe consequences.
The weight of the words settled upon the room, silencing even the whispers. In the hallowed halls of scholarship, only 2 of the ancient conundrums have ever been solved, and even those remain incomplete. This profound lack of understanding underscores the immense challenge before us. The implications of this incomplete knowledge are immediately apparent. A young scholar's thesis, already groundbreaking, hinges on the possibility of a 5th, unsolved conundrum. The weight of this academic discovery is palpable. Even if the prestigious Altalicia Academy solved the 5th conundrum, a claim many doubt, it is significant only in terms of validation.
The true significance lies in the unanswered questions that remain. A wave of apprehension washes over a fellow scholar. The implications of this uncertain future weigh heavily on her. The potential ramifications of these unsolved mysteries are vast and unknown. I acknowledge your genius and abilities, but your life as an alchemist will end here. The threat hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the faint purple glow surrounding the speaker. So, what do you think, Assistant Professor Altalicia? The question, posed in a grand hall, carries a subtle weight of expectation and impending judgment. Altalicia's mind races. I knew she'd do this, but... Her thoughts are a tangled mess, leaving her speechless and paralyzed. A shrewd, elderly professor observes the unfolding scene, his expression unreadable. The weight of his silent judgment adds another layer of tension to the already charged atmosphere. From the gallery, she watched intently as the young man addressed the assembly. His composure betrayed a hint of nervousness, a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation. The weight of expectation hung heavy in the ornate chamber. A woman in a sharp navy suit, her gaze sharp and calculating, observed the proceedings with a predatory gleam in her eyes. Her expression suggested a quiet satisfaction, a sense of control over the unfolding events. A sudden shift in perspective, high heels, the woman's confident stride, and a glimpse of a distressed young woman left alone in the hallway. A clear indication that events are about to escalate. A young woman, nervously fidgeting, declares her need for support. She intends to call upon a specific individual to bolster her position. She reveals the identity of her chosen ally, the co-author of her thesis. Her anxiousness hints at the high stakes involved. The co-author's name is finally unveiled, Beck Uziel. The location, a grand hall, suggests the presentation of critical work. Beck Uziel, looking slightly uncomfortable, is summoned. The anticipation hangs heavy in the air. His reaction suggests a reluctance or perhaps surprise at being called upon. A young student, unexpectedly chosen, stands before a panel of stern-faced officials. Doubt flickers across his features as he hears their assessment, but his resolve remains. Despite the gravity of the situation, a quiet excitement emanates from him. This is a challenge he embraces. A wisp of purple and pink energy escapes a slender, dark-wood staff as it's gently manipulated. The subtle magic crackles with barely contained power. A young woman, her expression sharp with disapproval, utters a single, dismissive judgment, "TSK. How rude." Her tone suggests a deep-seated annoyance at the events unfolding before her. A young man with dark hair, his gaze serious and focused, proposes a plan, stating, "I'd like to look at Professor Mason's perspective first." His measured tone indicates a careful consideration of strategy. Another person, their face partially obscured, issues a challenge, "So, how about you solve the random sequence convergence technique together at the same time?" The suggestion is both a test and a collaborative proposition. The possibility hangs in the air, a question mark forming above the scene, a competition between the professor and his assistant? The stakes, though unspoken, are clearly high. The professor's challenge is laid bare. His words, "Assistant Professor, do you not trust me?" reveal a power dynamic and hint at a deeper conflict brewing beneath the surface of their professional relationship. The assistant professor's nervous, almost immediate denial, "HM? And no, I do," betrays her uncertainty. A smirk plays on the professor's lips, a subtle expression of calculated confidence. His quiet amusement reveals a hidden agenda, suggesting that the competition is already underway, or perhaps that he is already winning. A young woman, seemingly a student, breathlessly reveals a breakthrough. She's discovered a technique explaining a long unsolved alchemic formula, one achieved accidentally during a bath in a hot spring. This formula, now legendary, has since challenged countless alchemists. Its origins, shrouded in mystery, hint at a deeper magic yet to be understood. The trail goes cold. This unsettled formula, they say, is unsolvable. Captain Kane of the New Moon Great Tower's 13th Destructive Assassination Corps finds this interesting. His vice-captain, Hazen Macaron, stands beside him, silent but observant. A young woman, her face etched with worry, grapples with the implications. The unsolvable formula weighs heavily on her mind.
the atmosphere in the hall has shifted. Two young women stand before large blackboards covered in dense script, a palpable tension hanging in the air. An older man, his face etched with concern, observes the scene. His worried gaze speaks volumes. The weight of unspoken anxiety settles upon the room. However, one of the young women, her expression resolute, remains unfazed. A quiet strength emanates from her, a stark contrast to the uncertainty surrounding her. The narrator marvels at the efficiency of a recent solution, noting that while he's seen many attempts to resolve the second dilemma, this one stands out for its exceptional brevity, completed in a mere 12 lines of code, a stark contrast to the usual 200. A man in a sharp suit observes the others, commenting on their positive reactions. The situation is clearly under control, at least for now. A woman in a lab coat announces that they are now facing the third dilemma. The visual reinforces the high-tech, almost futuristic setting of their current predicament. A startled reaction. The words "oh my" speak volumes about the unexpected turn of events. The tension is palpable. Assistant Professor Altalicia's accomplishment astounds her colleagues. While Professor Mason's solution to the third dilemma was impressive, Altalicia's approach surpasses it in ingenuity. The sheer brilliance of her solution leaves even those present speechless. A deep wonder pervades the room as to how she managed to overcome what was considered an insurmountable challenge. The key to Altalicia's success lay in her ability to perceive the interconnectedness of seemingly disparate elements within the problem. By recognizing this underlying unity, she devised a solution that resolved all aspects simultaneously. Confusion clouded her features as she muttered, "Wait, what was the ending of this part?" The uncertainty hung heavy in the air. Dismissing the lingering question, she sharply commanded, "Bring me a new chalkboard." Her impatience was palpable. A young woman, her blonde hair pulled back, calmly walked past the remnants of the previous explanation. A new chapter was about to begin. She turned to face the expectant audience, her back to us. Her words, echoing the implication of her actions, would soon follow. "What you see right now." A lone figure, cloaked in pale gray, stands before a vast assembly. The grandeur of the setting, a colossal hall bathed in golden light, hinted at the momentous occasion. Gasps ripple through the crowd. "Holy shit! This is crazy," someone exclaims, the raw emotion echoing the disbelief spreading through the hall. A young woman, her face alight with a mixture of awe and amusement, whispers, "This is the moment of the century." Her quiet declaration belies the gravity of the event. The quiet gratitude in the air is palpable. "Thank you, Uziel," a voice echoes, a simple phrase carrying the weight of immense relief and unspoken triumph. Talicia, engulfed in an ominous purple aura, is revealed. The sheer power radiating from her is palpable, hinting at a significant shift in the narrative's balance. The scene shifts, revealing a professor's concerned expression as he questions the identity of the powerful Talicia. This establishes the mystery surrounding her sudden appearance and the immediate impact on those around her. A young woman observes a young man seated among other students within a grand hall, a clear indication that this is a formal setting. The setting and her watchful expression suggests a critical and pending confrontation. A young woman, her face etched with disbelief, stands before a taller, imposing figure in a military-style coat. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. She is a co-author. An older man with a pronounced mustache and spectacles, his expression a mixture of amusement and intrigue, utters a single word, "Oh ho." The implication is clear, he's aware of the significance of this co-author. The young man, his gaze unwavering and sharp, stands in the opulent hall. His expression hints at a quiet intensity, a silent understanding of the unfolding events and his own role within them. A surge of purple energy erupts, a prelude to something significant. The artifact's special function, resentment, has been activated, targeting Maizen Tyran. The stage is set for confrontation. Maizen, a young man in a distinguished uniform, smirks, his expression hinting at anticipation or even relish for the events to come. An elder, his face a mask of shrewd amusement, observes from the sidelines, uttering a proverb, "Seeing is better than hearing 100 times." He speaks of the value of direct experience and understanding, foreshadowing the events unfolding. A young man, impeccably dressed in a dark uniform, smiles with predatory amusement. His eyes gleam with an unsettling confidence. The scene shifts to a grand hall. A nervous young woman, Uziel, addresses the boy, her voice laced with apprehension.
He, in turn, expresses his anticipation, stating simply, "This will be fun."
His words hint at a plan unfolding, one in which he holds all the cards.
A voice, calm and reassuring, cuts through the tension.
It's revealed that someone has been observing Uziel's struggle, offering quiet encouragement. The words, "I've been watching you from the side all this time.
I am confident that you can do this. Don't worry," convey unwavering faith in her abilities. Uziel, though reassured, remains hesitant, questioning her own capability. The internal conflict is evident in her expression and the single, uncertain question, "I can do it?" Let us have faith in all that has transpired until now. A woman, her expression a mix of determination and apprehension, waits for the next stage. Then, shall we begin?
The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken implications, signaling the commencement of a significant undertaking. The random sequence convergence technique, a powerful alchemic process, first described 500 years prior. This ancient knowledge holds the key to their success or failure. A pile of dusty, discarded papers lies scattered, testament to countless failed attempts at mastering the random sequence convergence technique. The weight of past failures hangs heavy in the air. A young woman, clearly bored, expresses her utter disdain for the mundane. Her ennui speaks volumes, even the supposed breakthroughs of others hold no appeal. The captain and his subordinate discuss the enigmatic professor, confirming his true nature as a dark demonic human, a being of immense, and potentially dangerous, power.
The subtle smell of cigarettes adds another layer of intrigue.
Captain, deeply troubled, questions the blind faith placed in an old man's words. Her expression reflects doubt and uncertainty, hinting at a significant upcoming challenge. Two officers, the captain and her subordinate, stand in hushed conversation. Their serious expressions and the subtle tension in the scene suggest the weight of their responsibility and the gravity of the situation. A concise announcement declares the resolution of the first major obstacle. This suggests a significant plot development and sets the stage for the next part of the narrative. A comparison is drawn between two analyses, highlighting that the assistant professor's approach is superior in clarity and simplicity, leading to a subtly different, yet more effective, solution. This panel foreshadows the complexity of the problem and the importance of perspective in achieving the final resolution. One man observes another with a mixture of surprise and apprehension as the latter remarks, "How surprising." The undercurrent of their conversation hints at a development neither anticipated. But well. A young man with sharp eyes and a subtle smirk contemplates the situation, his expression suggesting a calculated assessment of the unfolding events. The possibility hangs heavy in the air. Can a previously unsolvable dilemma finally be resolved here? The weight of this question rests heavily on the shoulders of a woman who stands before an arcane script, her expression one of intense focus. The aged alchemist, his face etched with worry, utters a hushed question, "Has it really been solved?" His doubt hangs heavy in the air, hinting at the gravity of the situation. A young man, his expression a mixture of amusement and assessment, observes, "How did she think of approaching it like that?" His comment reveals a keen intellect, already analyzing the unconventional solution to a complex problem. The scene shifts to reveal a woman, her posture suggesting quiet confidence, standing before a glowing alchemic symbol. This visual establishes her central role in resolving the previously unsolvable 5 dilemmas. A gloved hand meticulously scribes ancient symbols onto a chalkboard, the strokes precise and deliberate. The sheer volume of text already present hints at a complex, perhaps forbidden, knowledge being recorded. "Shit, is there no more space left on the chalkboard?" The scribe's frustrated whisper reveals the urgency of the task, the sheer volume of information exceeding even their considerable space. The frantic nature of the writing underscores the time constraint. "Hurry!" A sharp, demanding voice pierces the silence. The intense close-up on a woman's strained face, marked by age and worry, emphasizes the gravity of the situation, a looming deadline hanging heavily in the air. The complete theoretical understanding of the random sequence convergence technique, a feat thought impossible, has been achieved. A man, his face etched with awe, could only whisper, "Holy." The implications of this breakthrough are staggering.
Two onlookers, their faces alight with wonder, marvel at the historic moment unfolding before them. One exclaims, "To think I'm witnessing such a historic moment." The other agrees, "Oh, this is amazing." Their reactions highlight the significance of the achievement. A wave of triumph washes over the young man who achieved this monumental feat. His quiet affirmation, "I did it," speaks volumes of the dedication and perseverance required. A sly smile plays on the young woman's lips, her eyes narrowed in calculation. She anticipates something, a plan forming in her mind. The young woman looks up, witnessing a figure consumed by an ominous purple aura, a clear sign of immense power. The scene's atmosphere shifts to one of foreboding. Her expression changes, now reflecting agreement. Uziel's assessment was correct, she acknowledges the truth of the situation. One agent declares the mission a failure. Her assessment, delivered with a weary sigh, hangs heavy in the opulent, yet sterile, study. The real challenge begins. A burst of light heralds a shift in the narrative, a transition from meticulous planning to direct confrontation. But Altisha sees the situation differently. This panel, framed by arcane symbols and glowing runes, emphasizes her unique perspective on the unfolding events. Her intuition suggests a hidden opportunity where others see only defeat. "It's thanks to you." The weight of unspoken gratitude hangs heavy in the air, a silent acknowledgement of a debt yet to be repaid. Altalicia. The name, whispered twice, carries the echo of a profound connection, a bond forged in the crucible of shared experience. A mystery unfolds. A man's jaw dropped, eyes wide with disbelief. "Holy!" he breathed, the word barely audible, a testament to the magnitude of what he witnessed. Another figure, observing from a distance, expressed awe. "To think I'm witnessing such a historic moment. Oh, this is amazing." Their voice was filled with wonder and excitement. A sense of triumph washed over the first man as he clutched his chest. "I did it." The weight of his accomplishment was palpable. His relief turned to gratitude, his gaze softening. "It's thanks to you, Altalicia," he whispered, the name imbued with profound respect and affection. A young woman's eyes widen, a flicker of recognition, or perhaps fear, crossing her features. The name Altalicia echoes in the silence, a weight hanging heavy in the air. Altalicia herself manifests, a surge of violet energy coalescing into her form. Her dark attire and severe expression hint at the power she wields, the very air crackling with her presence. Altalicia's gaze is sharp, intense. The subtle shift in her expression reveals a calculated ruthlessness, hinting at the formidable force she represents. The violet energy swirls around her, a visual manifestation of her power. "Pretending it's your own. Are you happy?" The question hangs heavy in the air, a cruel taunt directed at the young man in a sharp uniform. His expression is one of controlled anger, a stark contrast to the frightened girl beside him, her own power visibly leaking, a dark, unsettling aura surrounding her. This is the beginning of her forced demonification. His gaze sharpens, his internal monologue revealing his assessment. "Is this how she's undergoing dark demonification? It's faster than I expected, but if anything, this is good." The speed of the process is unexpected, suggesting either a powerful catalyst or a weakening of the girl's defenses. A figure descends, cloaked in purple energy, a chilling presence. A single, whispered name escapes the young man's lips, Talicia. The arrival of this figure is significant. Talicia's appearance marks a turning point, perhaps an escalation or interference in the ongoing demonification. The girl's fear gives way to unbridled joy, her hands clasped tightly together. The contrast between her initial terror and her current ecstatic state is jarring. This sudden, drastic shift implies a significant change in her condition, or perhaps her perception of it. "Just how many of my theses must you steal before you're satisfied?" The accusation hangs heavy in the air, the speaker's frustration palpable. The theft of the red potion thesis is confirmed, the source pointedly highlighted. The young woman, clearly distraught, repeats, "Professor. Professor." Her distress underscores the gravity of the situation, hinting at the repercussions of the thesis theft. The scene's dark, brooding atmosphere intensifies the tension.
The professor's worried expression mirrors the student's distress, suggesting a shared understanding of the consequences. The setting, a grand, opulent room, hints at the high stakes involved. A burst of maniacal laughter, kahaha, echoes through the scene, shattering the previous tension. This eruption of uncontrolled mirth signals the arrival of a powerful, antagonistic force.
A woman in spectacles cackles, fun. This conference was truly fun. A sinister undertone to her mirth is unmistakable as she adds, "Heek." Her laughter betrays a chilling satisfaction. Her expression shifts to one of dawning horror. She mutters, "WH, what have I?" The realization of her actions settles upon her, heavy with dread. The woman, now visibly shaken, confronts a younger, blonde woman who looks terrified. The scene's tension intensifies. A young man in a suit arrives, his worried gaze fixed on the woman in spectacles. He seems to be assessing the situation, a silent observer of the unfolding crisis. A shadowy figure stands before a throng of indistinct, menacing forms, their eyes glowing ominously. A crimson stain blooms at the figure's feet, hinting at recent violence. The woman, her face contorted in terror, clutches her chest. Her eyes are wide with panic, her mouth agape in a silent scream. The red background intensifies the feeling of dread. Two men flank the terrified woman, their expressions grim. She cries out, "And knew. I'm not at fault." Her denial, however, rings hollow against the weight of the situation. A young woman, her expression a mixture of apprehension and hope, offers her hand to an unseen figure. The gesture suggests a tentative trust, a willingness to bridge a gap. A young man extends his hand in response, a warm, inviting smile playing on his lips. The contrast between his open demeanor and the woman's uncertainty hints at a power dynamic, yet his gesture aims at reassurance. The scene shifts to an opulent building, bathed in the warm glow of twilight. The architecture speaks of wealth and power, a fitting backdrop for the unfolding events. This location holds significance, promising a pivotal encounter within its grand walls. The finality of the statement, "so it was a dud in the end," hangs heavy in the air. The weight of this revelation suggests a significant disappointment, a failure that will likely have far-reaching consequences. He dismissed the possibility of her emotional distress going unnoticed. There would have been a clear indication if she had become so upset. The woman countered, explaining that the Moon Great Tower's psychometry wasn't flawless. Its readings aren't always accurate. She revealed she'd just received a message from Mettler. The narration emphasizes a noteworthy fact about Mettler: despite attending the world's greatest magic academy, he doesn't use magic. A young man's eyes, pools of startling green, held a flicker of resolve. "I see. I'll remember," he murmured, the unfinished sentence heavy with unspoken weight. He stood, small but undeniably regal, amidst a throng of cloaked figures. The boy, dressed in a refined dark purple uniform, seemed utterly unfazed by the oppressive atmosphere. A woman's voice, sharp with disbelief, cut through the tense silence. "What?" The young man's face was impassive as he responded, "You must be mistaken." His words held a quiet certainty that belied the gravity of the situation. "Let's go. Our business here is done," the man declared, his words sharp and decisive as he and his companion began to leave. The city lights blurred behind them, hinting at a world beyond their immediate concerns. A bitter resentment twisted Mason's features as he muttered, "If it weren't for Beck Uziel, I wouldn't have faced such humiliation." His internal conflict was palpable, the weight of his unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. A calming voice cut through the tension, "Calm down, Mason." A figure, head bowed, is barely visible in the near-total darkness. A voice, filled with disbelief, whispers, "Why you, Layden?" In a brightly lit hall, two figures react with shock to an unseen event. One exclaims, "Holy shit! This is crazy!" The scene is charged with disbelief and nervous energy. A blonde woman, eyes wide with a mixture of excitement and glee, declares, "This is the moment of the century." Her expression speaks volumes about the momentousness of the situation. A soft, almost reverent voice expresses gratitude, "Thank you, Uziel." The tone suggests a profound debt of gratitude for what has just transpired. A young woman, her back to us, whispers, "Professor?"
The scene is awash in ominous purple energy, hinting at a dangerous magical presence. The source of the dark energy confronts a bowing figure and two others in what appears to be a classroom. The energy crackles around them, its power palpable. The dark figure demands, "How much longer will you upset me?" This reveals a brewing conflict fueled by resentment and transgression. The dark figure's words are now explained, "After modifying the thesis you stole from me." The revelation of theft and subsequent alteration sets the stage for the conflict's deeper motivations and underscores the stakes involved. A concerned whisper punctuates the escalating tension: "If she becomes a dark demonic human in front of everyone like this." Altelica. The name Altelica is introduced, likely the name of the young woman from the first panel, adding a crucial personal element to the conflict. A piercing gaze, eyes wide with unsettling intensity, met ours. Telly, the name whispered on the edge of understanding, hinted at a power far beyond comprehension. The young woman's outburst, a desperate claim of superiority, revealed more than just academic rivalry. Her thesis, she insisted, surpassed its counterpart, a subtle but significant admission that the previous presentation fell short. Her triumphant declaration, "You're stupider than me," sealed her arrogance. This wasn't simply a matter of intellectual pride, it masked a deeper insecurity, a fear of being exposed. The young man's face registered alarm. He nervously glanced around the opulent hall, his unease palpable. An older man, his features sharp and mischievous under a neatly trimmed mustache, erupted into unrestrained laughter. The sound echoed through the hall, radiating amusement and a hint of something else, a calculated, almost knowing mirth. A woman's sharp rebuke cut through the laughter. "That was dangerous," she stated, her voice laced with disapproval, highlighting the gravity of the situation just witnessed. "Stop and read the room." The instruction hangs heavy in the air, a stark command against the backdrop of impending conflict. A woman, her back to us, stands poised before a grand, opulent doorway. The air crackles with unspoken tension, the golden light behind her hinting at the power and secrets held within. Her refusal echoes in the panel, a defiant "I said no," as her sharply dressed feet remain planted firmly in the opulent room. The unspoken threat is palpable. The order is given: drag her out. An older man, his face etched with cold authority, watches with chilling composure. His quiet yes seals her fate. A young woman, her face etched with defiance, struggles against her captors. "Let go!" "I said, let me go," she cries, her voice strained with desperation. The opulent setting, a gilded palace chamber, offers a stark contrast to her plight. Suddenly, another woman collapses to the floor, her blonde hair a striking contrast to the dark uniforms of the guards. Her distressed expression speaks volumes of the scene's escalating tension. A young woman in a dark coat walks with a taller, stern-looking man, her expression one of apprehension. They ascend a grand staircase, the golden light hinting at the imposing setting of Stella, the elite academy. The woman's companion remarks on the lack of any reaction from the dark demon erosion sensor, indicating a significant absence of demonic energy in the surrounding area. This suggests a potential anomaly, given the context of Stella. The woman expresses surprise at the co-author's youth and appearance, deeming him cute. Her companion, however, is more interested in the investigation into this unexpected student. The narrative reveals the young man's tragic backstory. His hometown was destroyed by dark demonic humans before he came to Stella. Despite his humble background and poor grades, he has somehow managed to enter the prestigious S-class. His presence is clearly an anomaly that warrants further investigation. He is unique in several ways, so unique that he has requested the removal of his name from all official records, effective immediately. His expression is one of quiet contemplation, a subtle shift from the earlier narrative. The weight of his secret, and the implications of his actions, are palpable. A fleeting moment of intense connection. Did they just make eye contact? The tension escalates, hinting at a clandestine encounter with far-reaching consequences. There's no way his recognition resistance magic and her shadow shield formation could be pierced so easily. This statement reveals a critical detail about their abilities, and foreshadows conflict. Weary of their monotonous existence, several figures in dark cloaks share a sentiment: "I was sick and tired of this boring place too." Their shared discontent foreshadows a departure from the mundane. A man, sharply dressed in a gray suit, sits calmly reading a book, oblivious to the impending chaos.
The tense atmosphere is palpable.
His eyes flash with a dangerous glint as he reveals a devastating truth: you've caused an accident. The weight of this statement signals a critical turning point, the calm facade shattered. A young man, impeccably dressed in a dark blue uniform, offered a subtle, knowing smile. His eyes, a striking gold, held a hint of mischief. Two figures stood nearby, their expressions contrasting sharply. A young woman, her crimson hair a stark contrast to her dark uniform, looked on with wide, almost frightened eyes. Beside her, a taller man with dark hair and piercing blue eyes regarded the scene with a cold, assessing gaze.
Their apprehension heightened the tension.
The name Professor Maizen appeared in a speech bubble, solidifying the young man's identity for the observers, and hinting at a significant figure within this context. An older man, his face etched with worry, stood beside another younger figure, their expressions mirroring the growing unease. The scene shifted to underscore the gravity of the situation.
Consumed by rage, the protagonist's furious outburst, "This bitch stole my thesis," echoes the depth of his betrayal and academic injustice.
A woman, her expression a mixture of apprehension and calculation, sits pensively, the weight of the protagonist's accusation hanging heavy in the air.
Her reaction hints at a deeper conspiracy within the academy.
A tense calm settled over the scene as a man, his face etched with worry, urged another to compose himself. "Calm down, Maizen." The urgency in his voice suggested a situation of grave importance, demanding control.
Maizen, his eyes blazing with barely controlled fury, responded with a single, chilling word: "Lane."
The name hung heavy in the air, a clear indication of the threat that had pushed them to this breaking point.
This wasn't an accident.
A crucial piece of information is being withheld, suggesting a deliberate act of sabotage or manipulation is afoot. The severity of the situation is revealed. A dangerous event was narrowly averted thanks to a suppression spell. The speaker highlights the precariousness of their plans. The order's leader expresses profound disappointment, indicating the seriousness of the consequences and the repercussions for the individual involved.
Magic is clearly a significant part of this world's power structure.
The ultimate consequence is delivered: loss of professorship at Stella.
The implications suggest a hierarchical system and severe penalties for failure. Stella is likely a powerful institution.
No. I have a lot of connections in the plagiarism discussion meeting team, she protested, her voice laced with a desperate plea. Her frantic denial highlights the gravity of the situation she's facing, suggesting significant repercussions from the accusations. The man's response is chillingly calm: "The most helpful thing you could do is to go around with your head held low." His words carry the weight of implied threat, painting a picture of power dynamics and potential consequences for defiance.
A sharp, sudden movement.
The sound of fabric tearing, a muffled struggle. The visual suggests a forceful silencing, a violent interruption to the previous dialogue. Her eyes, wide and filled with a mixture of defiance and fear, narrow slightly. A subtle but significant shift in her demeanor, suggesting a hardening of resolve in the face of imminent threat. The sharp PSHH accompanying her gaze underscores this internal change. A young man, impeccably dressed in a dark suit with gold accents, stands poised, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. His golden eyes hold a glint of knowing amusement, suggesting an awareness of events yet to unfold. The young man from the previous panel now stands in a grand, opulent room, his arms crossed. A woman, her blonde hair neatly styled, stands nearby, appearing distressed. A subtle tension hangs in the air, hinting at a recent confrontation. His expression shifts to one of quiet disappointment, a subtle sigh escaping his lips as he utters, "What a shame." This remark reveals a sense of regret, implying the failure of a carefully laid plan. The scene changes. The young man, now appearing more somber, walks alone amidst a purple nebula of swirling starlight.
His inner monologue reveals his strategy: "I thought that if Maizen underwent dark demonization at the conference, I'd be able to prevent the 8th episode's calamity."
His words unveil a critical element of the unfolding conflict, hinting at a larger, apocalyptic threat he was attempting to avert. The conference concluded, leaving Kane feeling no need to rush. He leaned back, a picture of calm amidst the tension that still hung in the air. He exited the hall,
the weight of unspoken words heavy in the air, surrounded by shadowy figures. His expression, though outwardly calm, held a depth of unspoken calculation. A lingering glance confirmed a suspicion: that person, obscured by shadow, was undeniably Cain. The narrative shifted to reveal a critical piece of lore. A select group of elite mages, the formidable New Moon Great Tower, commanded the most potent black magic. We are introduced to Cain, captain of the 13th Destructive Assassination Corps, the most elite of them all. The implication is that this individual, and by extension the Corps, commands significant power and influence. A young man, observing a previous event, speculates that dangerous individuals were there to keep an eye on Professor Maizen. This sets up Professor Maizen as a figure of considerable importance, likely attracting unwanted attention. Professor Maizen, seemingly distressed, asks for time, creating suspense about the identity of the person she is addressing and the urgent nature of the situation. The young man's confusion is apparent as he asks who, highlighting the mystery surrounding Professor Maizen's urgent request. The focus remains on the mystery of Professor Maizen's situation. The narrative expands, introducing a pivotal character, the heart of the Southern Hall Plains. This individual holds significant importance within the evolving world. His unique trait, Golden Rule's fate, has made him the wealthiest in the world, a remarkable detail considering he's in his 50s and a father. This unexpected popularity as a romantic interest adds a fascinating layer to his character. Jeriel, the High Elf, is the villain of this story, a fact that deeply troubles her father. This is not due to any personal failing on her part, but simply because of her role in the narrative. The other players, enraged by Jeriel's presence, devised a plan to inflict maximum damage upon her. Their scheme was nothing short of ruthless. Despite its potentially cruel nature, the storyline was a hit. It seemed everyone embraced the dramatic plot twist. The plan, to force Jeriel's marriage to the man who loved her father's daughter most, and then bankrupt her family, was put in motion. The scene shows the beginning of this carefully laid trap. If it's okay with you, can I ask your name? The polite inquiry hangs in the air, a prelude to what promises to be a significant interaction. Oh, a Stella student? Nice to meet you. The reason I came to see you too. The introduction reveals a crucial piece of context. A connection to the prestigious Stella institution is immediately established, hinting at the individual's potential importance. The ellipsis hangs heavy, promising a significant revelation. Was to offer an exclusive contract to alchemist Altalicia's techniques from star clouds. The purpose of the visit is finally unveiled, a lucrative business proposition involving the highly sought-after alchemy of Altalicia, sourced from the mysterious star clouds. Of course, we'll have great conditions for you. Would you like to read through the contract? The offer is formally extended, emphasizing favorable terms, leaving the decision in the hands of the Stella students. With a delighted grin, the inventor exclaimed, "Under these conditions, I could create every invention I've ever dreamed of." Her eyes shone with unbridled enthusiasm, the documents in her hands practically vibrating with the potential they represented. Hesitantly, he requested, "I'm sorry, could you give me some time to think about it?" The weight of the proposal, and the implications of his decision, were evident in his furrowed brow. "The conditions are amazing, if not excessive," he conceded. "However, I need time to discuss this with the co-author of this technique." The gravity of the situation, the necessity of collaboration, dictated his measured response. A young man, his brow furrowed in contemplation, sits alone. His expression hints at a burden beyond his years. Across from him, an older man with pointed ears smiles knowingly. His gaze holds a mixture of amusement and appraisal. The older man's thoughts are revealed. He's still a teen, but he helped solve a problem that remained unsolved for 500 years, so he must be a genius. The younger man, however, remains unfazed, responding, "You don't need to worry about me." The older man counters, "How could I do that?" But he's still just in high school. The contrast highlights the boy's extraordinary abilities against his youthful inexperience. The older man continues his assessment, emphasizing the boy's limitations despite his talent. Even if he's a genius regarding magic and alchemy, he's just a child when it comes to business. The narrative foreshadows future challenges related to the boy's lack of business acumen. The older man's unwavering resolve is shown, "I refuse."
His refusal underscores a deeper conflict or plan yet to be revealed, setting a stage for increased tension. He considered the offer, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. A reason, he questioned, his tone implying doubt about the motivations behind the proposal. His willingness to adjust the conditions, however, shows his adaptability and desire for a mutually beneficial agreement.
An exclusive contract with StarClouds, the world's largest trading company, is undeniably advantageous. This panel highlights the considerable opportunity presented to him.
The narration subtly foreshadows a potential weakness, a tendency to lose what is his. This introduces a vulnerability within this seemingly advantageous situation. The development of a dark demonic technique is revealed, hinting at a hidden agenda or darker forces at play. This adds a layer of intrigue and foreshadows potential conflict. President Melian, her expression firm, declares she doesn't care about the terms, she wants an exclusive contract for this transformative technology. The young investor explains the importance of this new magic engineering alchemy technique, emphasizing its potential to benefit a wider mage population.
The investor calmly dismisses Melian's concerns, stating that she is simply one among many they've already spoken with.
Melian, understanding the implication of accepting the investor's offer, prepares to renegotiate the contract, removing most of its conditions to secure the deal. The young man's eyes, sharp and intelligent, narrowed. The item, he realized, was far more valuable than mere luxury goods. Its true worth hinted at something far greater. A woman, her face partially obscured, gnaws thoughtfully on her fingernail. The subtle motion betrays a deep internal conflict, a struggle playing out behind her guarded expression.
Another woman, sharply dressed, confesses her humiliation.
The implication is clear: Baek Uziel's actions have had far-reaching consequences. The weight of this revelation crushes her. A nervous stammer escapes her lips, highlighting the gravity of the situation.
The mystery surrounding the item deepens. You've caused an accident. The weight of the accusation hangs heavy in the air, the implication of far-reaching consequences clear.
It was almost, the woman's wide eyes and trembling lips betray her fear, hinting at the near-catastrophic nature of the event. A sense of mounting dread fills the scene.
You think this can be swept under the rug with a mere apology?
The question explodes with unspoken fury, the implication of far greater repercussions looming.
This incident can definitely be covered up. I won't be chased out yet. Shut up and stay still.
A defiant whisper, a desperate attempt at control in the face of impending disaster.
The speaker's resolve, however, is brittle.
A shadowed figure, his face partially obscured, eyes narrowed in barely contained fury, demands, "Got it?" The question hangs heavy, laced with threat. A woman, her back to us, sits amidst a shower of shimmering, ethereal blue particles. The scene suggests a powerful, perhaps magical, energy is being unleashed, or perhaps dissipating.
This event directly relates to the previous panel. The tension mounts.
In a lavishly decorated hall, a young man in a distinguished uniform makes a cryptic promise: just wait a bit more. His words carry a sense of both anticipation and menace.
The onlookers display a mix of apprehension and morbid curiosity.
A heavily worn steam locomotive, its metallic body scarred and rusted, chugs along a track that winds through a lush green landscape.
The age and condition of the engine speaks to a journey weathered by time and hardship.
A voiceover explains that a certain event was suppressed until a specific moment, which coincides with the time she was supposed to lose control. This suggests a deliberate manipulation of time or fate, perhaps connected to the woman's powers.
A young man, his expression troubled, reveals his unease.
A single, lingering concern overshadows his successful actions. There is something about this situation that remains unresolved. The imposing new moon tower rises against a stormy sky, its clock face bearing a celestial design. This is revealed to be a stronghold dedicated to the pursuit and capture of dark, demonic humans and mages, setting the stage for an impending conflict. The speaker reflects on a near miss, acknowledging their enhanced senses were crucial in detecting a subtle anomaly that would have otherwise gone unnoticed until the very end. This implies a dangerous situation narrowly averted. Despite the recent near miss, a desire for a positive connection is expressed, suggesting a proactive approach to the potentially volatile situation. A character, possibly the one from the previous panel's implied threat, extends a greeting, creating an atmosphere of unexpected cordiality or a calculated calm.
Melian, president of the Star Clouds Trading Company, is formally introduced.
The opulent background reinforces his position and power. The panel emphasizes the importance of this character and his company in the story's unfolding. The narrator's voice, calm and measured, explains her affection for this man isn't based on wealth or his striking appearance. It runs far deeper. Suddenly, the scene shifts. A young woman is ensnared by thorny vines, a powerful, shadowy figure looming over her, radiating menace.
A young man, thoughtful, confirms a suspicion, alchemist Altalicia and the alchemist who didn't reveal his identity, correct? The weight of this revelation hangs heavy in the air. Another young man, confident and self-assured, introduces himself, I'm Stella Academy first year S-Class, Beck Uziel. His words carry a subtle undercurrent of challenge. Her eyes widened, a mixture of apprehension and anticipation swirling within their depths. The weight of a silent question hung heavy in the air. A confident assertion, tinged with subtle calculation. The speaker believes, perhaps hopes, that Uziel will share her enthusiasm for the proposal. A polite yet firm offer, leaving room for negotiation. The speaker appears willing to accommodate any further requests, suggesting a calculated approach to securing agreement. He listens intently as the woman, with her distinctive glasses, explains the situation. The anticipation is palpable. The stakes are clearly high. The co-author's surprise reveals a hidden truth about their collaborative partner. Her earlier claims of participation weren't mere pretense, she was genuinely involved. With a confident smile, the contract is offered. The implication is clear, a formal agreement is being proposed. He studies the contract's terms, his expression hardening. The conditions are clearly unfavorable, leaving him with little room to refuse. He needs money to realize his ambitions. A simple truth, yet one that underpins the entire narrative. The question hangs heavy in the air, a contract with every mage, including himself? The stakes are rising. This bold plan hints at the protagonist's ambition and willingness to take significant risks. He smiles, a glint in his eye. That's true. Honestly, I do like those conditions. The conditions, whatever they may be, clearly suit him. This is a calculated agreement, not a careless one. That is my offer. The weight of the words hangs heavy in the air, this is not a casual proposition. The stakes are high. His offer, whatever it entails, is now laid bare. The tension builds. A nervous tremor. He anticipates the response to the momentous offer. The scene shifts, the weight of the decision heavy upon him. The Star Clouds Trading Company president. His identity is revealed, the chilling implications of his involvement setting a foreboding tone for the unfolding events. Power radiates from him. Unlimited resources and support have been granted, an amount previously unseen. This innovative technique blends magic engineering and alchemy, promising to revolutionize not just mage equipment but also real-world applications. The young inventor's ambition is admirable, but his grand vision requires significant funding. He boldly aims to secure contracts with multiple powerful entities, including the speaker. A confident smile plays on his lips as he contemplates the vast potential of his plans. That is my offer. He counters, questioning the marketability of the luxury goods. This isn't about immediate profit, he's playing the long game, confident in his product's eventual success. The young entrepreneur assures him an investor presentation will be forthcoming, showcasing the value proposition beyond immediate sales figures. A young man in a distinguished uniform and a young woman in a lab coat stood together, a subtle air of anticipation between them. The woman received a piece of messenger paper, a magical artifact capable of instantly sending written messages to their destination. Her gratitude was palpable. They now approached a grand building, their purpose clear. The woman confessed her earlier anxiety, highlighting the weight of their mission. A chuckle escapes her lips as she declares, "You sure are amazing, Uziel." The praise, however, hints at a deeper narrative. Uziel's achievements are clearly significant and will likely impact upcoming events. The conference concluded successfully, a seemingly small detail that foreshadows a larger conflict.
The tranquil ending belies the impending storm.
But a new threat emerges, a horrifying figure with demonic wings and an unsettling grin.
This dramatic reveal signifies a significant escalation of the narrative stakes, a shift from subtle intrigue to overt conflict. A young man with glasses, his expression thoughtful, muses, "It'd be great if." His contemplation hints at a desire for a specific outcome, yet to be revealed.
Another student, walking through a courtyard, is interrupted. "Hey, did you hear?"
The question creates immediate suspense, foreshadowing news that will impact the narrative. The news breaks: Assistant Professor Altelica solved a complex alchemic problem, the random sequence convergence technique. The significance of this achievement is highlighted.
The first student, seemingly responsible for Altelica's success, reveals a subtle clue. "I only gave her a hint by borrowing the bulbul glasses." This implies a deeper connection between the two and suggests further developments in their shared endeavor. It's only right that all attention is focused on Altelica.
The narrative's emphasis on her suggests a significant role, perhaps even a central conflict, revolving around her.
Isn't that my Yuziong?
The sudden appearance of this character introduces a new element, possibly a secondary storyline or a catalyst for immediate events.
"He's smart and handsome. Isn't that unfair?"
This statement reveals a character's perspective and sets a tone of possible jealousy or resentment towards Yuzion, hinting at potential interpersonal conflict.
"There are no quiet days."
This declaration foreshadows constant conflict and action, establishing the high-stakes environment of the narrative. Yuziong apologizes for making someone wait, a brief exchange that shows his courteous nature. The other character's presence raises questions about the nature of their relationship and their shared objective. A young woman with pale blue hair sits at a table in a dimly lit cafe, her expression one of pensive contemplation. A sudden burst of golden light erupts around her.
The light intensifies, illuminating the girl's startled features.
Her eyes widen as she clutches her chest, a wave of powerful energy washing over her. The glow subsides, leaving her flushed and breathless. A subtle smile plays on her lips as she murmurs, "Oh yeah." The thought of Isel's words, whatever they were, clearly holds a special significance for her. "Eat this," he commanded, offering a small container of dark green paste. Her brow furrowed in confusion. A look of pure delight washed over her face as she exclaimed, "It's yummy." The vibrant energy emanating from her suggested a powerful effect.
He declared, "It's good," a subtle nod of approval to the dish before him.
The understated comment hints at a deeper satisfaction beyond mere taste. Offering another slice, he cheerfully urged, "Eat this too."
The gesture, seemingly simple, reveals a surprising warmth and generosity in his demeanor.
He savored the pizza, a single sound, jababak, echoing the satisfying crunch. The focus on this simple action underlines the significance of the moment, a rare respite in what we can assume is a tense situation. A new character, a girl with sky blue hair, eagerly requests, "Let me try," her eyes fixed on the remaining slice.
Her presence introduces a new dynamic to the scene, foreshadowing a potential shift in the narrative's focus.
The aroma alone was enough to send shivers down one's spine. A symphony of bell peppers, paprika, and olives danced on the palate, the sheer deliciousness evident in the young woman's contented sigh. A young man, his eyes alight with curiosity, inquired about the pizza's quality, his expression reflecting an anticipatory eagerness. Her response was immediate and unequivocal. A simple "Yes, it's so good," underscored the pizza's exquisite flavor.
A young mage, his expression serious, explains their needs.
The new technique, a crucial innovation, must be accessible to a wider range of mages. The conversation shifts. President Melian, one of many investors approached, is identified. The mages have just concluded a round of discussions with potential financial backers. He would have to retract most of the conditions he'd offered. A necessary sacrifice, he thought, a calculated risk. A brand new partnership was forged, sealed with a handshake, a symbolic gesture of trust or perhaps ambition. His smile held a chilling confidence. "I never do anything that will cause me losses," he stated, the words echoing the cold pragmatism in his eyes.
Half a year. A young man, eyes gleaming with ambition, savors the prospect of the time ahead.
The weight of this half-year period hangs heavy with unspoken potential.
A smooth-talking agent, his words as polished as his appearance, offers an exclusive contract. The implication is clear: this is a business proposition of significant value.
The agent's offer is sealed with a promise: the exchange of a messenger paper and contact details.
This messenger paper suggests a system for discreet communication, vital for a clandestine operation of some kind.
With a flourish and a finality, he departs, leaving the young man to ponder the implications of his words and the potential of the upcoming half-year.
The stage is set. He clutched his chest, eyes wide with exaggerated distress.
"Phew, I thought I was going to die from anxiety," he gasped, the statement immediately undermined by his nonchalant expression.
His companion, a blonde girl, simply raised an eyebrow, dryly observing, "Are those the actions of someone who's anxious?"
The young man, seemingly having recovered from his dramatic display, stood with a question mark hovering above his head, his posture suggesting a subtle shift in demeanor. A subtle yet significant change was evident in his expression. The anxiety morphed into a quiet confidence. "Resolved," he murmured, a slight smirk playing on his lips, signaling the successful resolution of an unseen challenge. The narrative shifts to a new scene, the aftermath of the previous encounter.
And Stella Academy's lessons proceeded as normal, a voice announced. "Professor Maizen isn't feeling well, so I will teach in her place."
The implication is that the previous anxious episode was a minor hiccup swiftly overcome, and the routine of the academy continues. A young man in spectacles, clad in a distinguished school uniform, muses aloud. "They're concealing the truth, the disappearance of someone significant." This secrecy hints at a larger, potentially dangerous event unfolding within the academy's walls. The narrative shifts to a shadowy, ominous presence, imbued with unsettling energy. This spectral force directly relates to Maizen, a character whose complete awakening usually occurs during the 13th episode. Its premature appearance threatens to disrupt the established timeline, throwing the delicate balance of the world into chaos.
The question hangs in the air: will this episode, this catastrophe, unfold prematurely?
The young man from the first panel reappears, now engaged in conversation with his peers. He confirms a rumor: there was a co-author involved in the events surrounding Maizen's awakening.
However, their identity remains deliberately obscured, raising further questions about the complex web of deceit. Why is this co-author's involvement so carefully concealed?
Concealing his role as co-author allowed him to seamlessly blend into the student body, attending school unnoticed. A young woman, captivated by the imposing figure of a tall young man beside her, marvels at his height. The young man, unimpressed, dismisses the girl standing near him as trash, though a flicker of acknowledgement of her beauty is apparent. The young woman, shifting the focus, inquires about their meal, reminding him of his earlier promise to choose for them.
A young man, his expression a subtle smirk, eyes gleaming with amusement, watches from the sidelines.
His gaze holds a hint of anticipation, a silent observer to the unfolding scene. The young man's amusement deepens as he observes a young girl, her face alight with childish delight, focused on a plate of food.
Her expression is one of pure, unadulterated joy.
He silently observes, a knowing glint in his eyes, as the implication of the girl's unusual culinary preference sinks in: if she orders pizza, she will, without fail, consume the accompanying pickle juice first.
A cultural nuance adds another layer to his amusement. Is it her first time at a pizza place?
A young woman with light blue hair gulps down a drink, her eyes wide with apparent delight. He takes a sip, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he savors the moment. One man, seemingly a businessman, asks another, a younger man with a more childish appearance, to film a commercial for him.
The request is casual, but the underlying power dynamic is clear.
The younger man, now holding a slice of pizza, seems amused by the request. His expression hints at a playful disregard for the potential consequences.
The younger man's initial amusement gives way to a moment of thoughtful consideration.
He finds the idea imprudent, suggesting a conflict between his own desires and a more responsible evaluation of the situation.
The contrast between his earlier lightheartedness and current contemplation underscores his complex personality. His hesitation is short-lived, however. The slice of pizza is now in his hands,
and his expression displays a renewed sense of carefree excitement.
The allure of the pizza overrides any concerns he might have had, highlighting his impulsive nature. A young woman, her eyes sparkling with delight, holds a slice of pizza. Her expression reflects a whimsical thought: the bacon and onions are holding hands and dancing a passionate salsa?
This seemingly mundane observation hints at a playful, perhaps even slightly eccentric, personality. The scene shifts to a grand building at sunset. The dialogue reveals a subtle tension.
"Let's come often," one suggests, while the other, less certain, replies, "You'll invite me too, right?" "We'll see."
The final, playful hey softens the uncertainty, leaving the future of their relationship ambiguous but hopeful. A calm acceptance settled over her features as she admitted, "That's true.
Honestly, I do like those conditions."
Her words hinted at a deeper understanding of the circumstances, a preparedness for whatever challenges lay ahead.
"You sure are cool-headed," the other person remarked, their tone laced with a mixture of admiration and perhaps a touch of apprehension.
The contrast between their reactions highlighted the protagonist's unusual composure. "You'll see when we get there," came the reply, a cryptic statement that intensified the sense of mystery surrounding their destination and the unfolding events. The air crackled with unspoken tension. The tension hangs heavy in the air as the three sit around a table laden with food, yet untouched.
His dark gaze betrays a simmering unease, a stark contrast to the opulent setting.
A young woman's awestruck whisper, "Whoa," punctuates the silence as a magically appearing pizza bursts onto the table, its aroma filling the room.
"Flame!
Did you hear?" a voice called out, its urgency palpable.
"Oh yeah," a second voice responded, curiosity lacing its tone.
The first girl explained, a thoughtful expression on her face. "She obviously came to tell me about how Altalicia solved the random sequence convergence technique." The weight of this information hung heavy in the air. Altalicia's success with this complex magical technique signified a significant breakthrough. The scene shifted, revealing a young man standing behind the girl, his imposing figure bathed in an intense golden light.
This aura clearly indicated an immense power, and a significant event concerning him was imminent.
He should have forgotten most of his future knowledge, retaining only pivotal incidents and narratives, the price of regressing. This reveals a system of time travel or reincarnation with inherent limitations on memory retention.
A young woman, Flame, is greeted by a boy.
The casual greeting hints at their familiarity.
The boy, clearly irritated, questions Flame's unusual behavior.
His tone suggests a strained relationship. The boy observes Flame, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, concluding that she possesses unique qualities.
This suggests a hidden significance to Flame's character. Another dimension has opened, birthed by the dark demonic humans, the Persona Gates.
Unlike traditional dungeons, these gates remain open even after defeating the boss or destroying the core, presenting a unique and persistent challenge. The Persona Gate presents a complex challenge, requiring mastery of space distortion analysis, topology, soul isolation techniques, and pattern recognition, alongside superior combat skills. This Persona Gate practical training incorporates elements of reality, a significant departure from typical simulations. A young woman with dark brown hair styled in braids, adorned with a white bow, and wearing a dark blue uniform with gold accents, stares intensely, a slight frown etched on her face. Her expression hints at underlying displeasure. The scene shifts to a cafe terrace.
A delectable-looking dessert sits on a table, accompanied by tea.
The question, "Did you try the new dessert?" floats in a speech bubble. The young woman from the first panel declares, "It tastes bad," her opinion of the dessert clear. This is then followed by an explanation. An assistant professor at Stella solved a complex random sequence convergence technique, resulting in the new, poorly received dessert. Another young woman, seated at a table, reveals, "I heard this from my father. The co-author is actually a student from Stella." This connects the poor dessert to the academic world and hints at a larger narrative involving the Stella institution.
The revelation hangs heavy in the air. Lichel's father, the Information Bureau director, confirms a crucial detail. Solving an unsolved dilemma as a mere student, the possibilities remain shrouded in mystery. The fact that Beck Uziel is the co-author of Alchemic Magic Engineering is presented. The image depicts Beck Uziel and another individual, their expressions hinting at a shared secret. A simple, yet potent question arises: why did Baek Uziel hide this significant contribution? The mystery deepens. A woman, her departure abrupt, declares, "I'll be off." Another figure, seemingly concerned, protests, "What? But the tea time?"
The tension between them underscores the urgency of the situation.
What's up with the princess? A question hangs heavy in the air, a silent observation of the unfolding events.
The princess's crimson eyes gleam, a stark contrast to her pale face.
A legitimate child and an illegitimate child's fate, a stark contrast, indeed.
This is a story of rivalry, a struggle for power and recognition played out against a backdrop of courtly intrigue.
"I hate her to death."
The words are a chilling affirmation of the princess's intense animosity, a venomous seed planted in the fertile ground of royal conflict. This hatred, it seems, will be the catalyst for much of what follows. "I came here because I had business here," she stated, her expression unreadable. The casualness of her words belied a deeper purpose, a hidden agenda yet to be revealed. A young woman with striking red eyes stood before a man, her presence radiating an aura of quiet power. He was a commoner, we learn, seeking to master the lost arts of chivalry and swordsmanship, a pursuit made all the more poignant by its rarity in this world. "No, do it yourself," the woman commanded, her tone brooking no argument.
The instruction, seemingly simple, hinted at a complex power dynamic and the beginning of a crucial test for the commoner.
The young woman with flowing pink hair walked with a regal air, her dark coat billowing slightly. The grandeur of the hall seemed to reflect her inherent power. A thoughtful expression crossed her face as she considered the implications of revealing a significant family secret. The decision weighed heavily on her. Another, taller figure, addressed her, a question hanging in the air.
The interaction hinted at a complex dynamic between them.
The document contains a summary of Baek Uziel's past, a past previously inaccessible. The implication is that crucial information about her history is now within reach.
A journal entry, titled "For Mother," is revealed.
The simple message, "Mother, I miss you," hints at a complex and potentially tragic backstory, deepening the mystery surrounding Baek Uziel.
The translator's note reveals a poignant detail: Baek Uziel's song, ostensibly about poverty, subtly masks a heartbreaking reality, the inability to afford even 2 servings of black bean noodles. This adds a layer of emotional depth and subtly underscores the character's hardships.
The young woman's eyes welled, her voice barely a whisper.
Poverty, a concept she'd never considered before, now held a stark reality.
Baek Uziel's gaze held a newfound intensity, her curiosity piqued. A shift in focus hinted at a developing intrigue.
This intrigue intensified.
She admitted to herself a growing curiosity about him.
The day of the practical exam finally arrived, the looming castle a backdrop to the approaching trial.
A figure in a lab coat addressed the cadets, gesturing towards a swirling vortex of blue energy, the Persona Gate.
Their training was about to begin.
A young woman, dressed in a uniform, turns to leave, offering a curt farewell, "See you next time." The implication is that this is not a genuine parting, but a temporary cessation of a larger conflict. The scene shifts dramatically. A young man, his face partially obscured, reveals a shocking truth, "But I know the truth."
This is all Baek Uziel's doing. The weight of this revelation, the implication of a hidden manipulation, hangs heavy in the air. A lingering question remains, unspoken but potent: but how did he solve the formula? The mystery of Baek Uziel's actions and his unprecedented success intensifies the suspense, leaving the audience eagerly anticipating the next reveal.
A young woman, her expression unreadable, stands within a grand hall.
The question hangs in the air: does he retain his memories, or is his intelligence merely exceptional?
A blonde-haired youth grins, extending a proposition: join his group for the Persona Gate practical. His casual demeanor belies the underlying weight of his words. The young woman's retort is sharp and dismissive: seek another girl, do not bother her. Her frustration is palpable.
He moves towards her, the sound of hurried footsteps echoing in the hall.
Tension ratchets up between the two, the scene heavy with unspoken intentions.
But a Persona Gate.
If you don't quickly raid a Persona Gate that appears, that location becomes land where living beings can no longer subsist.
Persona gates can be cleared after analyzing and destroying the pattern in gimmicks. I can't leave everything to Beck Uziel forever. For young women, dressed in the formal attire of the prestigious Magic Academy, are gathered for afternoon tea in a sun-drenched conservatory. The scene is one of quiet camaraderie, a momentary respite from the rigors of magical studies. One of the women, her gaze drawn to a delectable cream cheese pumpkin tart, marvels at its exquisite flavor. Her companion's expressions shift from polite interest to stunned amazement as she exclaims the tart's exceptional taste. The casual conversation has just taken an unexpected turn. A young woman with striking crimson eyes and long, silvery pink hair stands, her expression unreadable. She is shadowed by two figures, their forms indistinct, suggesting a hidden power or secrecy surrounding her. The woman delicately stirs a dark liquid in an ornate cup, her movements precise and deliberate. This is no ordinary tea, the intensity of the color hints at potent ingredients and possible magical properties. Gasps escape two young women witnessing this scene. The word princess hangs in the air, their surprise palpable. This is a significant reveal. The young woman with the crimson eyes is of royal blood. Bayan's name echoed, a stark whisper in the silence, as crimson eyes snapped open, revealing the intensity of her gaze. Hong Siwa, her half-sister, stood before her in the castle courtyard. The question hung heavy in the air: what brought her here? The narrative reveals a fraught relationship, one born of an illegitimate child and forced confrontation between the sisters. The weight of their shared history hangs palpable between them. Siwa's airy laughter cut through the tension, a defiant response to Bayan's pointed stare. Her nonchalant demeanor masked a deeper current of unspoken conflict. A young woman with vibrant red hair smiles, her eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. I heard there's been a very interesting commoner among the first years recently. Her interest is clearly piqued, hinting at a plot yet to unfold. Her gaze sharpens. Judging from your reaction, you must be interested in that knight too. The implication is that the listener's reaction confirms the existence of a knight of significant importance. The scene shifts to a close-up of a speech bubble containing a statement, well, a knight who sacrifices everything for his bishop. This cryptic remark unveils a key relationship dynamic and hints at a significant level of devotion. A fist clenches, a clear display of determination. So, introduce me to him. The demand is direct, showcasing her agency and further emphasizing the knight's importance. The two women walk side by side, their conversation seemingly concluded. You sure are cold. The comment implies a contrast between the speaker's apparent warmth and the subject's reserved demeanor. The scene's transition suggests the narrative will soon focus on the knight in question. Grief consumes her. The young woman's red eyes, stark against her pale skin, reflect the devastating truth: the eldest sister is dead, and this loss has shaken her to the core. A princess, addressed by a fellow student. The casual greeting hints at familiarity, suggesting a setting of relative power balance despite their social status. The student hands over the requested information on Cadet Beck Uziel. The act suggests a degree of cooperation, perhaps hinting at an investigation or shared concern regarding the cadet. The provided file is a copy of a project, its context is yet to be fully revealed. A young woman, seemingly a student, recounts a class assignment. Well, there were some classes that told us to write about our pasts. The casual tone hints at a potentially deeper, untold significance to this seemingly mundane task. The same young woman reacts dismissively to something she's reading, a light-hearted "pfft, he is young after all," revealing a glimpse into her personality and hinting at the subject of her studies, a child's search for his mother. The woman's demeanor shifts, a single word, princess, hangs in the air, revealing an unexpected element, a connection to royalty and a possible reason for her earlier amusement. The image shows her visibly upset, reading the child's writing. Overcome with emotion, she brushes away tears, muttering a dismissive sigh, "It's nothing." The subtle visual details confirm her distress and raise questions about the nature of the child's story and its impact on her. The arrival of another person, possibly a teacher, suggests a looming confrontation. The page displays an indecipherable script, a testament to a lost language, hinting at a history shrouded in mystery. But to have lived, the implication hangs heavy. The narrative shifts to a young woman, her expression filled with sorrow.
Her hometown fell victim to a demonic invasion, a stark reminder of the conflict's devastating impact. Her sympathy for Bayan underlines the story's human cost. A group of students in uniform stands on a verdant field. Their presence hints at a moment of calm before a storm, or perhaps the unsettling normalcy in the face of a looming threat. One student, his gaze fixed on something unseen, remarks on the unsettling similarity between the scene and images in his textbooks, revealing an impending confrontation with the supernatural. His nervousness foreshadows a perilous encounter.
It's finally starting. One girl confirms to another, "Yeah, I did," signaling the commencement of a long-awaited plan.
The casual tone belies the gravity of the situation. The same girl, now standing among her peers in formal attire, repeats, "It's finally starting," emphasizing the impending event's significance. Her serious expression reinforces the weight of her words, highlighting the high stakes involved. A strategic need is voiced, "I need to block it this time so that there won't be a lot of damage," revealing a plan to mitigate potentially catastrophic consequences.
The urgency and concern underscore the imminent threat.
A woman with long, silvery hair sips tea, a wistful expression on her face.
"Right? I was so touched after having it once."
She muses, the memory clearly holding a powerful significance for her.
The scene shifts to her inner thoughts, a question forming, in order to give all the merit to Assistant Professor Altalicia?
This reveals a conflict. She's questioning the fairness of giving all the credit to her assistant. A young woman with vibrant red hair stands pensively in a sunlit courtyard, her posture suggesting contemplation.
The quiet atmosphere underscores the weight of her unspoken thoughts.
The narration continues her train of thought, like that and firmly protect his belief in chivalry. This implies a deeper story involving a man adhering to a strict code of honor, even in the face of potential conflict.
The announcement echoed across the grounds. First-year cadets were to begin Persona Gate practical training.
This marked a significant step in their development, the first real test of their abilities to harness and control their newly awakened personas. A young woman, her expression a mix of pity and curiosity, confesses, "I feel sorry for Bayan, but I'm getting more curious about him."
Her words hint at a developing intrigue surrounding the enigmatic Bayan.
The day of the practical exam has arrived. An announcement booms, "From now on, the first-year cadets will be starting the Persona Gate practical."
The tension is palpable.
A young cadet, observing the activation of the Persona Gate, remarks, "Wow, it looks so similar to the Persona Gates in the textbooks. I'm strangely nervous." His apprehension underscores the significance and potential danger of the upcoming trial. As a reward for completing the research conference episode, a special opportunity awaits. A scientist gestures dramatically towards a swirling, dark portal, instructing the cadets entering Gate C7 to proceed in this direction. A young man observes a large group of cadets, his companions, and reflects on the unexpected size of his entourage. The IC-71 gate, where the upcoming incident will unfold, is guarded by 16 members.
Unfortunately, key figures like Mai Yuseong and Hei Waryang are absent.
However, IL will join the raid. Her presence should be sufficient to overcome this obstacle. The objective is clear: to secure the captivating tree's petals, the hidden reward. A group of young women, clad in ornate dark uniforms accented with gold, stand poised in a grand hall. The woman in the center, with striking crimson eyes and long white and pink hair, holds a commanding presence.
The repeated Korean text likely signifies their status or affiliation.
The central figure's eyes widen slightly, a hint of confusion etched on her face as she utters a single word, "Huh?"
A maid, partially obscured, informs the central woman, "You must hurry. It's time for the evening banquet."
The urgency in the maid's implied message underscores the importance of the upcoming event. A maid, her expression a mixture of suspicion and intrigue, voiced her disbelief.
A real persona at Stella Academy?
The sheer technological advancement required for such a feat was astonishing. Dismissing the maid's concerns, a commanding figure, seemingly of high status within Stella Academy, issued a simple order: retrieve the dress. The maid responded with immediate obedience, confirming her understanding. A subtle, knowing smile played on the lips of the commanding figure, her red eyes gleaming with anticipation. This was no mere coincidence, she was clearly anticipating something significant. The air crackled with a palpable sense of expectation. The grand ballroom shimmered with golden light, its opulence a stark contrast to the young woman's pensive expression.
A butler, stiff and formal, stood before her, his presence subtly tense.
Her crimson eyes, usually veiled in calm, now held a depth of unspoken emotion, a silent storm brewing beneath the surface. A single ellipsis hung in the air, mirroring the uncertainty in her gaze.
A female officer, her face etched with concern, revealed a document.
"His past is written down here," she stated, her voice carrying the weight of revelation. The young woman's eyes widened slightly, her attention fully captured by the document's contents. The weight of his past threatens to derail his pursuit of chivalry at Stella, a path he has chosen despite everything. A young noblewoman finds a commoner's yawn unusual. The Duchess Iharon's ball is about to begin, attendance is mandatory.
Four paths lead to the estate's basement, a labyrinth of traps and mazes.
The estate's knights are on patrol, getting lost is a serious risk. He expressed gratitude for her confidence in him, she noted his confident demeanor.
The exchange is noteworthy for its human-like interaction.
His inner monologue reveals surprise at the woman's realistic conversation, questioning if a non-playable character, NPC, would normally speak so naturally.
Hesitantly, they agree to proceed.
The difficulty in analyzing the environment is highlighted, as the NPCs appear unnervingly realistic. A sense of unease permeates the scene. Confirmation of the unsettling strangeness, even the second character finds the situation inexplicable and unanalyzable. One character's suspicion that this place might be real is met with incredulity from her companion, heightening the tension and uncertainty. The possibility of this virtual reality transcending its programmed boundaries is introduced. The red-haired girl observes the scene, her brow furrowed in thought.
From what I can see, this situation is exactly as the professors intended.
It's obvious, isn't it, she muses, a hint of suspicion coloring her tone. This suggests a pre-planned event, and the girl's certainty points to her prior knowledge of the professor's intentions. The girl's suspicion solidifies as she turns to address her companion, a younger girl in a blue dress. "Why wouldn't they know of a Ray Gate that appeared inside the school?" she questions, her gaze sharp and accusatory. This indicates a significant breach of established protocol or a deliberate concealment of information.
The red-haired girl's expression shifts subtly, a mixture of apprehension and understanding now replacing her suspicion.
"Now what?" she asks, her tone laced with a blend of uncertainty and resolve, highlighting the shift in their immediate situation. Episode 6 opens with an expositional explanation of the narrative's premise. Jackie, a character not present in the original romance fantasy novel, is now central to the story. This alteration necessitates a significant shift in the events surrounding Flame. Regardless of the changes, one of the three students is fated to be taken. The image emphasizes the tension between the two girls. The narrative's direction is set by the presence of Jackie, who clearly is intent on defying the established fate.
Doubt creeps into the narrative.
A figure, perhaps a mentor or an observer, muses that perhaps fate remains immutable, their words introducing a note of pessimism.
Defiance. Undeterred, Jackie proclaims her intent to proceed regardless of the foreboding words. She actively rejects predetermined fate.
Jackie, firm in her resolve, dismissively tells those who hesitate to remain. Her actions show her determination to forge her own path. A young man, his expression a mixture of apprehension and determination, stands beside a more stoic companion.
The opulent background hints at a high-stakes gathering.
The stoic man, arms crossed, observes the surroundings.
His assessment is clear: there isn't anyone who is moving systematically.
The statement underscores the underlying tension and clandestine nature of the situation. His decision is made.
Since it's come to this, I have no choice but to go.
The young man's resolve hardens, action is imminent.
A figure in a lab coat, standing before a swirling blue vortex, addressed the assembled cadets. "Cadets, please enter the Persona Gate."
The gate, a nexus of potent magical energy, pulsed with an otherworldly luminescence.
Beck-Uziel's stats appeared, the gate analysis function of bulbul glasses having been activated.
His relatively low strength and agility were highlighted against a background of more impressive stamina and mind power.
The blink skill, level 4, indicated a key ability.
A young man, seemingly startled, is approached by a girl with a concerned expression. The scene suggests an unexpected encounter, hinting at a developing tension. The impending raid on a Persona gate is deemed challenging, its risk level is a significant 3. This introduces the inherent dangers and competitive nature of the task. Two girls, Flame and Hongbian, are introduced as key players in this upcoming challenge, highlighting the team dynamic and potential for diverse skills and strategies. A confident declaration that intervention won't be needed to defeat the final boss suggests superior strength, preparedness, or a strategic advantage in this upcoming confrontation. He stood, a young man with curious, amber eyes, his expression a mask of polite indifference. The opulence of the palace hall shimmered behind him, a testament to his unexpected arrival. A figure with stark white hair and crimson eyes offered a quiet greeting, "Welcome." The tone, though seemingly gentle, held a subtle undercurrent of power. A maid, her smile bright yet professional, announced, "We have prepared dresses and shoes." The practical nature of her words contrasted sharply with the extraordinary circumstances of his arrival. He was, after all, in a place far beyond his previous reality.
What? I don't recall a ball ever occurring in a Persona gate.
The speaker's incredulity highlights the unexpected nature of the event. This establishes a core mystery, something unusual is happening within the Persona gate system.
They added such a complicated formula to the first-year practical? The young woman's expression reflects her disbelief at the complexity of the task.
This adds a layer of intrigue about the challenges she faces and hints at potential in-world implications of the situation. Gates NPCs might be different, but I heard the characters that mages create for the gates cannot perform actions on their own. The girl's revelation introduces a crucial piece of world building. It suggests that the events within the gate are not simply part of a pre-programmed narrative but are potentially being manipulated.
What's wrong? The maid's concern, coupled with the girl's increasingly worried expression, amplifies the tension.
The unexpected event and the newly revealed lore point to a major plot development soon to unfold. A young woman with striking silver and pink hair, dressed in a refined dark uniform, stands before a shadowed figure. Her crimson eyes glint with a mixture of amusement and calculation. The opulent background hints at her high social standing. The same woman, now in a flowing white and crimson dress, is shown in a softer light. The image focuses on her delicate features, contrasting the sharp intelligence seen previously. This change in attire signals a shift in context, suggesting a more private or intimate setting. A young man with brown hair and striking yellow eyes appears, his gaze cast downward. The warm lighting and his expression suggest a thoughtful mood, possibly hinting at internal conflict or contemplation. His presence introduces a second perspective into the scene.
The princess receives Cadet Beck Uziel's assignment.
This seemingly innocuous act foreshadows a deeper investigation into the cadet's past. The princess's sharp eyes, filled with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension, fix on the document.
Her reaction suggests the assignment contains sensitive information.
Her crimson eyes, magnified by spectacles, held a flicker of defiance.
"It's not like that,"
she insisted, a subtle tremor in her voice betraying a hint of vulnerability beneath her composed exterior. A fleeting glimpse through a partially obscured view reveals her amidst a lavish ballroom.
The woman stands defiantly, her posture suggesting a tense confrontation is brewing.
Beside her, a young man in formal attire watches intently, his expression unreadable. The young man's eyes widen in surprise. The gravity of the situation dawns on him, a sudden realization reflected in his startled expression. A whispered question hangs in the air, laced with shock and uncertainty, what the?
The scene shifts to reveal two other men, equally perplexed by the unfolding events.
A final word of encouragement rings out, then, good luck. The weight of the task ahead is palpable. One of the young men, his face etched with apprehension, glances back, a silent question hanging in the air.
A young woman, her brow furrowed in concentration, voices her concerns. "I really can't analyze this Persona gate.
Logically, why would a first-year practical be this difficult?" Her doubt highlights the unexpected challenge of the task.
Another young man adds, "Yeah, and the NPCs earlier seemed real."
The unsettling realism of the simulation further amplifies the difficulty. The professors designed this persona gate assessment to be unsolvable. Perfect analysis is impossible in real-world applications. The students realize the inherent difficulty of the task. One acknowledges the truth of the instructor's assertion. One student contemplates the unconventional approach a female student is taking to solve the unsolvable.
This is one of countless routes in the original game where Flame must prevent Jackie from being sacrificed to dark demonization.
A young man worries that someone will be consumed by the dark forces, even though intervening won't alter the inevitable outcome.
Jackie's sudden departure leaves her friend stunned and calling out to her.
A powerful magical wave engulfs Jackie as she vanishes through a shimmering portal.
I'm going in, too.
I've always prepared for situations like this.
And I raised my stats by grinding Ifanil's garden, so it should be enough.
This isn't the time for this, we need to analyze the persona gate and confirm the guideline message. The woman's observation, the clothes look good on him, hints at a shift in her perception. Her gaze lingers on the man, his new attire a stark contrast to what she might have expected, suggesting a transformation is underway, perhaps more than merely sartorial. A subtle shift in perspective reveals the man and woman now standing together, poised and composed. Their previous interaction, however fleetingly shown, has clearly concluded. The air holds a palpable tension, hinting at unseen undercurrents.
Isn't this practical a bit strange?
The question underscores a growing unease among those observing the transformed man and woman. Their unusual composure and previously unexpected pairing now draw scrutiny. The calm reassurance, the professors intended for this situation to be this way, attempts to alleviate the tension. It establishes the event as part of a larger, orchestrated plan, the details of which are yet unknown, but reassuringly under control. Jackie, dismissing her companion's protests, declared her intention to proceed alone.
Her friend's worried plea, "What? Wait, Jackie," hung unanswered in the opulent hall.
With a dismissive flick of her wrist, Jackie left her companions behind, her words sharp and cutting, "You guys can stay here like idiots if you want." Her impatience was palpable.
The observation hung heavy in the air, there isn't anyone who is moving systematically.
This revelation hinted at a deeper, more chaotic situation than initially appeared. A young man in a tuxedo, his expression a blend of amusement and calculation, stands bathed in golden light.
He exudes an air of quiet confidence, a master orchestrating events unseen.
His lips curl into a wider smile as a realization dawns. "Oh, they're all going to follow me," he muses, a hint of playful arrogance in his tone.
He seems almost surprised by the extent of his influence.
A young man in a butler's uniform stands with his back to us, his gaze fixed on something in the distance within a grand, dimly lit hall. The air hangs heavy with anticipation. A woman with striking pink hair and a dark red dress observes the scene, a subtle smirk playing on her lips.
"So everyone's arrived," she notes, the understatement hinting at a hidden agenda. The butler, now facing forward, regards the approaching guests with a guarded expression.
His eyes, sharp and alert, betray his calm demeanor. The weight of unspoken events presses heavily upon the scene. A young man, convinced Isle and Flame are together, observes the two women with a pensive expression. His certainty hints at a deeper connection between these characters and the unfolding events. A princess, her face betraying a hint of impatience, orders her attendant to move on. The directive suggests a pressing matter or a destination they must reach. The young man's sudden, sharp wait reveals a change of plans, indicating a critical realization or a newly discovered piece of information that alters his course of action. Her crimson eyes widened, a flicker of disbelief in their depths. The word, mannequins, hung in the air, a question echoing her doubt.
Doubt clouded the faces of the three young women as a man posed the question, "Do you think unlocking magic will work?"
The uncertainty hung heavy in the ornate, checkered chamber. The young woman with the striking crimson eyes, her expression resolute, flatly responded, "No." Her conviction was a stark contrast to the uncertainty around her. A glimmer of determination sparked in her eyes as she declared, "But I think I know how to get out of here." A surge of confidence, a new plan forming in her mind.
Although they appear in different poses, the figures are all performing the same dance.
The subtle variations hint at a ritualistic, possibly dangerous, pattern. A young woman with striking crimson eyes and pale pink hair, dressed in a dark red bodice, urgently explains that the dance is called Serena's Requiem. The ominous name foreshadows the dance's deadly implications. Her eyes widen, and a look of dawning horror crosses her face as the full weight of the situation sinks in.
This adds to the suspense, amplifying the danger of Serena's Requiem.
The narrative focuses on the missing component of the deadly dance, a crucial detail yet to be revealed.
The atmosphere is one of impending doom. Two young women, brimming with excitement, declare their readiness.
Their enthusiasm hints at a significant upcoming event. They step through a grand, imposing gateway, the heavy doors closing behind them with a resounding thud, plunging them into a shadowy realm. A gasp escapes a woman with striking pink hair as she confronts the sudden darkness. The suddenness of the shift emphasizes the unknown danger ahead.
One woman, her brow furrowed in concern, asks if the mannequins will provide another clue.
The question implies a previous encounter and an ongoing puzzle they are trying to solve. A young woman with striking red eyes and flowing white hair stands in a lavish ballroom, her expression alert. The scene is opulent, but a subtle tension hangs in the air. She observes her surroundings, her gaze searching.
But I can't see anything else that's suspicious.
She murmurs, a hint of uncertainty in her tone.
Her observation reveals her perceptiveness, yet also underscores the difficulty of the task.
A young man, sharply dressed in a tuxedo, offers a contrasting perspective. I believe the mannequins are a red herring. The real focus, he states, revealing a sharp intellect and a different approach to solving the mystery. A ground-level perspective reveals a cryptic clue, stick figures drawn on the floor. If you look carefully, the people are posing in certain ways, the narration explains, indicating a hidden pattern among the seemingly random guests. Don't we just have to solve this? The question underscores the urgency of the situation.
The young man's realization dawns, I think I know this. It's the quiet Serena's tango. His exclamation reveals the solution to the puzzle, a dramatic and unexpected twist.
He stood rigidly, his expression a mask of controlled grief, while beside him, she bowed her head, her silvery hair cascading down her back. The weight of unspoken words hung heavy in the opulent ballroom. A gasp escaped him as he knelt, the ornate floor beneath him glowing with an intricate pattern of tiny figures. The scene spoke of a vast, hidden network, each light a node in a complex system, and he, caught in its web. Her eyes, blazing crimson, reflected the urgency of the situation. A silent understanding passed between them, the stakes were higher than ever. The sheer scale of the problem became terrifyingly clear. They faced an impenetrable gate, its mysteries defying even their most advanced analysis. Time, it seemed, was a luxury they could not afford. The man in the suit stands at the center of a swirling, golden, gear-like pattern, its intricate design suggesting a complex mechanism of power humming beneath the surface. His back is to us, his silhouette stark against the radiant energy. A voiceover reveals a mystery, a border village I've never even heard of. The accompanying image shows a desolate, snow-covered landscape of jagged, crystalline peaks, a place both remote and potentially dangerous. The narration continues, offering a surprising insight into a character's abilities. Despite the commoner's lack of basic knowledge, when it comes to strategy or battle, I understand why he's more proficient than anyone. The scene is dark, emphasizing the hidden depths of this individual. The internal monologue shifts to questioning the character's sudden diligence. Perhaps that's why he's different from the other students. While others are trying to receive good marks, he guesses on exams as if to show off.
Actually, why is he trying so hard now? The stark, mostly white panel emphasizes the contrast between past nonchalance and current determined effort.
The professors anticipated this precise scenario, therefore, we must remain composed and act accordingly. A shimmering portal suddenly opened, revealing an unknown realm beyond. A young woman in a blue dress stood at its edge, hesitant but resolute. A man in a dark suit watched from behind her.
I'm going in too, a voice declared. I've always prepared for situations like this. A quiet determination underpins the words, a sense of readiness for the unknown. A young man, dressed impeccably, is confronted by a line of identical figures in formal attire. Their unnerving presence prompts his question, why are you all behind me? The implication of a hidden agenda,
or perhaps, a carefully orchestrated maneuver, hangs heavy in the air. His following, seemingly dismissive, query, just because, hints at a deeper level of unease and a growing awareness of manipulation. A young man, his brow furrowed in apprehension, voiced his unease about the unsettling hallway. "What's up with this creepy hallway?" he wondered. A girl with striking crimson eyes and flowing silver hair regarded him with a mixture of suspicion and disdain. Her expression hinted at a deeper understanding of the ominous atmosphere. He found himself facing three elegantly dressed young women, their backs to him. The setting, a grand hall, did little to alleviate the growing sense of foreboding. Their positioning, and the shadowed space behind them, intensified the mystery. Aiseli reflects on the unexpected turn of events, finding herself grouped with Hong Bayan. The implication hangs heavy: this pairing, while unforeseen, may hold unforeseen consequences. Aislai's internal monologue continues. She muses that Hong Bayan and she being apart might ultimately prove beneficial. This suggests a history of conflict or tension between the two. Hong Bayan, alerted to something unseen by Aiseli, points it out. This creates immediate tension and foreshadows an unknown danger. A heavy, ornate door stands deep within the room, a stark contrast to the unsettling scene before it. Its presence hints at secrets yet to be revealed. A group of young women, their faces obscured, express apprehension. The darkness beyond the door fuels their unspoken fears. The mystery within is too daunting to comprehend. A young woman with striking crimson eyes and silvery hair questions the feasibility of their mission. Doubt clouds her expression, hinting at a challenging task ahead. The young woman's apprehension is met with a young man's skeptical inquiry. His question hangs in the air, challenging her certainty and further intensifying the tension. A young man in formal attire stands beside a striking woman with pale skin and crimson eyes. Their presence hints at a shadowed past, a clandestine meeting in a dimly lit space. The spectral image of a woman in mourning appears, a caption revealing that Serena, unable to cope with her own tragedy, performed a specific dance before her death. This sets the stage for a ritual or a mystery linked to her final moments. The man addresses the woman, urging her to recall a dance, a key piece of information connecting this scene to Serena's past. The focus intensifies on this dance's significance. A series of statues, frozen in mid-dance, are revealed. They meticulously document each movement of a particular dance sequence, seemingly crucial to understanding the ongoing mystery. The young man, a mischievous glint in his eyes, asks, "Ready?" This signals the imminent commencement of a ritual or a critical action linked to the previously mentioned dance. A young man in formal attire stands rigidly, his gaze fixed on the woman beside him. She, with her striking white hair and crimson eyes, performs a dramatic flourish, a silent yet charged performance that hints at both power and a simmering unease. The door opened. A simple statement, yet it signals a shift in the immediate narrative, the arrival of something unexpected. The woman's eyes widen, a clear expression of alarm and surprise replacing her prior composure. The sudden interruption disrupts the carefully cultivated atmosphere. Two knights in shining armor stand silhouetted against a brilliant, golden light emanating from the palace behind them, their presence suggesting an imminent confrontation, a dramatic escalation. Confusion clouds the protagonist's mind, the subtle clues remain elusive. They're not sure if the recent events provide any real direction. A nobleman, condescendingly addressing the protagonist as commoner, interrupts their contemplation, demanding to know what captures their attention. The protagonist is observing a complex pattern etched into the floor. The protagonist's assessment is clear: the intricate dance depicted on the floor is the key to solving the puzzle. One of the noblewomen acknowledges the protagonist's insightful observation, confirming the floor's design holds the solution. The grand doors of the academy swung open, revealing a path into the unknown. A young man in a tuxedo and a young woman with striking white hair raced through a shadowed corridor. Their urgency was palpable. The white-haired woman's expression shifted to one of intense scrutiny. His abilities far surpassed expectations, defying the norms of a first-year student. It was as if Baek Uziel's hometown was destroyed by dark demonic humans before he even entered the academy. The chilling revelation hangs in the air, as the young man and woman walk past more unsettling mannequins.
A hooded figure, a sinister smile playing on his lips, observes the scene. His words reveal this location was always a focal point for demonic human attacks. The gravity of the situation sinks in. Baek Uziel fought for his life on the front lines. The young woman instructs him to go and match the weights, a seemingly trivial task against the backdrop of his harrowing past. The young woman reveals her assessment of Baek Uziel: he's a slacker. He doesn't do his homework, and his classroom demeanor is abysmal. A young man, impeccably dressed in a butler's uniform, stands with his arms crossed, a look of quiet resolve on his face. His posture speaks volumes. He anticipates conflict. He acknowledges a grim reality: since it's come to this, I have no choice but to go. His decision, though seemingly resigned, carries an undercurrent of steely determination. The young man begins his descent down a grand staircase, the word pointless hanging heavy in the air. His journey, though seemingly unavoidable, is one he undertakes with a sense of quiet defiance. His thoughts confirm his suspicions: as I thought, they've made it so we can't all go around together. A calculated separation is forced upon him, altering his plans. A young woman, her crimson eyes flashing, asks the seemingly meek young man beside her, "What, do you have any complaints?" He simply replies, "No, I don't." Her dismissive inquiry hints at a power imbalance and a situation where his voice holds little sway. The scene shifts. A woman with silver hair, addressing a figure obscured by light, abruptly demands, "Hey, commoner, have you analyzed this gate?" The question implies a task of significant importance and a hierarchy where she holds authority. A knight stands guard before a grand gate, its intricate floor etched with glyphs that depict various figures engaged in seemingly ritualistic movements. The scene is imbued with an air of mystery and ancient power, hinting at the significance of the gate and the secrets it protects. He had been taught to adapt his thinking, but the sheer scale of the difference overwhelmed him. The chasm between expectation and reality yawned before him. The revelation struck him: his teacher had ventured into hundreds of persona gates. The sheer number was staggering, a testament to the years of experience and the vast knowledge accumulated. A chilling revelation surfaces: Baek Uziel's hometown was destroyed by dark demonic humans before he even enrolled. The image shows Uziel and a companion, both seemingly somber, amidst a bleak cityscape. There are mannequins again, one of them notes, hinting at lingering trauma or a recurring, unsettling phenomenon. The scene shifts to reveal a hooded figure, his malevolent aura palpable, looming over a prostrate young man. The narration explains that this place was always at the forefront of the dark demonic humans' attacks, providing context to the previous panel's ominous atmosphere. The hooded figure's sinister presence underscores the danger lurking in this world. The narrative focuses on Baek Uziel's unusual academic performance. While others strive for excellence, he achieves decent grades by randomly selecting answers. This unusual behavior prompts speculation: perhaps that's why he is different from the other students, a character observes. The woman's concerned observation continues, noting not only his academic nonchalance but also his lack of effort in assignments and poor classroom behavior. Her expression is one of concern and perhaps a hint of dawning understanding. A small DRRRLSFX emphasizes the subtle tension in the air. Disbelief washes over her face. "No way," she whispers, the words barely audible. The impeccably dressed man before her, a stark contrast to her own attire, calmly commands, "Tell me, commoner." His tone is condescending, yet there's an undercurrent of something else, something more calculating. A flicker of understanding crosses his features. This must be proof Hong Baiyan is drifting further from her villainous path, he observes, the implication heavy with significance. Concern clouded the faces of the two women as they questioned the unsettling smile of the young man before them. The princess's absence was noted, fueling their suspicions. His dismissive response, "No reason," only deepened the mystery. The man, revealing his urgent mission, explained the grave danger. They risked injury or death. Failure would unleash the catastrophic otherworld synchronization phenomenon upon the world. This urgency, he stressed, is why he's working so rapidly. A woman, observing Baek Uziel's unusual haste, recognized his behavior. Such intense, driven focus only surfaces when truly justified, confirming the seriousness of the situation.
Baek Uziel, his back to the viewer, stands bathed in an ethereal golden light, silently underlining the gravity of the unfolding events. A young woman, her face set in grim determination, vows, "I'm not going to just sit back and receive help like this. I'll make it out of here on my own strength, no matter what." Her resolve is palpable, a stark contrast to her delicate appearance. The scene shifts. In a shattered corridor of a grand palace, fallen armored figures litter the ground, their metallic forms marred and broken. Blood stains the stone floor, hinting at a recent, violent conflict. Two young women, one in a light blue dress, the other in a deeper blue, emerge from the shadows. One holds a slender staff. The other, startled, exclaims, "Oh!" Flame, indicating the possible presence, or return, of a significant individual. Jackie vanished without a trace. Her friend, overwhelmed, cries out, "What? Jackie?" The urgency in her voice underscores the suddenness and inexplicable nature of Jackie's disappearance. The friends explain they only made it that far because of Jackie's guidance. However, as soon as they passed through the last door, she vanished. Their extensive search proved fruitless. The narrative emphasizes the mystery surrounding Jackie's sudden disappearance and the depth of the friends' concern. "You searched for a long time?" The question highlights the gravity of the situation and the extensive effort undertaken to locate Jackie. This underscores the unusual nature of her disappearance. "What?" The single word, spoken with palpable apprehension, underscores the escalating tension and the lingering mystery of Jackie's fate. The narrative leaves the audience on the edge of their seats, wanting to know more. A young man, his face etched with weariness, rests, his eyes heavy-lidded. The weight of unspoken anxieties hangs heavy in the air. He's questioned about Jackie's whereabouts, a short time ago. The urgency in the inquiry speaks of a situation rapidly deteriorating. His negative response, delivered with a palpable sense of defeat, underscores the gravity of Jackie's disappearance. The unspoken fear is palpable. His unspoken hope, now dashed, reveals a desperate attempt to prevent an inevitable tragedy. His failure weighs heavily on him. The location, Stella Dome, is revealed to be more than just a place, it's a nexus where the mundane and the extraordinary intersect, a persona gate, unexpectedly interwoven with practical passageways. He lunged forward, a manic grin splitting his face as he muttered, "Humph, humph," the sounds echoing his desperate urgency. The man is clearly in pursuit of something, or someone. Before a gaping crimson portal, two figures stood silhouetted against the swirling abyss. The weight of the unseen hung heavy in the air. This breach in reality spells immense danger. The security department is working to reinforce the system now. The words were barely audible over the rising panic. But one man cut through the worry, his voice sharp, "Damn, that's not the issue right now." His comrade agreed, "You're right." A grim-faced man, his features etched with concern, spoke the name that held the weight of this crisis. "What matters now is who went through that persona gate." Captain Arain. The caption below identified him as Captain Arain Blackswan, captain of the Stella Knights. His disappearance is the true catastrophe. What level is that persona gate? The question hangs heavy in the air, a palpable sense of unease emanating from the speaker. It was originally risk level 4, but the moment the students entered, it suddenly leveled up by 1. A rare occurrence, indicative of a significant, unforeseen complication. Who are the students who went inside? The demand for a list underscores the gravity of the situation. A Risk 5 persona gate is something even veteran mages have to prepare for thoroughly. First-year students, only at second or third class. The implication is stark, these students are facing overwhelming danger. Captain Arain. The desperate cry cuts through the tension, a plea for help in a moment of grave danger. Lee Hanwall, a seasoned commander, expresses his doubt about the rookie's chances of clearing the persona gate. He points out the inherent risk, implying the mission is a near-suicide run. The odds, he suggests, are astronomically against them. Despite the overwhelming odds, a grim determination is etched onto the face of Lee Hanwall. His silent acknowledgement of the impossible task signals his willingness to proceed, regardless of the consequences. Guys. The sudden call alerts us to the presence of unexpected allies, appearing just as the tension reaches its peak. Their arrival shifts the atmosphere, injecting a note of hope into the perilous situation. "So you are all here," the woman in the crimson dress exclaimed, her voice sharp, a hint of controlled fury in her tone. She stood defiantly, a slender sword held loosely at her side, surrounded by shadowy figures. A young man with dark hair and intense eyes watched the scene unfold. His expression held a calculating stillness, a stark contrast to the woman's fiery outburst. "Now that everyone's here," he murmured, the words laced with quiet authority. The narrative shifts to an isolated village, a place shrouded in mystery. The text reveals an outlying village nobody's ever heard of. Its remote and obscure nature is highlighted, setting the stage for something extraordinary. Despite his seemingly ordinary origins, the young man from the previous panel possessed remarkable skills. Basic knowledge is lacking compared to others, and yet he's more skillful than anyone when it comes to strategy and combat. It's because he's fought dark demonic humans on the battlefield with his life on the line all this time. His expertise is directly tied to the harsh realities of his hidden past. Could there be a reason? A question hangs heavy in the air, a seed of doubt planted in the observer's mind. The young man's gaze shifts, his expression now mirroring the apprehension of the question posed before. A woman with crimson eyes and stark white hair appears, her presence adding a layer of unsettling mystery to the scene. His eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and understanding, reflect the gravity of the situation. The close-up reveals a depth of emotion, hinting at a hidden truth he's now forced to confront. The woman's red shoes touched down on the cold stone floor. "Like you said, this place is real," she confirmed, her voice a low murmur. Her crimson eyes, wide and intense, held a mixture of disbelief and dawning comprehension. The weight of the situation settled heavily upon her. A young woman with dark hair, a worried expression etched on her face, stared blankly ahead. Her apprehension was palpable. A young woman, staff in hand, surveys a group of people, concern etched on her face. "Everyone's okay, right?" "Where's the last one?" she inquires, her voice a mixture of relief and apprehension. The urgency in her question hints at a recent perilous event. The narrator's perspective shifts, revealing a silent contemplation. The thought bubbles narrate, "That means they cleared the place way faster than IL and me. Without a single scratch, even." This observation underscores the unexpected efficiency and skill of the absent individual, raising questions about their capabilities. A young man in formal attire sits pensively, his gaze fixed on the young woman from the first panel. The repetition of the visual emphasizes their connection, hinting at a shared mission or a significant relationship. The young man's inner thoughts are revealed. "With things like this, I have no choice but to help the heroines clear the stage." This statement establishes his role as a supporting character, subtly suggesting a complex dynamic between him and the heroines he is obligated to assist. His actions appear to be guided by a sense of duty or possibly strategic necessity. A surge of crimson energy erupts, defying expectation. The words echo the disbelief. How could this happen? Stella's security system is supposed to be the best in the world. The explanation follows. Someone reversed Stella's spatial wave detection system. The unique signal from the newly created Persona Gate went unnoticed. The situation is dire. Sending backup is impossible, those inside are already engaged in a perilous confrontation at the gate. The risk assessment is revealed, between levels 4 and 5. The demand for precision follows, estimated? Give me an exact number. The grim reality of the situation is laid bare. A man, his face etched with worry, orders the preparation of 16 body containers. The harsh environment, barely visible in the background, hints at the perilous nature of the operation. His words, though pragmatic, betray a deep-seated concern for the individuals involved. He attempts to justify his actions, claiming it's a mere procedural measure for efficiency. However, the slight tremor in his voice and the anxious glances of his subordinates suggest otherwise. The weight of responsibility rests heavily on his shoulders. Despite the cold efficiency of the operation, his true feelings surface. A fiery vortex swirls in the background, representing the imminent danger, as he quietly expresses his fervent hope for the safety of the children involved in this mission. The juxtaposition of his calculated orders and unspoken worry reveals a complex character torn between duty and compassion. Relief washed over him as he heard the words, "I'm so glad you're safe." His sudden disappearance had clearly caused alarm.
The implication of his near-death experience hangs heavy in the air.
The aftermath of a devastating battle is shown, the only objective remaining, the final confrontation. The narrative tension ratchets up. Doubt clouds their assessment of the current challenge. Is this persona gate we're facing even real? The very nature of reality itself is called into question. A subtle but crucial observation is made: Hong Baiyan's perception has become significantly sharper. This suggests a profound change or growth in her abilities. She confessed, a subtle defiance in her voice, but it's not our first time either. The admission, though seemingly casual, carried weight, hinting at a shared history, a bond forged in previous trials.